This is the world of beast tamers, where humans rely on all kinds of powerful beast companions to conquer the world, build gathering points, and enjoy top-tier resources. The Black Lantern Gathering Point has existed in this wasteland for hundreds of years under the protection of the current protector. He is an extremely powerful professional beast tamer of a high rank. Inside the Black Lantern Gathering Point, there are daily notices warning everyone. This place only trains beast tamers, it doesn't entertain idlers. Anyone who fails to hatch their egg within 3 years will be assigned to the collection team. If they refuse, they will be killed outright. The young man was sitting holding an egg, sighing. Tomorrow is the last day of his 3-year term, and his egg still shows no signs of hatching. He's unwilling and sits staring at the stars. Suddenly, a flash of light appears into Juan's eyes, getting closer and closer. While he's not paying attention, the light and magic circles enter that dazed mind. Juan faints to the ground, sinking into a dream. Before him is a memory so vivid that Juan feels like he's the dragon rider standing at the top of this world. A voice pulls Juan back to reality. Something hard and cylindrical pokes his face, specifically a whip. The purple-haired guy carrying a gun leads a group to surround Juan. So you're the one who slept here last night. Special Beast Tamer trainees aren't allowed to stay inside the fortress. He uses that as an excuse to intimidate Juan. Juan's face goes blank. How did it become last night? He was just sitting there watching the moon. Juan recalls those vivid images. Maybe it was just a dream, but even if it was, Juan couldn't believe in that insanely powerful ancient dragon. Hey kid, what are you mumbling? Do you think I don't exist? He lashes the whip hard, leaving a long cut onto Juan's cheek. He smugly repeats what happened last night. Juan reported to the search team and went with settlers outside the gathering point to find food breaking curfew. I'm curious, after 12 lashes, will you still survive and come back from the wild? He tightens the whip and steps closer to Juan. At that moment, Juan's egg suddenly cracks. He happily runs over to the egg. The egg's about to hatch, which means he's about to succeed, right? Juan raises the egg high with joy. My 3 years of effort really weren't wasted. I made it. The whip-wielding guy and everyone else are shocked by this outcome, especially him. In an instant, the purple-haired guy turns into an obedient puppy, wagging his tail in front of Juan. Juan, this is a misunderstanding. It's just a misunderstanding. I'll immediately call the special training instructor to confirm your identity as a beastmaster. He was trying to sneak away to avoid being questioned when a pair of long legs and a booming voice said, "You don't need to call." Luke Nguth, the chief special training instructor of the Beastmaster Academy, appeared majestically. She signaled for Juan to try communicating with his beast companion. Juan sincerely bent down and whispered to the egg, "Little guy, I've been waiting for you for so long." The egg moved and made some sound. Juan excitedly reported the news to Luke Nguth. Luke Nguth chuckled, patting Juan on the shoulder to encourage him. "Great, Hakdang Tudim has another young beastmaster now." Suddenly, Luke Nguth's expression turned serious. She immediately asked, where did the injury on Juan's face come from? From here, Juan pointed at the whip holder. Luke Nguth glared at him. "Do I dare to hit a beastmaster?" Luke Nguth then punished him with 20 lashes and ordered him to go outside to find food. The whip holder cried and knelt down, begging Juan. "But now you are at a different level, while he can only sneak around to watch someone bathe." Luke Nguth took Juan to Tobao City to meet the city lord Chohop. Chohop looked at Juan with interest. "You are the first newcomer in the second half of the year." Luke Nguth nodded. She heard that Juan had matured today and wanted to report to the search team. Unexpectedly, on the last night, he successfully broke through. That said, Luke Nguth mentioned the reward for Juan. After all, this is good news for all of them. Chohop praised Juan at the last moment. "You were able to break the chains and succeed." Then his face suddenly turned serious, offering Juan 2 choices. First, if Juan's egg is a dragon egg, Chohop will provide you with a piece of dragon scale containing the bloodline of a high-level dragon creature, which can speed up your egg hatching process. Moreover, after it hatches, it will be stronger than other dragon eggs and will have the potential to carry a trace of dragon bloodline. The second option is to wait until Juan trains his second beast. Then he can choose one from Chohop's collection. Juan doesn't care about quantity, he only values quality. So he chose the dragon scale. Chohop seemed pleased with this choice and said he would have someone bring the dragon scale this afternoon, hoping that Juan won't forget to work hard for the academy in the future. Juan joyfully accepted. This has been his dream for the past 3 years regarding Hakdang Tudim. Besides the Baura city, it is divided into two areas, inside and outside. The inner area is where the wealthy reside with a relatively high status and a clean environment, while the outer area can be said to be harsh, especially the living conditions of the lower-class residents. But the To Huan family lives on the outskirts in a shabby wooden house. As soon as Tu Huan got home, his sister pinched him hard, almost tearing his ear off, asking, "So you do feel pain, huh? Where were you last night?" "This morning I went looking for you outside the city of Bao and couldn't find you. You made me wait at the gate until I was worried." Just then a knock at the door saved Tu Huan. A young man brought a pile of gold and money, respectfully greeting Tu Huan. "Mr. To Huan, this is a treasure protection order. I have brought it to you. Please keep it safe." Looking at the pile of gold and money before her, To Huan's sister's eyes lit up. Upgrading the beast. "Little Huan, have you succeeded? That's great." His sister jumped up excitedly, hugging To Huan. "After almost tearing your ear off, if Mom and Dad knew they would be so happy. We can sell this old house, and from now on, everything will be on To Huan's shoulders." "Hold on, sis, let's get the money first." To Huan pointed at the young man who was still standing obediently at the door. His sister suddenly beat the drum. "It's time for me to go to work." And before leaving, she reminded Tu Huan, "Make sure to treat him well," then dashed out. Tu Huan sighed and returned to the pile of items provided in a box containing freshly hardened dragon scales. As soon as Tu Huan took them out, a surge of energy from the dragon scale entered his head, making him feel like all the knowledge about the ancient dragon was flowing into him smoother than liquid gold. After absorbing all of the knowledge about dragon lineage, Tu Huan felt a headache. The dragon serpent type is the highest level of danger capable of easily destroying a small gathering, completely different from the mid-level dragon type. In Tu Huan's hands, based on the knowledge he already had, the blood dragon root seemed similar to the seed root. Tu Huan didn't know if they had any effect. Even the previous genius girl who eventually attracted the attention of the treasure master and became the disciple of Zhou, he managed to hatch only a high-level danger type. If Tu Huan could hatch a dragon serpent type, maybe he could also become a disciple of Zhou He. Thinking of this, Tu Huan ran to the pharmacy, bought something, and mixed it according to the recipe his ancestors suggested. He soaked his egg in the mixture he just concocted then. Tu Huan drew a magic circle, placing the egg in the center of the circle, and waited for the magic to take effect. The egg began to glow. A silhouette of an ancient dragon burst out, shining brightly like daytime, then dove back into the egg. Everything returned to normal, leaving Tu Huan dumbfounded. But the egg was hatching more and more, his heart racing, unsure if it was a dragon type or a dragon serpent type. At the training yard, Liu Gu stood confidently for everyone to practice her face tense as a bowstring. Some people started murmuring about Tu Huan. His egg hasn't even hatched yet, and Tu Huan has already skipped training for 4 days. The petty person gleefully said, "Just wait, let the chief instructor handle him." Finally, Tu Huan showed up. As soon as Liu Gu saw him, she began to speak. "Look who it is. You finally know about the special training." Tu Huan struggled to explain that he had a reason for intentionally skipping training. Liu Gu wanted to hear what excuse Tu Huan would come up with. Unexpectedly, Tu Huan turned to someone and said, "Come out." A little creature with golden eyes popped out of Tu Huan's backpack. A small blue dragon emerged excitedly, shouting, "Konong!" But everyone present froze because what had just emerged was not only incredibly powerful, but it was also not a scale type. Liu Gu took a long time to recognize that it was a dragon serpent type, the highest level of danger. She immediately took To Huan to meet Zhou He. As expected, he stood up in surprise. The first hatch is already a top-level danger type. He immediately ordered Liu Gu to investigate, to hang the creator of this pet egg, while also notifying the department to deduct the wages of those 3 who dared to mix the dragon serpent type with the scale type to create an egg, almost ruining the future of a supreme genius. Then Zhou had turned to comfort To Huan. "You've endured a lot these past few years. If at that time what you got was just a normal pet egg, or even a high-level danger type like Tutu, your achievements would be different. But in the end, Tu Huan obtained the dragon serpent type. Your future will surely not be inferior to anyone." Tu Huan was overjoyed, determined not to disappoint Zhou He's expectations. Zhou was pleased, feeling that his special training course could produce a genius like Tu Huan, not only remarkable, but also very resilient. Finally, he concluded, "Do you agree to be my disciple?" Tu Huan was momentarily stunned. This was the question he had been waiting for, and Liu Gu was also unexpectedly unable to believe it. 3 years after accepting the genius by Tutu Zhou, he again intended to take on a disciple. As expected, Tu Huan immediately agreed and called Zhou master. He smiled broadly. He then ordered that tonight a banquet be held to invite all non-tasked beastmasters to witness the birth of the first genius beastmaster of the Black Lantern Gathering Point, and to celebrate his new disciple. The banquet lasted until late at night. Tu Huan and his sister were safely taken home by Zhou's guards. Tu Huan got home and shared the story. Now he receives a monthly allowance of 100 gold. When that time comes, he wants to buy back the house that had been sold to allow him to attend special training. His sister pinched Tu Huan's cheek hard. She had worked for 3 years and couldn't earn as much as he does in a month. From now on, their family wouldn't have to worry about running out of rice anymore. After his sister went to bed, Tu Huan sat down to study the most common distinctions between ordinary creatures and danger types based on whether they could utilize energy. The skills to utilize this gifted energy are called energy skills. They are a crucial factor in determining whether a beast is strong or weak. The dragon serpent type is a top-level danger type, so its gifted energy is certainly not weak. In addition to not being kept out, the 6 major races of the dragon serpent type are the dragon sleepers, who can quickly recover their stamina and injuries just through sleep. Moreover, the vast majority of low-level long race have skills like low-level dragon power and low-level dragon might, plus the powerful destructive skill of the earth elemental. The earth absorption skill also has a healing ability. If combined with dragon dream, the life force of the dragon serpent will become stronger than ever. Simply put, it just won't die no matter how much you hit it. The last race is the extremely powerful evil type with the ability of evil earth energy, which is also the strongest skill of the dragon serpent. Tu Huan turned to look at his little dragon sleeping peacefully. He was sure it would become the strongest extraordinary beast. As soon as he finished speaking, it let out a fart and doubled in size, startling Tu Huan. The growth rate of this dangerous species is truly not to be underestimated. The next day, Tu Huan had a private training session in the training room with Cho Hop. He felt that Tu Huan's dragon serpent had great potential, so he suggested that Tu Huan should test the innate energy of the 3 types to see which is weak or strong. First, then choose one type for special training. Cho Hop's main type is evil. He showed Tu Huan a powerful item. The powerful item can contain enormous dormant beasts inside. It helps special items quickly recover stamina. After all, once a beast enters the maturity stage, it becomes extremely large. However, beast tamers cannot tame just one beast. From that, many types of powerful items emerged, such as bracelets, necklaces, brooches, watches, and earrings. All sorts of things. Cho Hop summoned his beast, a malicious spirit beast. A secondary terror type in the innate species, its training level has completely reached the high-level terror type. This has always been Cho Hop's main beast. It was used to test Tu Huan's dragon serpent, which was quite the spectacle. Tu Huan looked at the size difference and felt his face pale. With such a huge gap, how could his little one withstand it? Cho Hop turned to pet his beast. The malicious spirit beast is a terror type combining pure evil attributes and original beast traits. Then he signaled Tu Huan to bring the dragon serpent over to let it show its personality. The tiny dragon serpent relic trembled as it stood before the crimson fiend, hundreds of times larger and filled with hatred. It turned to run back. Tu Huan, though also scared, still had to encourage it. "It's okay, keep going, you're almost there, you're getting stronger." The malicious spirit beast was ordered to use evil earth energy for the dragon serpent to learn a bit. It opened its wide mouth, exposing all its fangs, and a fireball gathered before its mouth like a cannon. "Stop!" Cho Hop suddenly commanded, causing the malicious spirit beast to lose focus. The reason he called for a stop was that the dragon serpent was exuding a considerable amount of killing intent. Its eyes were wide open, as if ready to devour anyone who posed a threat to it. Cho Hop chuckled, feeling it was quite a clever one. Then the dragon snake spirit mimicked the wicked energy of the spirit, opening its mouth to gather its aura. Then it let out a hissing sound, only a small stream of energy spewed out. Cho Hop felt that the dragon snake spirit had begun to understand the energy of the wicked system. The purple smoke was the prototype of the wicked earth energy. Chohop turned to praise To Huan for picking up something good. The innate talent of this dragon snake spirit is very high. Just looking at its initial movements, it's clear it's starting to grasp the skills. Chohop returned the wicked energy to the spirit. Since there was no need for further testing, the dragon snake spirit sighed in relief. But in the next moment, a gigantic platypus creature suddenly appeared. It was the Earth-type platypus, part of the Earth beast and monster systems of 3 special terror species. Let it play with you. As soon as Chohop finished speaking, the dragon snake spirit ran out and hugged To Huan's leg, throwing a tantrum. It cried and shook its head. To Huan felt sorry for it. Is using a special terror species too much pressure for the dragon snake spirit? That's true. Chohop nodded and called for a Tyrannosaurus Rex. With a cheerful expression, using such a talented beast is quite easy. Chohop also summoned his unique dragon mount, a perfect combination of fire dragon, wicked, and magma systems, the lava dragon. Seeing the Tyrannosaurus Rex roaring in front of him, the dragon snake spirit just wanted to crawl back into its egg. Hearing Chohop say this is his only dragon mount, To Huan guessed that dragons were very rare. Chohop chuckled. Of course they are rare. This kid To Huan was just lucky to tame this dragon snake spirit. Otherwise, it would take a long time for it to follow him. Many experienced beastmasters want to tame a dragon mount but can't. To Huan nodded. It seems that the dream in the dictionary he has must be kept until the end. Are you ready? Chohop was very excited, not knowing that the dragon snake spirit over there was trembling like a leaf. He ordered the lava dragon to use a bit of dragon might to test the dragon snake spirit's endurance. Before the lava dragon, it opened its mouth. But this time, what spewed out wasn't a fireball, but powerful gusts of wind. They were as fast and strong as arrows flying towards them. To Huan had to grit his teeth to avoid being blown away. The frightening power made him feel like a small boat adrift in a storm. Chohop suddenly placed his hand on To Huan's shoulder, causing him to startle. He reminded him not to be reckless and stand in the attack range next time. However, at that moment, the power had been nullified. Everything returned to quiet as if nothing had happened. Chohop was satisfied, observing the dragon snake spirit. Unexpectedly, it could withstand it. It looked like it was just enjoying the cool breeze. Chohop signaled for the lava dragon to increase its power a little more. The lava dragon's eyes turned red, opening its mouth and rushing forward as if about to swallow the dragon snake spirit. The dragon snake spirit closed its eyes tightly, but its feet clung to the ground. Chohop had to exclaim in astonishment at its stubborn resistance. But his expression suddenly changed when he saw the small currents around the dragon snake spirit. Even though the power was still weak, Chohop realized that the dragon snake spirit could use low-level dragon might to counter the medium-level might of the lava dragon. It truly had an unimaginable talent for the dragon system. In the future, it might break the chains of terror species. Hearing Chohop's assessment, To Huan was even more delighted. I never expected to hit the jackpot like this. Oh, right. Chohop just remembered the dragon scales he gave to To Huan, wondering if he had used them yet. To Huan nodded. He had used the good stuff as soon as it was delivered. Chohop nodded. It seems that the dragon snake spirit can absorb the special materials from those 2 dragon scales very well, even successfully inheriting a bit of dragon lineage from those scales, leading to a dragon talent far exceeding the other 2 talents. Here, Chohop handed To Huan a book he had personally compiled, including training methods and techniques. Then he used a spiritual imprint method to print the book himself. Additionally, he included a basic spiritual cultivation method most suitable for To Huan. When training the mount, don't neglect your cultivation, Chohop reminded To Huan. The spiritual energy is the inherent energy of the mounts, and it's also fundamental for beastmasters. To Huan was touched to receive the book. After leaving Bao City, he had bought back the old house from years ago. The other party also knew To Huan had become a beastmaster, so their attitude was completely different, taking advantage of his sister To Tin not being off work yet. To Huan tidied up the old house nicely. Although he couldn't restore it to the way he remembered, having this house back was still a good thing for him. To Huan hadn't even had time to inform To Ting. He decided to go pick her up to surprise her. On the way, To Huan suddenly heard a familiar scream. He was shocked to realize it was his sister To Tin's voice. She was surrounded by 2 fierce dogs that belonged to some perverts. The beautiful To was running, "What my dogs don't bite, beautiful girls. They just want to play with you a little." To Ting waved her hands in front of the 2 animals that were ready to take a bite out of her. The leader panted like a pervert. "If you agree to go out with me tonight, my dogs won't play with you anymore." Hearing this, To Hwan felt blood rush to his head. He grabbed a brick and rushed to confront the three guys. "Play with your damn mother." To Hwan smashed a brick against a dog's head, killing it instantly. The other one stood still, too scared to make a sound. To Hwan turned to deal with the rest of them. "You thug from the street, stay away from my sister. Don't think just because your family has a fancy house that everyone has to respect you." Ku was so shocked he stood there mumbling, "Oh my Charlie." Charlie was the dog that To Hwan had turned into 7 pieces on the ground. He went crazy when he lost his pet. One of them, Jack, rushed to bite him. "Get him, Jack!" He rushed wildly toward To Hwan, gripping the brick tightly in his hand, not forgetting to shield his sister. Jack jumped up, drooling with sharp teeth exposed. The eyes of Long Sa Teach turned red. It quickly lunged to bite Jack's neck and wouldn't let go. To Hwan was surprised by Long Sa Teach's actions. Then his face lit up as he cheered it on. "Good job, my son, kill it." Long Sa Teach obeyed To Hwan's command, tearing off chunks of Jack's flesh. Ku's eyes widened as he realized his remaining dog was also gone. "You bastard, you've got some guts!" He suddenly pulled out a knife and along with the other two charged at Long Sa Teach. To Hwan immediately ordered Long Sa Teach to use Long Wei. Long Sa Teach's eyes flashed. It stood tall, opening its mouth to demonstrate its power. All 3 of them suddenly froze in place, trembling. They knew they had messed with someone they shouldn't have, so they fell silent. "Hey, what are you all doing?" The patrol guard team arrived, and one of them suddenly had the idea to blame To Hwan, or let them handle him. If something happened, they would have a way out. The guard's eyes lit up, thinking about how he often went bowling with the patrol team. He could definitely ask them to deal with To Hwan. As long as To Hwan went to jail, they would handle him later, making it impossible for him to do anything. Then Ku glanced at To Tin, his fearful demeanor awakening his primal instincts. Once he was done with To Hwan, he would definitely devour To Tin right in front of him. All 3 of them trembled as they looked at Captain Trin's face. When he said to strip them, he really meant it. It returned to Hwan's old house. To Ting, with sparkling eyes, looked around still in disbelief that they would return to this house filled with memories. To Hwan handed To Ting the room key, reminding her not to get too excited. Buying back the old house was just the beginning. The days ahead would have even better things in store. "I believe in you. Our future will only get better, it definitely will." To Ting held To Hwan's hand. Long Sa Teach also placed its small, cute paw on top, looking incredibly adorable. A family of 3 was having a good time when there was a knock at the door. To Hwan ran to open the door. An older man outside bowed respectfully and said, "You really are a forgetful noble sir. I am Deputy Head Quach from the estate management." To Tin recognized him. She wondered what Deputy Quach wanted with them. It turned out he was there about Ku Chin Thien. He was the son of Ku Din Tuan and had offended To Hwan. So Deputy Quach had to come personally to handle it. His plan was to send him to estate number 30 to work as a common laborer for the rest of his life. That place was full of wild beasts. Every 3 days there would be an incident. But Deputy Quach believed that with Ku Din Tuan's management skills, he could handle it. Now they were just waiting for a nod from To Hwan. The corner of To Hwan's mouth curled up. He didn't expect the head of the department to come all the way to his house to seek his opinion. Deputy Quach also made an additional offer to To Tin. He wanted to invite her to be the deputy manager at their estate. To Tin asked in confusion, "Me, are you sure?" Deputy Quach nodded vigorously, almost begging. Of course To Tin was suitable. She is the sister of the great To. Of course she is suitable. If anything comes up, just come to me. To Tin naively accepted without realizing it was all because of To Hwan's status. To Hwan also smiled helplessly. It seemed that this society favored anyone who had power like him. That night, To Hwan poured out a giant bowl of food. He got it from Chow Hop, for Long Sa Teach. Just by eating it, he would be nourished and grow quickly like Saint Jiong. Long Sa Teach was so moved that he almost cried at the pile of rice To Hwan brought him. And To Hwan had also researched the feeding methods for spirit beasts, from poor quality to suitable, satisfactory, good, excellent, superior, and perfect. The method Chow Hop gave him was good for evil-type spirit beasts. For a beastmaster, this was already a treasure. But for some reason, Long Sa Teach only wanted to eat 2 bites and didn't want to eat any more. This made To Hwan scratch his head trying to find the reason. Suddenly, he remembered he had the ancient Long Chronicles in hand. He summoned it to study. When Long Sa Teach was born, it would chew on the shells of spirit beast eggs. It could go long periods without eating, as a mutation of 3 and 1 earth dragon and evil types. The feeding method for Long Sa Tich couldn't be uniform but rather specially divided. At the same time, Long Sa Tich was also very picky. They only liked fresh things. Upon reading this, Tahuan immediately knew where the problem was. He patted Long Sa Tich's head to comfort it, saying, "Let me change your feeding method." Every month, Tahuan received quite a bit of money from Chow Hop. He could totally let Long Sa Tich eat comfortably and deliciously as it grew. In the following days, Tu Huan followed the feeding method in the ancient Long Chronicles to nourish Long Sa Tich. He would compete every day to be first in line when new fish arrived. He bought fresh fish. When he got home, Tu Huan prepared it himself. Long Sa Tich liked it so much that he couldn't stop eating. But at this point, a frightening problem arose. That was Tu Huan's coins. After 5 days, he went from 100 coins to just 1 coin. The coin rolled across the ground, coming to a stop under Long Sa Tich's tail. Now he had grown. The cute little creature was no longer the same as before. Looking at this result, Tahuan could only swallow his tears. Even though it had eaten all his money, Long Sa Tich had also broken through to the juvenile stage. He was getting ready for puberty. Before this, Long Sa Tich encountered 2 vicious dogs, Jack and Charlie. He would have to use some strength to handle them. Now perhaps he wouldn't even need to use skills anymore. One would bite, the other would scratch, then tear. With just those 3 basic moves, Long Sa Tich could wipe out the opponent in an instant. With the scales on his body, ordinary people without weapons couldn't threaten Long Sa Tich at all. Even 5 burly men armed would be killed in moments by Long Sa Tich. The only problem was that this little guy was very greedy. He was afraid Tahuan would take his fish. Suddenly, Tahuan remembered Chow Hop said that once Long Sa Tich entered adulthood, he needed to go to Bao City to find him. But it was only 5 days and Long Sa Tich had grown this big. Tahuan feared no one would believe it. Maybe the method from the ancient Long Chronicles was already at the superior or perfect level. If so, he needed to be even more careful to keep this secret from being exposed. Tahuan set a new goal to train Long Sa Tich for enlightenment and skill mastery. The frequency of the feeding method had to slow down a bit, specifically about 10 days, to make it resemble an ordinary person. Exactly 10 days later, Tu Huan took Long Sa Tich to Bao City to meet Chow Hop. Chow Hop was anxious after not seeing Tu Huan and Long Sa Tich for half a month. He didn't know how much progress had been made. Tu Huan scratched his head apologetically. "Master, I've been busy nurturing Long Sa Tich and couldn't come to Bao City to practice every day." After that, Tahuan boasted about the results of Long Sa Tich's training according to the method Chow Hop had taught. He had entered the early stage of adulthood. What that fast, Chow Hop was surprised by the results Tahuan presented. Tahuan scratched his head innocently. "Well, isn't 10 days not that fast?" Master Chow Hop repeatedly tapped his head. "What do you mean that's not fast?" The Bang Lian Bong of the 8th sister. Bok Tutu took a whole month to go from juvenile to adulthood. Chow Hop didn't know how much faster Tahuan wanted it to be. But the Bang Lian Bong is a high-level dangerous species 2 levels lower than Long Sa Tich, and it still took a month. Tahuan's eyes sparkled. "Luckily you didn't bring Long Sa Tich until it was only 5 days old. Otherwise, Chow Hop would have no choice but to deal with it, so don't ask him why the growth rate is surprisingly fast." Chow Hop saw that this Long Sa Tich not only had exceptional talent, but also had a natural gift for growth. If it has been nurtured to the point of maturity, it might have mastered its skills as well. Chow Hop wanted to know if Long Sa Tich had developed its skills yet. Tohuan reported, "Longui has already reached the first level of development. Additionally, it has developed Longui Intimidation and Longui Terror. Aknim Tohi has also reached the first level of development, and it has even developed Aknim Tohi Aknim Dan." Tohuan blurted out a bunch, leaving Chow Hop even more flabbergasted. "Are you kidding me? You can reach that level in such a short time?" Tohuan's eyes widened. Flatteringly, he said, "Yes, it's all thanks to the master's effective teachings." Tohuan was sweating. Luckily, he didn't mention the Long Luk Dia Tungte and Long Nyan Aktap he figured out last night on the rooftop. Otherwise, who knows if Chow Hop would faint. Chow Hop was also pleased. He wanted to take Long Sa Tich to the training ground to see the results. This is Chow Hop's private training ground. As long as Long Sa Tich performs well enough to satisfy him, Chow Hop will give Tohuan a spirit seal. After all this, Long Sa Tich is getting bigger and bigger. It's taking up too much space. As a tamer, how could he not have a spirit seal of his own? Tohuan happily turned to look at Long Sa Tich. Whether he could obtain the spirit seal from Chow Hop depended on it now. Chow Hop called out one of his spirit beasts, Hao Jap Nyam Hung Kwun, a bear with a shell made from extremely tough volcanic rock. This time it was To Huan's turn to be surprised. He had no idea how many spirit beasts Chow Hop had, and they were all terrifying. Chow Hop crossed his arms proudly. Ha ha, I don't have weak spirit beasts. I have terrifying spirit beasts, approximately 10 or 20 of them, not to mention the spirit beasts at the same level as Hao Jap Nyam Hung Kwun and Dong Nyam Bao Long, which account for half. After saying that, Chow Hop got down to business. All right, kid. Do you want my spirit seal? Show me your strength. It's time for me to test the results of your training. Hao Jap Nyam Hung Kwun roared mightily, showcasing its power. Its roar created a strong wind carrying the breath of an unbrushed mouth, enough to defeat those who prefer cleanliness. But after a while, this wind quieted down. To Huan realized that Long Sa Tik had activated Long Wei, its intimidation. It's satisfying for the group to see Long Xia Ji able to completely withstand the power using the mature state. He then ordered the rear armor soldier Yan Zhuan to stop and change positions a little more. Kid used the evil thought Earth Chi. To Huan saw that Long Xia Ji was already in position and signaled it to use the evil thought bullet. Long Xia Ji opened its mouth, gathering evil thoughts to form a small bullet that flew at breakneck speed. The bullet struck the face of the rear armor soldier Yan Zhuan, extinguishing like nothing had happened. Chow Hop taunted further. This kid hasn't eaten yet. Add a few more bullets to make the soldier scratch an itch. To Huan smirked. Is this the first time you're using the evil thought bullet barrage? With eyes wide open, Long Xia Ji flew up and fired a barrage of evil thought bullets with flames continuously blasting at the head of the rear armor soldier Yan Zhuan. Unexpectedly, a small scale on the head of the rear armor soldier Yan Zhuan cracked. He staggered and roared in pain. Chow Hop had to praise Long Xia Ji. Without saying a word, it had already utilized the skill and had evolved. Leveraging the cling of the evil energy system, it continuously used evil thought bullets to conduct barrage attacks. Additionally, its speed and accuracy were also very good. To Huan awkwardly scratched his head. In fact, besides barrage, there was also another type called sequential barrage, which could attack in a way that the enemy couldn't dodge, but that type of attack still couldn't break through the defenses of the soldier. After just 2 moves, Chow Hop felt very satisfied with Long Xia Ji's performance. As promised, he handed To Huan a sovereign seal ring. Although the space is not as large as Chow Hop's sovereign seal ring, it can still hold 5 creatures. This fire control sovereign ring finally belonged to To Huan. Chow Hop reminded him not to be too happy. Even though the skills developed very well, Long Xia Ji's combat experience was still 0. Practical combat is what can increase combat experience the most, so Chow Hop decided to send To Huan to the northern defense post, where there are often opportunities to fight dangerous species. 3 days later, To Huan had to report to the military command. Someone would arrange tasks for him at the location where the black lights condensed outside the high wall, surrounded by 4 defense lines enclosing the entire area of condensation. Each defense line had a solid fortress. Besides the sovereign masters, there were also enhanced weapons and soldiers. Among them, the southern and northern defense lines were the most dangerous. They had to fight against dangerous species almost every day. The dangerous biological materials here were mostly the results of the battles of these 4 defense lines. In the next 3 days, To Huan received a bounty of over 250,000, and more than half of it was spent on food for Long Xia Ji. He spent the last 3 days preparing food rations that could be stored for a long time. Under the arrangements of the military command outside the city, To Huan was assigned as a team member at the Northern Defense Line number 7. On the way, To Huan leisurely admired the scenery outside. In the area where the 4 defense lines condensed, more than half were established for farming. In this wilderness, the area of the condensation was limited after all. A total of 7 farms producing food were not enough to meet the consumption demands of over 60,000 people here. The working conditions of the farms outside the city were as dangerous as the search team, and it was also one of the places the residents wanted to escape from the most. If To Huan remembered correctly, the 5th farm of Kudin Tuan was also conscripted. Farm number 30 was a safe zone belonging to this northern defense line. After To Huan arrived, the driver respectfully asked for permission to leave. He couldn't stay long. Meanwhile, the people here were very curious to see To Huan being personally brought in by the chief of staff. A young man felt there was nothing surprising about it, because To Huan was said to be a sovereign master in the vehicle, and it was loaded with food for the sovereign beast as well. Damn it, why are we still standing here? Let's hurry and help. Two young men hurriedly ran down to call To Huan, their faces showing a willingness to contribute. Such small matters can't be left for you to handle yourself. Let us carry it for you. To Huan felt awkward in the face of their enthusiasm, but still had to let the two young men help. The older young man named Huang said, "Just call me Tu Huang To Huan. I'll need your help a lot in the future." To Huan happily nodded. "No need to be polite. You're older, so I'll call you Brother Tu Huang from now on." Tu Huang was so happy he wanted to cry. This was the first time he met a sovereign master who wasn't pretentious like To Huan. So Tu Huang immediately called all his brothers to help transport things for To Huan to soon hold a welcoming feast for him. This northern defense line had a total of 29 front lines. To Huan reported at front line number 7 more than 15 before this place had been destroyed by dangerous species, and no one lived in the front line anymore. Later, front line number 7 was established here, and this would be the place To Huan would stay and fight in the near future. It felt like this would be his second home. Tu Huang brought a bowl of noodles to To Huan. "Come on, To Dainyun, quickly taste Avon's cooking. Even though the conditions aren't great, Avon's skills are exceptional." To Huan found it very annoying that Tu Huang kept calling him To Dainyun. They were both comrades, and he thought it was fine for him to just call him by name. Tu Huang also didn't dare overstep because a sovereign master was already a big deal, so he had to call To Huan Brother To. The two sides interacted very friendly. To Huan asked while eating how high the probability was of encountering dangerous species here. Avon was eating while saying, "This place is also considered to be on the outskirts of the entire defense line, but the defensive pressure is less than at the very edge. Even so, there are still quite a few fish that slip through the net." He then pointed to a pile of dangerous corpses he had recently eliminated. "In the middle and at the end of the month, there will be military officials bringing troops from the city to take them away, and they will also score military achievements for them." To Huan gave them a thumbs up. Under conditions without spirit masters, to achieve this kind of result is worth praising. A young man asked curiously, "By the way, To, what is your spirit beast? Can you show us a bit?" Tu Huang got furious when they broke the rules. The spirit beast is a taboo. You can't just look at it whenever you want. "Come out, Long Sa-tik." To Huan was nonchalant and immediately summoned Long Sa-tik. The two young men gaped in unison. Wow, it's a top-tier dangerous species. To Huan introduced his first tamed pet. The other young man was clearly excited, his face saying, "Your first tamed beast is a top-tier dangerous species. That's insane." Suddenly, Long Sa-tik unleashed a terrifying dragon roar and growled at him. To Huan immediately tapped its head a few times for using its skills against one of their own. "Is Little Tiger okay?" To Huan turned and asked with concern. Little Tiger sighed in relief. "Luckily, no harm done." Avon laughed heartily. "No harm, that kid nearly pissed his pants." The entire front line erupted in laughter. After the meal, To Huan and the 5 brothers on the front line had grown closer. After a bit of simple adjustment, To Huan began practicing spiritual training based on Chohop's instructions. The training method was called the Crystal Respiration Pool Practice, divided into 3 steps. First, removing impurities, creating a meditative environment for the crystal to become a huge crystal in his mind. Next, coordinating a special breathing frequency, the spirit merges into the meditative environment as one. Finally, spiritual cultivation of the core of the practice. Based on his current progress, To Huan would need half a year to reach the crystal spirit stage with deep business insight, as Chow Hop described. Senior Sister Bach. Tu could cultivate the crystal spirit to a monstrous level of deep business insight within 1 month. Compared to him, it was like he was watching the moon from the ground. Suddenly, the warning tower sent a signal. At the same time, Tio Huang rushed in with urgent news from afar. A group of dangerous species called crescent armor were approaching. They could easily slice through a brick and were extremely skilled, making them even more dangerous. Crescent armor creatures were commonly found on the northern defensive line. Besides being a dangerous species of the insect type, their abilities were very strong and hard to deal with. Tu Huang immediately ordered the team to prepare for battle. He and Old Tu guarded the #1 sniper tower in the northwest. Little Tiger and Little Girl guarded sniper positions 5 and 6 on the first floor. Manhwa Fook went to eliminate 3 mature crescent armor. One mature one was left for To Hwan to handle. The whole team took their positions immediately. After the signal, the first bullet was fired. A crescent armor used its innate skill to instantly raise a sturdy armor. The bullet curved but still pierced the armor, severing one of its limbs. To Hwan, coordinating from above, reminded them not to shoot the head. Otherwise, it wouldn't count as a military merit. To Hwan observed and analyzed the armor skill of the crescent armor carefully. Although not very strong with normal bullets, it could reduce their effectiveness. They used a machine gun to tear the mouth area. That created an opportunity for the snipers. To Hwan kept watching. This time, the machine gun wasn't very effective against crescent armor. They had to spend a whole magazine just to crack the armor. Opportunity came. Yvonne aimed carefully at their chests, severing their heads while still killing them. To Hwan observed the battlefield here for the first time. He was truly overwhelmed. Though they weren't tamed beasts, their coordination was amazing. After standing shoulder to shoulder so many times, they formed a very powerful fighting force. In no time, 3 were defeated. The last one tried to run. Tu Huang and To Hwan chased after it. He called for Little Tiger to join them. The group jumped into a vehicle following Little Tiger. Standing on top with his gun, the crescent armor was blocked. It stood still squeaking. To Hwan jumped off the vehicle to observe it more closely. Tu Huang told Little Tiger to aim carefully. From the city center to here, they were all elites, so no mistakes were allowed. To Hwan Tan sent Long Satik out to try some wicked moves and see how effective they were. The crescent armor immediately raised its armor. Long Satik charged through, shattering one of its armor plates like thin glass. The crescent armor was thrown back some distance. It struggled, looked up, and squeaked. To Hwan was surprised. Apparently, its armor absorbed quite a bit of the attack. It didn't even take any major damage. To Hwan used the wicked multi-bullet attack again. A barrage of wicked bullets fired out. The crescent armor raised its full defensive armor again. Long Satik's wicked bullets still couldn't break through immediately. Looks like this armor was thicker than an ex-girlfriend's face. After a few bullets, the armor finally cracked. To Hwan took the opportunity to use Long Ui Chan Yeep to split the 2 front claws of the crescent armor. Next came Long Luck. To Hwan ordered Long Satik to tear it apart. Long Satik lunged and slashed. One of the crescent armor's eyes flew out. It fled in fear. Of course, To Hwan didn't let it live. He immediately ordered Long Satik to use the electric spear. Long Satik stomped hard on the ground, creating spikes that pierced through the crescent armor's body. Little Tiger and Tu Huang inside the vehicle were stunned. Little Tiger said to Tu Huang, "Why are you looking at Brother To like that? Do you need our help?" Tu Huang didn't even dare to breathe deeply. He told Little Tiger to sit still and behave. Otherwise, you'll end up soaked in your pants. Now, the next morning, Little Tiger excitedly recounted last night's events. He witnessed To Hwan fighting and spoke with admiration. Tu Huang really respected To Hwan now. He had thought before that he was just showboating like other tamed beast masters. But only now have I truly broadened my horizons. To Hwan scratched his head. No, everyone fought really well. At that moment, someone came in to deliver news. Someone's here! The whole group ran out to see. A convoy from the command headquarters was pulling up. Tu Huang felt something was off. Every time the command tallied military merits, they always blew a whistle. They usually arrived around noon at the earliest. But today, no whistle blew, and they showed up early in the morning. To Hwan could only think of one name. When the person stepped down from the vehicle, he immediately showed an aura of authority. Lo Lang, the overall commander of the Northern Defense Line. Tu Huang and everyone stood at attention and saluted. Lo Lang puffed on his cigarette. "Huang Tang, haven't seen you in years, still the same, huh?" Tu Huang was so touched he almost cried. He didn't expect the commander to remember his name. "Commander, it must have been a tough trip from afar." Lo Lang waved his hand. "It's less than a 10-minute trip, nothing far at all." Then he walked over to To Hwan and asked, "Do you know anyone here?" To Hwan stammered and accidentally called him Commander. Lo Lang grabbed his shoulder firmly and asked again, "What did you just call me?" To Hwan quickly corrected himself. "Senior brother, I really enjoy living here." Lo Lang ruffled To Hwan's hair like a younger brother and said, "No need to be so formal." Cho Hop was always nagging him about taking on a genius disciple like To Hwan. But last time when To Hwan came to headquarters, he didn't meet Lo Lang because he was out putting out fires and ran into some troublemakers. So Lo Lang came all the way here to meet To Huan. Tu Huang's group stood frozen for 5 seconds, surprised that Commander Lo Lang would come to such a remote place just because of To Huan. Tu Huang always thought To Huan was just an ordinary spirit master, but turns out he's Cho Hop's disciple. Good thing he didn't mess with Lo Lang. Jia Hu sent Tu Huang's group off to calculate the harvest from the past half-month. Meanwhile, I and To Huan will have a little chat. Lo Lang told To Huan to call out Long Sa-tik. Cho Hop specifically ordered him to come here to check on To Huan's progress. To Huan felt a chill. He thought once outside the city, Cho Hop would let him do his own thing, but instead, he sent a spy, too. As soon as To Huan called out Long Sa-tik, Lo Lang exclaimed, "Oh my God, look at this huge chunk of meat in front of me!" Lo Lang was shocked when Cho Hop said Long Sa-tik had just hatched less than a month ago. To Huan pretended to be clueless. Long Sa-tik has been absorbing dragon energy, and with all the recent battles, it's growing fast. What's the matter, senior brother? Lo Lang waved his hand. Nothing serious back then. Your senior brother raised one even bigger. Getting to the main point, Lo Lang needed to check how much combat experience Long Sa-tik had gained. Conveniently, he had a dragon-type spirit pet for a sparring match. Lo Lang called out Tae Jak Dia Long, a dangerous earth and dragon-type spirit, pet of the same race and level as Long Sa-tik, both top-tier dangerous species, but his had been raised beyond the typical dangerous level. Along with releasing the shoes opposite the mature terror species, it can be maintained for quite a long time. This is one of Senior Brother's main forces, he said while winking playfully at the Rhino Earth Dragon Terror in front of him. Long Sa-tik turned back to plead with To Huan. To Huan felt sorry and asked Lo Lang to be gentle. Otherwise, the Rhino Earth Dragon would stomp Long Sa-tik into the ground. Lo Lang chuckled, "Stomp to death." The Rhino Earth Dragon knows its limits well. "Don't worry, it wouldn't hurt little Master Huo." To Huan nodded. Lo Lang immediately put the Rhino Earth Dragon into position. It stomped its foot hard, cracking the ground in a 5-meter radius like a spiderweb. To Huan and Long Sa-tik staggered for a moment. You can read this mystic talisman technique. After spiritual training, it can make the beast's energy abundant. To Huan stopped overthinking, ordered Long Sa-tik to use Evil Cluster and leave the Earth Stomp area. Long Sa-tik grabbed To Huan's shoulder, spread its wings, and flew him up into the sky. After Long Sa-tik brought him onto the great city wall, To Huan looked down below. He quickly raised his hand and shouted, "Long Sa-tik, use evil thought bullets in unison to fight back the Rhino Earth Dragon." As soon as it heard the order, its eyes immediately lit up, mouth wide open, shooting a barrage of bullet beams downward. But even though it was hit, the Rhino Earth Dragon didn't get hurt at all. Its body stood still like a huge stone mountain. To Huan worriedly thought, hoping Long Sa-tik could hold its own against the Rhino Earth Dragon. That was basically wishful thinking. Even losing gracefully was a fantasy. All it could do was show Long Sa-tik's growth during this time, so it wouldn't leave the teacher miles away inside the city, still caring about him. He was disappointed. Thinking this, he continued ordering to use speed advantage to attack from all sides. Using the lotus chain technique, Long Sa-tik didn't hesitate, spreading its large wings and rushing to the Rhino Earth Dragon. A purple light radiated around its body, dazzling the eyes. At this moment, it looked like a bullet that couldn't be tracked. Only faint streaks and bullet beams could be seen. Taking advantage of the Rhino Earth Dragon's distraction, Long Sa-tik opened its mouth wide, forming a huge air sphere. Then it charged straight at where the Rhino Earth Dragon stood and attacked. When the dust settled, the Rhino Earth Dragon was still unharmed, only slightly scratched. To Huan also sensed something was wrong. A worried look appeared on his face as he shouted, "Use Earth Force level healing to recover status." Long Sa-tik was already weakened. It lowered itself and landed on the ground. Both it and the Rhino Earth Dragon began to enter a recovery state, waiting for the right moment. To Huan ordered again, "Now's the time." Long Wee Earth Spear. Long Sa-tik's eyes lit up, roaring loudly, causing the ground and rocks below to shake. A bunch of big and small rocks trapped the Rhino Earth Dragon's lower body, making it unable to move. The more trapped it was, the angrier it became. In the blink of an eye, the Rhino Earth Dragon stomped down hard, with one foot breaking the surrounding rocks. Long Sa-tik couldn't withstand it and was flung backward, unable to counterattack. To Huan, watching from above, worriedly jumped down and shouted, "Long Sa-tik." Lo Lang laughed and said, "Ha, junior brother, not a bad strategy." But unfortunately, the Rhino Earth Dragon's power has reached level 9. Breaking the earth spear of yours is too easy. Hearing this, Tu Huan rubbed Longsaw Titch's head, dissatisfied, and continued. If senior brother knows any tricks, just use them so we can report back to the teacher. Lulong knew he'd gone a bit too far, scratched his head, and smiled awkwardly, replying, "Ha ha, it's senior brother's fault. But you've grasped some of Longsaw Titch's power already." He smiled brightly, patted his shoulder, and said, "Very good. The teacher will definitely be very pleased with Longsaw Titch's growth. Your awakening speed has even surpassed senior brother's at that age. The teacher really took in a very formidable junior brother." Time passed, and the snow fell heavily. Not long after the third senior brother left, it became unusually cold in the watchtower field. There was no high city wall like a barracks to shield against the northern winter cold. No air conditioning or heating devices, they could only rely on sleeping bags. A van shivered uncontrollably while complaining, "It's so cold, it's just early winter and my head is already numb." Hearing this, the guy lying beside him smiled faintly and said, "Then you should become a spirit tutor." Look, brother, Tu has spiritual force protection. Regular people can't handle that. Just as he said this, suddenly the alarm bell blared loudly, breaking the quiet night atmosphere. Everyone immediately jumped up anxiously, shouting quick warning from outside the main gate. Brother Huang ran in to announce Watchtower 3 in the north, just called the Plantation Number 2. The Watchtower area has been invaded by a group of dangerous species. He quickly assigned tasks Little Tiger and Brother to hurry to reinforce Watchtower 3. Old Man takes a van and Little Girl to guard well. Receiving the orders, everyone quickly got up and rushed out, replying Roger. A moment later, through the cold snowfall, the rescue vehicles began to depart from inside, voices heard. According to Captain Lai, this situation is very dangerous. Plantation Number 2 has already been taken. Over 20 secondary dangerous species and quite a few low-level dangerous species have entered the plantation. Everyone inside the plantation is now trapped in the staff dormitories. Currently, they only have 10 security personnel to hold the defense, which is extremely difficult. But it's only a matter of time before the dangerous species launches an attack. All reinforcements from our guard posts, number 3 and 4, along with the main forces from the 2 plantations, have been mobilized there. We must be fully assembled before 4 a.m. The attack will start at 400. Saying this, Huang looked toward Tu Ho, urging him. It's already 3:40 now. Drive faster, he replied. Yes. After a while longer, the whole convoy finally reached Plantation Number 2 in the northwest gate number 6. Huang looked outside, raised his hand to give a signal, and shouted, "Reporting to the commander at guard post number 7 north of the royal city, Truong Triu Tiu Ho and To Huang have arrived at the designated spot." The commander grabbed the radio and said loudly, "Get into position quickly. I will notify you via radio." Huang responded, "Yes." Just as he finished, a message came from other groups. "We have scouted through the mixed breed group, cleared the number 6 northwest encirclement, and are now at the wrestling valley with the bodies of dead plantation workers. The surviving workers have moved to the worker dormitory and are defending." The sound of vehicles roaring and artillery blasts filled the air. On the radio, the voice continued, "All personnel arrange all vehicles into a spearhead formation. 2 armored vehicles at the tip charge straight to the dormitory. Personnel, light the fires, pay special attention. The dangerous breed invading. This time is a pack of venomous wolf spiders extremely powerful. Aim only for the head to kill. Attack quickly to save the workers trapped inside." The tank cannons began firing one after another, roaring loudly. Under this fierce assault, the venomous wolf spiders were blasted to pieces, dying before they could even react. At the same time, the lead venomous wolf spider stood atop a large mountain looking down below. Its eyes glowed bright red, its sharp teeth clenched tightly. Then it threw its head back and let out a loud howl, summoning all 500 brothers to charge straight at To Huang's group. Inside the vehicle, To Huang sensed something was off. He grabbed tightly onto Tu Ho's driver's seat and said, "Not right, Tu Ho, slow down a bit. Keep some distance." Hearing this, Huang, sitting next to him, looked puzzled and asked, "Why Tu?" He answered, "You can hear the howl. It sounds really strange." His expression grew more worried as he explained, "I once heard a teacher say that this dangerous venomous wolf spider breed has a chance to evolve into a pack leader, though the chance is quite low." At this moment, in front of the vehicle, the venomous wolf spiders charged forward. Huang hurriedly asked, "That's really unusual, too. They're spreading out now. What do you think they're planning?" After a moment of thought, To Huang replied, "Probably the pack leader is commanding them. No wonder this dangerous breed can sweep through the defenses so easily." At the lead venomous wolf spider's spot, it kept using its skill to control the other venomous wolf spiders around. Its body emitted a dark, eerie black aura dripping with slime. The skill it was using was the innate ability of the venomous wolf spider. The quieter the Lang got, the more that black mist spread all around. Everyone sitting in the car saw that and panicked loudly, asking each other, "What is this?" "Poisonous smoke. It's poisonous smoke." The radio sounded. "Activate infrared targeting. Stay alert. Don't let teammates get hurt." The more To Huang thought about it, the more he felt things weren't simple. He shouted, "It's not that simple, Tuho, back up!" Tuho replied, "Yes." And everything happened just as To Huang predicted. The vehicles nearby started getting fiercely attacked by the poison wolves. And Huang stared outside in shock and called out, "Brother To, look! This poison wolf is huge, completely different from the others. With just one swipe of its claw, it tore the car roof apart." The people inside panicked and screamed, "Ah!" Quickly, the giant poison wolf flipped the car onto its back on the ground. Other smaller poison wolves ran up to surround it. Unable to just watch, Tuho sped up and stopped the car not far away. To Huang suddenly shouted, "It's a companion! The special ability of the poison wolf leader is a companion. That means there's another leader." An Huang gripped his gun tightly, aimed forward, and continued, "It's coming." No sooner had he said that than the poison wolf leader charged at lightning speed. Its mouth opened wide, revealing sharp fangs. After a brief hesitation, it swung its body straight at the side of the car, shattering the window glass into shards, flying everywhere. Caught off guard, An Huang barely raised his hand to shield his face from the flying glass shards. Luckily, the car stayed stable, braked hard, and came to a stop. Tuho showed off his expert driving skills, spun the car 90 degrees, kicking up smoke. An Huang didn't sit still either, continuously firing shots at the poison wolf leader outside. Damn, it's tough. Even with a hail of bullets, it didn't have a scratch. The more An Huang shot, the more helpless he felt. The bullets just couldn't get through its armor. The poison wolf leader wasn't giving up either. It suddenly stomped its hind legs hard on the ground, took momentum, then lunged into the air, claws swinging straight at To Huang and his team's car. With just a light swipe of its claws, the poison wolf leader tore the car apart like a pile of scrap metal. To Huang inside couldn't help but be terrified, his face darkened, sweat pouring down like rain. By the time he recovered, the poison wolf leader's fang-filled mouth was right in front of him. Trying to stay calm, he summoned Long Sa Tik. Receiving the command, Long Sa Tik spread its wings, appeared, and stood in front of To Huang, roaring loudly. Its eyes glowed brightly, using the Dragonmite skill to intimidate. Under this pressure, the poison wolf leader got cautious and slowly backed away. Not stopping there, Long Sa Tik opened its mouth and used Evil Mind Bullet Barrage, forming a large purple energy orb. It flapped its wings and flew straight at the poison wolf leader, firing a stream of bullets that caught it off guard. In the blink of an eye, the poison wolf leader was defeated, its massive body collapsing to the ground, broken. After dealing with this threat, To Huang grabbed the walkie-talkie and reported, "Commander, this is Beast Tamer To Huang. To avoid friendly fire, please extinguish the fire first. I'm going to handle the poison wolf leader not far from here." The chief was watching through binoculars and secretly admired, as expected of the close disciple of the protector. Just a trainee beast tamer and already this strong. Thinking so, he ordered all military convoy reinforcements to stop heading to Zone 10 in the north. "This poison wolf leader is handed over to Mr. To. We'll deal with the other mixed species and absolutely won't let them bother Mr. To." With the chief's approval, To Huang confidently jumped out of the car, holding the walkie-talkie and saying, "Got it." Meanwhile, the black aura from the poison wolf leader grew stronger all around. Everyone panicked and scrambled to run, wondering, "Damn it, this poison smoke is so thick. Where exactly is the poison wolf leader?" Suddenly, not far away, a series of loud noises caught An Huang's attention. He pointed behind and shouted, "Brother To, look over here." Upon hearing this, To Huang immediately glanced over and the scene froze him in place. His eyes widened. At that moment, the poison wolf leader appeared. It seemed crazy, wildly swinging its claws, attacking anything nearby. Its gaze shifted, targeting the man running in front, and it roared loudly. Desperate cries for help rang out. "Mom, somebody save me!" At this critical moment, To Huang appeared coolly pointing ahead, ordering Long Sa-tik, "Beast, stop now." Long Sa-tik obeyed the command using Evil Bind. Long Sa-tik immediately used its skill, opened its mouth, and bit down hard on the poison wolf leader's neck, causing it to cough up blood. Then the poison wolf leader's whole body fell backward, slammed hard on the ground, bearing this humiliation. Its anger flared up, eyes filled with murderous intent as it stared ahead, its jaws clenched tight. At that moment, the man who had been hiding behind the tank suddenly got up. He paid no attention to what was behind, but focused on To Huang, saying, "Thank you for saving me." As he spoke, he smiled happily. "I thought I was done for, ha ha ha." But that happiness didn't last long because To Huang rushed over with a terrified face, shouting, "Don't just stand there, run!" Before he could finish speaking, a sharp claw came from behind, piercing right through his body, making his eyes widen in pain. After dealing with the man in front of him, the lone wolf leader retracted the claw on its tail and pulled it back. Witnessing the horrifying scene, To Huang still couldn't believe his eyes. The long snake titch, flying nearby, also looked very confused, his eyes sparkling as he tried to gather himself. His face turning pale, shouting loudly, "You damn beast!" Long Snake Titch used the Earth command, stepped forward firmly, causing the ground to crack into many pieces. After taking a stance, it let out a loud roar, whipping up a fierce storm, and 2 rows of earth and rocks rose up. The lone wolf leader then realized Long Snake Titch's move, quickly using the lone wolf's awakening ability to create multiple copies of itself. After a huge explosion, dust and rocks flew everywhere, clouding the air. The lone wolf leader disappeared and reappeared elsewhere, safely dodging the attack. Seeing this, To Huang turned back and shouted, "Good opportunity!" Little Tiger used fire to push it out of our team's range. At the command hiding behind a nearby pile of rocks, Huang and Little Tiger gripped 2 guns tightly and fired continuously at the lone wolf leader. In response, a stream of bullets shot out at lightning speed. But the lone wolf leader was very alert, its figure flickering as it moved from one spot to another. While it was smugly jumping around dodging bullets, Long Snake Titch seized the chance. It let its guard down, rushed in, and bit hard on its neck, causing it to scream in pain. Long Snake Titch's eyes widened, trying with all its might to bite as hard as possible to vent its anger. At that moment, To Huang said, "I knew you'd come here." Long Snake Titch roared fiercely, instantly soaring high, creating a powerful gust that made the lone wolf leader tremble in fear. It raised its hand and used dragon power, causing a purple aura to slowly form and gather. After a brief hesitation, it swung its claw and charged fiercely at the lone wolf leader, striking hard and making its head look like it might burst, blood spraying everywhere. After this brutal fight, everything returned to its calm, peaceful state. Snow continued to fall heavily on the winding mountain road. The battered vehicle of Tu Huang's group, though half its rear was smashed, still kept its lights on. Bon Bon, sitting inside the car on the road, anxiously turned to ask, "Brother, to what's wrong? Feeling down." Hearing this, Tu Huang answered wearily, fiddling with a ring, "Just thinking about some stuff to break this gloomy atmosphere." Then he changed the subject, smiling. "Based on what happened earlier with a dangerous species invading at this scale, there's really no need to call in the mage for backup. If it weren't for you, the injuries this time would have been several times worse, Brother Toe. You really helped out big this time," saying that he rolled up his sleeve to reveal a long scar. "Look, this scar is from the first time I joined a rescue battle like this." It brought back memories of that scene. Everything was so brutal. Bodies were scattered everywhere, surrounded by rubble. That battle was much fiercer than this one. About 50 people died. An armored vehicle was smashed by a silver-backed ape, a particularly dangerous species when fully grown. Everyone inside the vehicle was torn to pieces. In the end, Lord Cow, the overall commander of the northern region and also brother master of Mr. Toe at that time, intervened and killed that beast, ending the battle. At this point, Mr. Huang took a bottle of wine and handed it to To Huang. "Here, take a few sips. It might help a little." Hearing this, he didn't refuse and reached out to take it, replying, "Thank you, Mr. Huang, I get what you mean." Mr. Huang smiled and added, "This time there was no other way. Ordinary people at our base live like floating weeds. They have nowhere to cling to. No one can guarantee they'll see the sunlight tomorrow after sleeping tonight. Only by becoming guardians like you, Mr. Toe, can one truly have the power to protect their own life." Hearing this, To Huang's feelings grew hard to describe. He stammered as he called Mr. Huang's name. His spirit was lifted. He put his hand on Mr. Huang's shoulder, saying he wouldn't think about these things anymore. "Let's go back, Mr. Huang. I want to eat the stir-fried veggies Ava cooked." Seeing. To Huang returned to normal. Mr. Huang also felt happy, laughing loudly. "Ha ha ha! All right, Mr. Toe. Let's eat plenty and tire out that little brat Ava." That rescue battle at the plantation was the first time Tu Huang truly saw staff die right before his eyes, like a real warrior. After a short time, he finally understood that only by growing stronger continuously could he protect himself and those around him in this chaotic world. In the following month, Tu Huang trained himself in Long Sha Tich very effectively using the old Sun Dragon's manual. Long Sha Tich grew bigger. His skin, controlling the energy of the three systems, also became stronger. His skills gradually developed, and their effectiveness increased several times compared to before. While Tu Huang was still focused on training, Outpost Number 7 welcomed a familiar guest. The visitor was none other than Lo Lang, riding a large lion belonging to a very dangerous species, the heat wave demon beast. He approached smiling and waving, "Junior brother, long time no see." Seeing this grand appearance, Tu Huang couldn't help but be impressed, eyes sparkling, thinking how amazing it was. He wondered if his own Long Sha Tich could be ridden. Before he could speak, Lo Lang jumped down and said, "Not bad, kid," and he grabbed Tu Huang's shoulder, tightly shook it, and said, "I heard you took part in a rescue mission at the plantation last time, and your performance was pretty good. You even got a special gift from the commander, then truly worthy of being the teacher's student." Tu Huang quickly raised a finger and asked, "Third senior brother, didn't you say that the teacher only checks once a month? Has it already been a full month since you left?" Hearing the question, Luo Long innocently replied, "It's round now, right? Just leave it. Better to come now than have the teacher bother you when you're busy, ha ha ha." After finishing, he waved his hand, urging, "All right, little junior brother, bring Long's a titch out here so I can take a look. We'll check things later." Tu Huang scratched his head helplessly and stammered, "Is that okay?" Not wanting Lo Lang to wait long, he called out loudly, "Come here, Long Sha Tich!" Hearing the call, Long Sha Tich appeared with a large, muscular body, much bigger now than before when he still trusted Hin. Now he was twice as tall. Tu Huang watched the scene unfold, and Lo Lang couldn't believe his eyes. His mouth dropped open as he exclaimed, "No way, that's too fast. Damn it, little junior brother, is your training method perfect or what?" Tu Huang shyly avoided eye contact and replied, "No way, I always use the method the teacher gave. Maybe little Tich just absorbs it quickly." Lo Lang was at a loss for words, waving his hand dismissively. "Take Long Sha Tich back, little junior brother, no need for a check." According to the teacher's instructions, when Long Sha Tich reaches mid-maturity, training at the Northern Defense Line will end. Clean up a bit and then head back to the city to meet the teacher. Hearing this, Tu Huang exclaimed in surprise, already time to go back." Before he could finish, from behind, Mr. Huang and Ava ran over, hugging and crying miserably. "Boo-hoo, Tu Huang." Startled, Tu Huang turned back and shouted, "Hey, they're acting so sorrowful and regretful. Boo-hoo, Mr. Toe, we can't bear to let you go. We can't sleep." He smiled slyly and added, "Is that so? Looks like everyone is in good spirits. How about letting little Tich run with you all?" Mr. Huang immediately turned serious and pointed at Ava. Hey, mister. Toe, why are you looking at me?" It's Ava who can't sleep. Hearing her name, Ava panicked and shouted, "Damn it, can't sleep." Tu Huang's little sister laughed mischievously and added, Hey, none of you are getting away. Go run with little Tich. Ha ha ha. The next day in the training room, Black was resting. Tu Huang was lying exhausted on the ground, complaining, "No, I'm about to lose it." Standing next to him, a man holding a stopwatch smiled and said, Tu Huang can endure my attacks this long, just as the owner said you really haven't been lazy this past month. He was Lam Phuc, the chief steward of owner Chow Hop, absolutely loyal, once served as the attendant of Chow Hop's father, a semi-professional guardian skilled in mental training. Just as he said this, a familiar figure suddenly approached. Lam Phuc bowed respectfully and said, Master Bao, congratulations on taking in a good disciple. Though he's not a genius like the other senior brothers and sisters, he has plenty of perseverance. In this past month, he's built a solid foundation in spiritual training. Hearing this, Chow Hop felt pleased. He looked at Tu Huang and praised, I didn't expect you to finish training in just a month and to do so well. How was it? Must have been pretty tough, right? He scratched his head and smiled. Not tough. Inside, he recalled the past time, how every second felt like real growth through cultivation and training. Compared to the 3 years of incubating eggs with no progress despite many failures, this was much better. How could life like this be considered tough? Thinking this, Tu Huang smiled satisfied with his own effort. Chow Hop then continued, Young Long Snake Titch's ability to train to this level has exceeded my expectations. It also makes me more confident about my future plans for you. Hearing this, he was a bit surprised and asked, Plans? Do I have to go to the outer outpost? He smiled and replied, No master is preparing for you to participate in the 6 Territories duel next month. The 6 Territories duel is held once a year, a major competition organized by the 6 major regions. Though it's called a duel, it's really a contest to win the chance to enter the Blood Forest ruins. Tu Huang was even more confused and said, Searching for ruins, is that flashy? Don't we have one near our area too? Chow Hop laughed helplessly and explained, Little one, the Blood Forest ruins are very different from the normal ruins you can find in the wild. Outside the Blood Forest ruins is a barrier with immense power. No one can enter inside. And those ruins are occupied by a very powerful terror species, with the master of the secret location being an extremely terrifying creature. Back then, the 6 major regions joined forces, and after a fierce battle, it was pressured into a compromise with us. It promised to open the secret location once a year for 3 masters to enter and search, which is why the 6 Territories duel exists. Tu Huang finally understood. He got excited but also worried and asked, Teacher, this opportunity is rare, so won't the competition be really fierce? With my strength, can I even participate? Is there a chance to win? Chow Hop laughed heartily and said, Haha, silly kid, don't worry. The master of the Blood Forest ruins only opens the outer area, not the inner core of the ruins. For a new master like you, it's definitely attractive, but for real experts, it's not that appealing. Hearing this, Tu Huang felt somewhat reassured. He joyfully responded, If you say that, then I'm definitely going to secure a spot. Chow Hop praised good spirit. He raised 4 fingers and reminded, This time, besides you, 4 others will also join you. Tomorrow, I'll arrange for you to meet and get acquainted a bit, then you'll start the new special training. You asked curiously, Where is the new special training? Chow Hop winked slightly and replied, Koi Hung Forest. The moment he said it, Tu Huang turned pale and shouted, Koi Hung Forest. Deep in the wild south of the southern defense line, there's a huge forest called Koi Hung Forest. It's said to be home to a terrifying number of wild bears, massive creatures about 4 meters long and weighing tons. But since they can't harness energy naturally, they're not classified as a dangerous species. However, this bear pack can suddenly evolve into a powerful form with incredible combat strength. That's why this place became a deadly zone. Even the elite masters have to be wary. It truly lives up to its reputation of making people scream in terror. Thinking about it, Tu Huang's face turned as pale as a ghost. Sweat poured down like rain. He stammered, Teacher, isn't Koi Hung Forest a deadly zone? But Chow Hop showed no interest and turned to leave. He replied, You'll understand about Koi Hung Forest in time. For now, go back to your room and prepare for a few days. Ignoring the desperate shouting behind him. Teacher, it was already starting to get dark at the place where Tu Huang was staying. Inside, he sat dazedly, staring at the remaining 2 silver lying scattered on the table. Thinking silently before leaving, the 2.5 million silver from the outpost and the subsidies were all used up. And the next subsidy was still half a month away. If he wanted to keep up his current growth rate, food couldn't be lacking. Every time it was just a short-term plan. Looks like he had to figure out a way to make money. In fact, elite masters had many ways to earn money. Elite masters with healing pets could treat injuries and illnesses, earning quite a bit. Herbal pet masters could go to plantations and make a good income. Masters with water or electric pets could also go to resource-rich places. Thinking this over, Tu Huang rubbed his head and massaged his forehead deep in thought. But if he had the help of the old Sun Dragon Field, maybe there was an even more effective way. The next day at the Black Lantern Trading Market, the scene was very lively. The shop owners were all competing to attract customers. Come quick, check out the newest good stuff, cheap and generous, only 2 silver, just 2 silver. Tu Huang was also at this bustling market. He looked around thinking he wanted to find something using the old Sun Dragon Field. But after wandering half the day, he still hadn't found anything. Feeling disappointed and about to give up, suddenly a loud voice caught his attention. Attention, attention, buying black core claws. Just at a high price, don't miss this opportunity. To Huang immediately walked over. He gently tapped the table once. He looked at the bald old man in front of him and asked seriously, "Are you buying the Black Master point?" "Sir," hearing someone ask. The bald old man glanced up with a sharp, probing look. "That's right. Buying at a high price so you have the goods." To Huang smiled and replied, "No, I just want to ask what you use this stuff for." As soon as he finished speaking, the bald old man got angry, waving his hand wildly and shouting, "Why do you care? If you have it, I'll buy it. If not, go somewhere else. Don't get in the way of my business." Ignoring his shouting, To Huang didn't bother sneaking a glance at the paper he was holding, thinking to himself, 1 milliliter of black thread costs 8,300 VND, so 1 gram is 8,300,000 VND. I didn't expect someone to buy black thread at such a high price. This really helps me find a way to make money. The black octopus slime, black boiling resin, and thickening agent were mixed in a ratio of 3:1:2 and refined at high temperature for 75 minutes to make the black thread solution. According to the description of the former Not Long Dian, the natural black thread Thuck used to make black thread solution has long been extinct, but in Hakdong this isn't rare. It seems that just by making the thread solution, I can complete this money-making deal. That night in To Huang's room, everything was quiet. Through the window, a faint yellow light spilled out. Inside, he was diligently preparing a large pot of solution. He called out, "Tu-Tick, step on it twice." Hearing this, Long Sa-Tick quickly complied, pressing twice on the air blower pedal. The fire in the furnace immediately flared up fiercely. To Huang grabbed a bottle of blue solution and poured it into the pot, smiling brightly as he shouted, "It's done!" Among the 13 sets of 5 blocks in Hakdong, there's an organization with a very special status, the Department of Dangerous Biological Energy Research, which studies dangerous creatures and their energy. This research place has 3 main institutes and is probably the real buyer of black thread in large quantities. After a while, To Huang finally finished preparing it. He poured it one by one into small bottles, arranging them into a big box while thinking, although this deal can make quite a bit of money moving a lot of black thread into the market. Like this means I have to be careful. The former Not Long Dian has been discovered by others, the black thread. Thuck is not just rare, but grows slowly. Some dangerous species really like to eat the young leaves of black thread, Thuck making it even rarer. A black thread Thuck branch that's 1 meter tall only produces a few milliliters of thread per year. Suddenly, having a large amount will definitely attract attention. Thinking this, he came up with an idea. So the best way is to find a place that will buy it, sell it at a low price, then run. Acting on this the next day, To Huang was at the market. His eyes flashed as he searched for something. After a while, he spotted a store called Hong Fat Tung Hang. He thought happily, this is the place. As soon as he entered, To Huang quickly took out countless bottles of black thread solution and placed them on the table, looking at the owner and offering, 30 grams for 2.5 million, will you buy? The shop owner, upon seeing the huge pile of black scales on the table, was both shocked and confused, stammering, "You bought these." "You did, but where did you get so many?" she asked, but To Huang had no intention of answering. He pulled out a knife and pointed it straight at her, making her turn pale. "If you don't want to know, don't ask." She replied fearfully, "I won't ask, I won't." The deal was quickly and successfully completed. He immediately left the shop without leaving any trace. Outside, To Huang happily held the money he just exchanged, thinking to himself, "I can't spend this money right away. The best thing is to go inside the safe and exchange some food for Long Sa-Tich. Wait a bit, then go meet the special training teammates at the right time." A while later, a loud voice came from the main building. "I know To Huang. To be honest, we trained together before. He's just an ordinary guy, no innate talent as a spirit master." The guy with green hair said with a smirk, "I never thought I'd be lucky enough to have the master take me in as a disciple." What luck. He was Wang Xuan, a spirit apprentice participating in this special training with To Huang. He was the first to join the special training with a spirit beast of dangerous species mid-level maturity, Earth Mountain Master. When the dangerous species mid-level mature Kang Jiakoi was mentioned, another guy sitting opposite slammed the table and shouted, "A guy who got lucky with gambling and the master made him the captain for this duel." His name was La Song, a spirit apprentice from a wealthy family. Not bad talent with a dangerous species, spirit beast fully matured. Hong Lin beast, and a dangerous species, mid-level mature blood fury wolf. The short-haired girl behind was Lei Na, a powerful spirit master, currently the strongest with dangerous species. Mid-level mature, iron demon spirit, and mid-level mature animecaps species. She added, last year's captain was Han, who despite placing fourth and missing the chance to enter the secret zone was no pushover. The previous captain was Bai Su Su, champion of the 6-region duel, if anyone has the strength like Tu Huang to be captain. Before she could finish, the purple-haired girl smiled and interrupted. Do you really doubt the master's decision? Don't say you guys, even your teachers, don't dare question it. She continued, we all know Tu Huang, but we have to admit we're going too far. His first spirit beast is a top-tier dangerous species, Long Satich, and you sitting here don't even have one high-level dangerous species spirit beast. Doesn't that say enough about the difference? Hearing this insult, Lasung couldn't take it and angrily jumped up, yelling. Just then, from outside the main door, Lam Fuk guided Tu Huang inside. Tu Huang, the master couldn't come. Your teammates are all here, you should meet them first. Standing before everyone, he said, no need for formalities, you 5 talk. Everyone introduce yourselves a little, the old man said. I'll take my leave now, won't bother you young folks anymore. They all replied in unison, Master Chief, take your time. After saying this, Lam Fuk quickly left and closed the door. Wang Shen looked at Tu Huang and smiled. The captain is here. Lei Na laughed teasingly. Right, the captain only has one spirit beast, ha. Hearing their words, Tu Huang didn't respond, just gave a cold glance. With this atmosphere, he seemed to guess the situation somewhat and thought to himself that something felt off. As things calmed down, the purple-haired girl forced a smile and greeted, Tu Huang. Standing up and extending her hand, introducing herself, I'm Lam Vu Han, became a spirit master over a year ago. Now I'm an official spirit master with 2 spirit beasts, a mid-level mature dangerous species, flower demon tiger, and a mid-level mature dangerous species, electric swallow. Hearing this, Tu Huang happily shook her hand and replied, Tu Huang became a spirit master 2 months ago, officially now with 1 spirit beast, a mid-level mature top-tier dangerous species, Long Satich. No sooner had he finished than Lasung stood up, mocking, Wow, only 2 months and already official spirit master, first spirit beast is Long Satich, top-tier dangerous species. Tu Huang didn't back down and immediately shot back, Yeah, you're right, I'm way better than you. Hearing this, La Sung clenched his teeth angrily and shouted, If you say so. He raised his hand forward and ordered, If you're stronger than me, then let me see. At his command, the Hong Lin beast La Sung's spirit beast appeared immediately, a huge giant with an enormous body. He looked at Tu Huang and asked, Scared yet? Tu Huang didn't answer right away, stroking his chin, thinking, Right now, Long Satich probably can't win against this guy. But with Qnyut Dientik's help when the competition comes, if I can't crush it, I can at least kill it with a block of tofu. Then he looked at La Sung and asked, I've seen you're fully mature, but isn't your spirit beast supposed to be top-tier dangerous species? You don't have one, right? Annoyed by this, La Sung didn't know how to respond and just growled angrily. Tu Huang saw the situation getting more tense. Lena stepped in to stop things. La Sung, this is a meeting arranged by the master. La Sung, you have to think about the consequences. Tu Huang smiled and added, Don't worry, the master won't do anything to you. But inside the master's place, if you summon your spirit beast at will, I don't know what the guards will do. Realizing he acted rashly, Lasung quickly withdrew his spirit beast and snorted coldly. But he wasn't ready to admit defeat, scowling angrily, At the duel in a month, better not run into me. Hearing this, Tu Huang turned away coldly and replied, If my teammates lack even the will to unite and fight for honor at Black Lantern Training Ground, then I'd better not meet them. Right after saying this, he strode out and slammed the door shut, leaving them stunned. After a moment frozen, Lasung shouted angrily, What arrogance! Wang Xuan remained calm the whole time, sitting cross-legged and advising, Don't rush. There'll be plenty of chances to deal with him later. At the same time, at Tu Huang's place, he was leisurely walking up the large steps. He remembered what Chow Hop said the other day. According to the teacher's arrangement tomorrow, I have to go to Koi Hung Lum. Then he sighed deeply, thinking to himself, Those teammates who aren't convinced might just be part of the test the teacher set for me using the special Koi Hong Lum training. After I come back, I'll definitely become the official team leader. Time passed quickly until early the next morning at To Huang's house, birds were chirping cheerfully to welcome the new day. Suddenly, a figure approached and knocked on the door. The person looked up and loudly called out, "Lord To, I'm Trung Ten, the captain of the Black Lantern Guard. I will escort you to Koi Hong Lum this time." Hearing the voice, To Huang stood inside and called out, "Come in!" A moment later, once inside, Trung Tang took out a map and laid it on the table. He spoke up, "Lord To, this is the location of the Black Lantern gathering area. This is our destination." This time, a medium-small outpost on the edge of Koi Hong Lum. Maodingchun, the distance between Maodingchun and the Black Lantern gathering area is no more than 150 kilometers. But only half of the road between the two places has been repaired, so the actual route is quite rough, and there might be dangerous species out of control on the way. It will take us 1 to 2 days to get there. After hearing this, To Huang softly said, "Oh." Trung Tang then smiled and asked Lord To, "Do you have any questions?" He turned and replied, "No, let's depart." And so the group began moving. The journey was indeed as tough as Trung Tang described, the vehicle shaking violently. Sitting inside the vehicle, To Huang carefully studied the map, thinking, the Black Lantern gathering area lies on Koi Da Huang Win Maodingchun, same as Koi Hong Lum. This is a huge place with dozens of large-scale outposts and many more medium and small gathering areas. By now, evening was approaching, and the vehicle stopped in front of the gate of a city called Chanem. Trung Tang looked at To Huang and said, "Lord To, we have arrived at Chanem. We'll handle the handover shortly, and we'll stay here tonight." He smiled and replied, "All right." From atop the city wall, a person holding a walkie-talkie looked down and said, "Hello, I'm the town chief of Chanem on Duklo. May I ask, is this Team 5 of the Black Lantern gathering area?" Hearing the question, Trung Tang immediately picked up the walkie-talkie and replied, "I'm Trung Ten, captain of the #1 guard team of Division 3 and Tactical Team 5 from the Black Lantern gathering area. We need to enter the town to rest." And Duklo continued, "Please provide the latest passcode." Trung Tang took out a piece of paper, looked at it, then read aloud the code 7G. 3 years, 22A689XTT. Receiving the passcode, the iron gate quickly opened. From inside, and Duklo happily ran out to greet them. "Captain Trung, you must be tired from the long journey." Truong Tun smiled and said, "And Duklo, not bad spirit. This time I brought an important guest, help me arrange the accommodation." He heard that and excitedly pointed inward, "What's this, leave it to me? My old friend, come on, go inside first." That night, To Huang was arranged a room to rest inside a large building. The large supplies were quickly moved into the room as ordered. Someone spoke up. "Master, to these are the supplies for your royal beast, all prepared." Trong Than pointed to the person standing nearby and introduced, "This is Tran Han. He will be your close soldier." To Huang replied, "All right, thanks for your effort." Then he waved his hand and ordered, "Come here, Long Sa Tich." Hearing the call, Long Sa Tich quickly appeared with a massive body standing tall and imposing. He smiled and petted it. "You've been holding back for a long time, haven't you? Come on, eat a little something." Watching this, Trong Than and Tran Han were shocked, mouths wide open, thinking, "Is this Master To's royal pet?" Both stared blankly at the large supplies, wondering, "Master, To didn't open the supplies, so can the pet eat the whole thing?" Before they could wonder for long, Long Sa Tich directed a puff of thick purple smoke toward the large supplies. A bunch of boxes popped open, and the food inside was pulled straight out. Long Sa Tich inhaled deeply, sucking in all the food effortlessly. While chewing ravenously, it shot a judging look at Trong Tan and Tran Han. Feeling that gaze, the two looked at each other helplessly, wondering, "Is it looking down on us?" Tran Han spoke up. "Master To Chanem is different from Hak Dong. Our training ground here isn't forbidden. Nightlife here is also very lively. Some comrades are getting ready to go to a bar in Chanem to unwind and want to invite you along. What do you think?" Before he could finish, To Huang smiled and interrupted, "You all go ahead, I'm not going. If possible, find me a guide. I want to walk around the town a bit." Just as he finished speaking, a small hand gripped the door handle outside and knocked a few times. A petite girl holding a bag of sweet potatoes entered and asked, Mr. Two, you want a guide? After speaking, she realized she might have been rude and hurriedly explained, Ah, sorry, sir. Anna didn't mean to eavesdrop. It's just that my grandfather on Duke Lo told me to bring you this local specialty. Tron Han smiled and introduced, Yes, I can vouch for her. She is Duke Lo's granddaughter. If you need a guide, then she's the perfect choice. Hearing that, To Huang happily said, All right, thanks for your trouble. Receiving the approval, Anna responded happily, Okay. Under Anna's guidance, To Huang walked around the town looking at everything and thinking, the houses in Chanel are very unique. The architecture style is quite different from Hakdang. Most roofs are triangular, square, or rectangular, giving a very three-dimensional feeling. According to Chanel's tradition, everyone prefers dark brown roofs. Anna said there are hundreds of such houses in Trang Nem, including residence homes and grocery stores, all located on the slopes of Trang Nem. A little farther away, there's a small fortress that looks like a mini castle. It's the original Cha Nem and also the town's administrative headquarters. Anna then smiled at To Huang and asked, All right, Mr. To, tonight, Cha Nem has a beast fight. Are you interested? Surprised, he asked, Beast fight? The girl explained, Our guards and townsfolk sometimes catch wild beasts. The beast fight pits those creatures against each other to attract spectators. If a wild beast dies in the fight, its meat isn't wasted and gets shared with the people. There happens to be a special fight tonight, something never seen before in Cha Nem. A wild beast will fight a wild tiger. This match is drawing a lot of attention. After hearing that, To Huang stroked his chin and thought, Although the wild tiger is just a normal beast, it's extremely fierce. Its natural ferocity could be useful to observe for training Long Sa Tich. With that thought, he happily agreed. Let's go. Let's check it out. Anna responded excitedly, Yeah. Shortly after they went to the ticket counter. Anna took 2 tickets and said, 2 tickets. Suddenly, the ticket seller smiled and looked at To Huang, asking, Oh, Anna has a boyfriend now. Where's this handsome guy from New here? Why haven't I seen him around Cha Nem before? The girl felt shy and angry at the same time, hissing loudly, Aunt Barina, don't talk nonsense. Without arguing further, Anna quickly grabbed To Huang's hand and headed inside. Let's go, let's get in quickly. Just as Mr. To stepped inside the stands, people started greeting, Anna, you're here too. There's Anna, come sit here. Anna has a good spot. Hearing the invitations, she politely declined with a smile. Thanks everyone, but today isn't convenient. I'll definitely watch next time. To Huang was also surprised, thinking Anna must be quite popular in Cha Nem. Just then a man slowly approached and greeted, Honored guest, Anna, why are you free to visit Uncle today? The girl looked serious and confidently replied, Old uncle, I'm here with this important guest. Arrange the best seat for him or I'll tell Grandpa. Hearing this, he looked at To Huang and asked, Is this the young man? While observing, he suddenly noticed something and widened his eyes in shock. What caught the old man's eye was the ring To Huang was wearing on his hand. A royal tutor ring, this guy can't be offended. Thinking that the old man cautiously said, Honored sir, welcome to the Cha Nem arena. He smiled and replied, It's an honor. Once everyone settled, the horn sounded signaling the official start of the match. Below the arena floor, a girl walked out shouting, Ladies and gentlemen, honored guests, our arena is about to begin now. Welcome to the show. Welcome. The atmosphere in the stands became more lively than ever, everyone cheering and shouting encouragement. The host continued, Just as everyone predicted, the guard team brought out a wild tiger over 3 meters long, weighing more than 300 pounds. As soon as he finished, the wild tiger glared with blood-red eyes, opened its mouth full of fangs, and roared loudly. Everyone was amazed and impressed. This wild tiger looks very fierce, a beast the best hunter of Cha Nem caught by Asep. Can't wait any longer, the audience shouted. Let's start already. Anna also raised her hand enthusiastically, cheering, Come on, come on! The host continued, Calm down, everyone, let me introduce its opponent. She pointed to a large cage being opened, shouting, It is? All right, I admit I've never seen such a strange fighting beast. Hopefully this little fire creature caught by accident can bring joy to everyone. After saying that, someone forcefully threw a small cage onto the ground, causing the lid to fly open. Inside the cage, a creature with bright golden fur lifted its head, its eyes spinning like pinwheels. Before it could even understand what was happening, the wild tiger lunged forward with fierce eyes, as if ready to devour it alive. Seeing the danger, the golden-furred creature quickly dashed out of the cage, tears streaming down its face, trying to bang on the gate to escape, but failed. Watching that, the audience and a fan laughed till tears came. Ha ha ha, this is the first time I've seen a run like that. On to Huang's side, as soon as he saw the golden-furred creature, he immediately recognized it, exclaiming, "This is, what isn't that thing?" Back to the arena. The wild tiger locked onto its target, roaring loudly to show dominance, then wildly pounced, ignoring the poor little creature's pitiful cries. Seeing the platypus-like creature turn its head to look back, its eyes filled with more panic than ever. It shouted loudly. Turns out right behind the wild tiger was already lunging. Luckily, it dodged just in time to the side, saving its life. Seeing the prey right in front but still missing the wild tiger looked extremely angry, its eyes full of sharp intent. It had no intention of giving up, slowly advancing toward the trembling platypus-like creature cornered against the wall. The audience in the stands who witnessed the recent scene were very excited, whispering among themselves, "So fast I thought it would get bitten to death by the beast, but who knew it would turn the tables?" A child couldn't help but excitedly ask his mother, "So amazing, Mom, what kind of beast is this?" At the same time, onto Huang's side, he was lost in a tangle of thoughts referring to the notes of the old Sun Dragon classic. Among dangerous species, there are 4 rare Khan types that only appear in legends. They are recognized as extremely powerful, so they are called the 4 divine types in legend. The 4 legendary types are the divine secret type, divine miracle type, divine relic type, and divine mythology type. Thinking this, he became even more confident that his judgment was right. This speed and reaction no ordinary beast could have. Plus the yellow mark on its forehead and sensitive physique. This little beast is one of the 4 legendary types, the mysterious divine race. Treasure-hunting beasts are high-level and dangerous but seem non-aggressive, yet they possess the extremely rare power of the mysterious divine type. Treasure-hunting beasts are incredibly rare and, true to their name, born to seek treasures and use treasures as food. Their traces are usually only found at large ruins in secret places. Never expected to encounter one here, this opportunity must not be missed. After thinking, Huang looked at Anna and asked, "Anna, I want to ask, can I buy that little beast?" Hearing this, the girl was a bit flustered and replied, "Mister, to that little beast was sold by the main brewer in breeding to Uncle Rat, and Uncle Rat is the owner of the arena. All the beasts bred for fighting in the arena belong to him." "I see." But Huang had no intention of giving up. He smiled and said, "Please, Anna, take me to meet him." A while later, in a small room under the arena, Anna led Huang to meet the man named Rat. He spoke up, "I'm afraid that's not possible, Anna. Even if you're a friend of yours, I can't agree to this request. You know the arena's rules. Unless one side is injured, loses fighting ability, or even dies, the fight cannot be stopped." Hearing this, Anna looked pitiful and clung to his hand, coaxing, "Uncle Rat, please." Caught in this awkward situation, Uncle Rat forced a smile and explained, "The problem really isn't about money." Seeing this tactic didn't work anymore, Anna switched to her final move. She held up 4 fingers and boldly asked, "Oh dear Uncle Rat, I only know that little beast was sold to you for 2,000. I'll pay you 4,000, is that enough?" He laughed bitterly after hearing this. "All right, Anna. You have to know that even in my father's lifetime, the arena rules were never broken like this." At that moment, Huang spoke up. "Mr. Toe, you're worried about the extreme rules and the gate notes, right?" Those words hit the mark, making Uncle Rat embarrassed. "Dear guest, as far as I know, this beast isn't considered rare. Do you really have to have it?" He smiled and explained, "You misunderstood me. Of course, I have my reasons, but I don't want you to break the rules. I have an idea, see if you approve." After some discussion from outside the arena, an announcement boomed, "Audience members, due to a special situation, this beast fight is temporarily suspended." Upon hearing this, the entire crowd in the stands immediately erupted in anger, standing up and shouting, "We bought tickets! We're watching seriously here. Can your arena even stay open?" Then a voice from above loudly continued, "Audience, please don't get upset, hear me out. First, all tickets will be refunded, triple the price bets will also be returned. Second, today's beast fight will be followed by an extremely special match." While speaking, he pointed to Huang, stepping forward. We invite the new challenger to Huang. Now the crowd's anger completely vanished, and the lively atmosphere returned. What a beast fighter! Haven't seen a match like this in years. Down on the arena floor, the wild tiger saw To Huang step out and immediately became fierce. It opened its mouth full of sharp fangs and roared loudly like a lightning bolt rushing straight at him. But he had no intention to dodge or move. Seeing this scene, everyone was terrified and shouted loudly, "He's going to die!" Anna watched anxiously too, cheering, "Mr. Toe must win. Wait for the wild tiger to come closer." Bah. At this moment, To Huang began to show off his skills. He smiled sharply, pointed forward, and shouted, "Come out, Long Sa Tich!" Upon the summoning command, Long Sa Tich crawled straight out from the ring. Seeing Long Sa Tich, the wild tiger was intimidated by its fierce aura. Its whole body stiffened, hind legs seemed to go weak, trembling uncontrollably. The stands erupted again with excitement. Dangerous type is a master. Oh my God, the last time we saw a master was 3 months ago. Today it's totally worth coming. Anna stood above, looking down brightly, shouting, "Ayah, long live Mr. Toe!" Contrary to everyone's excitement, Rat still couldn't believe his eyes. He stood still thinking to himself, so young yet owns a top-level dangerous type. But then he thought, feeling lucky. Luckily, I was polite before looks like Anna made a good friend this time. Back down on the arena floor, the atmosphere fell silent since Long Sa Tich appeared. The wild tiger was no longer as aggressive as before. To Huang looked at it with sharp eyes and quietly said, "Longwi." Immediately, a purple aura began to radiate around Long Sa Tich's body, gradually turning black, looking very terrifying. Wrapped in this terrifying aura, the wild tiger now looked like a poor stray cat. Tears welled up, but it couldn't move, curling up, clutching a note expressing its feelings. "Don't kill the tiger." The tiger was wrong. The tiger really was wrong. Suddenly, Long Sa Tich noticed something. It glanced with Long Ui's aura and looked in another direction, which made To Huang startled and look too. It turned out that what Long Sa Tich saw was the treasure-hunting beast continuously scared and running away. He stroked his chin, thinking silently. With this condition, it's probably newly born, just entering early maturity, but its reaction and speed are so fast, truly a mysterious race. Thinking quickly, you pointed forward and commanded, "Use evil strike charge ahead." Without hesitation, Long Sa Tich spread its huge body and wings, rushing straight toward the treasure beast standing in front. Its appearance was terrifying at this moment, making the treasure beast scream silently, only able to run for its life. But To Huang still had no intention of stopping. He continued to order, "Use Stage 2 Awakening." Accelerating, Long Sa Tich's body quickly powered up. A strange white aura rose around it, and its speed reached a whole new level. Flying straight toward the treasure beast, in just the blink of an eye, the distance was closed. Long Sa Tich closed in right behind the treasure beast, just a small gap left. But just as it was about to catch it, the treasure beast dodged in time, leaping to the side. Taking advantage of that, Tu Huang shouted, "Longwi Stage 2 Shockwave!" As soon as he said that, Long Sa Tich turned into a raging beast. Its eyes glowed red, surrounded by a dense, terrifying purple aura. From the center of the arena, a powerful lightning column shot straight up into the sky. The spectators watching were filled with fear. That's terrifying. Is this the power of a beast tamer? If we run into his beast, the security team will be wiped out for sure. At that moment, the treasure beast had nowhere left to run. It just stood still, tears streaming down repeatedly, crying out, "Marrow, marrow!" Looking at the huge body and the long, sharp claws reaching straight toward it, its body froze still. Without wasting any more time, Long Sa Tich gently carried the treasure beast over to To Huang. He smiled and asked, "No escaping this time, right?" The treasure beast, out of options, surrendered to fate, mumbling, "Marrow, marrow." A moment later, in the arena management office, Lot looked happy and said, "This is incredible. Beast tamer, sir. This is the first time I've met such a young tamer able to train such a dangerous top-tier species." Tu Huang smiled and replied, "You flatter me. Please forgive my boldness. I'm really curious, how could a beast with such speed be caught?" Hearing the question, he laughed and answered, "Ha ha ha. That one, it's a vassal of the Black Lantern beast. Chanem is not only an important supply point on the southern line, but Chanem is also known for its brewing. At first, it was the wine from Chanem that caught the attention of the Black Lantern beast. That's how it became a vassal. It was caught in the wine cellar of Chanem. I heard this little fire guy sneaked into the wine cellar 57 times, breaking a jar of 35-year-aged wine. It was about to be taken into the Black Lantern Beast's fortress. Then many people came to capture it. 7 days thinking I'd come up empty-handed. But it turned out I found him drunk in a jar of wine, sound asleep. The more he told the story, the more he found it hilarious. He laughed out loud. Then he was sold off here. After hearing To Huang's dramatic past, I was left speechless and powerless. No wonder he caught a beast born with immense power. Turns out it was because he was drunk. After settling everything, both of them returned home peacefully. Outside the door, To Huang looked at the girl and softly said, "Anna, thanks for what you did this time. Consider it a favor I owe you." The girl blushed and replied, "Don't mention it. It was nothing. I heard Master To has something tomorrow, so get some rest." He answered, "True. I'll tell the Tron Han group to bring some interesting things from Hakdang next time." That night in To Huang's room, he stood silently watching the cage holding the treasure beast. He looked angry and asked, "You're something else, what's with that look? If I hadn't saved you from the arena, you'd be dead by now, you know." Hearing this, the treasure beast stopped causing trouble. It looked pitiful tears streaming down as it called out, "Choo-choo." To Huang gently touched its long beak, thinking the iron cage was no longer than his pinky finger. If it were Long Sa Tik, it would have broken out for sure. Looks like this mysterious divine pet Team Bao Thu really isn't aggressive at all. Next up was planning how to raise this little fire creature. What to do. Even Cunyat Longdian didn't know what it liked to eat. Thinking about it, his eyes suddenly lit up a sly smile on his face. "Let's just let it starve a few days." As he spoke, he chuckled wickedly. "Then it'll eat whatever we give it." Suddenly, the ring on To Huang's hand shook violently. It emitted a faint purple glow. Startled, he exclaimed, "Oh man, I got so caught up thinking about Team Bao Thu that I forgot to feed Long Sa Tik tonight." Without hesitation, To Huang went to Dung Lung Tuk. He carried a large box over, set it on the table, and sighed wearily. To Huang took out all the food containers inside and dumped them into a big bucket, filling it to the brim. Seeing that pile of food, Team Bao Thu's eyes lit up bright. Nearby, To Huang was busily stirring the food with a spoon. The more he looked at Team Bao Thu, the more he couldn't help himself. Drool slipped out unconsciously as it softly called marrow. After mixing thoroughly, he wiped sweat from his forehead and smiled. "Eat 3 times the usual amount should hold out until tomorrow at Din Tan Chan." The smell of the food was strong and hit Team Bao Thu's nose, making it restless. To Huang Tan raised his hand and summoned Long Sa Tik from the ring. In the blink of an eye, Long Sa Tik appeared, towering eyes fixed on the full bucket of food. It didn't hesitate and lunged forward, devouring the delicious food greedily. Team Bao Thu was shocked, like it had been struck by lightning, seeing Long Sa Tik eating well while it got nothing. Tears streamed down its face. Only then did To Huang finally notice its pitiful expression. Surprised, he stepped closer and gently asked, "You want to eat too?" Team Bao Thu nodded rapidly in agreement. So To Huang quickly grabbed a big spoon and scooped a full spoon from the bucket. He smiled softly and held it out to Team Bao Thu, saying, "Here, eat up." It sniffed, assessed, then dove in, eating eagerly with a very satisfied look. Only Long Sa Tik's expression changed. Its eyes widened in shock. Watching Team Bao Thu happily finish the food, To Huang thought, "Didn't expect Team Bao Thu to like Long Sa Tik's food this much. No need to worry about it being hungry anymore." Thinking this, he happily asked, "Still want more? I'll get you some later." But before he could carry out that plan, turning around, the bucket of food was already empty. He looked helplessly at Long Sa Tik and tried to reason, "Long Sa Tik, you really have to eat less from now on. You gotta leave some for Team Bao Thu, right?" Hearing this, it was extremely displeased, so mad it was practically steaming. Listen, can you believe what he said? Seeing it stubborn, To Huang took a stronger approach, tapping its head with the spoon. "All right, you're the big brother, you gotta act like one, huh?" After feeding you guys full, it was already dawn. Standing on the city wall, Anna happily looked down and waved goodbye. The next morning, To Huang said goodbye to Anna and set off for Din Tan Chan. Compared to Chanem Ngung Tup, the middle-level Ding Tan Chan was clearly much larger. This small town had a fairly large industrial plant, mainly producing steel, copper, and tin. According to Trung Tang, Ding Tan Chun and Koi Hung Lum, still had something going on, but due to discipline he couldn't say more, only that To Huang would find out once he arrived. After a while traveling, the car finally reached Din Tan Chan. Upon entering, To Huang immediately sensed the strong industrial atmosphere, the burnt smell of coal from smelting spreading through the air. Trung Tang Tan led To Huang straight to the management hall in the center. Only then did To Huang understand what the secret was. It turned out thousands of residents and 150 guards lived here. It was a small independent settlement, but actually a vassal of Hakdang Ngung Tap, mainly supplying metals and crops. The minerals mined in this town, however, were actually from Khoi Hung Lum. Ordinary people couldn't mine there, but Din Tan Chan could extract a large amount of minerals from Khoi Hung Lum, which amazed To Huang. The whole Khoi Hung Lum was the teacher's territory, more precisely the domain of one of the teacher's divine pets. The teacher could even control all the bears in Khoi Hung Lum with just one divine pet. That evening inside the management room, everyone happily raised their glasses to toast, except for Tu Huang, who stood quietly staring out the window. He sighed deeply, thinking to himself that he had overestimated the teacher's image, but he never expected the teacher's power and fearsome nature to far exceed his imagination. According to the management committee member, Khoi Hung Lam currently has 4 elite guardians, the strongest being a professional guardian from the Black Lantern, and the other 3 are also ranked guardian level or higher. Though they are from Black Lantern that night inside the room, To Huang gently reached out to stroke the head of his treasure-seeking beast, pinching its chubby cheeks, as he thought, "For a guardian, a rare treasure beast is more enchanting than power or money is for ordinary people." Betting whether those guardians at Khoi Hung Lam noticed the treasure-seeking beast or not would be foolish. Thinking this, he looked at it and asked, "Little Fire, do you want to be my partner?" Hearing this, the treasure-seeking beast looked up with shining eyes and replied, "Maru." As Maru's emotions surged suddenly, its stomach growled loudly and intensely. To Huang could only helplessly chuckle. Forget it, eat first. Eat first, then talk. However, as soon as he'd mentioned eat, Long Saw Titch immediately reacted, sitting up and growling loudly, which startled him. That night, from inside the room, To Huang shouted sharply, "What do you two want? Are you going to eat or not eat properly for me?" After learning about the 4 guardians at Khoi Hung Lam, Tu Huang originally planned to go there immediately, but in the end he chose to stay at Liu Din Chan for 3 more days. The reason was simple. He wanted to form a spiritual bond with his treasure-seeking beast so he could control it at any time. But it wasn't as easy as he imagined. Tu Huang tried to form the spiritual bond, but the beast's consciousness kept pushing him away. Even after flipping through the Old Sun Dragon Codex, there was no related record. He then thought of a silly idea, confidently stepped outside, and shouted loudly, "Aren't you a treasure-seeking beast? Let's go find treasure." But after a while, unfortunately, things were not as easy as he thought. Frustrated, he pointed at the treasure-seeking beast and scolded it. "You little bastard," I said. "We're looking for treasure, but all you do all morning is either chasing butterflies or running after dogs. Aren't you still in your juvenile phase?" As he cracked his knuckles, he threatened, "If I find out you're just a useless beast, I'll hand you over to Long Saw Titch to be eaten." Hearing that, the beast got scared, startled, and yelped loudly. But in order to save itself, it clenched its fists tightly, showing a fierce determination burning inside. Maru searched around for a bit. Then the treasure-seeking beast pointed forward and called out Maru. Hearing this, To Huang's face lit up with joy. He turned his head and asked, "Did you find it?" But what caught his eye was a bar sign for Stella and Hormone. He helplessly asked again, "I thought Mai said there was treasure energy here." The treasure-seeking beast's cheeks flushed red as it nodded affirmatively. "Maru, Maru." To Huang stroked his chin, thinking, could this really be true this time? It seemed like it had the energy of the mysterious system. Thinking that, the corner of his mouth twitched up in a pleased smile. He firmly grabbed the treasure-seeking beast and said, "Humph! If you don't want to go, who knows what nonsense you'll bring back home as food for the dragon serpent." Hearing it would be used as food, it was terrified, wildly pointing toward the bar and shouting Maru. After confirming, To Huang asked one last time, "You want to go that badly? You really want that treasure?" It nodded slightly and called Maru, but then he quickly flipped and said, "But why should I help you find that treasure?" That made the treasure-seeking beast completely hopeless. It bowed its head and cried tears of despair. Maru To Huang then spoke again. "But I like being a good guy doing good deeds. But you have to agree to one condition first." Hearing that, the treasure-seeking beast perked up again. Maru it cautiously asked him, Will you use torture devices to beat me? Maru, he laughed and replied, ha ha, so you're worried about that, right? It's just a spiritual link not to capture you. At that moment, the treasure-seeking beast finally felt sure the person in front of it wasn't bad. It made a decision, clenched its fist tightly pointed forward, and called out loudly, Maru! Deal to Huang seemed to get it, and they bumped fists. He said, it's a deal. And so the man and the beast slowly went inside the bar. He thought to himself, without an emotional base, it's really hard to form a spiritual link. Even if it forms, it can easily be rejected. A spiritual link isn't like that. As long as you don't resist, everything will flow smoothly. It has to work. Hehe. Meanwhile, inside the bartender skillfully mixed various drinks. When finished, he placed the glass in front of a woman and said, Here's the Ho Chi Minh cocktail you ordered. As he finished speaking to Huang, and the treasure-seeking beast pushed the door and entered. Seeing customers arrive, the waiter smiled brightly and asked, Would you like to try the famous Ho Chi Minh cocktail here? He heard this, waved his hand, and replied, Just looking, no need for service. After hearing that, the waiter's friendly attitude vanished. He turned 180 degrees and cursed inwardly. Coming to a bar at noon just to look, what nonsense. Thinking it over, he then turned to the men in black suits nearby. This guy looks strange. Maybe he's a mercenary from somewhere else or involved in weapons. Let's watch what he does first. Over onto Huang's side, after wandering around the bar a bit, he finally stopped before an old tire displayed on a shelf and exclaimed, What's this? The treasure-seeking beast nodded and said Maru. Maru, he looked suspiciously and asked, Are you the treasure-seeking beast or the awakening beast? But just as he said that, suddenly the tire began to warp and change shape. The next moment, it transformed into a pitch-black toilet, no longer a tire. Seeing this strange sight, to Huang was astonished, eyes wide, so shocked he was speechless. Could this be the transformation stone that the old Japanese dragon classic mentioned? The journey to evolve a beast into a dragon is arduous and tough. The requirements for evolution materials are also very harsh. The transformation stone is the main material needed to become a dragon. Who would have thought? I actually got to see this unimaginable thing thanks to you, treasure-seeking beast. It really is from the mysterious system. While To Huang was still emotional, the angry waiter suddenly approached and shouted, Hey, what are you standing there for? Are you a customer or here to cause trouble? Ignoring the question, he pointed firmly at the item behind and asked, This stone, how much to take it? The waiter was startled and a bit embarrassed, asking, You want to buy the transformation stone? He disdainfully looked at the ugly toilet and thought to himself that the owner found this in the wilderness. But among all the found items, this one only transforms, but has no other use, so it's just displayed as decoration. But if that's the case, wouldn't customers think the store has no style? Thinking that, he hastily replied, This is expensive. I'll buy you a drink, finish it, then leave. You can't afford to buy it. Contrary to his attitude, To Huang was completely serious and smiled, asking, No problem. Name your price. Seeing this, the waiter angrily pointed at the toilet and shouted, 10,000? If you can pay 10,000 diamonds, take this stone. But this move was completely wrong. As soon as he finished, To Huang immediately took out 10,000 gold coins. He flicked the coins onto the table and replied sharply. Seeing the shiny gold coins rolling on the table, the waiter couldn't help but feel excited. They all suddenly looked at each other in shock and exclaimed, Rich guy, before they could figure out what was happening. To Huang's face darkened. He raised his hand and said, I don't need a discount, but you have to take me to the management office. Then when the waiter saw the ring on To Huang's hand, he realized and thought in horror, a master's ring. All three of them panicked, dropped to their knees, bowing repeatedly while loudly saying, We're sorry, we're sorry. How could I be so blind not to recognize the great master's arrival? They promised to correct their earlier mistake and said that the actual price should only be 1 diamond. Hearing this, he didn't hold it against them, but gently reminded masters work hard to protect things, not for you to play tricks. There won't be a next time. They looked up and answered in unison, Yes, yes, we definitely won't make that mistake again. After the transaction was done, To Huang immediately left the bar and slammed the door shut. It is known that during the process of beast tamers capturing beasts, there are 2 situations where beasts can be tamed quickly. One is a super-level tamer capturing a low-level beast, and the other is when the beast itself agrees, even wants to be tamed by the tamer. And the treasure-seeking beast belongs to the second category, so it could be tamed within 3 days in Liudingjian. Tu Huang was extremely stressed, leading the treasure-seeking beast all over Liudingjian in search of treasures, taking it to eat everything, and even taking on the role of a mother telling bedtime stories to the beast. Of course, there were plenty of treats too, like leading the treasure-seeking beast to secret places and ruins to look for treasures which would later pile up into a mountain. Now the treasure-seeking beast sees Tu Huang as an angel, just hoping Tu Huang will adopt it soon. But Tu Huang still didn't feel satisfied. In the backyard of the training ground, the management allowed the treasure-seeking beast to rely on itself. So, Tu Huang trained the beast's speed every day, cutting down practice time in the management's backyard so that Long Sa Tich could train the treasure-seeking beast. Long Sha Tik obeyed the command, wildly flapping its wings, chasing the treasure-seeking beast running below. It opened its mouth full of sharp fangs, its eyes blazing red, letting out a loud, powerful roar. Then it used its sharp claws to pin the treasure-seeking beast to the ground, making it cry out for help in sobs. Just at that moment, Tu Huang immediately appeared, coughing softly. Ahem, ahem. When the treasure-seeking beast was being abused to the point of breaking down, Tu Huang showed up like an angel to control Long Sa Tich's violent behavior. He shouted loudly, "Stop it!" At the same time, Tu Huang put on a righteous look. Long Sa Tich let the treasure-seeking beast go now. Why are you bullying it? Can't you be gentler? Long Sha Tik heard this, but had no clue what was going on. It stared blankly, wondering why it had to do this. But then it obeyed. It lifted its clawed foot off the treasure-seeking beast, and rescuing the beast from Long Sa Tich's claws made the little guy feel even more trusting and touched. The beast jumped up and hugged Tu Huang tightly, crying. Marrow gently comforted it. Oh, don't cry, don't cry. I'm adopting you. I'm listening to you. I'm listening to everything you say. With that, Tu Huang's plan was a complete success. The next day, on the trail through the vast pine hill outside of Koi Hung Forest, Tu Huang's group's car was moving along. While driving, the car suddenly stopped, braking sharply in front of a large lake. Zhang Cheng smiled and said, Master To, once we cross this river, we'll be inside Koi Hung Forest. Someone will meet you for the next part of the journey. Hearing this, he nodded slightly and replied, Thanks for your hard work. Just then, a series of rushing footsteps sounded from afar. Right above, Tu Huang, the sight of a huge tiger leaping down, appeared with a girl riding on its back. The tiger landed softly, then slowly approached the 3 people standing there. The girl sitting on the tiger's back smiled and asked, Are you Tu Huang? I am the beast Tamer guarding Koi Hung Forest Black Chrysanthemum. You can call me Sister Hack. Her mount is a high-level dangerous species, the scarlet flame tiger. Seeing the people in front of her, Trung Tang and Trun Han immediately saluted and loudly said, Greetings, Lord Cook. To Huang also happily raised his hand to greet Sister Cook. Hack Cook then jumped down from her mount and continued, The boss has informed us through the communication device about your 1-month training schedule. I thought you'd arrive earlier, but you just got here today. Hearing this, he felt a bit embarrassed, scratched his head, and explained, Because of some unfinished business, sorry about that. Hack Cook didn't really care about that. She turned to Trung Tang and said, You 2 can head back now. He quickly asked, What about the luggage in the back? Before he could finish, she lightly touched the jade pendant on her neck and called out, Come here. From inside the ring, a huge ape appeared, surrounded by bolts of lightning, making To Huang jump in surprise. He looked it over and thought, Silverback ape, a high-level dangerous species, must be fully trained by now. It's hard to tell its strength just by looks. Hack Cook smiled, gently touched the silverback ape, and ordered, Silverback move their luggage into the camp. Hearing the order, it immediately let out a call and nodded in agreement. Trung Tang was very considerate, pointing out where the items were. Great ape, everything is arranged over here. Hack Cook then jumped back onto the scarlet flame tiger and asked, The camp is a bit of a distance from here. Do you want to ride my scarlet flame tiger? To Huang smiled and declined. No need, Sister Cook, I'll ride Long Sa Tik. Then he raised his hand and called out loudly, Come here, little tick! Seeing Long Sa Tik appear, Hack Cook was amazed, her eyes sparkling as she said, So, this is the little junior brother the teacher is proud of. The first mount is a top-level dangerous species. She nodded smiling and said, "Let's see what you've got." Saying that, she rode the scarlet flame tiger straight ahead. Being obedient and fighting are two different things. Hearing that To Huang quickly ordered Long Sa Tik chase after her. Suddenly, Long Sa Tik's eyes changed as if provoked by Hak Kuk's words earlier. Its whole body was filled with fighting spirit, making To Huang startled say, "What are you trying to do?" Before he could figure out what was going on, Long Sa Tik dashed off at a dizzying speed, nearly making him lose his balance. It soared up into the sky, ignoring To Huang, shouting behind, "Hey, don't use your skills while riding." Night fell quickly. At a large fortress by the edge of a cliff, Hak Kuk and To Huang stood in front of a big wooden door. She kept knocking hard and loudly said, "Open the door!" And then a man stuck his head out from inside and asked, "Hey, Kuk, could you be a bit gentler? You're about to break the iron door." Kuk replied, "Next time remember to bring the key, okay? I'm busy, yet I still have to open the door for you." Hearing this nagging, Hak Kuk was annoyed and scolded, "You're busy. Busy hibernating, I told you to guard. You sneaked off while the chairman was away." Caught right on the spot, he was speechless, scratching his head awkwardly. "It's a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. Opening the door for Lord Kuk is my honor." Before he could finish, she sharply slapped him on the head. "Enough," she said, pointing at To Huang. "Arrange the room and bring little brother To Huang's luggage inside." Watching all this, he didn't know how to react, only managing a forced smile, thinking how strange their lives were. Hak Kuk introduced Koi Hung Lum, which currently only has me and Tiet Vu. There were originally a few support soldiers in the camp, but they couldn't handle the harsh conditions in Koi Hung Lum and left. The support tasks are now assigned to our mounts. The camp commander is also the chairman of Liu Din Chan. Lord Ngusu Dainyan Tu Kek already went to the wilderness to chase away a dangerous species a few days ago. There is another Lord Ngusu Lum Chan who planned to wait for you to arrive to take you through special training. But since you were a few days late, he started ahead. Listening to To Huang, she felt more guilty and scratched her head awkwardly. Some things came up and got delayed." Without letting him explain further, Hak Kuk smiled and interrupted. "It's okay, let's go, we'll talk in my room." Hearing that, he stopped in his tracks, said blankly, "Ah." A moment later, inside the room, the walls were covered with countless models of different animal heads. Seeing this massive collection, To Huang couldn't help but gape in amazement. Hak Kuk sat on the bed and said, Hey, come back, are you dumb or what?" He turned around and replied, "Hi, it's not just the layout, it's really unique." Hearing that, she smiled and asked, "So you think this place of Sister Kuk's is a hotel, or that something's going to happen between us?" As she spoke, she slapped the spot next to her. "Or did you come here just to hear a few teasing words?" Little naive brother To Huang shook his head, rapidly refusing. This. Hak Kuk looked amused and interrupted. "All right, no more teasing. Since you just arrived, you probably don't fully understand the special training at Koi Hung Lum yet." She explained these are the usual rules. The first special training for Ngusu at Hak Dong Bao only becomes clear once you arrive at the Koi Hung Lum camp. The Koi Hung Lum special training isn't just about combat experience, but also offers many benefits. "Have you heard about the energy fruit yet?" To Huang was surprised and asked, "Could it be that Koi Hung Lum has energy fruits?" She answered, "Of course Koi Hung Lum has plenty of mighty energy fruits. They are a stable source of energy fruit for Hak Dong Bao, which can boost the physical strength and endurance attributes of dangerous species. They are beneficial for mounts of evil beast and strength types." After finishing, Hak Kuk stepped over to the opposite wall, then pulled back the curtains to reveal a large map. She just pointed up and said, "But getting it isn't easy. The Hungluk fruits in Koi Hung Forest are all guarded by gray bears. Through the token of the gray bear pack leader in Koi Hung Forest, a pet can challenge the owner of a Hungluk fruit. With this token, the guardians usually won't refuse. If you win, you can claim a Hungluk fruit. But if it's not a Black Lantern guard spirit daring to take the energy of the fruit, the gray bears will definitely attack our guarding spirit. No death, no retreat." The next day, loud and fierce roars echoed inside the Hungluk fruit forest in Koi Hung Forest. Below, Long Sa Tik was standing face to face with a huge, ferocious gray bear on a nearby tree. To Huang and Lum Chan were watching closely. He said, "Looks like Koi Hung is about to accept the challenge. As long as Long Sa Tik beats the opponent, he'll get a Hungluk fruit." Then he sighed deeply and said, "I don't think it'll be that easy." Lum Chan added this, "Hung Bi will only accept challenges from opponents it perceives as weaker than itself. To get the Hungluk fruit, you obviously have to face danger. Right after he finished speaking, the gray bear below used its bear roar skill, letting out a powerful, commanding roar. But in response to that roar, Long Satik didn't react at all, didn't move, just stood still watching intently. The next moment, he gave a mocking, provocative smile to the gray bear in front of him. Seeing that mocking attitude, the gray bear was so angry its eyes practically sparkled. To Huang forced a smile helplessly, secretly thinking he didn't expect Long Satik to have such a talent for mocking. He pointed down and asked Koi Hongbi, "Are you going to accept the challenge?" Lumchan smiled and replied, "Of course." Long Satik just hasn't fought a dangerous beast-type opponent before, so he might be at a disadvantage. At that, Long Satik and the gray bear started exchanging combat moves, wildly charging at each other. Long Satik released dragon power around him, creating a huge, imposing aura. But the gray bear didn't care at all, using its sharp claws, aiming at both sides, charging straight at him, causing a massive clash. Roars echoed fiercely. Taking advantage of Long Satik's momentary lapse, the gray bear slapped hard on his head, catching him off guard. He was knocked backward, rolling on the ground several times. Even though his opponent fell, the gray bear showed no intention of stopping and lunged unexpectedly again. Seeing this, Lumchan panicked and shouted, "Not good. Something's about to happen." Before he could jump down, To Huang stopped him with a hand. "Senior brother, wait a bit." He smiled and said, "I see. Teo Tik still has some fight left." And just as To Huang said after that slap, Long Satik awakened and used Dragon Might. His eyes blazed, and under that powerful gaze, the gray bear froze in place, its body trembling uncontrollably. Quickly, it regained its composure, growling angrily and scattering debris everywhere. Using its massive but surprisingly agile body, it lunged forward, but Long Satik was one step ahead, dodging to the side. Long Satik activated the Dragon Force skill to enhance its entire body. Determined, it charged in for a life-or-death fight with its opponent. In the blink of an eye, 3 sharp claw slashes flew through the air, blood splattering everywhere. The gray bear was wounded by Long Satik with 3 claw marks clearly visible on its arm. Despite being injured, the gray bear's fighting spirit remained unbroken. Glancing at the furious eyes of the opponent, Lin Zhen couldn't help but praise. "Looks like your Long Satik isn't bad. It can already use combo moves. That's a very rare trait. But to break through Koi Hongbi's defense, it's still not enough. It needs to grow stronger." To Huang looked down and added, "Indeed, the defense of a beast-type guardian is truly formidable." Lin Zhen smiled and replied, "That's the power of the mighty strength fruit. If Long Satik can win, it will also gain the mighty strength fruit." Hearing this, he got very excited and shouted to Long Satik, "Come on, little tick." The match resumed. The gray bear used the beast's will skill to regenerate the wounds on its arm. Long Satik didn't stand still either. It used the Evil Intent Earth Chi and Evil Intent Bullet skills to form a large energy ball in its mouth. Once fully charged, it fired volley after volley at the gray bear, kicking up a thick cloud of dust that obscured the surrounding view. When the dust cleared, the large figure of the gray bear was still standing tall, completely unharmed. The gray bear grabbed a nearby log, growled wildly, and lifted it high in the air. Then, using its unbeatable strength, it threw a series of massive tree trunks toward Long Satik. Long Satik was caught off guard, eyes wide open in surprise. It quickly dodged left and right to avoid the logs. But before it could move far, 4 more huge trunks flew in, blocking its path and forcing it to stop. Long Satik, with a worried look, turned to look behind. Right behind it, the gray bear had closed in, standing on its hind legs and roaring up at the sky. Lin Zhen saw the danger and shouted, "It's grown up now!" "Damn, it's the frenzied talent. This guy's trying to play dumb to eat the tiger," Lin Zhen said anxiously. "Not every Koi Hongbi has this talent. Once triggered, it temporarily boosts strength and defense. Right now, Long Satik still can't beat an opponent like this. It's time to stop fighting." Hearing this, To Huang was also very worried. But he had made up his mind. Responding to his senior brother in the spirit world, he still hadn't heard any cries for help from Long Satik. He chose to trust it down there. Now, facing the huge figure of Koi Hongbi and its fierce eyes, Long Satik tried to find a way out, its face showing clear worry. Without hesitation, Koi Hongbi started swinging its sharp claws straight at its opponent to defend itself. Long Satik immediately used the Evil Frenzy Level 2 skill for speed. Its body suddenly became agile. Just like that, it darted to the side, dodging a brutal strike from Koi Hung-bi. It tried to dash quickly uphill toward a large tree trunk. Watching from above, Lin Jen felt nervous and uneasy. Damn, with this speed, Long Sa Tik can't outrun it. It's going to get hit. Just as he said, Koi Hung-bi showed no intention of giving up. It used its level 2 skill-awakening fierce strike and charged madly toward Long Sa Tik. At that moment, Long Sa Tik suddenly got an idea. It stopped, glanced back, then lightly slammed its tail down on the ground. Long Sa Tik used its level 2 skill awakening. Tenacious stone striking hard enough to crack the earth on both sides and spring upward. Koi Hung-bi was quickly wrapped tightly by falling chunks of rock. But that meant nothing to it. With a single flick of its paw, the rocks shattered instantly. Suddenly, unfortunately, while moving, it slipped and lost footing, its whole body unsteady. Its massive figure crashed to the ground, then tumbled down the long slope like a boulder. Unable to react in time, it slammed straight into a large tree trunk with a loud thud. Seeing this, Long Sa Tik couldn't help but feel amused, smiling mockingly. It looked at Koi Hung-bi lying unconscious on the ground and laughed out loud with joy. Lin Jen was speechless at this lucky break and blurted out, "Is this a dumb bear or what? To think you never ran into one like this?" To Hoang felt happy too. Waving his hand, he replied, "Hey, hey, hey. Just lucky, just lucky." Looking at him clinging to a tree branch and shrugging helplessly, he added, "Sorry, brother. I forgot my current spiritual energy isn't enough to level me up." Lin Jen quickly cupped his hands and whistled. Immediately, a large bird appeared from the sky. It was Lin Jen's flying guardian beast, the blood-tail Blackhawk. The Blackhawk flew over to To Huang and grabbed him firmly by the shoulders, surprising him. With wide eyes, it slowly lowered him safely down to the ground. Lin Jen had also landed by then. He approached him and praised, "You really are the disciple the master is proud of." Long Sa Tik put in a lot of effort in today's battle. Finishing his sentence, he raised his hand forward and called out loudly, "Come out, Ha Mao Tao!" Listening closely, a small magical beast popped up from the ground. It's called Ha Mao Tao, a grass-type royal pet healer that can root itself in the earth to absorb nutrients. Lumchan happily explained this is one of the challenge rules in Koi Hung Forest. After the challenge, it will heal Koi Hung-bi. If not, it will be attacked by the bears in Koi Hung Forest. To Huang scratched his head awkwardly after hearing this and added, "So that's how it is. Sorry for bothering you, senior brother," he replied. "No big deal." After some intensive healing, Koi Hung-bi finally woke up. His eyes slowly opened, but what he saw was far from pleasant. Long Sa Tik and Ha Mao Tao were standing there mocking and taunting him again. Like going crazy, he rushed forward. But this time, Lumchan stepped in to stop him. "The challenge is over. If you still want to fight, you'll need one of those Hung Luck fruits." As soon as he heard that Koi Hung-bi immediately stopped, turned around, let out a long, heavy sigh, feeling down. To Huang watched him walk away and couldn't help but wonder, "Wait, just leave like that. What about the fruit?" Lumchan smiled and said, "Come on, follow him and you'll see." So they all lined up behind Koi Hung-bi and went deeper into the forest. After a while, they finally came upon a tree heavy with bright red Hung Luck fruits. Koi Hung-bi gently approached the tree and Long Sa Tik excitedly ran over. But before Long Sa Tik could touch a fruit, Koi Hung-bi bit into one, first picked it, then carefully placed the Hung Luck on the ground, leaving Long Sa Tik standing there stunned and confused. Now, seeing the Hung Luck lying on the ground covered with saliva stains, Long Sa Tik couldn't stand it. His face darkened and a wave of nausea hit him. Seeing that expression, Koi Hung-bi burst out laughing loudly, feeling triumphant after his earlier revenge. Standing at the forest edge, Lumchan pointed inside and explained, "I'm sure Hak Kook told you each Koi Hung-bi's territory has a Hung Luck tree, right? At the center of that tree's area is where a Hung-bi clan lives." Just then, Long Sa Tik came out holding a Hung Luck fruit in his mouth, and To Huang examined it carefully, wondering, "Is this the Hung Luck fruit? It's much smaller than I imagined." He turned to ask his senior brother, "How do you use this?" Lumchan replied, "Just eat it directly. Once picked, the mysterious energy inside starts to dissipate within minutes. If you don't preserve it well, the sooner you eat it, the better," he thought to himself. Impressive. After hearing this, To Huang didn't hesitate and immediately called out to Long Sa Tik, "Open your mouth quick. But in his mind, all he could picture was the Hung Luk fruit Koi Hung Bi had spit out covered in saliva earlier. Thinking that, he abruptly turned his head away, refusing to open his mouth. Seeing this, To Huang almost teared up and yelled, "Your mouth, what kind of expression is that? This is good stuff." Yu sadly looked at Lam Chan and asked, "Senior brother, do you have any water?" He heard that, got fired up and replied, "Are you planning to cut it into pieces?" After a while, Lam Chan finally took out water to wash the Hung Luk fruit for To Hoang. As soon as the fruit was washed, you threw it to Long Satich to eat heartily. "Here, eat up!" Lam Chan spoke up. "Junior brother, get ready a bit. We'll let Long Satich absorb the Hung Luk fruit here, soak up all its energy, and only then will we leave. Otherwise, a lot of energy will be wasted." Hearing this, To Hoang still didn't quite understand and asked blankly, "Get ready how?" He didn't hurry to explain, just raised his hand and called out loud, "Come here, Hu Su Bandia Nam Quang Mang." Right after Lam Chan's two royal beasts appeared immediately. One was a Bandia Nyam Quang Mang, an extremely dangerous mature species. The other was a Hu Su, a highly dangerous advanced species. With everything ready, he smiled and said, "Alert." To Huang smiled bitterly, thinking, "Looks like absorbing the Hung Luk fruit will take some time." Then he looked at Lam Chan, nodded, and said, "Really appreciate it, senior brother." He replied, "No need to be polite. The Hung Luk fruit can't be preserved long, so usually you won't make it back to camp in time. It has to be slowly digested inside the secret forest. If there isn't a strong enough royal beast to guard it, you should find a tree root or a mountain cave to completely avoid trouble. After a few times, you'll get used to it." Over at Long Satich, it seemed to be trying really hard to absorb the Hung Luk fruit's energy, sweating hard. Seeing that, Tu Huang was very worried. "Senior brother Long Satich is—" Lam Chan reassured him. "The mysterious energy of the Hung Luk fruit transforms at an unusual speed. The speed even the cells will definitely cause the body to react. The energy of the Hung Luk fruit is also famously intense." After waiting a while longer, finally Long Sha-Tich's legs began to change. Its claws grew longer and sharper, and its body seemed to shed its old skin, transforming into a bigger, more mature dragon. And so the first Hung Luk fruit was finished on day 13. During these 13 days, Long Sha-Tich not only grew drastically in size, but also got close to late-stage maturity. In terms of strength, endurance, and physique, it was no weaker than a late-stage mature Long Sha-Tich. It was even stronger. After all, in those 10-plus days, it had eaten 8 or 9 Hung Luk fruits. Long Sha-Tich seemed to have a talent for provoking others. It challenged so many Hung Bi that even Lam Chan was constantly amazed. In 13 days, it fought over 20 Hung Bi to get the Hung Luk fruits. Its win rate was 50%. Except for the first day when it beat that dumb bear, the high success rate was all thanks to the silent hero finding royal beasts. The Hung Bi that Long Sha-Tich fought in recent days were all chosen by the royal beast finder. This is the real reason why Lam Chan's Koi Hung Bi got only 1 Hung Luk fruit, while Long Sha-Tich got 8. But this secret Lam Chan hadn't figured out yet. While still moving, suddenly Long Sha-Tich turned its head back and let out a low roar. Tu Huang was startled and asked, "Say that again?" Feeling the same innate power as the Hung Bi from the first day, it nodded repeatedly to show its certainty. You didn't think twice and quickly ordered, "Go, let's go meet it." After fumbling around for a while, you finally reach the spot Long Sha-Tich pointed out. You gently push aside the thick grass, and right before your eyes is the sight of a Koi Hung Bi fighting another beast. You wonder, are they fighting? Watching for a bit longer, To Huang realizes and exclaims, "Koi Jap Lang breed, mid-level dangerous, usually lives in dark caves, and this place is Koi Hung Forest. If that's the case, it must be a royal beast." Just as he thinks this, he suddenly notices a man wearing a mask standing nearby saying, "Koi Jap Lang isn't enough. Come on, Trung Jap Lang, take care of this. Hak Hung Bi." Looking at the Trung Jap Lang that just appeared, To Huang is amazed again. Trung Jap Lang, it's the evolved form of Koi Jap Lang, a very dangerous bug. Almost no weaknesses comparable to top-level dangerous bugs, much stronger than Hak Kuk's Sheik Veem Ho. This one is definitely fully grown, and its condition is perfectly nurtured. Trung Jap Lang then stops standing still, stomps its hind legs hard on the ground, gains momentum, and charges straight at Hak Hung Bi. In the blink of an eye, with a powerful ram, it knocks down Hak Hung Bi without any difficulty. The poor Hak Hong Bi is knocked flat into the water, unable to react in time. After watching To Huang can't believe his eyes and wonders that fast and it's already over. Then he remembers the rumors he heard earlier and thinks Brother Huang said, Hak Dang Bao has been a strong force in this desolate gray land for hundreds of years. During its development, of course, there have been conflicts, so it has quite a few enemies. A powerful rival force of Hak Dang Bao seems to be the royal beast masters, controlling these Khoi Zaplang and Trung Zaplang because they control the habitat of Khoi Zaplang just like Hak Dang Bao controls Khoi Hung Forest. Only theirs isn't as large as Khoi Hung Forest. Now they show up here because of the Hung Look fruit, but how can it survive? Keep in mind, even Hak Dang Bao hasn't fully mastered it yet. After dealing with the Hak Hung Bi, the masked man approaches the Hung Look fruit, pulls out a sharp syringe, and directly plunges it into the fruit, draining all the liquid inside. To Huang is puzzled and blurts out, "That's..." Before he can figure out what's happening, suddenly another royal beast appears right above him. He fears silently, "I'm done for, it's a scout beast." Below, the masked man is still busy sucking out the insides of the Hung Look fruit with the syringe, when suddenly a loud roar startles him to a halt. Annoyed, he shoves the syringe back into his pocket. Cursing, I didn't expect it was hiding a guinea pig in its mouth. Frustrated, he immediately orders, "Go quickly, check it out over there." He climbs onto the Trung Japlang and speeds off, moving so fast it's dizzying. A few minutes later, the chase is still intensely underway. The masked man rides the Trung Japlang in pursuit on the ground while above Long Sa Tik and To Huang are rushing to escape. He anxiously looked back, thinking, the armored wolf species is dangerous rideable, and it managed to sneak into the Khoi Hung forest undetected. This is definitely a big catch. Thinking that, he reached into his pocket and pulled out the walkie-talkie he had prepared earlier. He shouted loudly, "Emergency thief spotted, send backup, hurry, hurry!" But just as he spoke, To Huang suddenly realized the walkie-talkie had no signal anymore, panicking and wondering, is the battery dead? It turns out it had been too safe for too long, and with the teacher's reputation, he had let his guard down. He mounted Long Sa Tik and sped off firmly, swearing, "Even if my head falls today, I must send the message out." After saying that, he summoned his beast companion to sit on his shoulder. Long Sa Tik activated its armor skill and pushed forward, trying to go faster. But that man wasn't any pushover either. He and his pet kept chasing closely behind. He pointed forward and ordered Trung Zaplang, activate pursuit skill. Take out that white rat and his lousy pet. Acknowledged the order. Trung Zaplang slowly pressed its feet against the ground, stepping back to gain momentum. It used the skill Evil Focus Blackline, a level 5 awakening ability. Instantly, its body became like a whirlwind, dashing forward so fast it was almost invisible. In the blink of an eye, Trung Zaplang caught up to Long Sa Tik, tailing closely behind. To To Huang's shock, he glanced back, his worry growing deeper than ever. Without hesitation, he ordered Long Sa Tik to use Evil Focus 2-stage speed attack, reminding him to run into the bushes in the forest. It obeyed, lunging forward with a loud roar, its two hind wings flaring fiercely and powerfully. As it sped off, To Huang thought to himself, even though the 2-stage speed attack boosts effectiveness less than Blackline Focus, its advantage is the ability to change direction. If they want to play tough, then let's dive straight into the big bushes. Hopefully this will lead Senior Brother Lum Chan here. Inside the forest, the sounds of snapping branches echoed sharply. The junk beetle Trung Zaplang rammed headfirst into the trees, blocking its path without hesitation. But by now they had completely lost track of To Huang. He was nowhere in sight. The masked man shouted angrily, "That white rat is fast," saying that, he raised his hand to summon a new pet. A white tiger appeared immediately. It was the electric light tiger, a dangerous level 3 species, light lightning and beast types. Right after he jumped off Trung Japlang's back and onto the back of the electric light tiger, the masked man pointed straight ahead and ordered to continue the chase. And so 3 beams of purple, green, and red light sped through the forest. After a while, the electric light tiger finally caught up. It leapt into the air, shooting lightning bolts from its palms using the light system skill Light Speed Strike. Seeing the lightning bolts coming at him, Long Sa Tik quickly dodged to the side to avoid them. But unfortunately, it still got hit once, tearing its skin and causing blood to gush out. To Huang's face grew worried as he thought, this is an extremely dangerous species. The electric light tiger is definitely a total enemy. At this rate, even if it's not caught, it'll end up lost for sure. Just then, he suddenly realized something. Glancing to the side, he happily said to his pet finder, "Pet finder, quickly lead us to the territory of the mighty leader B." Obeying the order, it closed its eyes and sensed the surroundings. After a moment, it pointed straight ahead. Hearing this, To Huang immediately followed the lead, shouting, "Let's go! We're going to find help." Just like that, Long Sa Tik suddenly turned sharply, weaving straight along the edge of the cliff. To Din Quang Ho's surprise, he added, "Zatik, don't just run, use Earth Summon to call them out." Understanding what he meant, it opened its mouth, eyes blazing, and let out a loud roar. Then it slammed its tail down hard on the ground, causing rocks and earth to rise up, forming a huge wall. When Dien Quang Ho and Trung Jap Lang caught up, they were blocked by this massive stone wall. The masked man angrily ordered Trung Jap Lang to clear the way. Without hesitation, he sent his ring beast forward. Trung Jap Lang appeared and used its sturdy head to ram straight into the stone wall, breaking it apart easily. As the path opened, Dien Quang Ho quickly resumed the chase right on Long Sa Tik's tail. He looked at To Huang with a sly grin and said, "I don't believe you can do it." Hearing this, he was startled and quickly turned to look behind him. His eyebrows furrowed tensely. Just moments ago, Dien Quang Ho had been only a little behind Long Sa Tik, but when he looked back again, there was no sign of him anywhere. The masked man, frustrated, ordered, "Can't see him anymore, Dien Quang Ho, go find him." Suddenly it paused, lifted its nose, and sniffed the air for a moment. Then, as if sensing some imminent danger, its fur stood on end and sweat poured down like rain. Seeing this, the masked man, still clueless about what was happening, asked in shock, "What's wrong?" "Dien Quang Ho." Then he looked up and saw two blazing red eyes full of rage. It was coming from inside the cave. A huge foot with long, sharp claws stomped out. The one who just appeared was none other than the leader Hung Bi. It charged forward at lightning speed, roaring ferociously. Only then did the masked man realize the danger. His eyes showed panic as he gasped, "This isn't good, it's the leader." He hurriedly urged his beast, "Go now." Not far away, To Huang and Long Sa Tik were safe in another spot. From the forest, loud roars kept echoing, frightening birds into a frenzied flight. He thought in amazement, the leader can call the pack to attack together. Without the teacher's token, no matter how strong the hunter is, they can't defeat all the Hung Bi. Lam thought, then immediately ordered Long Sa Tik, "Let's go back to the camp. Go get senior brother Tiet Vu. If we're late, the energy of the Hung Look fruit will be completely drained." Without delay, it quickly spread its wings and soared up. But before they could get far, a terrifying streak of light hurtled down from the sky. To Huang's sharp eyes spotted the danger, and he shouted loudly, "Long Sa Tik, dodge now!" Following the command, Long Sa Tik leapt into the air, just in time to avoid the devastating strike. Dust flew everywhere. It gently landed on a large branch above to observe. Suddenly, a familiar voice rang out, "Too bad that mixed breed managed to dodge." Seeing the masked man standing opposite him, To Huang couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, "You found me." He smirked and replied, "Little mixed breed, this is my electric light tiger. Tracking skill, no matter if you run 10 times faster, I can still find you." Only now did To Huang realize why he'd always been followed by this guy. Even though he tried to hide it, it was a pursuit skill. He shrugged lightly and continued, "Having the Hung Bi leader block me and run back to report. Smart tactic. But you should know, for a tamer at my level, it's easy to dodge a Hung Bi warrior. Unlike you, who only has one spirit beast, the Killin." Finishing his sentence, the masked man pointed straight ahead and ordered, "Electric light tiger, count on you now." Immediately, the electric light tiger leapt with sharp eyes and outstretched claws toward the branch on the other side. But before it could carry out its plan, its whole body suddenly froze. Its eyes widened in terror. It turned out that in its eyes, Long Sa Tik was radiating an incredibly intimidating aura. Long we second level awakening. To Huang smiled, thinking, using the innate ability of the mysterious illusion-type treasure-hunting beast to make the opponent mistake Long Sa Tik for just an ordinary Keelan. Then using Longy while it can't fully attack, it can buy some time. Thinking this, he pulled out a big bomb from his body. Luckily, he had prepared smoke bombs, which he could now use. The next moment, a loud explosion roared, followed by a thick column of black smoke. Caught off guard, the masked man didn't have time to react. His eyes squinted as he tried to spot To Huang's whereabouts. Not far away, Long Sa Tik was soaring upward, flying through the thick smoke. To Huang ordered, "Charge Long Sa Tik! This is our last chance." By now, the masked man had realized it too. He burst out laughing. "Ha ha, still want to run? I can see you want to become a spirit." With that, he ordered his electric light tiger pet to use its electric control skill to chase after them. Finish it off, kill the little mutt first, then kill his crappy beast. The electric light tiger pounced like a lightning strike, ferocious and fast, making To Huang's startled shout, "I'm done for!" At the critical moment when things seemed hopeless suddenly, the ring of the Beastmaster on his hand emitted a fierce red light. Along with that came a round shield spreading around, blocking the sharp claws of the electric light tiger. The Fire Beast power awakened at level 6. Fire Claw Beast Guard unexpectedly struck the protective armor. The electric light tiger and the masked man were both thrown backward, not having time to react. To Huang realized he had escaped danger and was so moved he shed tears, thinking, "Master, oh master, Fire Claw Beast Guard can protect me. Why didn't you tell me sooner? Not killed, just scared to death." Back at the masked man's spot, the electric light tiger was lying unconscious. He said in surprise, "You say that, but seal the power only for the most dangerous species. Only in Shuku can you find a ring with those characters. These characters are also famous in mid-level dangerous items. I don't even have that kind of good stuff. So who exactly are you?" Faced with his rapid questions, To Huang had no intention to answer. He urged Longshatich, "Why are you just standing there? Run quickly." Hearing this, he raised his hand forward and shouted, "Still want to run? No matter who you are, don't think about sending word out of here." From inside his Beastmaster ring, a giant white lion burst out. To Huang exclaimed in horror, "How many pet beasts does this guy have in total? Don't bully people too much." The masked man grinned smugly and threatened, "You little mutt. No matter who your master is, you're definitely dead today." Seeing the danger, Longshatich quickly fled, but suddenly its steps faltered. The masked man smirked and asked, "What's wrong? Not running anymore." But he didn't realize the situation had changed. To Huang turned back with a sly smile and asked, "Do you recognize this beast?" He looked carefully, then was shocked to recognize the blue wind bird Lin Zhen's scouting pet. Just as he finished speaking, Lin Zhen appeared riding his black leopard, charging straight ahead. Two jet-black paws with sharp claws landed slowly. Confident and cool, he stood in front of To Huang and Longshatich and shouted, "Who dares to hit my junior brother?" In the Koihung forest, as soon as he appeared, the masked man looked angry and asked, "You dare to block me?" Lin Zhen remained calm, nodded, and smiled. "Not only do I dare to block you, I dare to kill you too." Saying that, he stared straight at him and shouted, "Mutt of Toi Hua Chan." Hearing that, To Huang behind was quite surprised, thinking, "Toi Hua Chan, I've heard of it." The full name is Toi Hua Ngung Tu Dia, a large and long-established place, always the main rival of Hakdang Bao. Unlike Koihung, their leader Lin seems to have a deep connection with the territory of beast pets. No wonder their beast pets are mostly wolf type. The masked man shrugged and added, "That brat's mouth is getting bigger. I'm afraid you don't have what it takes." With that, he directly called more beast pets and ordered, "Ha ha ha, charge, tear him apart so we'll see if he still dares to talk big after he's dead." Seeing the armored insect wolf charging straight at him, Lin Zhen was not afraid at all, just stood still and watched. A faint smile curled at the corner of his mouth. "Ha ha, no hesitation. I raise my hand," he said. "Wait until I kill you, to see if I have what it takes." From inside Lin Zhen's Beastmaster ring, a series of other beast pets launched out Electric Rock, Rigid Eel Moon, Shadow Leopard. Lin Zhen was more confident than ever, snorted coldly. Right in front of him, the armored insect wolf rushed at breakneck speed, its eyes blazing, and claws spread as if ready to devour. Seeing the danger, To Huang called out anxiously, "Senior brother!" But before he could finish, a fiery fist suddenly swung out from nowhere, punching the armored insect wolf right beside Lin Zhen, twisting its mouth. A giant fiery figure appeared, easily knocking down the armored insect wolf without any trouble. It was hit painfully and couldn't react, tumbling hard onto the ground. The masked man, witnessing this, became terrified and stammered, "That fiery figure standing next to Lin Zhen is Fire Heat Poison Man, a particularly dangerous species, poison type martial arts type, heat power type magic type, and charm type." To Huang stood behind, amazed, thinking, "So when my senior brother uses the Electric Rock Rigid Eel move, he's also unleashing Fire Heat Poison Man." Only he's using the stealth skill of the magic system lying in wait. This is a 5-system beast pet power. Near the armored insect wolf, after taking that punch, it tried to get up again. Its fur was blazing fiercely. This time it didn't dare to act rashly, just stood far off growling at Fire Heat Poison Man. The masked man cautiously said, "Fire Heat Poison Man, how do you have such a rare beast pet? No wonder you dared to confront me. You hid it well." The intelligence network of Toi Hua Chan but never heard of the Hakdang Tap having such a rare beast pet. Lin Jin smirked and replied, "If I told you, how could you expect to kill me today?" Hearing this taunt, the masked man got angry and asked, "One Fire Heat Poison Man wants to kill me. I think you're still not awake yet." With that, he pointed ahead and declared, "The armored insect wolf is also top of the particularly dangerous insect species. How can Fire Heat Poison Man beat me?" He ordered the armored insect wolf to use the Black Line Swarm skill. Upon receiving the order, it quickly opened its mouth full of sharp fangs and lunged straight at Hoa Nhit Dok Nam. But it seemed its speed wasn't threatening at all. Hoa Nhit Dok Nam was able to dodge all of its claw strikes. Hoa Nhit Dok Nam clenched his fist tightly. A fierce flame erupted, and he threw a powerful punch right into the face of the Trung Jap Lang, causing it great pain. Not stopping there, he followed up with a knockout punch from the chin upwards. Taking that hit, Trung Jap Lang flew backwards like a rocket, crashing hard onto the ground. To Huang was shocked eyes wide open as he wondered, is senior brother Lum Chan really this strong? The masked man wasn't ready to give up yet. He gently stroked his loyal beast and said, "That's some terrifying power. You really think that's enough to defeat my Trung Jap Lang?" Saying that, he continued to use the Trung Jap Lang's skills. The Trung Jap armor activated. Lum Chan didn't just stand there and take it. He ordered Hoa Nhit Dok Nam to teach them some manners. Nhit Dung Fist Spirit Flame Blaze. From Hoa Nhit Dok Nam's hand, a huge flame burst out fiercely again. The terrifying aura around them was enough to make the hair stand on end. Both sides charged at each other like moths to a flame. The masked man shouted, "Trung Jap Lang Dark Line Cluster Attack." Lum Chan responded, "Nhit Dung Fist Superheat Motion." Their shouts rang out continuously as their fierce battle tore everything apart. This way, the two clashed, one side blazing with fire, the other striking with dark, ominous lightning bolts. It was a fight to the death. Moments later, a terrifying explosion erupted, followed by a huge shockwave and aftershocks. Dust and smoke billowed up thickly. When the smoke cleared, Hoa Nhit Dok Nam was still standing tall and firm. Right in front of him was the Trung Jap Lang, trembling in fear and curled up in a corner. The masked man exclaimed in surprise, "Well done indeed, a rare, loyal beast." Hoa Nhit Dok Nam has also mastered 2 level 6 awakening abilities. No wonder it could thrash Trung Jap Lang like that. Finishing his sentence, a red glow flashed from his summoner ring. He then summoned another loyal beast of his Hong Lan Thu, evolved form of particularly dangerous species, Fire Keelin Beast. Seeing this, Lum Chan sneered and asked, "What you think adding this piece of trash will beat me?" He smirked and replied, "I don't need to beat you. Just blocking you is enough for someone else to kill you." He pulled out a walkie-talkie and contacted his crew. "I've got Lum Chan at half health. Anyone interested in coming over to claim a head?" Hearing the masked man's words, To Huang felt a bit uneasy. He quietly called out senior brother. Lum Chan still looked calm as ever. He replied, "That's right, just as you thought. I've already sent a message to Chairman Hua. Now we have to see whose people arrive first." To Huang stared intently at the group ahead and asked, "Or is there another way?" He asked again, "Do you dare not notice that both of them just stand there chatting away, ignoring us?" The masked guy snapped angrily, almost shouting, "Chit-chat, shut up!" Fire, Kirin Beast, surround them. At the command, the Fire Kirin Beast immediately charged forward with its huge body, but was stopped by Hoa Nhit Dok Nam. He turned and said, "You can hold them off for 4 seconds. Without hesitation, he ordered Hoa Nhit Dok Nam to use the skill Fire Heat Poison, South Heat Poison Fist. The ground beneath Hoa Nhit Dok Nam cracked and shattered. The cracks spread in violent bursts of superheated energy. The Fire Kirin Beast didn't stand still either. It opened its mouth and formed a large fireball. The masked guy hurriedly ordered the Fire Kirin Beast to charge up a fire blast. But before they could carry out their plan, a strong gust of wind suddenly swept in from nowhere, forcing them to retreat. Out of the whirlwind, Long Sa Tik appeared with blood-red eyes. He scowled angrily and shouted, "Damn white rat, you dare come forward!" To Huang didn't even bother to respond. His beast was surrounded. Then Long Sa Tik immediately used the skill, Mind Bullet combined with Earth Pain Monster Lotus Chain, creating a large dark purple energy ball that shot straight ahead. Seeing the attack coming straight at him, the masked guy froze on the spot, shouting, "I'm done for." There was a loud explosion followed by a towering column of thick white smoke. As the smoke cleared, a giant figure stood tall. The one standing there, shielding the masked guy, was an extremely dangerous top-tier Ki Thun Tuk breed, Chin Tuk Hak Ting. Realizing he had been saved, sat down with a relieved smile, ha ha ha. And behind him, a bald guy with his face covered approached slowly riding a pet beast. He jumped off, grinning smugly, and said, "Your luck sucks. My people got here first. Had to kill Lum Chan, we're pulling back. They couldn't let that damn shoe guy stop them." The beast the bald guy was riding was the Hat V Masu, a top-tier dangerous Kythan Thuk breed. Quickly, the Masu wagged its tail and shot 3 poison-tipped arrows at Long Sa Tik. Caught off guard, Long Sa Tik was hit. The 3 poisoned arrows pierced straight into its tail. To Huang called out anxiously, "Long Sa Tik, the poison on its tail is spreading." Suddenly, Long Sa Tik's tail broke off in segments, causing it great pain. It cried and wailed miserably. Taking advantage of the moment, the Black Star Beast let out a loud roar to intimidate. Then it clenched its fists and lunged toward Long Sa Tik to attack. Seeing the massive Black Star charging, Lum Chan and To Huang froze in place. He glanced at To Huang, warning, "Junior brother, be careful." Luckily, at the most dangerous moment, Hoan Yit Duk Nam rushed over just in time to block a powerful blow from Black Star. The Black Star's eyes suddenly glowed suspiciously bright. It didn't stop continuing to use the skill Battle Technique Giant Kick. It raised one leg. Before it could carry out its plan, a pillar of fire suddenly shot in, knocking it backward. Zik Viem Ho Viem Bao heard the familiar voice. To Huang looked back happily and exclaimed, "It's Sister Kuk and Tuyet Vu! We're saved." Tuyet Vu glared at the group angrily and shouted, "Ton Tak bullying Hak Dang," without anyone standing up. The bald guy heard that and asked, "Tuyet Vu, aren't you supposed to be at Liu Din Chan? Why are you here so fast?" He stepped forward and replied, "If I didn't come, would your filthy fire shock mixed breeds be so pleased with yourselves? Today you're all staying right here." The masked guy. Nick looked at his comrades and reminded, "Idiots, if I'm coming, you better be prepared. Bring it out, no more hiding." By now, the bald guy also stopped hiding. He decided to pull out his secret weapon, originally meant to fight Shu Kok's secret weapon, but now to bury the 4 mixed-breed scum at once, killing 4 beast masters, including 3 high-level ones. Even the Black Guardian Bao, who's gathering strength, will surely be heartbroken. Come out, golden shell steel wall. Immediately, the Black Star Beast seemed to transform and let out a loud roar. Its 2 front fangs grew longer. Seeing it stretch out and roar, the aura around it spread out, making everyone shudder. Black Cuck said worriedly, "This is a super dangerous top-tier breed. This is it for us." The Black Star now looked like it had gone mad, wildly charging at everyone. But before it could get close, suddenly a golden bullet shot out from nowhere, hitting it. Its huge body was sent flying straight backward like an ant. This startled and panicked the masked guy and the bald guy, making them wonder what was going on. The whole gang frantically turned and ran away together. To Huang stood there dumbfounded, wondering what on earth was happening. Black Cuck explained it was the main force of Chairman Hua. From behind them, a giant dragon with green skin was steadily approaching. It was the Night Concealment Earth Dragon Tayet Vu. Its angry eyes roared loudly. Indeed, it was the strongest, super dangerous top-tier breed under the terror category. 2 shots from Golden Shell Steel Wall wiped out the green dragon. Suddenly, it let out a powerful roar. Its 2 eyes blazed brightly. To Huang was stunned, unable to believe his eyes. He wondered, is this really the power of a super dangerous breed? On the other side, the bald guy and his gang started running, shouting, "Hua Ke is here, run fast!" Damn it. But before they could get far, a dazzling golden pillar of light appeared in front of them, making them freeze in place. From that pillar of light, a series of attacks were launched. The bald guy managed to control his mount and dodge, but the masked guy behind him wasn't so lucky. He fell off the mount, screaming in pain. His full-body suit looked like it was corroded by acid, instantly disintegrating and fading away. The bald guy got scared when he saw that, and while no one was paying attention, he quickly ran away. The one who just struck was none other than Chairman Hua. Hua Ki rode his beloved mount straight toward To Huang and Black Chrysanthemum, who were standing there. He calmly said, "I didn't expect these guys to sneak into Koi Hung Lam while I wasn't around. You've been through a lot." After hearing this, Black Chrysanthemum and To Huang just stood there silently, not knowing what to say. Suddenly, Hua Ki's eyes glanced to the side. He was horrified to see that Lam Chan's giant serpent had been killed, its body cut into 2 pieces. Lam Chan sat there sorrowfully stroking the head of his mount. Hua Ke angrily asked, "Who did this?" To Huang immediately accused, "It was the Earth Dragon, those scavengers and thieves." Hearing that, Hua Ke paused for a few seconds, thought about something, then ordered Black Chrysanthemum. "Black Chrysanthemum, lead everyone back to the camp to regroup." She understood his meaning and confidently replied, "Yes, sir." With that, Hua Ke rode his mount and headed straight into the forest, saying, "Leave the rest to me." At the same time, deep in the forest, the bald guy had gathered with his gang. He angrily shouted, "Our perfect plan was ruined by a damn scavenger. The main spirit code of the Thunderstorm Forest hasn't been released yet. It's probably been killed by Hua Ke." Another guy angrily added, "As long as it's dead, better than having spies inside the intelligence zone. Even Tiet Vu and the scavengers in Koi Hung Lam couldn't find any clue to tip us off." Hearing this, Black Chrysanthemum and Lam Chan, the guy next to them, reminded, "It's too late to say all this now. This time Hua Ke caught us. The mission has been declared a failure. Should we send a message back to camp so they can prepare?" Black Dang Tap wasn't someone who could be bullied easily. Seeing he made a good point, the others all agreed. After agreeing, one of them looked at the bald guy and asked, "What about Ladu?" He didn't bother answering and snapped irritably, "Don't bother me. Decide for yourselves." As soon as he finished, the ground suddenly shook, making them lose their balance. Before they could figure out what was going on, loud explosions erupted not far from there. "What's going on?" Towering behind the huge tree canopy were 2 blazing red pupils and a figure standing imposingly looking down at them. One of them recognized it and shouted out loud, "It's Hua Kak!" Everyone acted like they'd seen a ghost, scattering, instantly yelling, "Run!" A while later, they returned to the Black Lantern camp. Inside the courtyard were all the dead bodies of the beasts belonging to those masked guys from before. Hua Kak had also returned. He looked at everyone and said, "Most of the intruders this time have been killed. Only a few slipped through, not worth mentioning." Hakuk closed her eyes and added, If they'd managed to lure us away, it would have been dangerous." He looked at the paper and continued, "I've checked all the areas. This time, the losses for Koi Hung Lam weren't big, only a few hundred Hung Luk trees. Only a few trees were taken from Koi Hung Lam, less than a tenth, but a few hundred Hung Bee bears died, which is quite a heavy loss for the bear clan. Once the leader of the Hung Bee clan in Koi Hung Lam finds out, he'll definitely be furious. But you don't have to worry about what happens next. The revenge mission against the Hua Chan criminals will be handed over to the owner of Koi Hung Lam." At this point, Hua Kok pointed toward Lam Chan. "Lam Chan, your losses weren't small. I'll report the actual situation to Black Lantern so they can compensate you. The young special breeds are becoming more dangerous. As for Hak Kuk and Tiet Vu, you two arrived just in time to help, so that counts as a merit. I'll report that too. What the reward will be depends on the protector." Hearing this, Tiet Vu breathed a sigh of relief, thinking quietly that luckily he wouldn't be blamed. Just as he was about to relax at Koi Hung Lam, Hua Kak suddenly threw the paper right in his face and scolded, "Almost forgot, kid, aren't you supposed to be at Liu Din Chan? Why are you at Koi Hung Lam?" He hurriedly explained, "I came to help Lam Chan and To Huang." Even after explaining this, Hua Kak didn't believe him. He yelled, "Stop pretending, I'm tired of arguing with you. Get back to Liu Din Chan right now, hurry up." Tiet Vu forced a smile, scratched his head, stood up, and said, "I'm going right away." Returning to the main topic, Hua Kok smiled gently and looked at To Huang, saying, "This time the Hua Chan conspiracy was exposed. That's largely thanks to To Huang. The Protector will surely reward you for this merit. If you'd been at Koi Hung Lam now, I wouldn't have ignored it either. Here's the deal. There's plenty of stuff in the camp's warehouse, you can pick 1 or 2 things." Hearing this, he felt a bit guilty and waved his hand to refuse. "If it weren't for senior brother Lam Chan arriving in time, I probably wouldn't have even kept my life." He stepped forward, put his arm around Lam Chan's shoulders, and said, "Maybe this reward should go to senior brother Lam Chan." Hua Kak saw how close the two were, and couldn't help but be happy, laughing loudly. Ha ha ha! It's great when the juniors get along well. Don't worry, both of you will be compensated, and the protector will decide Lam Chan's reward. No need to pass it back and forth. After saying this, he pointed outside and said, "Let's go, I'll take you to the warehouse." To Huang stood up shyly, replied, "Chairman Hua, could I choose tomorrow? Today's not convenient." Night had already fallen. At Black Lantern, all the buildings were lit up. Inside a room, To Huang was diligently studying the blocking method. After half a day, he'd basically finished it. Choosing a treasure without checking the old Sun Dragon manual would be a waste. The evolutionary direction of the guardian pets is unified. It's about transforming into a dragon and reaching the top of the tower. Inside the tower, plants only transform into dragons facing many dangers, and needing help from countless rare materials to even have a 1 in 10,000 chance. Saying this, he gently rubbed the head of his treasure beast, thinking, if that's the case, the chance of the treasure beast transforming into a dragon is even higher, and the chance of getting evolution materials from treasure beasts increases. Like Lantic's dragon transformation, treasure beast dragon transformation isn't just one method. However, compared to the 10 or so ways Lantic has to transform into a dragon treasure beast, dragon transformation has fewer methods, only 9. But 8 of them have the treasure beast's dragon form dominated by a different dragon species. To keep the treasure beast's ability to absorb treasures, it can only be transformed into a dragon through treasure beast methods. He continued studying the old Sun Dragon manual, focusing on the mystical system. Inside the book, the first treasure beast dragon transformation is recorded. Find treasure beast, Long Lan Bao Ting, 900 grams Fu Hong Mat Tak Ling, essence, 1 grams. After reading through once, To Huang stood and quietly said, "Then I'll go to the warehouse to find treasures tomorrow." Early the next morning at Koi Hong Lum camp, To Huang suddenly shouted, "No, I can't go to the warehouse." Hakuk smiled and replied, "Chairman Hua asked me to tell you one of our observation posts has found traces of the Hua Chan criminals. This can't be delayed. Chairman Hua has been there since last night." She sighed and added, "You wouldn't go last night anyway, so you have to wait for him to come back for your reward." Hearing this, To Huang suddenly had an idea. He looked toward Long Satik. Smiling, he said, "Long Zatik, I just thought of a big deal." Saying this with a sly grin made Long Zatik very uneasy. His expression was full of judgment. Instantly, without any words, the two dashed off, leaving Hakuk standing there confused. She wondered, what's up with this little junior brother all day long? A while later, inside the forest, To Huang walked and thought to himself, "Sister Hakuk washed Sheik Vim Ho and it has awakened. No one's taking care of the Hung Bee bears in Koi Hong Lum. Not to mention the special method was breached this time. The Hung Bee bears in Koi Hong Lum suffered heavy losses, but the old Sun Dragon manual has suitable places for Hung Bee, plus the bears are kind-hearted treasure beasts." The more he found out, the more excited he became. Who says you have to fight to get Hung Look fruits? Long Satik, we have to make the most of the time left here at Koi Hong Lum to take another step forward. Hearing this, Long Satik still didn't understand what was going on. His eyes showed pure confusion. And so, under To Huang's lead, relying on treasure beast hunting and Long Satik, plus the special method from the old Sun Dragon manual, 1 person and 2 beasts made for a delicious meal. She felt sorry for Koi Hung Bee, so she bathed him, which turned out to be quite a good haul. Besides the 3 Hung Luk Kwa, there were also a few rare bird eggs. All of them were stuffed down Long Sa Tich's stomach. But at dusk, some unexpected events happened. Long Sha Tik was fighting another Koi Hung Bee at this time. It seemed very aggressive, opening its mouth full of fangs and roaring loudly using the level 4 growling bear skill. Right after a loud explosion rang out with thick smoke everywhere. You saw Long Sha Tich cheering, "Long Sha Tich, our method is awesome, so I want to reward you with a battle. You've got to do your best." As soon as it heard that, it got furious. It turned its head back to face Koi Hung Bee. Koi Hung Bai charged at high speed using the Hunting Beast Furious Claw skill. But Long Sha Tik refused to back down. It swung its still bandaged tail hard, seeing the situation. To Huang anxiously said, "We're doomed. Long Sa Tich's tail still hasn't healed." On Long Sa Tich's side, it was now pressed close by Koi Hung Bee, who slammed painfully into its head. Hoi Hung-bi clutched Long Sa-tik's neck with its claws, pressing it hard to the ground. To Huang hurriedly ordered, Long Sa-tich, give up now. We can't win. Your wound still hasn't healed. But Long Sa-tich didn't obey. Its eyes sharpened strangely, staring right at Hoi Hung-bi. Seeing this, Hoi Hung-bi looked angry, its face scrunched up. It raised its paw, roaring loudly, and struck straight at Long Sa-tich. At the most dangerous moment, luckily, Long Sa-tich raised its hands to block. It held Hoi Hung-bi's hands tightly. Suddenly, a purple light burst from its chest with thunder and lightning. Long Sa-tich had actually developed a new skill. It let out a powerful roar. Dragon Majesty, Dragon Fist Battlefinger. To Huang joyfully shouted, Dragon Majesty, Dragon Fist Battlefinger. Scared by this move, Hoi Hung-bi ran full speed back into the forest. It admitted defeat. Long Sa-tich happily sat there wagging its injured tail, waiting to be praised. To Huang smiled and asked, You awakened a level 4 ability. He gently came closer and petted Long Sa-tich's head as praise. Being praised, it was very happy, its eyes squeezed shut in joy. He smiled and said, I didn't expect you to win thanks to the Dragon Majesty innate skill awakened to level 4. Just as he said that, chunks started peeling off Long Sa-tich's body. To Huang was a bit surprised, not understanding what was happening. He stood still and watched. He shouted anxiously, Long Sa-tich, what's going on? You haven't healed yet. Before you could finish your sentence, the Long Sa-tich seemed to transform into a different creature. Its wings grew longer and its body became bigger. You could see a strong aura radiating from its entire body. After a while, its tail had fully recovered. The ice layer was removed. It was now in a new state, the late-stage mature Long Sa-tich. Looking at the sleek, muscular body of the Long Sa-tich right in front of him, To Huang still couldn't believe his eyes. He happily hugged it tightly and said with joy, Late-stage mature is late-stage mature Long Sa-tich. Finally, it's truly in the late stage. Meanwhile, at Koi Hung Lum, the sun was slowly setting. Dark clouds were moving in. Hua Kok had also received news from Hak Kuk, and he asked in surprise what? To Huang's Long Sa-tich has already reached late-stage maturity. To be sure, he asked again. Is that really true? Hak Kuk replied, yes, it's unbelievable. Lum Chan was also testing it. Hearing this, he asked with some surprise at the training camp. She answered yes. Back at the entrance of the Koi Hung Lum camp, Lum Chan and To Huang had just finished their fight. Hua Kak came in shouting. To Huang, seeing this, Lum Chan ran out to greet him. Chairman, you're back. He replied, yeah. Handling that convoy took some time, so I'm a bit late. I heard that To Huang's Long Sa-tich has broken through to late-stage maturity. He answered, yes, that's confirmed. It fully meets the standards of late-stage maturity. Hearing this, Hua Kok finally believed it. He looked at To Huang and said, the speed of growth is truly amazing. The patron only expected a breakthrough into late-stage maturity. Of course, that's great. If not within a month, we could have boosted the Long Sa-tich's strength to handle the continent's dueling. He stepped forward and gently patted his shoulder, continuing, I didn't expect you to complete the mission even better than planned. Not bad at all. You really have the spirit of a man. Hak Dang and Lum Chan prepared early the next morning to go to Liu Din Chan with To Huang, arranging someone to escort him back. Hak Dang told To Huang he had finished his special training. After giving instructions, Hua Kok suddenly remembered something from earlier. He called out, let's go, kid. Now I'll take you to the warehouse to pick your gear. Knowing this was a lucky break, the boy still couldn't help but worry about his health. He reminded Chairman Hua you just got back and probably haven't rested yet. Would you like to rest a bit? We can pick the gear tomorrow as well. He turned back to look and nodded slightly, replying, if I delay any longer, I'd be breaking my promise. I promised you 2 things. I'll make it 3 to make up for it. After moving for a while, the two finally arrived at the Koi Hung Lum camp's warehouse. To Huang looked at the dazzling pile of gear in front of him and couldn't help but ask greedily, can I really choose whatever I want? Hua Kak shrugged and replied, I'll wait here. Just pick whatever you want from inside. Hearing only that, he immediately dashed inside like a moth to a flame, shouting loudly, yes, sir. Inside the warehouse, piles of gold, silver, and treasures were stacked everywhere. Looking around once, To Huang couldn't help but marvel. Is this really Koi Hung Lum's warehouse? Koi Hung Lum's area is huge, not just forests, but lakes, streams, power plants, even mausoleums. Each area has different materials. If he could only pick 3 things, that's when he suddenly remembered to find the treasure beast. Because he was so eager, he stood there dazed. Hey, hey, Hoythand! Then he smiled and asked, remember what I told you last night? If those things are in this warehouse, find them for me, okay? Then I'll help you evolve to find the treasure. The long beast received the order to find the treasure. Beast raised both hands, showing determination, and replied, Maru Maru. It then quickly jumped from one pile of stuff to another, searching. To Huang just stood there, hoping it would find something, totally relying on luck. As soon as he finished speaking, his eyes widened, staring straight ahead. Right in front of him, the treasure beast wasn't searching for gear, but was tightly hugging a statue of a goddess. He angrily shouted, Stop fooling around! If you don't listen, I'll have Long Satik chew you up. Hurry up and find what I told you. Mentioning Long Satik, it immediately startled, trembling and sweating nervously. Replying, Maru Maru. After a thorough search, To Huang finally came out. Huakak looked at the items in his hands and asked, Atukan, and this dry Huyen Manhwa flower, these really are good stuff. But why did you take these? Don't you want to trade for something else? He smiled and replied, Thank you for your kindness, Chairman Hua. I chose these things because I remember my sister once mentioned these materials can improve the soil at the plantation. After finishing selecting the two-headed back outside together, Huakak waved his hand and the warehouse door was securely closed. He smiled and said to To Huang, The warehouse is locked now, so congratulations on getting the Aktu Kun and Huyen Manhwa and the soil from Kim Kung as well. He quietly thought happily. These are the main materials for dragon transformation. How could they be traded for something else? The next day in Lu Din Town, the atmosphere was extremely bustling. Everyone was busy moving equipment. An Huang supervised everything and loudly said, Take it easy. Place it gently. Be careful with the master alchemist's treasures. Standing nearby, Lum Chan looked at To Huang and said, Little junior brother, recently Chairman Hua has destroyed many of Toi Hua Chan's stations. With Toi Hua Chan's style, they'll definitely seek revenge. Be careful on the way. Right after that, Tuyet Vu ran over, patted To Huang's shoulder and added, Oh, wow, Lum Chan, what are you saying? Are you underestimating someone? To Huang coming to Liu Din Town is already in our territory. We'll make sure he gets there safely. Hearing this, he felt a bit more at ease. He replied, All right, then I'll head back first. Chairman Hua has something to discuss with me. He tightly held To Huang's hand. Little junior brother, welcome back to Koi Hung Forest. He answered, Yeah, I'll definitely come back. During this time, thanks everyone for your help. Tweet Vu stood aside, watching this, couldn't help but tease with a smirk. Wow, look how close you two are. After a moment of preparation, everything was finally ready. All right, check one last time and then we move out. The Hakdang target condensed electricity. Everyone raised their hands in salute, replying to the order, Understood. Meanwhile, outside Liu Din Town in a large forest, the Toi Hua Town group was gathered discussing their plan. It's confirmed, someone from Liu Din Town reported, Today a convoy is escorting an important figure to Hakdang Fortress. According to intelligence, this figure is very likely the one we've been targeting. The one with the ring named Tun the Guard. The bald guy looked pleased and continued, Great, I also got news that Lum Chan has already left Liu Din Town. He looked at a map and said, The convoy of that rat will pass right here. Let's wait for them at this mountain valley. After dividing the tasks, they began to spread out. The bald guy hid behind a big bush using binoculars to observe. He looked toward To Huang's approaching convoy and said, You little mutt, I specially formed a hunting team just so you can feel fear and death. Don't worry, I'll make sure you pay for my brothers. Just as he finished speaking, suddenly a loud explosion sounded behind him, startling him. He glanced back confused, wondering, what's going on? At that moment, Lum Chan stood below and shouted, Get down from the tree, stop hiding. Your team has already been dealt with by Chairman Hua. As for you, I'll handle it myself. Hearing this, the bald guy panicked and exclaimed, No, that can't be. He glared at him with hateful eyes and continued, Then take another look. Does To Huang's convoy stop in front of the mountain cave? Go in. Only now did the bald guy realize. He angrily shouted, Damn it, how dare you trick me with this info? He personally attacked, and the bodies of his two teammates were quickly delivered. A familiar voice rang out, Ha ha, calling you dirty, isn't that exactly what Toi Hua Town is? The person who just appeared was none other than Huakak. He continued, I just want to protect the guardians of Hakdang, our group. Otherwise, how could a bunch of mutts like these get in here? Let's get them. Lum Chan was just waiting for this. He replied, I was thinking the same thing. He shouted loudly, old grudges and new settle them all. Turning back to To Huang, his journey continued smoothly. Looking at the thick smoke burning in the nearby forest, he thought to himself, this kind of destruction must be top-level dangerous breed. Senior brother Lam Chan, if I say I left half an hour late just as I was saying this, you suddenly froze, looking surprised. In front of you, I don't know when Hua Kak and Lam Chan appeared. You called out loudly. Chairman Hua. To Huang stepped down from the car, warmly thanking Chairman Hua and the guards. Later, if you come back to Hakdang, tell To Huang he will definitely welcome and thank you. Hearing that, he glanced back and smiled, replying, go quickly, don't keep the boss waiting. 2 days later at Hakdang's condensation power station. To Huang's convoy finally arrived safely. Inside the room, Mr. Chow Hop looked at To Huang and said, it was a tough journey. I've heard about it. This time you've gained quite a lot. Let me take a look. He smiled and replied, I definitely won't disappoint you. Then he quickly summoned Jia Long Sa Tik in a completely new form. Seeing this, Mr. Chow Hop looked quite pleased. He slowly stepped down and thoroughly examined Long Sa Tik's entire body, leaving no spot unchecked, even carefully inspecting its mouth. He opened Tik's mouth. To Huang stood helplessly aside, thinking, better not move. If he's unhappy, he might just tear you apart. After the examination, Chow Hop said, the fire crime gang has been dealt with by many people I sent over the past few days. Even the places producing Koi Jap Lang and Trung Jap Lang were wiped clean by your senior brother. To Huang asked, teacher, won't they take revenge on Koi Hung Lam? Lam Chan and Miss Cook replied, don't worry, the owner of Koi Hung Lam has secretly returned. Unless the fire crime gang takes over, anyone who goes there will die. Turning back to his seat, Chow Hop said, To Huang, this time I'm very pleased. You completed the special training excellently and even contributed to stopping the fire crime gang's theft. Tell me, what do you want to try? Hearing this, To Huang smiled brightly and said, teacher, don't you remember the advanced long run reward you gave me before? Can I have one more? He asked. Just one more. After such a big achievement, not asking for a fight. Anything else you want? Teacher. After he said that, his expression turned serious as he asked, teacher, can I ask for a reward for senior brother Lam Chan? When we were at Koi Hung Lam, if senior brother hadn't sacrificed his main beast to save me, I probably wouldn't have made it back. At this request, Chow Hop gently tapped his chair a few times, deep in thought. After thinking a bit, he replied, Lam Chan really is promising. His spiritual cultivation has reached fire marquee level. Here's the deal, after the new year, I'll send someone to bring the young beast Than Diem Liu Ho over to compensate him for saving your life. Receiving this approval, To Huang felt happy for Lam Chan, thinking, the Than Diem Liu Ho is a top-tier dangerous breed, and there's only one of it. Senior brother Lam Chan is really lucky this time. Then Chow Hop added, also, I've arranged a villa for you in the protection zone. When you have free time, go visit your sister. After that move there, the continental competition is about to start. Don't miss out on important matters. To Huang immediately bowed his head and replied, thank you, teacher. I definitely won't let you down. Right after, he quickly turned and left before Chow Hop could say anything else. He sighed deeply, then usually called to To Huang, teacher wants to teach you something. You are always too humble, that's not good. In the world of beast tamers, strength is what matters. Fight for what you want. In the warehouse on the second floor, besides Long Lan, pick 2 more things. Remember, only survivors have the right to be humble. Hearing this, To Huang stopped, a bit surprised, thinking, only survivors have the right to be humble, then seemed to suddenly understand the philosophy behind that and respectfully clasped his hands, bowing, teacher, I remember now. On the way home, Chow Hop's words made To Huang think deeply. After dealing with the fire crime gang, To Huang understood even more that he could choose to be a moral speaker. But the premise is his own strength must be enough to make others quietly listen. It was bright just a moment ago, now it's evening. To Huang has already returned home. From inside the house came loud voices. Ha ha ha, that's right, little To got bitten on the butt by that rat back then. Hearing that, he was a bit puzzled, wondering, who is my sister bad-mouthing me to now? Without hesitation, he slowly approached, gently pushed the door open and called, Sis, I'm home. But before he could finish, To Tin rushed out with a bright smile. She hugged him tightly and loudly said, To Huang, you finally came back. She cried her eyes out, saying, I heard from the guards you were attacked on the way. Seeing this, To Huang gently patted her head to comfort her. It's okay, sis, everything's over now. Waiting for things to calm down, he looked up and sat up, suddenly startled to see two other women inside the house. This is my sister To Tin. She smiled and pointed inside to introduce. These two are colleagues from her plantation from the General Department of Resource Management and Allocation. She pointed to the girl with short pink hair and continued, This is Lam Mong Uyen, and this is Kim Mai Li. Hearing this, To Huang warmly waved and greeted everyone. To Ting added, They're both good friends of mine. While happily chatting, he suddenly realized something and stammered, Sis, could it be that... She quickly pulled him aside and whispered, You rotten kid, our parents died early, so you have to make me proud. Build a career so those two down in the underworld can rest easy. I've already chosen for you that big butt makes childbirth easier. This whole meal is their help too. Beast tamers like you have to be away from home often, so you definitely need someone independent. Before she could finish, he quickly avoided her gaze and interrupted, Sis, I'm a bit tired. I want to go rest in my room. Can I skip dinner? But of course, To Tin wasn't going to let him off that easy. She yelled angrily, You can't keep dragging this out. Whatever's meant to happen will happen. Although To Huang tried to find ways to refuse, he still couldn't shake off To Tin's determination. So dinner was awkward until To Huang took out his treasure beast, finally catching the attention of the three women. But the beast is almost completely bald already. It's already late at night, so Mong Uyen and Mi Lei asked for permission to leave. To Huang stood at the doorway and shouted, Tu Huang, you absolutely have to escort them all the way home. Got it? He replied, I know. As she started to leave, Mi Lei looked at him and said, Lord To Huang, you really don't have to see us off. We live nearby, just past that street. It's very close. Mong Uyen added, That's right, Lord. To Huang, don't trouble yourself. Today was pretty lively, but I didn't expect it to make you so shy. Still confused about what was happening, suddenly, a bad feeling hit him and his eyes widened. Glancing over, he quickly raised his hand to stop the two and said, Watch out! No sooner had he spoken than from behind the wall in the dark alley, the shadow of a beast appeared and stepped out. It looked just like a sewer rat, but its size was enormous. Its eyes were blood red, and it opened its mouth full of teeth, staring straight at the group where To Huang was standing. Mi Lei backed away in fear and asked, Is that a rat? How come there's something like this in the Ngungtap area? To Huang replied, It's a low-level dangerous species, a Kethane ferocious beast. The more Mong Uyen looked at the creature, the more suspicious she felt. Can a ferocious beast really get this big? He answered. Maybe it mutated by eating the remains of imperial beasts. Ferocious beasts live in packs. The two stepped back. Just as To Huang finished speaking, a bunch of large holes appeared on the ground. From the holes, several other ferocious beasts crawled out, shouting loudly, Cheat, cheat, cheat! Still confused, suddenly To Huang caught a scent. He was startled and glanced behind. At that moment, Mi Lei was holding a basket of food chicken stew with mushrooms, the ferocious beast's favorite. No wonder. Without hesitation, he raised his hand and ordered Long Za Tik come out for a midnight snack. As soon as Long Za Tik appeared, the ferocious beasts were so scared they almost pissed themselves. They all backed away cautiously, watching carefully. Once they were a safe distance from Long Za Tik, the beasts turned and ran quickly back into the dark alley. But To Huang had no intention of letting them go. He smirked coldly. You think you can escape Long Za Tik? He ordered Long Za Tik to chase after those rats. It quickly spread its long wings, enhanced its body, and darted forward at high speed. In no time, it was hot on the ferocious beast's tails. One ferocious beast running suddenly turned its head, terrified beyond belief. Before it could even understand what was happening, a flurry of claws struck, sending it to its death. Not just that one, its brothers and disciples were all wiped out by Long Za Tik, not a single one left alive. Seeing that, To Huang smiled confidently and said, This is a low-level dangerous beast breed from Shu, a fierce beast. 2 months ago, Long Za Tik still had to be careful dealing with them, but now killing them is as easy as killing chickens. Just as he said this, from afar came a loud sound of many footsteps running. When they arrived and saw the scene before them, they were extremely surprised, exclaiming, Dead, dead already. How come all 4 fierce beasts are killed? Surely it's Lord Yu Su. He looked at them and said, "At this season, food for fierce beasts is scarce, so they roam everywhere looking for food. Get a bloodtail spear quickly from the security unit, otherwise if these beasts rush in, there will be big trouble in the residential area." After hearing this, they immediately replied, "Yes, thank you for the advice, Lord Yu-Su." He added, "Also bring these 3 to the Internal Affairs Department in Bao City. Just tell them it's Mansion Number 7. To Huang received Mansion Number 7 near Bao Hak Dong Ning Complex. This area is known as a wealthy neighborhood home to many Yu-Su from Chao Hop Tang. Mansion Number 7 originally belonged privately to Chao Hop, so because of this, To Huang attracted a lot of envy and trouble, especially from Lo Lang, who lived in the building opposite. But after seeing To Tin, To Huang's sister Lo Lang immediately shut up. To Huang suspected this guy had designs on his sister. He just felt like these 3 senior brothers were kind of shy, tough guys. Meanwhile, the fierce beasts To Huang killed last night were also brought in. "Be careful, don't mess up Lord To's Institute." To Huang had his own plans for these fierce beast bodies. As a Yu-Su with 2 Yu-Thu, especially one with the big appetite of Long Saw Tich plus dragon transformation and cultivation skills. It all consumes a lot of materials. Black True materials used to be for crafting rare items considered strategic resources. Selling large amounts would definitely trigger investigations. This time, randomly encountering fierce beasts reminded To Huang of something else in the old Sun Dragon manual, the Blood Affinity perfume. Blood Affinity perfume is undoubtedly a kind of perfume. The principle of this perfume is that it can create a simulated space, linking the bloodlines between the Yu-Su and Yu-Thu, allowing the Yu-Pet and Yu-Thu to establish a spiritual connection quickly. Even trainee Yu-Sus who haven't become official Yu-Sus can use it to quickly set up a spiritual bond with their Yu-Pet. Because of this, Blood Affinity perfume would become highly sought after. He looked at the bottles of liquid in front of him and shook his head, thinking, according to the old Sun Dragon manual's method, after extracting the blood agar wood from the fierce beast's body, then adding the venom of the dream-numbing worm and the silk behind the moon orchid flower, mixing them together and then refining by distillation. Thinking this, To Huang gently mixed the various substances into one bottle. He held the bottle up, observed it closely, and wondered, is this really Blood Affinity perfume? If this actually works, it's a way to make money. After all, it's cheap, but I don't know if it's effective. Then he glanced over at Tim Bao Thu, who was sitting there stammering, and said, "Well, should we not hesitate any longer?" He gently shook the bottle to release the scent. Tim Bao Thu saw this and called out confusedly, "Marrow!" But as soon as it inhaled the scent, its eyes blurred as if dizzy. Marrow, under the effect of Blood Affinity perfume. To Huang and Tim Bao Thu entered the illusion at the same time. In that dreamlike scene, To Huang felt like he became Tim Bao Thu's dad, a grown Tim Bao Thu. After the little Tim Bao Thu was born, would take him out every day to look for treasures. They found a huge mountain, and Tim Bao Thu became a bunch of lychee flowers so touched, he was stunned. After a while, even To Huang himself felt a terrible headache from smelling this scent. He held his head and shouted, "Ouch!" He tried shaking his head and waving his hands to disperse the scent, grimacing, "What a weird smell." Still quickly make Tim Bao Thu transform into a dragon. "All right, tomorrow I'll go to the master's warehouse to get materials." Just as he said this, suddenly Tim Bao Thu in the dream started standing up shouting, "Marrow!" Then it dashed straight at To Huang like a lightning bolt, making him startled and shout loudly, "I'm not your dad!" The next day at the treasure master's warehouse, To Huang showed up right on time. Lam Fuk smiled at him and said, "To Huang, if you hadn't come to find me, I was about to come look for you." Hearing this, To Huang scratched his head embarrassed and replied, "Sorry, Chief Steward. I was busy moving these past few days and forgot." Without hesitation, Lam Fuk laughed and said, "Ha ha ha, I know you're busy. Let's go," saying that he headed toward the main door. From the door, a bunch of long, wobbly tentacles crawled out and then wrapped tightly around Lam Fuk's hands as if to verify him. To Huang watched this with surprise, thinking, the guardian beast is a parasite-type, dangerous, top-tier breed. Mysterious Wang E new system dual-type guardian innate skill is inviolability able to boost the power of the entire warehouse. Whoever opens this door must be authorized by the treasure master or they'll be swallowed. Compared to Chairman Hua's warehouse, this is a whole different level. Thinking this, the door was opened by Lam Fuk. A white mist poured out from inside. He looked at To Huang and smiled. The second floor of the warehouse is also an important place in the Hakdong Ning complex. I've followed the treasure master for many years, and this is the first time I've seen him promise a low-level Yusu 3 items at once. He reminded To Huang, don't disappoint the treasure master. Understanding the implication. To Huang lightly touched his chest and replied, yes. Thank you for the treasure master's kindness. Sorry to trouble you, Chief Steward. Without hesitation, To Huang stepped inside the warehouse. He looked around and thought, unlike Chairman Hua's warehouse, the second floor of the Hakdong Ning complex's warehouse is like a giant library. All the treasures were very neat and tidy, and there were boxes that looked like glass panels emitting a glowing light over them. There's no such thing as don't disappoint the treasure master. It just means don't take too much, I'm not stupid. Right now, there was the mysterious creature with one eye watching from above his head. It was a dangerous scout type. I am Marrow, the truth seeker. He thought to himself it could clearly reflect light even clearer than an X-ray. Besides, the whole warehouse was full of groups of people searching, looking everywhere for treasure beasts. This time you can only look for treasures inside the royal seals. Come on, take me to find the Long Lan and the 2 dragon transformation materials. Hearing that inside the space, the treasure-seeking beast immediately activated its skill and responded, Maru. And so, with the help of the treasure-seeking beast, To Huang found the high-grade Long Lun and 100 spirit essences. But strangely, the invisibility seal stone couldn't be found. The treasure-seeking beast then pointed upward loudly, Signal Maru. To Huang looked up and said, there's nothing up there. This definitely isn't the invisibility seal stone. After a while, he finally got the necessary items and came back outside. Lumfuk looked at the items and said, this is a high-grade Long Lan and this is spirit essence. When he held the third item, he was quite surprised and asked, Kid, why did you take down the whole ceiling like this? He stammered, my house is missing a piece. As soon as he heard that the man knew he was lying and bluntly exposed him, don't think you can fool me. That piece has the invisibility seal stone. But the invisibility seal stone only appears in third-tier treasures. He really had sharp eyes. Seeing he was caught, To Huang could only force a smile, secretly thinking, my eyes aren't sharp, it's the treasure-seeking beast. It could even find treasures hidden in the ceiling. After a while, back at the big mansion, he sat looking at the old Dragonfield journal and softly said, now we have all the materials needed for the dragon transformation ritual. The ritual in the book showed the treasure-seeking beast, when it transformed it, grew a pair of wings, 2 horns, but everything else stayed the same. The way to transform into a dragon was by eating. Seeing the picture in the book, he couldn't help but laugh out loud. To Huang wondered. I thought it would be like the Long Sa ritual, but it's actually this simple. Then he went forward, grabbed the treasure-seeking beast dangling on the chair, and brought it to the place where the prepared items for the dragon transformation ritual were. The things already prepared for the dragon transformation ritual. As soon as it saw these items, the treasure-seeking beast's eyes lit up, drooling rivers of saliva. He smiled and said, all right, let's start the dragon transformation ritual. The Black Lantern treasure master Chow Hop had 8 disciples in total, and To Huang was the 9th to become a disciple. To Huang's 8 senior brothers and sisters all held important positions at the Black Lantern treasure. You could say the most important at Black Lantern treasure was the firm core force. Also the strongest royal sorcerers, the real royal sorcerers. As for this sudden meeting, it was originally because Bok To and senior sister Ku Na wanted to find Lo Lang to negotiate the successor for the Wild Beast Guard. The 3 senior brothers wanted to use this opportunity to get To Huang familiar with the 2 senior sisters, so they suddenly showed up at the door. You kept a calm expression, picked up a cup of tea, and poured some for your 2 senior sisters. Ku Na lifted her cup, smiled, and said, Tu, I heard the teacher wants you to form the 8th Wild Beast Guard team. Have all the team members and followers been gathered? Bok To replied, the followers are all assembled. We're just choosing the last member. Hearing this conversation, To Huang was a bit startled and thought about the Wild Beast Guard. Seeing your expression, Ku Na quickly realized. She sipped her tea and said, Little junior brother, if there's anything you don't understand, just ask. It's known that the Wild Beast Guard is a special team formed by the Black Lantern Condensation Territory's Guardian Mages. Not only Black Lantern Condensation Territory. Other condensation territories also set up Wild Beast Guards. The main purpose of the Wild Beast Guard is to hunt dangerous young beasts in the wild and collect various treasures. Each Wild Beast Guard of the Black Lantern. Condensation territory consists of 4 Guardian Mages and 12 followers forming one Black Lantern condensation team. So far, there are a total of 7 Wild Beast Guards. Q-Na explained further, the beasts our Guardian Mages choose all come from the Wild Beast Guard. That's why it's an extremely important organization. She then looked at Bok Toto and asked, Tutu, can senior sister introduce you to a new person? There's a young lady who became a Guardian Mage 2 years ago named Lei Na. She has 2 fully tamed Guardian Beasts, Iron Demon Beast and Silent Butterfly Beast, both mid-level dangerous species with decent combat strength. Recently, she also got a Blood Mage, a high-level dangerous species young beast, considered a newcomer with solid ability and potential. After hearing the whole story, Tu Huang looked at Ku-Na thinking, Lei Na Iron Demon Beast Silent Butterfly. Aren't these my teammates from the Continental Duel? Blood Mage looks like everyone's really trying hard. At that moment, Bok Toto sighed and said, but still can't keep up with your current lineup, and having to take care of a newcomer is exhausting. After she finished speaking, Lu Lang put his cup down and happily said, Tu, senior brother, will introduce you to a new top-notch person with huge potential who'll definitely meet all your requirements. Hearing this, she was very curious and said, all right then. Lu Lang didn't hesitate, and pointed directly at To Huang, sitting there adding, there he is. To glanced over and exclaimed, oh, so he's the junior brother's bloodline. Tell senior sister that when the time comes, she'll give you some good stuff. Tu Huang heard this, but it went in one ear and out the other. He didn't understand what was going on and asked, huh, bloodline what? Q-Na, feeling disappointed, looked at Lu Lang and scolded, old third, stop joking around. The little junior brother just became a Guardian Mage 3 months ago. Sending him to the Wild Beast Guard is just throwing him into the fire, isn't it? To looked confused and asked, huh, the little junior brother is a newcomer. Is that what senior brother said? He smiled and replied, that's right. The one I'm introducing is our little junior brother To Huang. I'm not joking. As Xiaoqi spoke, he stepped forward and patted your shoulder. Don't underestimate him just because he's been a Guardian Mage only 3 months and has just 1 Guardian Beast. It's a top-level dangerous species. A month ago, little junior brother's dragon snake scale entered mid-growth phase. While training on the northern defense line using his talent after returning from the heroic forest, it's probably close to late mid-growth phase now. While speaking, he glanced at Ku-Na. So wouldn't a late mid-growth phase top-level dangerous species count as a pretty amazing newcomer? Although Lu Lang said this, everyone still wasn't fully convinced. Tu spoke up. The little junior brother's dragon snake scale really is close to late growth phase. Q-Na added, oh, come on, just call him out for everyone to see. Hearing that, To Huang didn't keep everyone waiting. He smiled and raised his ring, then loudly called out, Fireclaw Guardian. At his call, dragon snake scale immediately appeared. But To Huang was startled to see everything it had torn apart. Lu Lang's table and chairs were scattered all over. Observing dragon snake scale, he praised, that physique and aura definitely show late growth phase. I knew the little junior brother had skills. You shyly replied, no, it only reached late phase yesterday. Kuna's expression had also changed 180 degrees by now. She happily suggested, little junior brother senior sister sees you lack practical experience. Come join my Wild Beast Guard. I can lead you and help you improve your combat skills. Hearing this, Tu immediately questioned, senior sister, the Wild Beast Guard is already full. I'm still missing one person. Before she could finish, Ku-Na ran over and tightly covered her mouth, whispering, all right, just teasing. The little junior brother will be yours from now on. Seeing them laughing and chatting happily, To Huang felt completely helpless. He thought to himself that he probably hadn't agreed yet. While they were talking, suddenly there was a call from outside the door. Lu Lang asked in surprise, huh, so many guests today. The people looking for Tu Huang were the boys' team from Jolie's shop, which was also the place. Tu Huang wanted to sell Blood Fate incense to prepare for the Continental Duel. Tu Huang planned to trade all the Blood Fate incense for diamonds to quickly boost Dragon Snake Scale's strength. Because Blood Fate incense was a new medicine never before seen in Black Lantern condensation territory, each vial cost as much as 100,000, so it was never put on sale. Tu Huang had no choice but to bring it to the shop, but the results weren't great. But today, the team secretly came to find Tu Huang saying they wanted to buy a large quantity of Blood Fate incense. Soon after he arrived at Jolie's shop, he smiled and said, "Master Tu, I want to buy more than 10 vials of Blood Fate incense." Hearing this, Tu Huang replied, "It's only been more than 10 days since I started selling it, and now you want to buy over 10 vials all at once? I don't agree to do business that way." The man quickly explained, "You misunderstand, Master Tu, I'll pay in cash. Take as much as you need." The fairy took out the money she had prepared and put it in front of him. "Master Tu, here's the card. Each has 1,000,000 that my father prepared." The more he thought about it, the more suspicious he felt. Why did it suddenly go so smoothly? After some discussion, the deal went through smoothly at Jolie's pharmacy. He happily carried the pile of Blood Fate incense inside and said, "Master Tu, now it's a done deal. You can come find me anytime you have new stuff." Taking the card from him, Tu Huang replied, "Thanks for your hard work." After he left, Jolie shot Tim a sharp glance that made him jump. Then without a word, he punched his son hard and shouted, "Why are you just standing there? Come help out." The boy winced, rubbing his head and asking, "Dad, why did you tell Master Tu to sell the incense already?" Tim looked at the still full pile of perfume and wondered, "Clearly you just stocked that much in the cabinet. If it doesn't sell, it's all over for us." Hearing this, Jolie didn't seem worried at all. He smirked and said, "You little brat, you're still green. Not to mention new summoners, even experienced summoners use this stuff to tame new beasts. Once it hits the market, demand will definitely meet supply." Hearing this, Tim laughed loudly and said, "Dad, you're not a summoner. You don't even know why this stuff is good." No sooner had he finished than he got punched again. Jolie got angry and lectured, "You clueless kid, don't you know who Master Tu is? He's the genius disciple of Lord Bao Chu, a summoner prodigy. He even created this effective perfume. People like him, even if it costs everything they have, will find a way to buy it. Business isn't just about short-term gain, you know." After hearing all this, Tim stood there crying with a swollen head, stammering, "Dad, I'm just saying, can we talk without you hitting me, please?" Back at Bao City, everyone in Tu Huang's group had gathered, standing in line. Luke Ngu loudly addressed them, "This continental duel is about the honor of Black Lantern. The Convergence Land is a big opportunity for each of you. If you gain fame, your path as a summoner opens up even more. Remember, we are a team." Hearing this, Vung Hun and La Sung looked very annoyed. Luke Ngu continued reminding, "We must unite and support each other." Then she looked firmly at everyone and shouted, "Understood." Everyone answered together, "Yes." Then Luke Ngu looked at the prepared vehicles, seating well arranged. "Everyone get on the vehicles and get ready to depart." Vung Hun Yu and La Sung ride in vehicle number BA. Loi Na and Lum Vu Hun sit in vehicle number 2. Finally, she pointed at Tu Huang. "Brother Tu Huang and sister ride in vehicle number 1. Everyone followed the arrangement and took their assigned seats. Once seated, Vung Hun was visibly upset and shouted, "Why don't we get to sit with the 6 special trainers? Why does all the good stuff always go to that Tu Huang guy?" Hearing this, La Sung quickly reassured Brother Vung that kid has only been a summoner for a few days. "I think the special trainers are afraid we'll bully him. Don't worry, we still have time to teach him a thing or two." Compared to Koi Hung Lum, the place holding the Continental Duel is a bit farther from the Convergence Land, but since the route is smoother, it actually takes about 2 days less to get to the Convergence Land where this duel will be held. Besides the Black Lantern treasure, there are also the Red Seed Iron Shock Needle Castle, Linked Response treasure, Chaos, Sand Shock, and even the Flowing Cloud Shock. Although the Black Lantern treasure is powerful, the other 5 each have their own tricks. It's still unclear who will come out on top. That night, the group stopped at an open area, setting up some makeshift tents. In the center was a fire pit. Luke Ngu told everyone, "Team 3, you're on night watch. After that, check on the camp duties. Teams 1 and 2 will go get food and drinks over here." Everyone answered in unison, "Yes." Not far away, To Huang was cooking. He looked toward the others, thinking to himself, the head trainer probably still needs some time to get them all warmed up. Just then he suddenly froze, eyes wide, exclaiming, "Ah!" The alchemist ring on his finger was now glowing fiercely with a golden light. He thought excitedly, "It's a treasure beast, awesome!" With that thought, he quickly summoned Treasure Beast Come Out. Little Fire had changed a lot since before. It now had a tough armor growing on its back and a red mark on its belly. To Huang inspected it carefully, his eyes shining, and said, "It's a Long Lin." A high-level Long Lin from the dragon bloodline, but then he suddenly felt something was off. He rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Wait a minute. Slowly, he let go with both hands, and just as he guessed, the treasure beast could hover in the air. Could it be that after swallowing the bile stone, the treasure beast gained the ability to fly? He hugged it tightly and praised, "Really lucky indeed." Suddenly, a loud clap echoed, gathering everyone's attention. Luke Ngu said, "Everyone feed the alchemist first. We have to keep the alchemist in good condition." After speaking, she looked around and asked, "Where's Tu Huang?" Lasung, looking annoyed, replied, "That guy, no idea where he got that treasure beast. He's over there bonding with it." He added, "It's just a hybrid mixed with a common beast." This comment made the treasure beast really confused. Its eyebrows furrowed, getting angry, clenching its fists and cursing, "Damn, who do you think you're talking down to?" To Huang cleared his throat and explained, "Lin beasts only include red lin, armored lin, and fire lin. They're naturally dangerous species with scales, but hybrid treasure beasts are just lin beasts mixed with common creatures, and their strength is pretty weak." He smiled softly, patted the treasure beast's head, and thought, "Talkative little mouth. Looks like I'm not the only one unhappy here." Vuong Huan stepped forward to challenge, "Isn't it just a hybrid mixed with a common beast? The continental battle is about to start, and you still don't know how to feed it on time. But to be fair, you gotta admit, a lazy treasure beast like that isn't really all that powerful, is it? Come on, let's feed the mounts." Without waiting for a reply, he immediately called out his mounts, the High Mountain Lion and the Iron Horn Rhino. Lona also summoned the Iron Demon Beast Silent Blood Shadow. Wuhan called out the Flower Ghost Fox Electric Tail Swallow. Then she said, "The 6 special trainers said this time we represent the Black Lantern Condensation Ground. We're a team and must stick together. Talking trash about others isn't cool." But Lasung didn't see it that way at all. As he summoned his mount, he replied, "A team means whoever's strong pulls the weight. The weak ones just hold the team back. When it comes down to it, we still have to rely on my guy Wang." Suddenly, the red unicorn beast froze. Its eyes widened, then it trembled as a sudden burst of energy hit it. It slowly stepped backward. It turned out that at this moment, To Huang had summoned the dragon snake Wrath around himself, crackling with terrifying lightning. The dragon snake, Wrath, slowly moved to where the red unicorn beast stood. Without hesitation, it slammed its tail hard into the red unicorn beast. A staggering blow. Caught off guard, the red unicorn beast couldn't react in time and flew backward like a frog. Seeing his mount attacked, Lasung angrily shouted, "To family, what's your intention here?" To Huang pretended to be confused, looking around, and then pointed to himself, asking, "Are you calling me?" The more he thought about it, the angrier he got, so he called out to Bloodfierce Wolf, "Are you trying to provoke me?" Seeing the situation getting tense. To Huang backed down a bit, smiling and saying, No, it's just a misunderstanding. Look, I didn't give any orders." Long Snake Titch wasn't in a good mood. Maybe someone had spoken badly about him. Before To Huang could finish speaking, Long Snake Titch started causing trouble, pushing Kwang Jap Koi straight into a bucket of water. To Huang was speechless, turning around, exclaiming, "Oh my God, Long Snake Titch, why would you do that? That's making things really hard for me." Seeing his beast being attacked, Vuong Huan angrily shouted. To Huang and La Sung got furious, continuing, "What exactly do you want? We're on the same team. Don't you know we need to stick together?" In response to those words, To Huang repeated what they had just said. "Mixed breeds like me hanging out with mixed beasts like you, a little disrespect is normal. In a team, you have to follow whoever is strongest. Dragging down the weak only holds the whole team back." He laughed mockingly as he said, "Isn't that right?" Stunned by these words, Vuong Huan could only swallow his anger. To Huang stepped forward and said, "In the end, you'll still have to rely on me." He threw down a challenge, "Vuong, why don't you try training and see Long Snake Titch's power now?" Vuong Huan cautiously shook his head and replied, I mean, the beast lion isn't your long snake titch, you got it wrong, right? Seeing him dodging the point, Tu Huang kept provoking, scared. He swallowed nervously and gulped, asking, We're on the same team, aren't we? Even after saying that, Tu Huang didn't want to let it go. He smirked and said, If you're too scared, then both you and Lasung come up. My long snake titch can take on 4 at once. Luke Nu, standing aside, watching all this silently, thought, That brat. Tu Huang seemed normal back at the training camp, but I didn't expect him to have such a tough side. Interesting. After a while, Vuong Huan and Lasung finally accepted the challenge and called out all their beasts at once. Tu Huang smiled and said, I'm not trying to bully you, the two of you come on then. Hearing this cocky remark, Vuong Huan angrily gritted his teeth and cursed, Forget it. You think just because you're a senior you can do whatever you want. I'm willing to take the risk with you. Then all 4 beasts of Lasung and Vuong Huan surrounded Long Snake Titch and closed in. In this situation, Tu Huang wasn't afraid at all. His eyes flashed fiercely as he said, Simple strategies work, but against absolute power, they're just child's play. Go ahead, Long Snake Titch, don't hold back too much. If you get carried away, you might kill him. After he finished speaking, Blood-Fierce Wolf immediately charged forward, growling loudly, but before it could do anything, Long Snake Titch swiped its tail and sent it flying out of shape. The entire Blood-Fierce Wolf was thrown straight backward without even a chance to resist. Witnessing this absolute power, Wang Xun and Lasung were speechless, frozen in place. The armored brute also stood still in fear. In contrast, Wang Xun's High Earth Mountain Master seemed tougher, baring his fangs and roaring loudly. But just like before, Long Sa Tik used Dragon Might and Dragon Claw, swinging his claws fiercely at the High Earth Mountain Master and the Scarlet Killin Beast. He also used the skill Fierce Rapid Strike to make the armored brute disappear from sight. Long Sa Tik's aura was now overwhelming all his opponents nearby, radiating an intimidating pressure. Wu Han and Lei Na were also surprised by this strength, silently thinking, Since when has he been this strong? After that battle, everything returned to the peaceful atmosphere from before. Lasung's attitude completely changed. He smiled brightly and offered food to To Huang, asking Brother To want some. It's really good Snowland dried beef. He heard this and asked suspiciously, Is it salty? Last time you brought some, it was really salty. He wagged his tail like a puppy and replied, Not salty, not salty. Last time was because I didn't think it through. Brother To, try it. If it's salty, I'll rinse it with clean water to make sure it's not salty anymore. Seeing this scene, Lei Na couldn't help but laugh and exclaimed, What a talent! Why didn't I notice this before? Wu Han turned to Wang Xun and asked, What do you think? He waved his hand and answered, What I don't know. To Huang sat there eating, watching Lasung cook for him, thinking respecting overwhelming strength is a common belief among wild people like Lasung. It's not rare. Anyway, we're on the same team, so I'll turn a blind eye. Early the next morning, the convoy continued its journey to the continent's duel arena. The place hosting the continental duel is called Hongfeng Valley, famous for its red wind. The main structure of the competition building is made of stone built together by the 6 major condensed lands of Lei Ying. Although the soil is red, it doesn't need frequent repairs. Except during duels, no one usually lives here. The judges for the continental duel are the lead masters from the Black Lantern Treasure, Red Crane, Shock Steel Needle, City, Lotus Response, Treasure, Chaos Sand, Shock and Flow Cloud, Shock Teams. Each judge has professional expertise serving the competition while also representing their condensed land. After some traveling, To Huang's convoy finally arrived. The wheels stopped and everyone got off the carriage one by one. As soon as he got off, To Huang was quite surprised to see many others had arrived earlier. He observed the group for a while. At that moment, Lun Gu approached, smiling as she explained, They're from the Red Crane faction. Our relationship with them isn't bad. While talking, suddenly a loud call startled both of them. Lun Gu, a girl with long green hair tied neatly, stepped forward and asked, So you're the team leader? Recognizing a familiar face, Lun Gu warmly replied, Long time no see, Kofi. It turned out the Red Crane team was the first to arrive. She added, Of course we had to come early. Otherwise, the good wine of Black Lantern would have been snatched up by others. Lun Gu added, No one's missing, but you're definitely indispensable. Once again, the screeching of wheels startled the group into freezing. Ko-Fi got angry, gritting her teeth as she looked back. Behind them, a carriage was approaching its horn, blaring loudly and piercingly, "Beep, beep." Unable to stand it, she immediately ran toward that carriage. Then Ko-Fi kicked the door hard, shouting, "Stop honking!" Immediately, a man stepped forward, waving and calling to Ko-Fi. He smiled and asked, "Who pissed you off?" He was Tiamat, the leader of the Steel Needle City team. The person behind him was the Steel Needle City player Wang Mian. While talking, Tiamat looked distressed, rubbing the door. "It's just an object without a soul. Why kick it?" Ko-Fi saw this and got furious, shouting, "Who told you to honk so loudly, you idiot?" He sighed. "I just saw everyone was here, so I honked to say hello." He raised his hand to calm her. "Sorry, my bad. I'll treat myself to a drink later." But Ko-Fi wasn't having it. She fired back, "And treat yourself to plum wine. You won't get a drop of Black Lantern's good wine." While Tiamat was still trying to make peace, Wang Mian shot a glance to the side. Ko-Fi heard. "Hey, looks like To Huang is staring right at that guy." So he turned to look back, surprised, thinking, is the team leader next to him a Steel Needle City player? That night around the building, the sound of traffic roared nonstop. Everyone was sleepless all night as teams arrived one after another. Luckily, everyone arrived in full. The next day, following tradition, after the referees announced the official opening of the Continental Duel. The scoring was fair, 30 players drawn by lot. Each win counts as 1 point, each loss subtracts 1 point. The top 8 scorers move on to the quarterfinals. At registration, To Huang started filling out the forms. Ko-Fi stood beside him, smiling and reminding. The rule is each person can only register 2 beasts. Don't try to cheat. He looked at the paper, thought for a moment, and quietly decided Long Sa Tik is easy to list, but picking a treasure beast is tricky. Finally, he made up his mind better not to bring it out, less eyeing from others. So on the registration form, To Huang only wrote Long Sa Tik's name, without adding a treasure beast. A purple-haired guy behind sneered, mocking, "I never thought a big place like Black Lantern Collection would have trash like this bringing random beasts just to give away points." At Hong Feng Valley Arena, everyone was seated in the stands. The atmosphere was livelier than ever. The host shouted loudly, "The first match is a solo battle. Each contestant can change their guardian beast at least once. A guardian beast that loses its fighting spirit or cannot fight will be considered a loss." Black Lantern Protector To Huang battles against Lu Chun. Manhwa, whispering, announced loudly, "The match begins." Manhwa looked at To Huang provocatively, calling his guardian beast out. "Go, Black Lantern Protector's bomb." Next to him was the intermediate danger type, Von Bao. Hearing this, he couldn't help but be surprised and muttered, "Which one of us is the bomb? With this intermediate guardian beast, I'm afraid I can't beat La Sung." Van Hua, still unafraid, smirked and said, "Kid, don't worry. Even though you only have a mixed breed guardian beast, I won't bully you. Just until our friendship ends, a guardian master should prioritize self-cultivation. Even if I am much stronger than you should dare to challenge me." The audience in the stands became anxious, shouting, "It's ridiculous what's with the intermediate danger type acting tough. Hurry up and fight, don't waste time. Not keeping everyone waiting any longer." To Huang began to summon Long Sa Tik. However, as soon as Long Sa Tik glanced at its opponent, it showed intense disdain. It casually lay down, curling up, leaving To Huang stunned by this mockery. Van Hua angrily shouted, "Why doesn't Long Sa Tik have any fighting spirit? It can't be a high-level type." Van Bao rushed forward. Receiving the command, Van Bao immediately lunged forward, baring its sharp fangs and claws. But before it could execute its intention, Long Sa Tik's tail swung up, delivering a powerful blow to Van Bao's body. Its entire body was sent flying backward, crashing straight into the large wall. Witnessing this scene, Van Hua couldn't believe his eyes, exclaiming, What kind of trick is he using?" The referee stepped forward, signaling Black Lantern Protector To Huang as the winner of the match. He invited contestant Van Hua to summon his second guardian beast. Hearing this, he raised his hand and shouted, "Referee! I report that he's cheating." The referee brushed aside that thought, explaining, "Kid, you can't possibly not recognize that Long Sa Tik is a top danger type, right?" He asked back in confusion. Long Sa Tik, isn't his guardian beast a mixed breed? Finishing his sentence, he smirked and continued, "So what? I won't give up." The match continued. Van Hua summoned his second guardian beast, Screaming Beast. but the result was still the same. A series of loud thuds rang out, and the screaming beast was also knocked out. The crowd expressed their frustration, shouting, "It's unfair. We protest that Black Lantern Protector sends a Guardian Master with a top danger type. That's right, it's also a late-stage advanced type." Lasung, hearing this, exploded with anger, retorting, "What nonsense! Toe's Long Serpent hasn't reached maturity yet. Even if it's just 1 day short, it's still against the rules." He showed arrogance and continued, "If you have the ability, go capture high-level danger too. Are you jealous? Honestly, our Toe is amazing. He grew up surrounded by beasts. Those beasts line up waiting for my brother to choose them. You get it? That's what a genius is. True power, just look at Tu." Loina listened to these words and cast a glance at Vung Hun, startling him. He avoided her gaze and replied, "I swear. That guy got beaten into a fool by Tu. I absolutely won't be like that. How could I be with someone like him? I don't know him." The first round of the Continental Duel is basically a clash of all classes. The true masters will be like Toe, finishing off easily with one move. Of course, there are also those who hide their true talents. Hak Dang Bao, aside from Toe's complete victory. It's worth noting that Vung Hun exploded with power this time, making his opponent suffer quite a bit. The two sides battled for 90 minutes before it ended. Loina also scored 1 point. Vung Hun, Lum Vu Hun, and Loina had scores of -1, -1, and 1 point respectively. Until the 4th round, Toe faced Vung Min, a competitor from Teat Chum Tang, with 2 high-level dangerous beasts. Ki Tang Tuk is one of the most anticipated for the quarterfinals. Vung Min and Toe both have 3 wins. Based on last year's experiences, you have to win all 5 matches to reach the quarterfinals. So this match is very important for both of them. Watching the match unfold intensely, Toe couldn't help but worry, thinking that the Steel Beast has a unique skill set. The Steel Claw Black Tiger will use its steel skill to boost defense and can also stop bleeding. Wanting to rely on steel defense to fight against Long Serpent, I won't fall for that. With that thought, he looked ahead and shouted loudly, "Long Serpent Earth Force, Self-Destruct Cannon!" At hearing the command, Long Serpent unleashed a raging force that surrounded it. He thought to rely on the Earth Reinforcement's recovery strength, using evil thought bullets for a strong attack. Although it can't kill, it's still tough to deal with. This is the new attack move that Long Serpent obtained after leveling up to late maturity. Long Serpent then opened its mouth wide, creating huge energy balls. It didn't hesitate to shoot those energy balls straight at its opponent. A loud explosion followed, accompanied by a cloud of dust. After a moment, the dust began to dissipate, revealing a massive ice block that stopped Long Serpent's previous attack. At the Hong Fong Kok Arena, Toe's match was in full swing. Everyone watching the match felt their hearts race and whispered among themselves. Luckily, the referee intervened in time. Otherwise, there would have been trouble. That's right, it was really dangerous. The referee announced, in the first match, Hak Dang Bao's Toe defeated Vung Min. Unbelievably, after this match, Long Serpent must have expended quite a bit of energy. His second beast. The Mixed Search Beast probably doesn't have much power. It must be, how could anyone nurture a dangerous species to late maturity in such a short time, and still have time to nurture another beast? Thinking this, he continued to call out his next beast. "Come out, Two-Tailed Steel Beast." On the arena floor, a new beast appeared. It was the dangerous species Two-Tailed Steel Beast. Not wanting to waste any more time, Toe commanded, "Long Serpent, use evil thought bullets and see how it goes." Gradually regaining strength, it immediately shot 3 energy balls at the Steel Beast. Vung Min smirked and said loudly, "The Steel Beast is my real main force. I won't lose again." So, he commanded the Steel Transformation, and the Two-Tailed Steel Beast transformed into a different form. Sharp spikes grew all over its body, and its tail became longer. Level 4. Transformation. Two-Tailed. People in the stands exclaimed, "So scary, this is a level 4 transformation skill. It's no longer in the realm of beginners." The guy next to him added, "I'm telling you, Toe's second beast is nothing special. This time he's definitely going to lose." Lasung, hearing this, angrily shouted, "What nonsense are you talking about? My boss definitely still has tricks up his sleeve," and he clenched his fists, praying there definitely are. At this moment, down on the arena floor, Vung Min smiled confidently and said, "Attack Steel Beast." Hearing the command, it swung its tail straight at Long Serpent. Fortunately, Long Serpent managed to dodge to the side just in time, but the Steel Beast did not stop. Taking advantage of this, it pinned Long Serpent to the ground. Toe's expression turned worried. Evil thought bullets were just a breeze. When facing transformation, only Evil Sniper could defend effectively. Vung Min shouted at him, To concede! If we keep going like this with your ability fighting for third place will definitely be no problem. Though continuing like this only benefits others. And he seriously replied, fine, then you concede too. Cham, he angrily continued, just wait to lose two-tailed steel beast, strike now. The steel beast lunged at Long Serpent, sliding across the ground. Long Serpent didn't back down at all. It slammed its tail down on the ground, sending rocks flying. Steel Beast was suddenly wrapped up by a large boulder and was caught off guard. It directly used its claws to smash the boulder that was tripping it up. Wang Mian spoke up. It's useless to talk, this kind of attack can't be defended against. Tu Huang smiled and nodded slightly, asking, what if we add a little more? With that, Long Serpent created another large stone wall that rushed straight toward the Steel Beast. Not just one, but 5 more stone walls appeared around it, rising with a fierce momentum. The spectators were amazed, their mouths agape, exclaiming, what a terrifying battle! The terrain had been completely transformed under the arena. The spaces had been divided by Long Serpent, and it stood there breathing heavily exhausted from expending so much energy. Steel Beast was in the same condition. Wang Mian worriedly thought, using up energy like this isn't beneficial for me. Long Serpent can recover and replenish energy at any time. Go all out, let's see what happens, he thought. Then ordered Steel Beast, Steel Spike Barrage. Steel Beast responded to the command by raising its arm toward Long Serpent and shooting out sharp, poisonous spikes. But Long Serpent didn't just stand there and take it. It created a whirlwind to push back the spiked projectiles. Taking advantage of the moment, Wang Mian continued to order, good opportunity, Steel Tentacle Strike. From behind Steel Beast, 5 long tentacles shot straight up into the sky, piercing directly into Long Serpent, catching it off guard. Not stopping there, Wang Mian tightened his fist and signaled, pull it over here. The tentacles of Steel Beast wrapped tightly around Long Serpent's body and pulled it down, closing the distance. However, suddenly Steel Beast was pushed back with great force, smoke flying everywhere. Long Serpent at that moment used its tail to fling the large rocks flying everywhere. Then it created a massive hammer surrounded by an overwhelming pressure at level 4. Seeing this move, Long Serpent's War Wang Mian couldn't help but shout in fear, no! At the most critical moment when the mace was slowly descending, a layer of ice appeared, saving Steel Beast from a fatal blow. That ice attack was executed by the referee. He shouted loudly, round 2, Black Lantern Guardian, Tu Huang wins. Tu Huang won 5 consecutive matches and advanced straight to the quarterfinals. The quarterfinals included Black Lantern Guardian, Lian Ung Guardian, Liu Wen Zhenhong, and Crane Chaotic Kill. Each person was a competitor from major gathering places. It's just a pity that Wang Mian from Ironstone City was chased out of the match by Tu Huang using Long War. With 6 people remaining, 3 wins and 1 loss were recorded for 3 points. Unfortunately, the remaining competitor from Black Lantern Guardian was not on the list and had already run away. After eliminating these 6 people, someone made it to the quarterfinals. First is Vung Min from Tit Tak Tun, whose strength is unquestionable. So the quarterfinals are set, just waiting for tomorrow's showdown. The rules of the quarterfinals are very simple. A knockout match between 2 people. The winner moves on, the loser gets eliminated. To Huang got lucky again, being chosen to draw first, and he drew the weakest competitor in the quarterfinals, Li Fi from Lin Ung Bao. After easily defeating Li Fi, To Huang casually secured the victory. He bowed his head and said, Yurushi To Huang, I acknowledge my defeat. He smiled and replied, You flatter me. Yurushi Li Fi, recover well, and I hope to battle with you again next time. At that moment, everyone in the stands couldn't help but be stirred up, exclaiming, What? In less than 20 seconds, both spirit beasts were knocked down. It's as clear as day. The level difference is too great. That's right. Lasung arrogantly laughed with satisfaction. Ha, a rookie like Lin Ung Bao, taking down one after another. He continued to look toward the stands of Lian Ung Bao, taunting, Brother To, truly domineering, using different moves, learn from this. This is the strength of Hakdang Bao. Hearing such arrogant words, the bald guy from Lian Ung Bao looked extremely angry, muttering, Hakdang Bao. Then he turned his gaze towards To Huang and Long Sa Tik standing there. The referee called out loudly, The 2 matches today are Liu Kung from Liu Van Chun competing against Tran Ding Hian from Luan Sat Chun. Hearing both their names, they immediately stepped into the arena ready. The man is Tran Ding Hian from Luan Sat Chun. The woman across from him is Liu Kung from Liu Van Chun. Lu Kung summoned her two spirit beasts, the especially dangerous Hong Kuk Tua Lang and the high-level dangerous Lu Fong Tung Chuan. Trending Hien summoned the mid-level dangerous Sa Tuin Dao Dung and the especially dangerous Hua Lun Tu. The battle between the two was undoubtedly a fierce fight. Long Sang from Lu Fong Tung Chuan had no idea how many times it had been struck down by Sa Tuin Dao Dung, and in the end it used its strongest wind skill Kai Hua level 3 to defeat it. In the second match, Lu Fong Tung Chuan hadn't even worn down the energy of the Hua Lun Tu before being defeated. Lu Kung brought her strongest spirit beast Hong Kuk Tua Lang to the field. Originally, Hong Kuk Tua Lang was not a match for Hua Lun Tu. Not wanting the match to be a total wash, Tran Din Hien's unfortunate exit also meant that Loan Sat Tran officially withdrew from the competition. The third match today featured Ko Ming-ok from Hong Hat against Kun Chin from Lianung Bao. Ko Ming-ok summoned the especially dangerous Dai Vung Hat and the high-level dangerous Hak Chum Huit Hat. Kun Ching summoned the high-level dangerous Hua Bao Vien and the high-level dangerous Bao Tratu. After the battle, Hak Chum Huit Hat's hard shell defense was incredibly solid. It used its tail to teach Hua Bao Vien a lesson. Unexpectedly, Hua Bao Vien grabbed the tail and threw it down. Just when everyone thought it was over, it launched a deadly strike that completely changed the situation. In the second match, Kun Chin summoned Bao Tra Tu, wanting to attack with firepower. The result was it fought against Dai Vung Hat and was thrown straight down. Kun Ching lost due to bad luck and Ko Ming-ok successfully advanced to the semifinals. So there was one last match left between the bald guy and Vung Min. Vung Min looked at his opponent and was scared to death. Cursing in his heart, he thought, "The heavens are truly unfair. First I had to fight that freak with the top-level dangerous To Huang, barely recovering, and now I'm getting hit again. Then I have to face another freak not much less than To Huang Huak Hong. A man from Tiet Tak Tang would not easily back down." That determination hadn't lasted long before he raised his head and saw his spirit beast being spun around by the opponent like a top. But if he didn't admit defeat, what other choice did he have? After this match, Huak Hong looked at To Huang and asked, "You're To from Hakdang Bao, right? Only the two of us have a perfect winning record." His gaze turned cold as he continued. "Don't draw lots anymore. Let's fight. Are you up for it?" Hearing this, To Huang was startled, thinking, "What the hell? Why are you targeting me? I want to draw." Before he could even speak, Lasung jumped up and shouted, "Why wouldn't he dare? Lianung Bao is trash, brother To. Go up and beat him." Hearing this, To Huang angrily rushed over and grabbed his collar. "You're the one who offended him, right?" He stammered, "Brother To, let me explain." Of course, To Huang wouldn't let him explain a word. To Huang, in a fit of rage, punched him in the face and yelled, "Explain what nonsense!" Thus, the battle between Huak Hong and To Huang commenced. He looked at To Huang and said, "Brother To from Hakdang Bao." As he spoke, the anger within him erupted fiercely. "I will make you suffer just like how you humiliated the spirit master of Lian Ung Bao in front of everyone just now." Upon hearing this, To Huang had no idea what was going on. Goosebumps covered his body, his face pale. "Brother Hoak, listen to my explanation. This is just a misunderstanding." But Huak Hong didn't want to hear any of this. He angrily replied, "No way Brother To is too domineering to explain to others. You're going to get beaten." But Lasung wasn't afraid yet. Sitting in the stands, he enthusiastically shouted, "That's right. There's nothing to explain. Brother To beat him." Without further delay, the match began. Huak Hong summoned his spirit beast, a giant monkey with bright red fur. It was the evolved state of Hua Bao Hao, a particularly dangerous species, at the mature stage known as Bao Liet Vien. Upon seeing this scene, Tu Huang was utterly astonished. He silently thought that capturing the main force, the beast hunter clearly aimed to exhaust Long Sa Tik for a final fatal blow. This is going to be tough. The battle between Tu Huang and Huak Hong was extremely intense and fierce. Neither side was willing to back down. Long Sa Tik and Bao Liet Vien were both exhausted, breathing heavily. Huak Hong thought to himself that it was good to avoid the fight. He intended to use agility to wear down his opponent. He still had another main force left. "Let's see how you plan to win." With that, Bao Liet Vien resumed the battle. It spewed out a series of roaring flames from its mouth. It launched those attacks straight at Long Sa Tik, who was quick on its feet. It dodged and swerved to avoid them. Then Long Sa Tik crouched down, looking up defensively. It tried to recover its energy after expending so much. Seeing Long Sa Tik standing still, Huak Hong sensed something. He wondered if the level 4 awakening ability of Long Cam Chien Tree was trying to gather strength to trick him. Thinking this, the corner of his mouth curled up into a sinister smile. He shouted loudly for Bowlet Vien to activate its armor. Fire blazed fiercely from Bowlet Vien, its eyes filled with murderous intent. Using the skill Fiery Rage Battle Armor without hesitation, it charged straight at the standing Long Sa Tik. In a fierce exchange, Long Sa Tik also refused to stand still and accept defeat. It reared up and used its enhancement. The two locked tightly together, pushing and pressing, neither side willing to back down. When he noticed a gap, Huak Hong smiled and said, "I knew it. You want to use Long Cam Chien Tree. Bao Dao thinks I'm just an easy target, huh?" With that, he ordered Bao Lit Vien to initiate its inner power. As soon as he finished speaking, Bao Lit Vien's eyes suddenly glowed with a mysterious red light. Then it tilted its head back, startling Long Sa Tik. Huak Hong grinned and said, "The transformation of the Fiery Rage Battle Armor targets the head. Right now, the strongest defense is at the head, and the strongest attack is also at the head. Come on, I'll go toe-to-toe with Long Cam Chien Chui and show you." However, before he could be too confident, To Huang anticipated what he was about to do. "Who said you could rely on the Long Cam Chien Chui?" he exclaimed in shock. "What?" You smiled and continued. "This is a technique improved from the innate ability of Long Sa Tik Evil Motion Beam." With that, Long Sa Tik began to open its mouth. From its mouth, a dark purple dragonmite sphere appeared, accompanied by arcs of lightning bursting out. Seeing this move, Hoak Hong anxiously shouted, "Not good, retreat quickly!" But he was still a step too late. When Long Sa Tik's technique was unleashed, Bao Liet Vien met a bitter end, unable to react in time. When it realized the problem, it was already too late, and its body had a large hole going through it. The hole even showed the expression of utter helplessness on Hoak Hong's face. The referee proclaimed loudly, "First match To Huang of Hakdang Bao wins." Although he lost the first match, Hoak Hong remained unfazed. He continued to summon his second beast, softly saying, "Very well, this time I won't give you any chance." Before this second match, To Huang was still unsure of what to do. He thought to himself that if he stepped outside the range, it would count as a loss, which wouldn't be fair to Long Sa Tik. As a skilled beastmaster, Long Sa Tik had never tried to force the enemy with a technique like this. Even though it had been worn down by Bao Lit Vien, Long Sa Tik still maintained its strong power. Its fighting spirit was also incredibly strong, making it hard to deal with. Suddenly coming up with an idea, To Huang quietly said to Long Sa Tik, "Maybe there's a way we can try. Long Sa Tik, let's do this later." However, before he could execute that plan, a voice came from above. Hakdang Bao concedes, "Banshikachi Mikanam Diamaz." The person who spoke was none other than Luke Ngu. Her expression was resolute as she stood up and continued, "I am leading the Hakdang Bao team. I have the right to make this decision." Luke Ngu's sudden decision left To Huang confused, but he quickly understood that this Luke Dia Quit Dao was just to compete for 3 spots in the Mot Dia Huit Lum. The rewards for the top 1, top 2, and top 3 were all the same, with no extra prizes. According to Luke Ngu, gaining the reputation was fine, but not essential. The important thing was to conserve energy, as there would be more rewards after entering the ruins, making one the true winner. In the end, To Huang placed second overall, qualifying for the ruins. Huak Hong Ko and Mai Ngok took first and third, respectively. The Luke Dia Quit Do ended like that. That night in a makeshift tent, To Huang opened the tent and slowly stepped inside. He smiled and said, "Tong Dak, when you were looking for me inside." Luke Ngu was already sitting in a chair waiting. She replied, "Sit down. I'm sure the background of the Mot Dia Huet Lum has been told to you already. What I'm about to say is very important. You must remember it well." He nodded and replied, "I understand, Tong Dak Huan." She began to remind him, "Originally, these things should have been told to you before participating, but the master did not have high hopes for this year's Luke Dia Quit Do, which is why I'm only telling you this now." To Huang recalled what Cho Hop had said earlier. "Do your best, bring back a reputation, I value you." He was at a loss for words, thinking, just a little and they're trying to play tricks on me. Luke Ngu continued, "You are the second Beastmaster at Hakdang Bao, ranking second in the Luke Dia Quit Do in recent years. Last time, Hakdang Bao reached the semifinals, and before that, your senior sister Bok To To secured a position. But do you know what the most valuable thing in the Huyet Lum ruins is? To Hoang scratched his head in confusion. If you don't say, how would I know? In the Huyet Lum ruins, there are quite a few extremely rare young pets with incredible potential. These young beasts are incredibly valuable, worth tens of thousands. But according to the rules of the ruins master, you cannot bring a large number of young pets out. You can only find the one that suits you best to tame. This is the most important opportunity for you this time. Additionally, if you have the strength, you can gather some resources. The treasures in the Huyet Lum ruins are rich in blood and dragon resources. Even if you don't use them, you can take them to exchange with other beastmasters. To Hoang then understood. He nodded slightly and smiled, thinking, if that's the case, it really is a great opportunity. Let's not forget, I also have to find the treasure beast. Luke Ngu looked at To Hoang and said, the Huyet Lum ruins are incredibly vast. Even the 6 major gathering grounds have explored for many years and only discovered a small portion. Let alone just Hakdang's gathering ground, this is all the information we have from Hakdang Bao. I recommend you explore the areas that have already been explored. After all, it's safer. While handing him a book, she added, I emphasize safety is very important. Even though the master of Huyet Lum has sworn to ensure the safety of the 6 major gathering grounds, there have been people who got stuck in the Huyet Lum ruins and couldn't get out. Hearing her words, To Hoang took the book and replied, I understand, Tong Dak Huan. At this point, Luke Ngu took out a bracelet and handed it to him. By the way, before you go, wear this. He took it and asked in surprise, what is this? She explained, this is a rare item that the master infused the energy of the first main beast into. It was originally the final technique the master intended for me to use in this Luke Dia Quitdo. If you can enter the ruins, then it's best for you to take this. That very night, everyone was gathered outside the entrance to the Huyet Lum ruins. The 3 beastmasters, Thiet Mat Kofi and Luke Ngu, stood in a triangle formation, placing their hands on the stone orb. She said, let's begin. As soon as she finished speaking, a golden light appeared from the stone orb. Somehow everyone was transported inside the ruins building in the blink of an eye. To Hoang wondered in surprise, is this the true energy of a beastmaster? Indeed, it's powerful. In front of everyone, a golden gate appeared, slowly opening. From inside, the head of a dragon beast protruded out. Accompanied by a voice, is it time for the secret realm to open again this year? Thietmat respectfully replied, yes, my lord, it's time for the annual opening. Upon hearing this, the voice continued to resonate, oh, then let's begin. The door slowly lowered, revealing a strange black space inside. Luke Ngu smiled and said, that passage can be used to enter the secret realm. Everyone has a month to explore, and the conclusion will be given by the master of the Blood Forest relic. To Hoang, Huak Hung, and Mai Ngok began to approach the gate. Each of them had their own determination, their eyes filled with resolve, and they directly entered inside. As soon as To Hoang looked inside the gate, he noticed something and widened his eyes in surprise. Right in front of them was a gigantic royal dragon beast. Earlier it had spoken, the commander told me to come get you. Now I will imprint my aura on you. That way, as long as you don't initiate an attack, the creatures in the Blood Forest won't harm you. But if you dare step into the center of the Blood Forest relic, I can't guarantee what the forces beyond my control will do to you. After saying that last part, it immediately disappeared. Humans, don't be too greedy. The mountain door quickly closed. The 3 of To Hoang, Huak Hong, and Mai Ngok were no longer in their previous position. A moment later, through the open door, they appeared in a different location. Surrounding them were majestic and enormous mountain ranges. After a moment to regain composure, To Hoang slowly sat up and observed. The Blood Spirit Fury Dragon reappeared, standing there looking at the 3 of them. Mai Ngok noticed it and immediately exclaimed, it's the Blood Spirit Fury Dragon, it's here to get us! Closing her eyes as soon as she finished speaking, the Blood Spirit Fury Dragon spat a mouthful of saliva directly at the 3 of them. Getting hit by that slimy goo, everyone felt goosebumps all over. Wow! What a unique ritual. After completing its task, the Blood Spirit Fury Dragon said, all right, the mission given by the commander is complete. You can go explore now. As it turned to leave, it reminded them, in a month, I will track you down by your aura to bring you back out. Standing beside them, Huak Hong couldn't help but drool at Mai Ngok's hot body. She said, you guys probably have your own guides. How about we split up and explore on our own? Hearing this made sense, and Huak Hong agreed. I think that's a good idea, too. At my Ngok's suggestion, To Huang and the others decided to split up and explore different areas. In fact, since last night when he met Luke Ngu To, Huang had been thinking about how to keep the secret of finding the treasure beasts, but he still hadn't figured out a good way. Today, hearing my Ngok's suggestion, To Huang thought to himself that this girl from Hong Hat Chan had come at just the right moment. After traveling a long way, he stood in front of a large waterfall and asked, "Looking for treasure beasts. Looking for treasure. Beasts, are you sure the treasure is hidden here?" It heard the question and became very angry, pointing at the waterfall and roaring, "Marrow, marrow!" He quickly reassured, No, how could I not trust you? Lead the way." As he walked, To Huang took out the book that Luke Ngu had given him earlier and studied it. It said, "The Thoi bee herb likes dry environments." Upon reading this, he became cautious and glanced over at the massive waterfall in front of him. But this place has nothing to do with the dry teacher at all. After spending some time inside the Blood Forest ruins, Tu Huang gradually became more familiar, riding on the long saw flying to search for treasures. He looked at the treasure beast flying in front of him and thought to himself, since this little guy digested the spirit stone and learned to fly, he doesn't like being held anymore. What caught his eye was the round, plump butt of the treasure beast looking incredibly attractive. He helplessly sighed. Holding over 15 pounds for a long time feels a bit of a loss. While moving, Tu Huang suddenly saw something, his eyes widened, mouth agape. He tried to observe closely again and exclaimed, "What is that?" "This is another world, a dry environment, and there's a cool water stream." Maybe when flying to the big waterfall, the treasure beast discovered something and cried out. Hearing that, Tu Huang also looked up in surprise. The treasure beast quietly descended. It pointed forward. When they landed, he was extremely surprised by the sight before him. It was what the Black Senior's documents referred to as the Nue Bi Tao. But this thing in the ancient Sun Dragon canon is called Hua Jiao Tao. The famous Hua Jiao Tao is born from dragon marrow in special circumstances after an ancient dragon went extinct. When taken by a blood-weak species, it has a chance to transform into a type of dragon called Jiao Long. And the longer the history of Hua Jiao Tao, the higher the chance of transformation. Tangvim tu tamam lum changes color 1x7 years, grows an additional leaf. Thinking of this, Tu Huang's eyes sparkled happy as a child at a festival. This time he found a treasure. While still immersed in happiness, suddenly a loud noise startled both of them. Looking up, the treasure beast suddenly dashed toward him, hugging him tightly, shouting, "Marrow! Marrow!" It looked so scared. Tu Huang didn't understand what was happening and asked, "What's wrong with you?" But suddenly he felt a cold wave sweeping in fearfully, ordering Long Saw Tich, "Not good. Long Saw Tich, run fast." Without hesitation, Long Saw Tich shot up to the top of the waterfall like a bolt of lightning. The three of them hid behind a large rock watching down below. Right below them, a foot with sharp claws appeared. Tu Huang worriedly thought, what a slip-up. The place with Hua Jiao Tao is where the Jiao Long hunts, and there's also a mature Hua Jiao guarding it. Looking at the shadow that was slowly appearing, he felt incredibly discouraged. How could this place be without someone watching? Just as he finished speaking, a giant O Loi Kap Mo stepped out. He quickly recognized it, thinking, O Loi Kap Mo is a top-tier dangerous species existing in the water, lightning, and poison systems. It looked completely peculiar. The attention of the O Loi Kap Mo was focused on the Hua Jiao Tao that was emitting sparkling light. Its two pupils widened, full of desire, locking onto the target. Without further hesitation, it took off and jumped straight ahead. As it rushed toward the Hua Jiao Tao, it made splashing sounds in the water. At that moment, a series of air bubbles began to rise. Soon after, a Thumdan Ku suddenly broke the surface of the water, heading straight for the O Loi Kap Mo to bite. Witnessing that scene, Tu Huang was once again taken by surprise. Thumdan Ku was still quite surprising, extremely dangerous, belonging to the water evil beast and power systems. This one must have reached the maturity limit. It's over. There's no way to deal with the O Loi Kap Mo in the air. It's over. Just when he thought it was hopeless, suddenly electric arcs of bright yellow surrounded its body. The O Loi Kap Mo opened its mouth, shooting those electric arcs straight at the giant Thumdan Ku in front of it. Thumdan Ku felt itself being shocked and was extremely furious. Its pupils showed murderous intent, and then it suddenly swung its long tail out of the water, delivering a surprise blow. Caught by this hit, the O Loi Kap Mo didn't have time to react and flew up into the air. Tu Huang worriedly thought, Is this the battle between dangerous species? Too bad the anicap still can't turn itself around. Just as he finished speaking, a series of lightning bolts struck down from the sky, making To Huang's hair stand on end. He gasped, "This is..." His gaze turned upwards, his face filled with astonishment. The voltage is terrifying. Could it be that the anicap is hovering in the air right now? Its body swelled up, accompanied by bright golden lightning. It angrily looked down at the tamdanku waiting below its body, seeming like it was about to explode. The anicap shot electricity down into the water, shocking the tamdanku. Struck by this powerful lightning, the tamdanku was charred smoke rising in thick clouds. Not stopping it continuously took several more electric hits. To Huang, sitting far away, had to fearfully raise his hands to protect himself. Wow. After a while of shocking electricity, the river water had receded significantly, with fish charred lying all around. The fate of the tamdanku was the same, completely blackened, with numerous wounds, lying still, eyes tightly shut. To Huang felt that this thing was indeed not easy to eat. He didn't expect such a result in the blood forest surrounded by dangers. He couldn't take those 2 branches of Hua Jiao Tao. After dealing with it, the tamdanku and anicap slowly approached the sparkling Hua Jiao Tao. It gently stuck out its tongue, wanting to directly swallow the Hua Jiao Tao. However, just at that moment, the eyes of the tamdanku suddenly opened wide, waking up. It seemed to go crazy, opening its mouth full of fangs, lunging at the anicap that was observing the fierce scene. To Huang was also startled, mouth agape. Seeing the tamdanku lunging at him, anicap quickly jumped in another direction to dodge. However, it was too late. The tamdanku managed to bite one of his legs and tore at it. To Huang thought in shock, this is really cruel. Launch a big move first and then counterattack, forcing him to death. Fighting among the spirit masters must be like this too. Even though it lost a leg, anicap still showed incredible vitality. It tried to crawl and jump away quickly to dodge the strikes from the deep red giant. The deep red giant had no intention of letting its prey go. It kept chasing closely. Like that, the 2 dangerous beasts ran off out of sight, leaving To Huang Longsa Tich and Tim Bao Thu standing there stunned. He felt quietly lucky, and wondered why after they left they didn't waste more time. To Huang quickly approached the chemical herb and grabbed it. He put it into his pocket and said although the process was a bit blurry, at least he got it. He felt the most important thing right now was... Saying that, To Huang laughed out loud and dashed away. He ran as far as he could. Meanwhile, after a while of chasing, anicap was finally torn apart by the deep red giant. It crazily bit and tore its freshly caught prey, enjoying the feast. Suddenly, from far away, a scent spread everywhere. That scent hit the deep red giant's nose, directly snapping it awake, and it looked up in surprise. Back to Huang, he was riding Longsha Tich, trying to speed away. While moving, Tim Bao Thu noticed a scent drifting out from the bag To Huang was holding. Right after, a loud noise rang out, making it jump and look back. "Marrow, marrow!" To Huang worriedly shouted, "No way, we're already 10 kilometers away. How can they still catch up?" Then, seeing Longsha Tich's expression, he realized. No wonder it was the scent. He slapped his forehead, blaming himself for being careless. He had underestimated how attractive the chemical herb was to the dragon type. Then, thinking that he took the herb and held it in front of Longsha Tich. "Come on, open your mouth," receiving the tasty bait. Longsha Tich immediately chewed greedily and swallowed it whole. After eating it, breathed out deeply in satisfaction, threw its head back, and laughed loudly. Before To Huang could understand what was happening, it dashed off at lightning speed, almost making him tear up. He happily wondered, this stuff even speeds you up. Just as he said that, suddenly a breath of energy rushed close by. When To Huang glanced over, he saw Tim Bao Thu, tears streaming, filled with resentment. "Oh no, I forgot, after Tim Bao Thu turns into a dragon, it's also dragon type." He forced a smile to comfort it. "Ahem, Tim Bao Thu, you played a big role in this treasure hunt. You're the most powerful spirit beast in my heart. Don't worry, if I find anything else, I'll definitely give it to you first." Hearing this, Tim Bao Thu didn't believe him at all. With a judging look, To Huang raised his hand and smiled. "All right, raise your hand. I never lied to you, did I?" After thinking for a moment, Tim Bao Thu finally trusted him. He raised his small hand and hooked fingers in agreement with To Huang. And just like that, the two finally made peace smoothly. The 3 of them set off on a new journey, rushing forward very fast. Longsha Tich looked very strange at this moment. Its 2 eyes glowed brightly, and its speed started to get out of control. It directly crashed through the forest, smashing through anything in its way. Tu Huang tried to hold tightly onto Long Sha Tich, keeping himself seated firmly. Suddenly, a strong scent of Hoa Jiao Tao rose from Long Sha Tich's skin. Its scales also started falling off, mixed with streaks of blood. Feeling that something was wrong, Tu Huang became worried. He put his hand firmly over Long Sha Tich's wound, but it still refused to stop, wildly charging forward, trampling a large tree trunk. Then it spread its wide wings and leaped off a towering cliff. Long Sha Tich's massive body fell freely, creating a terrifying explosion below. After a moment of dizziness, Tu Huang regained consciousness and sat up. Long Sha Tich lay beside him, covered in wounds, its eyes tightly shut. He approached and gently rubbed its head. No, the energy of Hoa Jiao Tao was still dissipating. Who knows what it might attract? Long Sha Tich didn't seem to know when it would wake up. He had to think of a way. After thinking, he took out a bottle of Huyet Duyen Huang he had prepared earlier and said, "Got it." He stood up and said to Tim Bao Thu, "Long Sha Tich can't move now, so we stay up tonight." Night had fallen and the moon was high. Inside the Huyet Lam ruins, Tu Huang set up a makeshift straw tent for Long Sha Tich to rest. Worried, he gently rubbed its head. "You always risked your life to protect me. Now it's my turn." He recalled the time before when Lam Tich evolved into Long Sha Tich. Then, from Long Sha Tich, it evolved into the terror species, far surpassing the dangerous Thien meat species. Every time a pet evolves, it faces more danger and suffering. One day, a Huyet Mok Kukhan master might have to decide to replace their main pet. Pets that can't keep up with their master's progress aren't considered support, but rather a burden. Masters will capture stronger, higher-level bloodline pets. Even someone as strong as Teacher Chow Hop has to face this choice. Like one of his weakest pets, Tin Hong Ak Lang, which wasn't his original pet. Of course, whether it's affection or soul bonding, separating from a pet causes physical and emotional pain for the master. So masters don't completely abandon or let their pets die off. They keep them somewhere special to be cared for until their natural end. Thinking of this, Tu Huang became sad and softly said, "Long Sha Tich, I'll do my best to help you evolve further." He gently rested his head on Long Sha Tich and continued, "We can't be separated." Dawn had arrived. Tu Huang looked at Tim Bao Thu and reminded, "Remember, only one hit." Hearing this, Tim Bao Thu swung a strong punch straight to his face, turning his cheeks red. Tim Bao Thu's small fist clenched tightly, but it packed an incredibly powerful punch. The two kept punching back and forth, their faces turning purple. Tu Huang angrily said, "All right, you dared to hit that hard, you're done for." After finishing, the two continued playing rock, paper, scissors. But this time a huge blue-green hand appeared, pulling the ropes. It turned out Long Sha Tich had woken up after a long coma. It sat up and joined Tu Huang and Tim Bao Thu's game. Seeing this, the two were overjoyed, jumping up to hug Long Sha Tich tightly, shouting, "Long Sha Tich!" Suddenly, Long Sha Tich froze. The horn on its head was growing longer. It stood up and let out a loud roar. Its scales looked as if they had been coated with a shiny layer of oil. Noticing this strange change, Tu Huang carefully measured Long Sha Tich's size with a tape. Then he suddenly exclaimed, 6 meters, that's the standard for Ki Than Thuk. Just as he finished, Long Sha Tich gently touched his head with its claws. The power of Hoa Jiao Tao that evolved Long Sha Tich into Ki Ten Tuk also gave it a perfect posture. The pain of shedding its old skin helped Long Sha Tich master a new skill, Long Trian Mian. This move can be used not only on Long Sha Tich, but also to help other pets heal energy and wounds from their masters. Seeing Tu Huang hadn't slept for days, Long Sha Tich hoped he could finally get some rest. But the bond between man and beast had unexpectedly reached its peak synchronization. The Kunyat Longdian also underwent a major transformation, adding content never seen before. The book emitted a dazzling golden light with the image of a giant dragon on the cover. After a good rest, Tu Huang also regained his energy. He continued the journey to find the treasure. Looking at the blank page, he said that Long Sha Tich's ultimate bloodline was something he had thought about for a long time. But according to the newly unlocked content in Kunyat Longdian, if you choose Long Dich bloodline as the main path for evolution, the terror species Long Sha Tich has about 2 or 3 types. Among them, the mid-level terror species include Trui V Long Tik and Dien Jiak Long Tik, the same type as the Huyet Bao Long Ruler. The Trui V Long Tik relic is famous for its giant hammer tail, with destructive power comparable to a heavy tank bombardment. The electric horned dragon relic is a type of dragon relic that can control electricity. It has a horn that can shoot lightning bolts, which is also the indestructible weapon of the electric horned dragon relic. Before that, there was a high-level terror species, among which were the Mountain Hill Dragon Relic and the Battle Fortress Dragon Relic. Among them, the Battle Fortress Dragon Relic is a kind of flesh shield and firepower. The high-level terror species of the Combat Dragon Relic System, Steel System, and Fire System are called Mobile War Fortresses. The steel and fire skills, symbolized by the fiery blaze storm, can make enemies even more terrified. Thinking about this, Huang silently felt lucky. For a normal mage, even a senior master like his teacher just getting one way to evolve would be enough to bring tears of joy. As he said this, he held his head, complaining that he was torn about which type was stronger. At that moment, the ancient Sun Dragon Codex suddenly opened each page, flipping as if by magic. After flipping to a certain page, it stopped. Huang looked at it in surprise and exclaimed, "This is from the Blood Forest Relic." He and the Dragon Serpent Relic were walking slowly. He focused intently on studying the ancient Sun Dragon Codex. If the Dragon Serpent Relic chooses the Dragon Serpent bloodline as the main body, there are a total of 37 types on its evolutionary path. These include mid-level terror species like Thunder Dragon Serpent Wind and Rain, Dragon Serpent Ice Dragon Serpent Bone, Dragon Serpent Flame, Dragon Serpent Thunder, Dragon Serpent. The main energy systems are definitely Thunder, Water, and Dragon. They can ride clouds looking like divine dragons. But Huang thought this skill was too flashy and not used much, so he dismissed it and took the Dragon Serpent bloodline as the main body to evolve into a high-level terror species. There are only 11 species in total. These include Earth Vein Dragon Serpent, Climbing Dragon Serpent Town, Guardian, Dragon Serpent Thunder, Electric Dragon Serpent, and Wind Thunder, Dragon Serpent. Although the Earth Vein Dragon Serpent perfectly inherits the Earth System talent of the Dragon Serpent Relic, before evolution it lacks the Evil System talent, which is undoubtedly a big loss for the Evil System main force of the Dragon. Serpent Relic. The Wind Thunder Dragon Serpent combines the Dragon Wind Evil and Thunder Electric systems and is the most advanced type among the high-level terror species. It is a kind of dragon serpent that can ride clouds and dash through the wind. It is a nearly perfect terror species. The Battle Fortress Dragon Serpent, though strong, is quite bulky. It seems the Wind Thunder Dragon Serpent is the perfect choice, giving up the Earth defense system to gain flight ability and stronger attack tactics. After thinking it over, Huang finally made his decision. He gently touched the page of the ancient Sun Dragon Codex, which displayed Dragon Serpent Relic evolves into Wind and Cloud Dragon Serpent. Dragon Serpent Relic Ritual Document X1, crystallizing the bloodline of two systems. High-level terror species. Wind Thunder X1 Dragon Species, Wind Thunder. Two systems. Dragon Blood Essence, 5,000 milliliters. Complete Yin. Wind Stone X1, Complete Lightning Stone X1, Wind Thunder Essence, 1,500 pieces. After learning the method, Huang cheerfully said, "Now that we have a direction, let's get going." After a while, the three of them flew to the Moonswan Plain. Below are just the largest jutting rocks with sparse greenery. You look around once, but still don't see anything valuable. Luck must have run out. Haven't found anything worthwhile these past 3 days. According to the map given by the 6 special commanders, passing through this area means danger. Beyond the exploration zone and treasure hunting area, turn on night vision. Your eyes light up as you focus intently on what's below. After digesting the material, treasure hunting also gained a new skill. With the support of soul energy, treasure hunting can share its treasure-seeking vision. To Huang, you use this skill. Looking in one direction, you exclaim, "What is that?" Down below, 2 dragon beasts are chasing a strange creature. Looking closer, Huang is even more surprised to realize that it's actually a tree stump. Looks like 2 mature fire guard dragon beasts just caught it. Wait, or maybe it's a tree stump. You wonder, can trees actually walk? Things get more dangerous as the 2 dragon beasts close in on the walking tree stump. Huang thinks this tree stump is really strange. Why does it feel familiar? Without hesitation, you open the old Dragon Chronicles to research more info. After searching for a while, you finally discover Found it, it's an energy-sucking tree. According to the description in the Old Dragon Chronicles, records about the energy-sucking tree are extremely rare, almost extinct. No doubt this kind of commentary is also very rare in the Old Dragon Chronicles. The energy-sucking tree isn't originally from this world. It comes from the void layer. Usually when born, the energy-sucking tree lives in the dark void and grows by absorbing energy there. It has an extremely long lifespan, and when it reaches the end of its life, it flies into the void as a seedling. Until it's absorbed by tidal energy, it sprouts again, repeating this cycle, until even the seedling form disappears. For energy-sucking trees appearing in this world, all seeds enter through secret void cracks. Another reason these trees are rare is because they can't reproduce. Reading this, To Huang closes the Old Dragon Chronicles and smiles, saying, "This is exactly what I wished for. The energy-sucking tree can totally enhance Long Sa-tik's transformations." Hearing his name, Long Sa-tik looks back curiously. To Huang is overjoyed, thinking the energy-sucking tree can't fight, which is why the Fire Guard dragon beasts caught it. But its power is incredibly rebellious. The energy-sucking tree is a particularly dangerous species belonging to the void. Magical devouring and energy exchange systems even rarer than the mysterious system like treasure-hunting beasts. It can absorb large amounts of energy inside its body and, when needed, grow into fruit form. Just one small fruit can fill a pet for a long time, effectively increasing the trainer's lifespan. Even more rebellious, the energy-sucking tree can swallow samples and then bloom and bear fruit. Whether it's power fruits or other high-grade materials, just eating them can reproduce exactly like a trainer's battle lab. Thinking of this, you turn to Long Sa-tik and say, "Imagine if every trainer had an energy-sucking tree, they could form a powerful pet army. Isn't that exciting?" Long Sa-tik seems to understand and laughs happily, wagging its tail. Then it spreads its big wings and speeds off. "Let's go dig up the tree." To Huang rides on Long Sa-tik, flying up and focusing on the ground, searching for new rare pets. Not far away, the energy-sucking tree is being swarmed and caught by the two dragon beasts. Seeing this, To Huang, Long Sa-tik, and the treasure-hunting beast hide behind a large rock to watch. One dragon beast is walking when suddenly a rock flies from nowhere and hits its head. The one who threw the rock is the treasure-hunting beast. It doesn't stop there, sticking out its tongue and mocking, which drives the dragon beast crazy with anger. But the treasure-hunting beast isn't done. It throws a bunch more stones, giving the dragon beast a swollen head and making it cry in pain. The dragon beast can't stand this insult. Its eyes glowing red with rage, charges at the treasure-hunting beast, roaring. The other dragon beast hit that energy-sucking tree once. Yell at it. "What are you looking at?" After yelling, it continues, forcing the energy-sucking tree to move along. But the energy-sucking tree seems to sense something, suddenly startled, glancing back. At that moment, a sharp rock flying like a bullet shoots past it. Luckily, it dodges just in time, and the rock hits the dragon beast's rear, making it flare up. A big hammer appears in the sky. The attack is none other than from Long Sa-tik. It uses the Dragon Harp Warhammer to create huge lightning bolts, then smashes the hammer directly into the dragon beast's head, leaving it no time to react. Waiting for things to settle, To Huang steps out to observe the dragon beast, exclaiming, "Truly a top-level dangerous species. Even when hit by the Dragon Harp Warhammer, it only faints. Not even Earth Wound technique can take it down." Just as Chat is lost in thought, suddenly distant shouting is heard. Long Sa-tik has arrived, grabbing the energy-sucking tree and disciplining it. Even the treasure-hunting beast joins in, wielding knives and forks, ready to deal with it. To Huang steps forward, grabs a rope, and smiles. "Let's tie it up." With that, everyone rushes to grab the energy-sucking tree, some tying its legs, others its arms. After a while of struggling hard, finally, To Huang caught the energy sucker. He tightened the rope and exclaimed, "Done." The energy sucker was now tightly tied on the back of Long Sa-tik for easy transport. It had just turned dark. The moon was high, casting light over the scene below. To Huang found a place to stop, sitting around the fire with Long Sa-tik and the energy sucker. After a while, he looked at the energy sucker and said, "All right, if this works, Long Sa-tik and Treasure Hunter won't have to worry anymore." From To Huang's palm, a brilliant golden light shone, enveloping the space around them. The moment To Huang's soul energy connected with the energy sucker, a strange vision appeared in his mind. In that dream, the energy sucker appeared completely different from usual. It looked fearless, wearing an orange shirt, shouting, "Oh!" It even got a pair of sunglasses. Smirking slyly, it said, "Hey, baby." Then it jumped up and sang a fiery song that left To Huang and Longsha Tich stunned. I'm a tree deep in the mountain. The energy sucker grew up carefree, even knowing how to walk. On moving day, someone noticed me and caught me right on the spot. I was scared, terrified, and no one helped. Hearing this, To Huang couldn't hold back and suddenly woke from the nightmare wondering, is this tree really that cool? Then he poured a bag of food straight toward the energy sucker, urging, eat up. The high-energy plant food from Treasure Hunter if you like it. Longsha Tick's share is yours too tasty, huh? As long as you're my royal beast, you can eat freely from now on. The energy sucker acted arrogant, picking its nose, and replied, tasty, but the tree says it doesn't see it. Because of that rude attitude, To Huang stopped being sweet. He turned sarcastic and sneered, your dinner's gone now. The energy sucker ate it all. Then Longsha Tich and Treasure Hunter furiously charged and punched it non-stop, ignoring their fight behind him. To Huang calmly took a sip of water, thinking, I wonder if this move will work. Then suddenly he remembered something. His eyes widened and he exclaimed, huh! He reached into his pocket and felt 6 vials. Right, he brought the blood bond incense. How could I forget that? To Huang quickly took out a vial, opened it to let the fragrance out. A sly smile spread across his lips as he muttered in anticipation, Carrot and stick tree, obey me. After the blood bond incense affected the energy sucker, To Huang and the energy sucker both fell into a hallucination. To Huang felt like he became a mature energy sucker tree. He just floated, drifting in midair. One day, To Huang came across a colorful sprout. It was the energy-sucking plant. He stepped forward, spreading his arms wide, wanting to embrace that miraculous sprout. This To Huang tree chose to root itself in the void, just like how his father cared for the energy-sucking plant closely connected to the energy tree. Returning to reality like that, both carried a mood that was joyful and incredibly relaxed. To Huang smiled brightly and asked, Tree, will you agree? The energy-sucking plant was no longer stubborn like before. Its eyes sparkled brightly. Spreading his arms, he ran forward, shouting loudly, Baba! Both quickly reached out their hands toward each other, deciding to make a pact. Suddenly, To Huang's eyes lit up and he exclaimed, Ah! The light glowing became more and more intense, causing Team Baotu and Longsha Tik to have to shield their eyes. He looked at his hands and happily said, It seems this energy plant's mature phase is almost reaching its final stage. This spiritual energy also made my eyes shine brightly. The light in the eyes is a spiritual image born from the cultivation phase, meaning the cultivation level of the spirit master is now completely stable. So To Huang's title as a half-genius can be considered solid now. He looked toward the energy-sucking plant and asked, Tree, can you copy the high-energy plant you ate earlier with your current ability? Hearing this, the energy-sucking plant clenched its fists tightly, shaking vigorously. From its top, a bunch of colorful fruits fell out. To Huang quickly picked up 2 fruits lying on the ground. Team Baotu couldn't resist the temptation and flew over. It dashed straight to the top of the energy-sucking plant, picked a bright red fruit, and started biting it. So the special nutrition and energy source was secured. Looking so quickly, it seems food supply is sorted for the future. Suddenly, the energy-sucking plant grabbed To Huang's hand and lightly touched it against its body. Once again, he stepped into the inner world. The energy-sucking plant was still the same as before, wearing a shirt and sunglasses, sitting and singing, Today the tree just turned 200 years old. Copying food has no flavor. I can handle all the energy fruits in the blood forest ruins. Owner To Huang took it and said, Starter. He took the grayish fruit and opened his book to study it. The color of this stone looked like iron, but the shape was like a bomb. Another one was pale blue, a bit like cream, perfectly matching the notes given by the 6 special training generals. The shape of the iron marrow fruit was like an iron sphere, unrelated to energy, but was a real energy fruit. According to records from the black condensed earth so far, only the blood forest ruins have large-scale iron marrow fruit trees. However, the iron marrow forest fragment is occupied by the highly dangerous thorned steel armor species, making it difficult for outsiders to get iron marrow fruits. As he spoke, he threw the iron marrow fruit toward Longsha Tik. Now that the energy-sucking plant is here, isn't it like carrying the blood forest ruins with him? Receiving the miraculous fruit with abundant energy, Longsha Tik devoured it happily, looking pleased. To Huang looked at him and said, The biggest effect of the iron marrow fruit is after the spirit pet eats it, it can form an iron-hard layer on the skin. If it's a scaly creature, it can add an extra layer of tough scales. Finished speaking, he grabbed Long Sa Tik's tail for a look. But nothing happened, no change at all. Tree, looks like you've got to do a bit more. At the command, the energy-sucking plant immediately complied. It shook wildly, growing a bunch more iron marrow fruits from its top. He asked, Team Baotu want to play a game. It looked puzzled and replied, Marrow. Then he threw all those iron marrow fruits toward Long Sa Tik, shouting, Catch the ball! So Long Sa Tik had a full meal eating countless iron marrow fruits, too many to count. In contrast, the energy-sucking plant now looked like a dried-up tree drained of energy. To Huang admired Long Sa Tik's body glowing with purple light, solid and strong, and praised, the iron marrow fruit really works. It seemed Long Sa Tik also noticed something was changing in its body. It spread its two big wings and let out a fierce roar. Then it swung its claws and lightly struck its own tail to see if anything happened. As expected, its tail wasn't scratched at all. On the contrary, it shone brilliantly. That strike had at least 70 to 80% of its strength. This defense power was enough to reach Long Sa Tik's initial mature scale armor stage. Unexpectedly, Long Sa Tik's defense power had reached its first mature stage. If the energy-sucking plant could also transform into a dragon. After reading the old long code for a while, To Huang exclaimed happily, Sure enough, the energy-sucking plant can also transform into a supreme terror-level dragon species. The energy-sucking plant is a shield-type spirit pet, with the main body being the plant able to convert absorbed energy into a supreme terror-level shield species. The energy-resistant, long-mature spirit pet is an attack type with the plant, as the main body able to convert absorbed energy into sharp blades. Compared to the first two types of dragon transformations, the third type's defense and combat power are almost zero. But the third type is the one that best fits my direction. Inside the book is an image of the energy-sucking plant transforming into an S-rank dragon, a supreme terror-level support-type spirit pet with the dragon as the main body receiving two enhancement attributes. Every energy fruit produced will have its effectiveness increased by 1 level. Every energy fruit produced will consume half the energy in the Blood Forest Ruins Black Grave Forest. Tu Huang had arrived at a new land that followed no rules at all. After reading the old Dragon Chronicle, Tu Huang said, Let's find a treasure beast for the materials needed to make the energy-sucking plant into a dragon. Unfortunately, after searching all over the Moonlight Plain, nothing was found. So Tu Huang changed the next destination to the Black Grave Forest near the center of the Blood Forest Ruins. The plants growing in the Black Grave Forest were all a dark, eerie red, almost black in color. The entire forest looked gloomy, like a dark graveyard, much more dangerous than the Moonlight Plain, because it was home to a large number of hard-to-handle insects. Even though it was very dangerous, it was a place he had to go. According to Senior Black Lantern Bao, the area held many bones of terror species of the dragon type. Someone once collected a frightening treasure that could only grow on the skeletons of dragons at various levels, the dragon bone flower. Of course, the reason Tu Huang gathered the courage to go to the Black Grave Forest was simple. After the energy-sucking plant helped, the remnants of the transformation herb in the dragon snake's body were finally fully digested, entering the maturation phase. The dragon snake's body became sturdier, striding forward firmly, crushing dry skulls scattered on the ground beneath its feet. Tu Huang smiled and said, With a level 4 awakening skill and attacks within the range of dragon might and dragon spirit, we definitely have the right to explore the Black Forest. While moving, he suddenly stopped, eyes wide, thinking, But this place... He looked toward the deep cliff ahead and wondered, according to the map from the 6 special training commanders, this was supposed to be a stream. How did it turn into a mountain gorge? Without hesitation, he opened the old Dragon Chronicle to study further. The dry stream and ditch had turned into a mountain gorge more than 10 meters deep. This could only have been created by a terror species. Though feeling this was extremely dangerous and reckless, Tu Huang decided to give it a try. Let's move forward. Half the time for exploring the secret place has passed already. Let's find some treasure. He warned the dragon snake anxiously. Let's go, just be careful. With that, the dragon snake quickly spread its large wings and leapt down below. Both rushed forward without noticing that not far away, a broken stone tablet was stuck in the ground with the words, Blood Forest Area No Entry. After moving further, the dragon snake ran into a large python. They fought fiercely, but it was clearly no match. The dragon snake defeated it with just a few swings. Tu Huang stood silently, then said, That's not right, it hasn't even been half a day. That python was a high-level dangerous species, a level 6 venomous python. A bad feeling crept in. We're running into dangerous species here more than even a week ago. Lost in thought, he didn't notice that right behind the python, something had already awakened. It flicked out its long tongue, staring at him with 2 pairs of glowing red, murderous eyes. Besides, this place didn't look anything like the map. As soon as he thought of this, Huang felt a chill down his spine and quickly glanced behind him. He quickly grabbed the head of the treasure-seeking beast, yanking it back so it was confused and didn't understand what was happening. Fear was clearly written all over Huang's face. He shouted loudly, "Run! We've been spotted!" The crazy monster no longer held back, baring its sharp fangs as it lunged straight forward. It had evolved into a highly dangerous super-level species, evolved to form the sixth type of crazy monster. The great fierce evolved form, the terrifying evil flying form. Seeing the situation in front of him, Huang broke out in a cold sweat and exclaimed, "This thing is definitely a rare beast. Run fast." Although Longsha-Tich was quick and agile, it was still a dangerous opponent. For Longsha-Tich, there was no other choice but to run away. Huang glanced around and said, "Run into the dense forest, find a place it can't get into." Following the command, Longsha-Tich spread its wings and zigzagged past a large cliff, causing the monster to be caught off guard and crash headfirst into a rock. After taking a blow like a thunderclap, the monster became even more frenzied. It opened its mouth and roared loudly, then lightning fast, it shot its long body down into a crevice below the cliff. By now, Huang and Longsha-Tich had slipped into a small cave, preventing the monster from following. He breathed a sigh of relief, thinking, "It didn't chase us, so we must have lost it." Now he could be sure they had definitely entered the wrong area of the Blood Forest ruins. The treasure-seeking beast shouted. Marrow seemed to understand, worriedly replying, "No, if we go back, we might run into the Great Fierce One." But it showed no sign of backing down. With an angry face, it shouted again. "Marrow," Huang asked in surprise. "You mean the dragon? Lineage treasure we've been searching for half a month is right up ahead." With the help of the energy-absorbing plant, the treasure-seeking beast finally entered the mature intermediate stage. The detection range of its innate skill had also broken through from just a few kilometers to a radius of 15 kilometers. And this time, the treasure the beast sensed was over 10 kilometers away. Even just this short 10-some kilometers, Huang was more and more amazed as he went. Along the path pointed out by the treasure-seeking beast, every kilometer forward brought a terrifying force. To Huang, it felt like a fierce beast was roaring right next to his ear all the time. Of course, because of the pressure from this terrifying species, Huang didn't get attacked by other terror species, which made him feel lucky, but also more worried. Reaching a wide clearing, he looked at the treasure-seeking beast and asked, "How far to the treasure?" It tried to sense around, then pointed straight ahead and said, "Marrow." Suddenly, a wave of overwhelming pressure arrived, making him worried as he said, "The dragon's aura is terrifying at 4 kilometers. It's already pushing the treasure-seeking beast so it can't fly. I'm afraid this area is territory of one or a pack of terror species." Moving a bit further, Huang reached the entrance of a large cave. The atmosphere was extremely frightening. This was the Black Tomb Forest. Despite the deadly threats that could come from terror species, Huang stubbornly pressed forward. Not because he didn't know his limits, but because he chose to trust the treasure-seeking beast. Quickly under the treasure-seeking beast's direction, Longsha-Tich led Huang to the source. As the beast said, there was nothing here, no threats from dangerous creatures. This was a place inside a huge cave with an entrance over 10 meters high. The highest point inside the cave was even over 20 meters, looking like the lair of a terror species of the dragon type. As he was walking, Huang suddenly froze. His eyes fixed straight ahead in front of him looked like a blood-soaked battlefield. What was even more shocking was that there were too many white bones in the lair. He was stunned and exclaimed, "This lair is huge." But just as he said that, he discovered something even more amazing. Right in front of Huang was a pool of deep red water. He immediately recognized it. Bloodfinger Dragon Spring. Like discovering a huge treasure trove, he joyfully ran over. He never expected this actually existed. There were some dangerous creatures, terror species. Even though their intelligence wasn't on human level, they had a primitive civilization. Bloodfinger Dragon Spring was exactly such a civilization. The energy of a dangerous creature. Some dragon-type creatures, to nurture their descendants, would build a special nurturing tool called Blood Pond Dragon Spring to enhance the potential and dragon lineage of their offspring. But the way they created the Blood Pond Dragon Spring was brutal, savage, and primitive. They used the essence blood and even the lives of a large number of dragon-type creatures. Thinking of this, Tu Huang urged, "What are you waiting for? Drink quickly!" He smiled brightly at Long Saw Titch and said, "Treasure-seeking beast. This is a dragon lineage treasure." Hearing this, they didn't hesitate anymore. Their eyes gleamed with excitement. They dashed forward, both crazily lunging toward the Blood Pond Dragon Spring. But no matter how much they drank, the water level didn't seem to go down at all. Tu Huang stroked his chin anxiously, saying, "This is no good, too slow." Suddenly he shouted, "Come here, energy-absorbing plant!" The energy-absorbing plant called out hadn't even figured out what was going on yet. It looked dazed and stood there blankly for a moment. As soon as it saw the pool ahead, its eyes lit up. The plants struck gold. Without hesitation, it jumped right into the middle of the pool and started sucking hard. The buds on its head began sprouting new leaves, growing lush and green. The dry branches below grew bigger, and the canopy spread wider and longer. The number of fruits is also countless. In just 1 month, the lake was drained by more than half due to the terrible suction of the energy-sapping tree. After waiting a bit longer, the entire Long Spring Blood Pond was finally drained, exposing the bottom. Seeing this scene, Tu Huang couldn't believe his own eyes. His face darkened as he wondered, "Is this some kind of copying?" Suddenly, the eyes of the treasure-seeking beast lit up as it discovered something. It turned out that when the Long Spring Blood Pond was drained, large, sparkling crystals were revealed at the bottom, which made the treasure-seeking beast rush over and cling tightly to Tu Huang. Surprised again, it exclaimed, "Is there really this much dragon wisdom blood marrow?" According to the records in the old Longfield Chronicles, dragon wisdom blood marrow is not formed naturally, but is a treasure created after the Long Spring Blood Pond. It requires at least the life force and blood essence of descendants of the dragon-type terror species to have a chance to form. In terms of rarity, dragon wisdom blood marrow is a bit less rare than the dragon lineage blood crystallization that Long Saw Titch needs. But this pond has a layer of dragon wisdom blood marrow roughly close to 100 pieces. To condense this much dragon wisdom blood marrow, it's not just 3 to 5 dragon-type terror descendants. It probably requires at least 10 or more heads and blood essence of dragon-type terror species to condense this much dragon wisdom blood marrow. Thinking this, Tu Huang silently felt lucky that the terror presence had disappeared. This is an existence we can't afford to mess with. With that thought, he anxiously shouted, "No, get out of here fast! Hurry!" But suddenly he saw something. His whole body froze. Right in front of him, the energy-sapping tree now appeared as something shaped like an egg. Surrounding it was a strong aura enhancing the bloodline taming energy. Why did the treasure-seeking beast trigger the taming energy of the Long Spring Blood Pond? Forcing the treasure-seeking beast to leave would not only waste this opportunity, but could also seriously injure it. So first, retract the energy-sapping tree. Wait until the treasure-seeking beast finishes taming, then run fast. Tu Huang knew how dangerous this cave was. A voice echoed in his heart. "I want to get out of here." But everything happening before his eyes felt like a voice repeating in his ear. "Tu Huang, no! I don't want to pull back the energy-sapping tree." But under the root of the energy-sapping tree were 2 mysterious red eggs with dark red patterns. He ordered Long Saw Titch. "Long Saw Titch, this might be our biggest chance in the Blood Forest ruins. In the next 10 minutes, eat as much as you can, stuff as much as you can. Time. Whether we find the guardian beast with a completed bloodline taming or not, we have to run really fast." Finishing his words, he thought to himself, "Teacher and the ancestors of Hakdangbao, please bless me to return safely." This time, Tu Huang would definitely not let Hakdangbao down. The scene shifts to Hakmo, where Lum is shaking the lair. Tu Huang is standing all alone in the dark cave. He helplessly shouted, "Damn it, damn it, damn it, really damn it!" Tu Huang frowned, sweating, groaning, unable to look around the cave. Although there were many crystals and guardian beasts, it still wasn't enough. Tu Huang was angry, gritting his teeth, wondering if he couldn't get just a little more. There were still plenty nearby, but time was running out, so he decided to leave. Then, just as he was leaving with his backpack, Saw Titch was gnawing on a monster. Tu Hoang turned around and saw Ja Tich happily scooping up the ice and scales of a top-tier terror species. While waiting for Ja Tich, Tu Hoang noticed a dark, shadowy weapon appearing somewhere nearby. Startled, Tu Hoang glanced quickly in that direction. A huge bang sounded. Tu Hoang looked up and said, "Turn back." Then he turned back toward Ja Tich and urged, "Stop eating. Let's go now. It's better to fail taming a guardian beast than to lose our lives. We have to run. Maybe it's already too late." The egg was gradually turning black and cracking open. Tu Hoang sensed something was wrong, so he hurriedly slipped away. "Come on, let's lure that thing out." The guardian beast was about to hatch. Zatik also sensed the danger and stopped eating the ice. It howled, signaling to him, then headed out of the cave. The booming sounds grew louder, and Tu Hoang turned pale, asking it, "You can sense this thing." In front of him was a huge, big-sized dinosaur walking by. It didn't seem dangerous. It had protection. Maybe we can wait to successfully tame the guardian beast. That said, he still wasn't fully at ease and turned to scan the surroundings. Looking straight ahead, a light shone toward him, making Tu Hoang's eyes glow with a bright red hue. A beam from above cut right through that dinosaur. Body stays, head goes. Then the lightning didn't stop but shot straight ahead, shaking the ground, sending dust flying everywhere. Through the dust appeared a Tyrannosaurus. It was the top-tier terror species Kai-Thanthuk, the blood crystal Tyrannosaurus. It walked fiercely, roaring powerfully as it went. Its eyes glanced toward the bag in the distance. Meanwhile, Tu Hoang was still coughing despite Ja Tich's wings partially shielding him. Tu Hoang was amazed by this power. That breath was at least 2,000 meters away. At the same time, the guardian beast appeared. Tu Hoang smiled when he saw it. Taming successful. Then the guardian beast jumped away. Tu Hoang seemed relieved, pressure easing somewhat. He wasn't worried anymore. He rode on Ja Tich's back and ordered full speed ahead. Ja Tich flew high up, heading toward the Tyrannosaurus. The Tyrannosaurus was spitting out bursts of power. Seeing Tu Hoang and Ja Tich's agile flying, it quickly dodged all their attacks. Tu Hoang sat on Ja Tich's back, still worried. Damn it! One direct blast of fire and we're dead on the spot. Then he looked closely and saw it was eggs. It wanted to block the cave entrance by leaving these 2 eggs behind. Tu Hoang felt that these eggs couldn't be taken. The guardian beast placed its hand on his hand to reassure him. Seeing that he seemed confused and blurted out, "Ah." Looking toward the still fierce Tyrannosaurus, shooting bursts of power, it quickly flew toward Ja Tich. At that moment, only the guardian beast's eyes lit up in Tu Hoang's bewilderment. A loud explosion happened again, but from the dust came a yellow light slipping out. That was Tu Hoang and his guardian beast successfully tamed the dangerous Ki Trong Than species. The guardian beast with Tu Hoang riding on its back looked down below and climbed to an altitude of 40 meters. It responded to him with a marrow, then flew in circles, rising higher and higher. Tu Hoang panicked and shouted, "Guardian beast, are you crazy? These 2 eggs are treasures. They might turn into something in the sky. Get down now!" It seemed not to care and just let out a strange cry. Then its body and Tu Hoang's gradually faded away. Tu Hoang was surprised at the guardian beast. The innate skill of the beast was stealth. Is this the benefit of taming a bloodline? In stealth mode, the guardian beast nimbly dodged another attack from the blood crystal Tyrannosaurus. Tu Hoang breathed a sigh of relief. This was really dangerous. Luckily, he tamed the guardian beast in time. He turned back and thought to himself, with this speed, maybe it's enough to fight the blood crystal Tyrannosaurus now. But it wasn't that easy. Far away, the blood crystal Tyrannosaurus roared furiously in rage. Then it stomped its foot and opened its mouth wide, ready to launch another attack. Immediately, a powerful energy beam was fired. The energy surged, bending the space it passed through, flying at an extremely fast speed. The guardian beast quickly dodged this deadly strike, but lost a few feathers. Tu Hoang was shocked and shouted loudly, "Damn it, 2,000 meters away and you still can't beat me. You don't know this is just the beginning." Behind it, many more energy spheres were chasing us. This is the blood crystal hell skill of the blood crystal Tyrannosaurus. Blood. Crystal hell, the energy spheres fall like rain, hard to dodge. Tu Hoang panicked. "I'm done for." But right then the treasure seeker suddenly shouted, "Marrow, marrow!" It activated its innate skills, divine speed and refinement. It dodged all those attacks. In the blink of an eye, it got Tu Hoang out of the blood crystal hell's attack range. Before leaving, he even turned around and made a face to tease the blood crystal fierce dragon. It couldn't fly and let the enemy escape. The blood crystal. Fierce Dragon roared furiously, extremely unwilling to lose and escape danger. The treasure seeker was exhausted too, flying all wobbly and crooked. Finally, when it reached a big old tree branch, it collapsed from exhaustion. Both To Huang and the treasure seeker were too worn out to handle anymore. He panted heavily. "Treasure seeker, I'll remember what you did this time." He was dizzy and lightheaded, but next time, no more reckless flying. We won't dare to fly like that again. The treasure seeker nodded in agreement. "Marrow." To Huang quickly called out Long Sa Tich. He instructed it, "Long Sa Tich, stand guard for a while. I need to calm down." To Huang slept straight through until night, helped by the energy-absorbing tree. The treasure seeker. No, now it had to be called treasure seeker. Beast had fully recovered its strength. According to the long manual, after taming the treasure seeker dragon beast, it gained 3 abilities: treasure-seeking talent, treasure summoning, and mysterious premonition. Treasure-seeking talent is the treasure seeker's innate gift, while treasure summoning can lure some treasures from hiding into the open. As for mysterious premonition, it's an ability that helps avoid danger in advance. In short, as long as it's not fighting, the treasure seeker is perfect for scouting around, except for the stealth and speed skills it used before. After taming its bloodline, the treasure seeker also gained the Long Clan's mysterious system skills. It got the dragon soul, kinda like the classic ghost scroll, but it's a new way to use spiritual energy. It can pick up nearby dead dragon souls to use. In the red leaf forest, mist lingered. By the lake, a fierce crocodile guarded a purple herb. It had dealt with countless intruders here. But as it swallowed a lost soul, it felt something was off. When it turned around, it was shocked with its mouth wide open. Where did its precious herb go? The crocodile was furious, but it couldn't find the thief who had the treasure-seeker dragon beast. To Huang felt like a tiger with wings. The fire transformation herb was just an appetizer. Before he didn't dare to go for treasures, only able to watch without getting them. This time everything ended up in To Huang's hands one by one. In a flash, it was almost time to leave the ruins. Looking at the 2 red dragon eggs in front of him, he fell silent. According to the chief trainer, mages entering the Blood Forest ruins can't bring baby pets out unless the beast has been tamed and bonded spiritually by the mage. Otherwise, they won't be allowed to leave the Blood Forest ruins. To Huang had a headache, feeling stuck. If these are terrorist breeds, they're not something you can tame with blood. While he was unsure what to do, 2 of the beasts were happily circling the energy-sucking tree. To Huang was speechless. "You 2 are something else. All you know is eating, huh? No ideas to help me. See how to get these 2 eggs out." Long Sha Tik went to find Bao Thu to help. They thought about it, but seemed more interested in eating the eggs than carrying them out. To Huang gave up, covered his face, and said, "Forget it. They're not as good as the energy fruits anyway." He was deeply disappointed by the intelligence of these 2 beasts. Why not just say frying them would taste better? Suddenly, To Huang turned his head to look at the energy-sucking tree. Wait, an idea flashed into Huang's mind. Right there's a way. The method To Huang thought of came from his first encounter with the 6 great Mang and the deep altar giant Still. Of course, Long Sha Tich is still very important. This type of beast all has a common trait. They swallow their prey whole through their digestive tract to break it down into energy and nutrients. And this is the key to getting the eggs out. Long Sha Tik has now grown over 7 to 8 meters tall. It no longer looks like a small truck. Swallowing a dragon egg over half a meter isn't too hard. After that, To Huang stored Long Sha Tich away into some magical containment that no one knows about. This is what you call a trick. But before that, for this plan to succeed, the energy-sucking tree is very important. He reached out to pick a blue energy fruit from the tree, the ice-condensed blue fruit. This is the key to making the plan go smoothly. Being carnivorous, Long Sha Tich's dragon stomach is terrifyingly powerful. Not just one egg, even iron, can be digested if given enough time to break down the iron elements. Moreover, the ice-condensed blue fruit combined with the blood marrow found earlier can form an extra protective layer on the eggshell. That completely solves the problem. If it weren't for the energy-sucking tree's ability to replicate the entire energy fruit of the Blood Forest relic within 15, this plan wouldn't work. The juice from the ice-condensed blue fruit, even if processed by hand, is a top-tier ingredient. Though called the best natural ice fruit, very few people use it directly. Because it's extremely valuable, very rare and precious, using it directly is really too extravagant. But for To Huang, it's different. His greedy eyes, staring at the energy-sucking tree, made it a little scared. The frightened tree retreated when it saw To Huang rushing toward it with strange words. With the energy-sucking tree, there's no more difficulty. With a few rustling sounds, the energy-sucking tree was pinned down and had its fruits plucked. A while later, To Huang smiled happily with a basket of ice-condensed blue fruits in his hands. He turned his back and left, leaving the energy-sucking tree stripped bare of branches and leaves. To Huang squeezed the juice from the ice-condensed blue fruits. He spread the energy juice onto the eggshells, also sprinkling golden powder on top, mumbling, "With ice-condensed blue fruit plus the special blood forest layer, these 2 eggs." After a while of busyness, To Huang stood proudly with his arms crossed, looking at the 2 eggs. Done. Long Shatich licked his lips hungrily, ready to eat the eggs. Seeing it so eager, To Huang found it a bit funny, too. Then, To Huang picked up the 2 eggs. "All right. Open wide. Don't bite too hard or it won't taste good." He tossed them straight into Long Satich's mouth. "Eat." It swallowed the 2 eggs with a gulp, then looked at To Huang and licked its lips. Long Shatich pointed at its belly. To Huang laughed and said, "Oh, it's all gone." "You ate it all." Early the next morning, the dawn light shone on the relic, the blood star. Fierce Dragon roared once. It was waiting at the exit. Looking at the 3 in front of it, it said, "It's time. You 3 bring out everything you took from the secret place so I can check for forbidden items. If everything is in order, I'll lead you out of here." The 3 were My Ngok Huak Hong and To Huang. It checked My Ngok's bag first. After sniffing it, confirmed, "Oh, you're suitable." Huak Hong had a bit more loot. The blood star. Fierce Dragon sniffed a bit, then nodded. "You're suitable too." Next was To Huang. His bag was a little big. The 2 people and the beast stared in surprise. He scratched his head awkwardly and explained, "I have a bit too much loot." The blood star Fierce Dragon carefully sniffed as if trying to detect if there was anything illegal inside. My Ngok and Huak Hong were extremely jealous. Both secretly prayed it would find something illegal. Not allowed. The blood star. Fierce Dragon itself was also unhappy. But in the end, it had to be fair. Though there's a lot, it's all suitable. My Ngok and Huak Hong protested in unison, saying it's unfair. To Huang shrugged and chuckled awkwardly. Inside, he was laughing quietly. "Good thing I hid some stuff, hee hee hee." The inspection wasn't over yet. The Bloodstar Fierce Dragon continued, "Call out your beasts, including those you tamed in the secret place. I'll check if there are any forbidden pets." To Huang was startled. He cursed inside. Huak Hong quickly called out his beasts, a monkey, an eagle, and a baby beast that looked like a fox. The Bloodstar. Fierce Dragon looked them over. The Blood Moon Demon Wolf was valid. My Lei also called out her beasts, 2 scorpions and a bat. The Bloodstar. Fierce Dragon examined them and nodded. The Blood Fury and Fu were valid. It was To Huang's turn. His group of beasts looked a bit funny. A dragon, a tree, and a beast that looks like a flying bear. Blood Crystal Fierce Dragon was speechless. Huak Hong looked at the energy-sucking tree. He frowned and said, "That weird thing isn't valid, right?" The energy-sucking tree trembled in fear when it saw Blood Crystal Fierce Dragon approaching. Sniff, sniff. To Huang silently prayed to himself. Luckily, the energy-sucking tree is drawing attention. "Please, I beg you. We have to get through this gate." After checking, Blood Crystal Fierce Dragon raised his head and concluded, "Low-class beast flora may be ugly, but it's valid." The energy-sucking tree screamed. It was heartbroken when it heard the alien calling it ugly. To Huang silently breathed a sigh of relief. Passing the gate, you turned to comfort the energy-sucking tree. Meanwhile, Blood Crystal Fierce Dragon turned his gaze to Long Sha-Tik. He suddenly noticed Long Sha-Tik's strangely divided belly. Blood Crystal. Fierce Dragon suddenly spoke, sounding uncertain. "Inside its belly." This hesitation made To Huang a bit nervous. The powerful aura inside Long Sha-Tik's belly stunned Blood Crystal Fierce Dragon for a moment. His eyes blazed like 2 flames, flashing a look of horror as he stared at Long Sha-Tik. Blood Crystal Fierce Dragon was shocked, mouth wide open. He thought to himself, that power is huge. A powerful creature. The blood system is my tribe. At this moment, To Huang's face clearly showed unease. His eyebrows furrowed slightly, worry filling his heart. Even with the talisman the teacher gave, it might not be enough, even if it could block Blood Crystal Fierce Dragon's attacks. His hand, hidden behind his back, clenched the talisman tightly. Like clinging to the last ray of hope, To Huang stared determinedly at Blood Crystal Fierce Dragon. His heart kept raging. He was extremely uneasy but couldn't escape the Blood Forest ruins. At this moment, Blood Crystal Fierce Dragon was furious. It lunged toward Long Sa Tik. Humans are cunning, trying to take the young of our tribe this way. Long Sa Tik sensed the killing intent and immediately reacted. His eyes flared red, ready to fight. Suddenly, Blood Crystal Fierce Dragon halted. His eyes widened in surprise. Wait, this feeling is familiar. This seems to be the breath of that guy. He recalled the ancient legends in the Blood Forest ruins. The Fierce Dragon tribe is the strongest. Not to mention Blood Fierce Dragon and Blood Crystal Fierce Dragon. There are only 20 to 30 Blood Crystal Fierce Dragons in the tribe, but the evolved form of Blood Crystal Fierce Dragon leads the Blood Crystal Fierce Dragon species as a top-level dangerous breed. There are only 2 of them. Though the tribe hasn't changed, their strength has broken through to an unimaginable level. One dragon might be able to take on the whole tribe. The other is the tribe leader responsible for chores within the tribe. Fair and kind, loved by everyone. But not long before that, a Blood Crystal Fierce Dragon known as the strongest warrior in the clan caused an incident. It was the Blood Crystal Fierce Dragon with a scarred face and a rare innate talent. It seemed no longer satisfied with just being the strongest warrior, so it wanted to challenge for the position of clan chief. Fighting is the clan's tradition. Normally it can't be disputed, but it used dirty tricks during the fight, causing the old clan chief to be seriously injured, still not recovered to this day. Because of that, such a despicable act got it expelled from the territory. Later, I heard that after being exiled, it took over a fairly large piece of land in the Northwest Secret Area, a place quite far from the tribe, and hunting the dragon system. Crazy construction of the blood pool Long Tuyen to train its next generation, which has long been banned by the guardian god. Each bloodthirsty dragon can only challenge the position of the clan leader once. The gaze of the bloodthirsty dragon was sharp as a knife, not blinking once, fixed on the group in front of it. Old stories continued to flow in its mind. Even though it had failed, its descendants tamed by the blood pond might be unpredictable once grown. The clan chief's body. To Huang's serious face, arms, crossed eyes, watching every move of the Blood Crystal Fierce Dragon. Thinking silently, he felt a strange sensation. It seemed like it was plotting against him. The Blood Crystal Fierce Dragon leaned forward, observing closely. After a while, its gaze gradually withdrew from the earlier weirdness, calculating in its mind, just let this human take away the descendants of that troublemaker. Otherwise, it might backfire on me. Then the Blood Crystal Fierce Dragon decisively stood up straight and cheerfully declared, "Check's done." Its stomach only had food left to recover. You also passed. It and To Huang looked at each other, then both gave a thumbs up, the family name giving alike with happy faces. Seeing this scene, Huak Hong was furious. His hand clenched into a fist. Meanwhile, Manhwa was speechless, her eyes wide, unable to believe what she had just seen. Since when had these two been so close? Then Huak Hong immediately told Manhwa not to forget and to remember everything, to report back to Ngung Tu Dia. Later, somewhere else outside Di Tik Huit Lum, a spatial rift slowly appeared in midair. Manhwa, To Huang, and Huak Hong came out one after another from the rift. The 3 of them slowly walked forward, hoping to rest after the long fight. Suddenly a voice echoed. To Huang turned his head toward where the voice came from. Huakak rode his horse slowly toward To Huang. He quickly asked Chairman Hua, "Are you here to pick me up?" His eyes were full of worry. Huakak hurriedly replied, "Follow me, it's extremely urgent. We'll talk as we go." To Huang mounted his long Sa Tik horse. The 2 of them rode side by side. He quickly asked, "Did the Toi Hua gang cause trouble again?" Suddenly, Huakak urged his horse forward and galloped off at full speed. To Huang chased after him, not understanding what was happening. Huakak answered, "No, it's the Ta trio." Hearing those 2 words, To Huang clenched his teeth. His eyes flashed with burning hatred. What's the Ta trio? To Huang, of course, knew very well. Although he had never personally encountered Ta trio in his 18 years of life, the people of Ngung Tu Dia, their memories and rumors about Ta trio gave To Huang a pretty good understanding. Simply put, Ta trio is a disaster formed by dangerous and terrorizing species. These species attack the human Ngung Tu Dia for various reasons, like successive waves of a tidal surge. Unless they are all killed or defeated, they absolutely won't stop attacking. That's how the Ta trio formed. The Ta trio at Hakdang Ngung Tu Dia happened 35 years ago. That Ta Trio not only caused the previous guardian to die tragically, but also took many professional Ngusu lives, nearly driving Hak Dang Bao to extinction. Cho Hop To Huang's teacher almost lost his life too. Gathering all the power of the Ngusu and the army, they eventually turned the tide and resisted the Ta Trio. In the end, thanks to his great merits, reputation, and personal strength, Chow Hop was elected guardian. Wakak continued, "Don't worry too much. The scale of this Ta Trio is only medium compared to the one 35 years ago. They're not on the same level." The two of them kept moving without stopping. Huakak briefly explained the current situation to To Huang. This time, the Protector ordered the formation of a team, including your senior master brother and nearly 10 Imperial sages from the Black Lantern sect. You listened closely as he described how they are tracing the origins of the evil tide and planning to deal with it once and for all to prevent a larger-scale evil tide and to avoid facing stronger forces. Worry showed clearly on Hua Kok's face. His deep voice rang out steadily. That's why Ngung Tu hasn't had enough strength to quickly suppress the evil tide leading to the situation we have today. But before the Protector started tracing the evil tide's origins, he ordered the 4 defensive lines to retreat. In his mind, he clearly saw the scene at the gathering point. Now everyone has concentrated at the front defense line. Hua Kok kept recounting. Those 4 large defensive lines just retreated. It's just a shame about the food supplies that the farmers worked so hard to grow. Hearing that, To Huang immediately felt scared. Sweat dotted his face, his eyes blank, and inside he felt deeply uneasy. The plantations mean you'll be in danger. Then, without hesitation, To Huang quickly spoke up, Chairman Hua, then let's hurry back to Ngung Tu land. The two of them sped off running as fast as they could forward. Hua Kak immediately suggested, follow me to Cha Nem first. Right now, all the Imperial sages on the outer lines have received summons from the Protector, ordering Cha Nem to reinforce the Black Lantern sect. Without hesitation, he replied, yes. Cut to a new scene from the Blood Forest ruins to Cha Nem, it takes at least 2 days. Even with the Long Satik and Bang Ho Ma Ko, whose huge steps are terrifying, it's not much faster than a car. Anyway, after every stretch, they have to stop to let the Imperial beasts rest, eat, and recover their strength. Taking a moment to drink water, To Huang avoided Hua Kok for a bit. Near a bush by a small stream, Long Sa Tik laid 2 eggs and dropped what it had eaten, hiding them in a secret spot that the treasure-seeking beast had found. As for why he avoided Hua Kok, it's not that To Huang didn't trust this respected elder, but because he didn't want to reveal that he had secretly stolen larvae from the Blood Forest ruins. He had no intention of hiding the energy-sucking plant, and even gave Hua Kak a few energy fruits to help restore the strength of the Bang Ho Ma Ko, which made Hua Kak respect To Huang greatly and even taught him a lot. While resting, of course, To Huang wasn't foolish enough to bring out the energy-sucking plant. Cut to night inside the camp, everyone had their lights on and was resting, but some people were still awake. At Cha Nem, To Huang was riding Satik casually and happily saying, looks like Cha Nem has become the military stronghold now. As they approached the Cha Nem gate, the guards above saw the figures and the family emblem of Chairman Hua and quickly opened the door, saying that the gate guards activated the gears and opened the door for To Huang's group. Hua Kak went ahead signaling To Huang to go in, and he nodded in response. Then the two of them entered the gate of the Cha Nem compound. At that moment, To Huang smelled something strange. Why would there be this scent? He was startled, looking toward where the fragrance was coming from. Where is all this raw meat from? Hua Kak saw his surprise and explained, these are the rations for the march. This is what the main army needs. To Huang was sweating at the sheer amount of food. The royal beasts need specialized rations to perform at their best. These are just simple raw meats, but Hua Kak didn't explain further and just said, you'll understand when the time comes. Let's go. Some people are waiting for us. Then To Huang was summoned to a meeting with a large group of notable figures. Cao Ton sat prominently at the front listening to introductions about himself. Cao Tu Tik, this is the command of Hak Dung Bao, the royal beast master chairman of Hak Hu Tang. Cao Ton, according to arrangements by the Protector, was originally in charge of the entire combat plan for the outer market area. That Cao Ton is a professional royal beast master, previously the head of the Hak Dang Royal Beast Group, now the royal beast master chairman of Hak Hu Tang. To Huang asked, Hak Hu Tang, Tietvu explained. The center of Hak Hu Tang is the only outpost producing energy crystals. That's also why Hak Dang Bao has survived for 100 years. Kauton is a ruthless commander stationed in Hakhutang, and beside him is Hanguk bin An, expert in poisons. Once using his own power, he took on hostile forces with 6 top-level dangerous beasts, severely injuring a low-level terror beast. To Huang was terrified, his face going pale. So scary, using ultra-dangerous beasts to completely overpower terror beasts. Just then, Hua Kok spoke. "If you're free, help move the supplies. Don't stand here talking so much." Earlier, it was To Huang who looked pale. Now Tiet Vu caught it too, and they both said in unison, "Yes." Then To Huang and Tiet Vu each took one side and moved the supplies down. To Huang took the chance to ask, "How's Hakdang Bao doing right now? I noticed Chairman Hua doesn't seem in a hurry." Tiet Vu replied, "Being in a hurry won't help. There's a big difference between large-scale and small team operations. Anyway, when facing the beast tide, you need to have a very detailed strategy. In short, Chairman Chow has lots of experience. We should just follow his lead." To Huang said, "Hey, why don't I see Kuk Tai and Big Brother Lum Chan?" Tiet Vu sighed and said Lum Chan stayed behind to guard Liu Din Chan. After all, Liu Din Chan is full of minerals very important to Hakdang Bao. We can't afford losses. Also, you helped him get the VM Liu Ho sword from the Protector. Lum Chan has always wanted to thank you. Then the two of them carried the crates full of meat back to where they were before. While moving supplies, a big bear squad thundered over. On top was Hak Kuk. Seeing her, To Huang joyfully called out, "Kuk Tai. This big bear is a specially terrifying species, the leader of the Koi Hung." Tiet Vu's mouth dropped in surprise, recognizing, "That looks like the master of Koi Hung." To Huang confirmed, "Of course, didn't expect they'd come for this rescue." This person also came to Hak Kuk, riding on the back of Koi Hung's leader, looking majestic toward everyone. Behind him followed a large pack of Koi Hung bears. Kauton stepped forward, nodded, slightly smiled, and said, "Respected master of Koi Hung, welcome back." Hearing this, the Koi Hung leader roared in reply, "Sir, the food is ready. We will deliver it to the warriors of the bear pack from afar." At the same time, on To Huang's side, he and Tiet Vu were carrying meat. He said, "See, the master of Koi Hung was originally just a leader of a low-level terror species, but the Protector trained him into a special terror species. The Protector's power truly surpasses imagination." He replied, "To make a bear so fierce and keep it under control like that, the master of Koi Hung must not only have the strength of a special terror species, but also comparable intelligence. No wonder Chairman Hua prepared such a huge force." Just as he finished, a huge hand with sharp claws reached out and grabbed the crate of meat from To Huang's hands. What happened so suddenly left To Huang stunned and confused. Hak Kuk jumped down and shouted, "You two idiots!" She smiled and asked, "Hey, doesn't it feel heavy?" Tiet Vu still couldn't understand and whispered, "I don't know what luck Hak Kuk had to be recognized as the disciple of the Koi Hung master. It's really crazy." If it weren't for this mission leading the bear squad, she wouldn't be standing there from afar. She overheard this gossip and immediately ran over, pinching Tiet Vu's ear, and asked, "Who's being so noisy?" To Huang stood by, helplessly smiling awkwardly. He thought to himself, sure enough, only Kuk Tai could handle that chatterbox. The bear army from afar, Koi Hung, recovered their energy quickly thanks to all the food. Under the command of their master, they guarded the outskirts of Trinem. So all the outposts in Trinem heard the very loud but clear noises. War is coming. One night, To Huang didn't rest properly. Under Hua Kok's arrangement, To Huang, Hak Kuk, and Tiet Vu entered the secret path of Trinem at night, leading a team of bizarre beasts. She stepped forward and said, "All team members have arrived. Unload the carts." Everyone heard the order and quickly started unloading the crates from the carts. Suddenly, an iron helmet was accidentally dropped, clattering loudly on the ground. To Huang was surprised and wondered, who has a head big enough to wear a helmet this size? Tiet Vu shrugged and smiled. Guess whose attention it caught? Under To Huang's surprised gaze, the Koi Hung bear army obediently moved to the center of the group. With help from the people of Trinem, they were dressed in special combat armor. The shimmering blade on the armor and the helmet had curled horns on top. To Huang had every reason to believe these people hadn't yet fully mastered the energy of common bears. After putting on the armor enough to fight the dangerous Zhongji species honestly, he worried and thought to himself, all right, a total cheat. When the bear squad wears armor, humans aren't just standing around either. Under the plan of the higher-ups like Gao Zun gathered armed forces from more than 10 districts including Camp Wedge and Black Void City. Finally, the armored vehicles of Camp Wedge were fully equipped, totaling 78 vehicles. There were also more than 1,000 armed troops. All 78 vehicles had full 5-person crews equipping nearly 400 people. In the end, Gao Zun estimated that nearly 2,000 people from Camp Wedge would help at the market. Everything was ready. He stood up, looked at the entire army and shouted loudly, "Today we receive orders from the Protector. Do our best to reach Black Lantern Fortress by nightfall and break the siege to help Black Lantern Fortress. Tai Chu is coming. Jia Yuan is in danger. The glory of our ancestors always protects us." Everyone was fired up, shouting together, "Never retreat, protect Jia Yuan, never retreat, protect Jia Yuan." Gao Zun waved his hand, signaling departure. Inside the armored vehicle, Tu Huang sat facing a man. He looked at him, raised his hand in greeting, and introduced himself. "Lord Tu Huang, I'm Wei Nya, the temporary captain of the 2nd Tactical Squad of the Brigade. He's also your comrade in the 4th Squad. I'm glad you're here for the next few days." As he spoke, he pointed at the screen showing a map. According to the plan of Chairman Gao, Chairman Shu, and Vice Chairman Ha formed a high-command tactical team responsible for handling the dangerous areas in this tactical battlefield. All combat forces were divided into 4 tactical battalions. Before him was the 100th Tactical Squad's 2nd team from the 4th Tactical Battalion. "Our main combat mission this time is to try to drain the strength of Tai Chu." Hearing this, he nodded slightly, thinking to himself that compared to Tiet Vu of the 100th Tactical Squad's 1st team in charge of the mechanical forces, his mission was much lighter. Chairman Shu assigned himself to a safe position. According to the combat plan, the strength of the 4th Tactical Squad was a bit weaker and not yet complete, so their combat mission was also the easiest, mainly assisting with cleanup and mop-up. Hopefully this mission goes smoothly. Compared to human intelligence, the dangerous creatures in Tai Chu rely on a kind of instinct, or you could say intuition, to fight. And this kind of heavy avoidance instinct is not inferior to human tactical command. Protector Zhou led an equivalent high combat force forward to the head of Tai Chu, trying to break through Black Lantern Fortress, which also has defensive tactics only temporarily protecting the walls. All dangerous creatures are trapped inside Black Lantern Fortress. After dispatching reinforcements, the Battle Bear Army led by Koi Hung Lam set out. According to the combat plan, the Battle Bear Army does not enter the battlefield at the same time as the 2,000 reinforcements commanded by Gao Zun. Anyway, in a chaotic battle with crazy firepower raining down, it's really hard to avoid accidentally getting hit by stray shells. According to Chao Ton's combat plan, the mechanized troops will lead the charge against Tai Chu, drawing mid to high-level combat units hiding within Tai Chu. Then the Guardians will advance into the heart of the battlefield. After that, the mechanized forces will charge alone under the protection of the main army of Qianhong. Finally, they will fight their way to the city walls, combining firepower based on the walls and the protective troops of Hakdangbao. A voice came from inside the vehicle. "To pull off this combat plan, we must get to Hakdangbao before dawn." Then, pointing at the screen, he continued, "Avoid letting the Tai Chu get any bigger." Hearing this, To Huang rubbed his chin for a while, thinking about how far Hakdangbao was. To get there before dawn, the only way is to pass through the dangerous area. Just as he said that, suddenly a huge shock happened outside, making everything sway. The binoculars on the roof popped up, observing the situation ahead. In view was a bizarre giant creature appearing. It had arms and legs exactly like a human, surrounded by a strange red glow. It was the high-level terror species Kung Tu Mangao. Seeing that creature, To Huang couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat, thinking oppression skills at this level. Normally, those dangerous species would have run away by now. Sure enough, having a professional guardian holding the dangerous area made it no longer a threat. Suddenly, right next to Kung Ku Mangao, another beast appeared. He recognized it immediately and exclaimed, "That's the level 2 terror species, Kui Liem Nguyen Hung." This was the first time witnessing 2 terror species fighting up close. Seeing Kui Liem Nguyen Hung roar, Kung Ku Mangao showed no fear. It gave a sinister smile, tilting its head to one side. Seeing that Kui Liem Nguyen Hung was startled and froze right in front of it. Kung Ku Mangao was using a skill to create a pitch-black energy sphere, the innate skill Kung Ku Tu Kwang. The sphere was thrown toward Kui Liem Nguyen Hung. Hit by this attack, one side of its face corroded like acid and its whole body trembled in pain. To Huang was amazed, thinking, so terrifying. Qui Lim Wit Hung can't recover from Kung Ku Ma Ngao's skill, not even until death. Indeed, it was a high-level terror species, a hybrid of demon spirit mutation and psychic types. Just one move was enough to kill an enemy terror species of the same level. Kauton's power was even stronger than imagined. It also made To Huang feel more confident about the battle ahead. Under the strong momentum of the Kuman Gao species, the troops passed through without encountering any obstacles to avoid the Kuman Gao, which scared the ordinary soldiers. Kauton led the Kuman Gao to 1,000 meters from the main army. The Thunder Mace battle horn didn't have sharp horns like a rhino. Usually these mace horns had huge destructive power. Each strike not only carried extreme force but also caused massive damage. The Thunder Mace battle horn was assigned by Kauton to the rear of the main army, responsible for protection. That way even the small fish slipping past the pressure of the Kuman Gao couldn't escape the Thunder Mace battle horn, because it was as big as a fortress attacking the approaching main army. Inside the vehicle, Kauton looked into the radio and said, "All convoys pay attention, shorten the distance. The next stretch is the most dangerous part on the way to Hakdangbao. You must be extremely careful. We have to make sure to get through without any casualties." Then he looked at Hua Kok and asked, "Have you brought all the gear?" He replied, "Don't worry." After that, he opened the hatch on the roof of the vehicle. Then Hua Kok raised his hand, creating colorful streaks of light, and shouted, "Come out, everyone!" From inside the Guardian Ring, a lion emerged, roaring loudly. Next came a golden dragon named Huang Sa Long and a blue dragon named Fong Ki Lun. Finally, a giant tree person named Fong Ma appeared. To Huang was amazed, thinking, adding the Kuma Ngao and Thunder Mace Battle Horn Kauton has summoned 6 guardian beasts of the terror species. How many more terrifying things could there be? Just then he saw something. He exclaimed, "That's—" Right in front of him was a forest of shimmering crystal rocks. They were all unusually huge in size. He felt something was off. He said, "Those crystals don't look natural, do they?" It felt like the vehicle suddenly tilted as if something pushed it while moving. Startled, To Huang shouted, "Oh!" From the middle of the crystal pile, the ground was being torn apart. Then a dragon beast burst out, opening its mouth and roaring loudly. It seemed crazy, standing up and screaming. To Huang's attention was fixed on the crystal attached to its back. He worried and wondered, why would there be things like this in the dangerous area near Hakdangbao? The vehicle didn't stop but kept moving. To Huang couldn't believe that such guardian beasts existed near Ngungdia. After asking Tiet Vu, he learned that this plain was originally called Nham Liet Plain. It was discovered by the Guardian Lord 35 years ago. The Nam Liet Cook remained undiscovered, not only because of its relatively hidden location, but also because those who found it before were no longer around. So Hakdangbao kept it a secret for many years. The dragon beast was called Nam Lak Tualong. Its main food was energy crystals. It was the ruler of the entire Nam Liet Plain. At first, even the Guardian Lord didn't expect that such a terrifying species existed just 120 columns from Hakdangbao. Of course, the Guardian Lord was the first to survive coming out of there. Still the top existence of this race. The evolved high-level species of top-tier terror, the Namlak Fierce Dragon. Because Namlak Fierce Dragon and the Guardian made a pact of water from the river won't invade the well. Otherwise, even someone as strong as Kauton wouldn't dare to lead a large army through here. The thing is, the Namlak Tualong tribe is naturally very warlike. Even with the pact, they're still very aggressive. That's why Kauton summoned his main force, to intimidate them. To Huang put on his headphones. He thought to himself, using energy crystals as food. The battle-hardened crystal armor behind them isn't from the Nam Lak Tualong at all. Based on what the old Sun Dragon Classic said, this is clearly an extremely rare dragon-type species. The Crystal Rock Throne Dragon ranks top 3 among the mounts I want to tame most. It can be said to be one of the mounts with the strongest defense. Even checking the teacher's archive books, I couldn't find any records about the Crystal Rock Throne Dragon. Turns out the Crystal Rock Throne Dragon in Black Lantern Fortress is called the Nam Lak Tualong. Sure enough, the Black Lantern Fortress is truly dark. After this, I definitely have to figure out a way to tame the Crystal Rock Throne Dragon. Just as he thought this, a loud noise outside startled him. He paid attention as the ground began to shake violently. To Huang, sitting inside the car, felt it even more clearly. He worried and wondered, "Oh no, are we about to fight?" This time the reinforcements' mission is to assist Black Lantern Fortress not to fight those simple-minded four-limbed creatures. It would cause unnecessary losses. Cao Tong silently hoped Chairman Hua had brought enough supplies. Thinking of that, he grabbed the radio and shouted, "A large vehicle, quickly move forward!" The vehicle sped forward urgently, then suddenly stopped, brakes screeching. The truck bed began to unload. Inside were rows of sparkling blue crystals. Seeing the dazzling pile of crystals, the long beasts all focused their attention there. They drooled with desire, rushing to eat without caring about anything else. From a distance, Cao Tong kept watching closely. When the time was right, he shouted, "Start!" After passing through the territory of the Crystal Rock Throne Dragon without any danger blocking the way, by about 4 a.m., the troop finally arrived at Black Lantern Fortress. But what struck people was the countless dangerous creatures gathered below the fortress wall, forming a huge disaster. The Tai Chiu kept letting out screams. Most were rare species, but their numbers were incredibly huge. Among them, beasts and insects were the most numerous. For example, this mantis-like monster. In the Tai Chiu, occasionally, there were strong, dangerous creatures spitting sparks toward the fortress walls. The fortress defense soldiers will also fight back, shooting in return. Both sides are exchanging fire, confronting each other. 2,000 reinforcements and hundreds of combat vehicles have caught Tai Chiu's attention. Tai Chiu's attack wasn't going well, so they switched to attacking the troops inside the vehicles. The red-haired guy saw the scene outside and was very worried. He turned to Cao Tong and said, "Reporting to the Commander-in-Chief in 2 directions. There are 2 Tai Chiu creatures heading toward us, mainly insect and beast types. Among them, the most threatening is the Blade Sting Chuhu Nya Trung Lang." He watched the screen for a moment, seeming to think about something. Cao Tong replied, "They're just top-tier dangerous species at full maturity. Nothing to worry about." He ordered the troops. "Take the opportunity, gather at the Dimension Point block, the fortress wall 50 meters ahead of Black Lantern Fort Anchor, and fire. Be careful not to hit the fortress wall. We and the fortress defenders can't lose to the mages and their army." The ground guarded the troops' high-level battlefield firepower, ready to eliminate dangerous creatures. Everyone responded loudly and clearly. After the order, they each spread out in different directions, tank barrels aimed at the mage beasts ahead. A loud shout rang out, "Lok Chun Nguyen fire." Cao Tong grabbed the radio and ordered all troops to open fire. Along with the gunfire, a large number of pet beasts fell, but only among low, medium, and weak dangerous types. The giant beasts with the hard-to-read aura from the Tai Chiu army withstood the artillery fire. Leading the pack of beasts, they had a name, the terror species. To Huang witnessed the situation, his face darkened, and he exclaimed, "Damn it! Normal firepower hitting them is just like mosquitoes." Right at the most critical moment, the terrifying giant demon appeared. Terrifying giant demon level 7 awakening power of Radiant Fist. He showed obvious excitement and said, "Commander Tao, it's time to act." Not only did the terrifying giant demon appear, but the Wind Demon Child also joined in creating a large green energy orb. To Huang still felt uneasy. Using Radiant Fist power to slow down, then using the Wind Demon Child's damage skill. But sure enough, the terror species at a high level were too sensitive and not inferior in intelligence to humans. They wanted to counter the Wind Demon Child's skill. Suddenly, the Thunder Pit Battlehorn appeared, standing in front to form a large shield dome. It used a level 5 awakening skill, Thunder Electric Armor. Just then, the terror species strike hit the armor directly. After a huge explosion and the dust cleared, the terrifying giant demon was still unharmed. The armor remained solid without a scratch. To Huang exclaimed in surprise. "This is the power of a perfect pet beast." The Thunder Pit Battlehorn specializes in defense, but coordinates with 2 mage beasts with terrifying damage. Among them, the terrifying giant demon also has control abilities, easily taking out 10 terror species. Without waiting any longer, the Wind Demon Child also started attacking, causing the terror species in front to explode. A cloud of white dust rose. Cao Tong spoke. "All mages, call your mage beasts to join the battle. These insects specialize in control, so make sure to protect the mobile troops." As soon as he said this, To Huang summoned Jialong Sa-tik to face the huge number of Tai Chiu. This would definitely be a long battle. Though the mobile troops' large artillery couldn't stop the terrifying combat power of Tai Chiu. It was effective at eliminating dangerous creatures from low to medium level, conserving strength to increase the chance of victory in this prolonged fight. Surrounding the artillery in the middle after suppressing the enemy's combat power, this formation would turn into a large grinder. But even with surface control, the combat strength wasn't enough. The hidden power inside Tai Chiu would not let this machine survive. Cowtone turned and said, "The next battle must be fought by mages like us, to protect the mobile front, wiping out enemies in the air and on the ground." Dangerous creatures like mage combat vehicles and Tai Chiu suddenly crashed into each other. The ground began to be filled with many-legged insect beasts. Flying creatures sprayed acid continuously from the sky, along with substances that looked like rotten meat chunks. The battlefield was chaotic, but Long Sa-tik unleashed great power. All the Tai Chiu near Long Sa-tik died horribly. Other soldiers weren't relaxed either. They pulled out guns and fired at the monsters. One man happily said to To Huang, "Master To, luckily your Long Sa-tik is on our side or we'd be doomed." Just as he finished, To Huang suddenly froze, eyes darting to the side. The scene hitting his eyes made him so scared he couldn't move. A pillar of blazing red light shot from somewhere, piercing a huge hole in his robe. The soldier was lucky to escape unharmed. To Huang's face darkened as he thought Long Sa-tik is too obvious. It's been targeted. Luckily, Cowtone told me to come here just in time and save the soldier. The attack just launched was from a super dangerous species, the Ki Huan Tuan Vei Huiet Ak Ho. He helped the soldier up, thinking about the blood-fierce tiger. Kai Huan Tuan is a high-level combatant, weak by nature, but with terrifying brute strength. Its defense can be dealt with. Thinking that he ordered Long Sa-tik to keep distance, use the scorching heat bullets and not risk direct combat with it. Following orders. Long Sa-tik complied. From its mouth, a purple thunder dragon orb emitted lightning, forming an attack aimed behind the fierce tiger, causing a terrifying explosion. After the attack, Long Sa-tik stood firm, staring straight ahead. Lightning shot continuously from its mouth as it used the skill, Fierce Assault Body Enhancement, spreading its large wings and rushing straight at the fierce tiger in front. But the fierce tiger just stood still, showing no intention to move, wanting to face Long Sa-tik head-on and wait for it to come closer. It started using the same move as before, shooting out. Luckily, Long Sa-tik quickly dodged to the side, avoiding the attack that crashed straight into a large rock, making it look like it was about to split in two. Dust flew everywhere, and suddenly a bunch of Akho appeared to come to their comrades' rescue. Watching this, To Huang worried. 1, 2, 3, 4 plus the one that just got attacked, that's 5 in total. If we can't beat them, biting people is just plain unfair. Long Sa-tik stood in the center, surrounded by a pack of Fei Huiet Ak Ho running around to trap him. His sinister eyes flashed, the wings on his back spread wide, then started flapping hard. He opened his mouth wide, flew up into the air, using the Oktap Feetok, move his feet and sharp claws ready. He lunged forward at lightning speed, his legs clamped tightly on the body of one Fei Huiet Ak Ho. He attacked Long, then, with a fierce whip of his arm, slammed a powerful strike into the face of the Ak Ho, knocking it back. After taking down one Ak Ho, he stepped back in front of the vehicle. To Huang and the others got out of the armored vehicle and approached him. He furrowed his brow, silently analyzing the situation in his head. This isn't a fighting arena. Although Long Sa-tik's recovery is incredible, this kind of trade. Everything fight in the hands of a Tai Chiu creature, where Fei Huiet Ak Ho naturally stick together, will definitely awaken their bloodthirsty instincts. In front of them, where the body of the Fei Huiet Ak Ho lay, many of its kind had now appeared. Sa-tik saw them and let out a shout. He raised his head, releasing a wave of power that spread through the air, suppressing the entire Long Ui Long Lin Bao Hao. The power from Sa-tik caused a shocking explosion, overwhelming the pack of Fei Huiet Ak Ho. To Huang climbed back into the vehicle, then shouted orders. "Sa-tik, hold down 2 of them for me. Speed this up and finish it quick." He bowed his head to command the others inside to return home, leaving the armored vehicle and fire support vehicles to control the remaining 2 Fei Huiet Ak Ho, handing them over to Long Sa-tik. He glanced back and got a response, confident the mission would be accomplished. Their 3 fire support vehicles continuously fired at the pack of Fei Huiet Ak Ho across from them. The flames from the explosions completely wiped out 2 of the Ak Ho. Elsewhere, Sa-tik took a running start and sprinted toward the remaining Fei Huiet Ak Ho. He stomped the ground so hard that the earth cracked beneath him, making it impossible for the 2 Ak Ho to keep their balance. Satik charged forward and pinned one Akho's neck to the ground with his foot. Inside the observation room, Kauton sat in his chair watching the scene on the screen, evaluating, this time the Lord's new disciple isn't bad at all. He can make his beast go against its instincts, use tactics, and perform combo moves. Hua Kok, standing beside him, chuckled twice. Ha ha, this kid's pretty good. Back at Koi Hung Lum, it really surprised me. If it weren't for that kid, the fire station team back then would have been too confident, not realizing how calm he really was. But when it came to the battlefield, he was fierce. Outside, To Huang was standing on top of the attack vehicle, holding two guns, excitedly firing continuously forward. Hua Kak saw that and was a bit speechless, sighing, that kid. But suddenly on the thermal sensor screen in front of them appeared some strange, tiny dots. Kauton watched closely. Something's coming through. Hua Kak asked, charging toward Tio Huang. In the distance, a giant armored centipede was crawling toward their position. It moved extremely fast and used its head to knock aside everything blocking its path. To Huang was startled, tilted his head to detect its movement. Armored centipede, this is a low-level terror species. Why is it charging here? From the radio came Kauton's voice. To Huang, focus on fighting the enemy. I'll have the Fire Fury DM Master protect you. He seriously reminded, remember this arena is different from before. There are a lot of much more dangerous creatures hiding here waiting for humans' advanced strategies. Unlike dangerous creatures, advanced human strategies are even more challenging. Kauton's words echoed, without advanced strategy, humans will definitely fail. You can fight, but you have to be very careful. Then another creature appeared. It looked like a lion, a mid-level terror species Fire Fury DM Master. On the ground below, the Fire Fury DM Master charged forward. Above in the sky, a few terror bird species were flying alongside it. Kauton frowned, assessed the situation, and started using aerial forces. Then in the air, a symbol appeared, emitting a blue energy. Along with that came a call, come here, Wind Demon Child. Wind Demon Child. At the call from the symbol materializing in the observation room, Hua Kok placed a hand on Kauton's shoulder, reminding him, old cow, be very careful. The aerial forces have critical strike power. With the mobile team, absolutely don't let them break through here. He focused on the screen and simply replied, Outside, Wind Demon Child raised one arm high, gathering power into a mass. Then it swung its arm, shooting straight at the pre-targeted enemy. Two laser beams descended from above, targeting the bodies of two terror species. To Huang inside the vehicle saw Wind Demon Child's power just now and wondered if this was Kauton's #1 main force. Suddenly, underground below seemed to be moving, causing the attack vehicle to shake violently. A long crack slowly appeared on the rocky surface. To Huang used his hand to shield his face from flying debris, gritting his teeth, thinking, this is bad, the aerial forces were just a cover. The real damage is coming from underground. This movement was caused by a high-level terror species right in front of the abyss where all the attack vehicles and armored vehicles of the mobile team were gathered. Suddenly, a huge movement appeared in the space. It sounded like something was slowly approaching the convoy's location. A dangerous high-level terror species, the death-ground demon bug with a giant body, crawled forward, knocking over armored vehicles of the mobile team one after another. It opened its mouth wide and breathed a huge flame at a member inside an attack vehicle. Level 7, Firepower. The entire combat vehicles and members of the mobile team were burned to pieces by the fierce flame of the death-ground demon bug. The death-ground demon bug didn't stop and kept attacking, engulfing the mobile team's vehicles in its flames. Its eyes flashed mouth wide open, revealing sharp fangs. To Huang turned his head, looking forward with worry. This is bad. If this keeps up, the mobile team will be wiped out. Quick Long Saw Tick, help out! He narrowed his eyes, analyzing. Unlike the Supreme Masters, once the mobile team is attacked, every soldier here today will only have one outcome. To Huang gritted his teeth and said with difficulty 3 words as his conclusion, sudden death. A spark from the death-ground demon bug's fire hit Long Satik's chest. It lifted its leg to try touching the wound. To Huang, standing nearby, also noticed its injury. His expression grew serious silently, telling himself, leading them back, protecting them, is the mission of the Supreme Masters. To Huang raised his hand, activating his spiritual energy power Longlun armor technique. Then he picked up the radio, held it near his ear, hearing Kauton's voice inside. Everyone, the abyss is right ahead. What we can do is disperse our advanced strategies. Inside the abyss, you definitely won't be destroyed by terror species. His words echoed through the mobile team. This will be a battle that drains energy. Whether it's me or you, some will definitely fall in this fight. Give it your all. Tao Tone spoke passionately into the radio. You handle things today, I'll cover the rear. He and everyone outside concentrated, declaring strongly, let's bring glory back. In front of them was a giant terror species, but no one felt fear. They all stood united to face it. Then all Supreme Masters, fully equipped with armor supporting their Supreme Beasts, gave their all. The silhouettes of the Supreme Masters in the group all glowed. No one knew how long the battle lasted, but To Huang's face was soaked with sweat. Damn it, he used his power to heal the wound on his arm. Even with being Tiet Vu, he couldn't fight the terror species. To Huang glanced over to check the situation on the other side. Even Long Sa Tik was here now. The death-ground demon bug roared loudly. It was getting very close to his group's position. Suddenly, a series of unexpected noises came to his ears. To Huang glanced sideways, searching for the source of the sound. When he saw a woman leading an army in the distance approaching, he happily exclaimed, "It's the Chien Hung Brigade and Sister Kuk were saved." Hak Kuk, riding on the back of a Koi Hung, charged directly at the Earth-Killer demon worm to attack. One of the Koi Hung's sharp-clawed feet swung out to strike. With just one slash, the legs of the Earth-Killer demon worm were badly damaged. This battle had stretched from afternoon to morning, then from dawn to dusk. Gao Zun Su Huang teamed up with the captain of the Black Lantern Fortress to defeat 200,000 dangerous creatures. Finally, as the sun was about to set, this terrifying battle came to an end. The Black Lantern Fortress's 3 walls were all broken. 20% of civilians were affected. Moreover, among the 100,000 troops from the Calm Pasture, many remained forever in this land. Nearly 100 beast tamers fought, but after the battle, only 39 survived. After the war ended, the Black Lantern Fortress would probably need 3 years to fully recover. Under threats, there are also opportunities. Each corpse of these terror species is a valuable treasure. Every condensed land, blood, flesh, scales, and bones are excellent materials to craft rare products. If the Black Lantern Fortress can turn this war into profit, its advantages will rise to a whole new level. At night, the sky is pitch black, the crescent moon shining faintly, hanging high above. In the Beast, Tamer's recovery area, inside a dangerous species room with high-grade healing systems, Quang Fan Hua was using her powers. Su Huang sat on the chair next to the bed, sighing. Looks like Long Za Tich is quite enjoying this. He smiled brightly at the person standing nearby, Lin Su Moy, his younger sister's Beast Tamer. Awesome, if Long Sha Tich gets hurt again, he'll come to you for help. Mong Uyen wiped the sweat off her face, smiling and hesitating. Okay. But Quang Fan Hua is still young. Quang Fan Hua looked a bit pale, but was still trying hard to use her magic to fully heal Sha Tich's wounds. At that moment, the door cracked open. A pair of feet stepped inside. Backthen placed a hand on his chest and bowed respectfully. Lord to Lord Hoak is calling you to the meeting room. The fortress master has returned. Su Huang nodded to show he understood and asked, has he found the cause of the Tai Chio yet? Su Huang entered a room with its door slightly open and saw many people gathered inside. He happily stepped in and asked, Master, you're back. Zhou He tilted her head and replied to him, Yes, he's back. He stood with hands on hips, surveyed the crowd around him, and said, Everyone's here, let's get down to business. This time we traced the origin of the Tai Chio, but everything we encountered was very bizarre. Su Huang pondered the 2 words he just heard bizarre. Zhou Ha slowly retold. This time my senior brother Tao Nian and I chased the source of Tai Chio and discovered a huge chasm filled with fangs nearly 1 kilometer wide and hundreds of meters deep. It looked like the remains of a living creature, like a mountain that was moving. We went deep inside to explore, but found no trace of that creature. Just when we felt disappointed, we saw something moving at the bottom of the chasm. So we continued down to the deepest point. He described what he saw, tens of terror species and dangerous species guarding the place. There were dozens of bizarre maggots, all black and covered with dense holes. Each hole could release spiritual energy, controlling the Tai Chio like puppets attacking the Black Lantern Fortress and other condensed lands. Their power wasn't strong. Apart from the tough armor defense of the particularly dangerous species and the mental attacks of the super dangerous spiritual species, there wasn't much offensive power left. The two of us joined forces and wiped out all the dangerous creatures down there. In the end, we brought back one item. He took out an object shaped like a dark red chunk of flesh with his bandaged hand, the result of the battle. He carefully placed it on the table for everyone to examine. Su Huang was startled when he saw it, exclaiming this. Before he could finish his sentence, his head suddenly throbbed painfully from the power of the 9-Sun Dragon Tome. Su Huang's face turned pale. An image appeared in his mind of a man in a white cloak echoing a voice. The disaster, the calamity has existed for thousands of years. A disaster that wipes out entire tribes. The face of the wise saint appeared, mumbling, "Dusk is humanity's only hope." The 9 suns open, only destruction follows. A new life begins with a few faint figures in the distance. A voice called out, Su Huang! Su Huang! He's worried face became clearer as he anxiously called out, Su Huang! Su Huang He leaned against the table, snapped out of his daze, and opened his eyes wide. He grabbed his arm and helped him stand. "What's wrong with you?" Dark circles showed under Su Huang's eyes, but he waved it off, saying, "I'm fine. I guess I've just been too tired lately, not resting properly. Seeing you return, I finally felt at ease and couldn't hold it in anymore." He frowned. Hearing this, sighed. "These last 2 times have been tough on you all." Then he advised, "Rest first. If there's anything else, I'll have the senior brothers and sisters tell you." Su Huang nodded and followed him out, gently closing the door behind. He didn't leave immediately, but stared through the crack in the door, silently sorting everything out in his head. He didn't expect the 9-Sun Dragon Tome to come from the future. From the final battle, when humanity was wiped out, that monster egg wasn't the true origin of the Tai Chiu. So Su Huang remembered the dark red chunk of flesh in his master's hand. The starting point of this species era, their real name, is the Ancestor. They didn't just appear simply like that. He felt like he could see right through the dark red chunk of flesh. Inside it was hidden a countdown clock. The clock's hands kept spinning, flowing with the passage of time. When the needle points to a certain spot that marks the beginning of humanity's dark age. Huang briefly reviewed the information he knew. The nest is a forbidden existence, creating a terrifying war weapon. After the nest hatches, that's also where the giant creature was found. They can use a huge amount of matter and energy to create a dangerous biological army. The nest reproduces through natural symbiosis. The nest's creations don't need to mature because when born, they are completely fearless of death and absolutely obey the nest's will. Even more critical is that the manufacturing time for this species is very short. The type that the master destroyed was called a multi-headed creature, just a tool to control dangerous beings. In the future, the place called Nine Not Long Dian will be destroyed by the nest. Huang's fist clenched in anger as he slammed hard on the nearby wall, shouting, "Damn it!" He held his head with one hand, quietly wondering, how am I supposed to explain this to Master? How do I explain that a new sorcerer like me knows these things? Suddenly his eyes widened as if he had just thought of something. "Wait!" Huang's gaze shifted inside the room, focusing on Hop's bandaged hand. Silently analyzing the wound on Master's hand was very suspicious. The wound was probably caused by the nest's monstrous egg sac. A nest like a womb that encloses the eggs and produces an evolutionary energy. The nest's attack power is very weak. The energy it uses to incubate eggs is a miracle cure for Tai Trio, but for sorcerers, it's a deadly poison. Once this energy seeps into the blood and corrodes it, a strange energy forms from a mixture of energies combined with soul energy and life energy. And when lost, it will corrode the sorcerer's vitality until the sorcerer dies. According to records from 9 Not Long Dian, normal people die within 2 months. Sorcerers can resist for 1 year, professionals for 2 years. But the method to remove this energy was only discovered 15 years after Tai Trio appeared. Huang rested his chin on his hand, calculating, if I sell all the blood affinity items and add my savings, maybe I can get enough materials for the antidote. Having found a direction, he marched forward with determination. Starting with saving Master. Let's change the future. After 2 weeks of trading at Hot Dung Market, Huang began his plan to rescue Master. Every day, Huang was anxious because if he delayed dealing with this strange energy, even one day, Cho Hop would only have 1 or 2 months left to live. First, To Huang sold all 68 bottles of blood affinity incense. Those were bottles holding sample solutions, and he didn't keep a single one for himself. He also brought back some rare materials from the Blood Forest ruins, totaling 23.05 million ganks. This is definitely a big amount, but still not enough. In the end, To Huang borrowed quite a lot from everywhere. In total, he exchanged for 30 million gang ki, got 2 portions of materials, but one experiment failed, so only 1 portion remained. To Huang stood in the lab, constantly begging, "Please just fail so I can exchange for 2 portions of materials." His expression was stiff, sweating profusely, and yet he ruined this batch of materials. But that was just unfairness. To Huang held up the bottle containing the pale red solution, analyzing the strange energy inside. It was very difficult to handle because it mixed 2 opposing energies, the energy of life and the energy of death. The way to solve it was to turn antagonism into mutual support. He slowly poured all the red solution into a glass containing blue liquid. After years of experiments, he finally found the best ratio. After mixing the 2, the liquid in the glass started to boil violently. Tu Huang stared at the glass and shouted, "Almost there!" He set the glass aside, then placed the bottle to absorb energy from the pebbles beside the stream of life and the nails of the witch's corpse. Tu Huang put all the ingredients from the formula into the glass containing the red solution. After adding everything, the liquid inside the glass began to move strongly. After who knows how long, a huge explosion happened inside the glass. A white smoke spread, filling the surrounding space, making Tu Huang's face darken. Finally, he took out a sparkling red crystal from the glass. Success! In the kitchen filled with cooking smoke, a creature shaped like a golden spoon was cooking. Outside the door, Tu Huang cracked it open and carefully watched the top dangerous kitchen goblins focused on working inside. He silently thought, "The meals my master eats every day are all made by his personal chef in the city. That chef is his pet." Tu Huang judged that the kitchen goblin didn't have much fighting power, but few pets had such exceptional cooking skills. To put it bluntly, the dishes cooked by the kitchen goblin surpassed any chef in the Black Lantern gathering in taste. But besides Master Chow, very few could appreciate the kitchen goblin's skills. In the entire Black Lantern gathering, there was only one kitchen goblin serving Master Chow. He propped his chin and recalled. But according to the way Nine Not Long Dien put it, this mount had a weakness. Tu Huang tilted his head and flicked his fingers at the treasure seeker standing beside him. He pointed at the kitchen goblin, signaling it to start acting. The treasure seeker received the order, closed its eyes, and gave a thumbs up to Tu Huang. It dashed into the kitchen and swept its hand, knocking over neatly arranged spice jars on the table. The kitchen goblin heard the noise, frowned, and turned to look back to Lulu. It immediately rushed over and started rearranging the disrupted spice jars. At that moment, the treasure seeker took advantage of the chance to approach the cooking pan and put poison antidote inside. Tu Huang stood outside the door, watching the situation all along, smirked, and said, "Sure enough, the kitchen goblin has severe OCD. Master drinks all 8 bowls, plus my ingredients, he'll recover quickly. He never even dreamed I had cured his incurable disease." At the same time, in another room, Chow Hop was holding a pen, concentrating on work. Suddenly, his bandaged hand emitted black energy. The pen he was holding dropped onto the paper. Chow Hop raised his arm, frowned, and cursed. "Again! Damn it, at this rate I won't last much longer. This is crazy." His face was dotted with sweat, muttering, "We can't tell those young people that after the Great War, we need to stabilize people's hearts." Chow Hop glanced to the side and saw the kitchen goblin pushing the food cart over. He sighed and laughed bitterly. "Don't know how many more days like this, ha ha ha." The steaming plate was placed on the table. Chow Hop sighed. Each generation has its own blessings. When one generation of city lords falls naturally, a new generation rises. Thinking back, I was like that too. As soon as he finished speaking, he picked up the plate and began to enjoy the meal. After just one sip, Chow Hop's eyes lit up with excitement. This soup. He moved his eyes and saw his bandaged hand had returned to normal. Chow Hop hurriedly used both hands to lift the plate again and tilted his head back to drink it all. He laughed loudly and looked toward the kitchen goblin, asking, "Ha ha ha! I didn't expect your soup to have such amazing effects. Did you add new ingredients today?" The goblin heard the question and just blinked in confusion, shaking its head. Chow Hop wondered, snapped his fingers, and summoned the high-level danger surveillance system. "Evil person surveillance, In the strange land, is there anyone in the kitchen? The surveillance system replayed all the footage that had happened in the house before Chow Hop. After watching everything, he was shocked, couldn't believe it, and said, "To Huang." Chow Hop sat down in the chair behind his desk. If it really is To Huang, then it makes sense. He picked up a piece of document on the desk about making a blood affinity incense that increases intimacy with mounts. I even thought he wanted to use my name to make money. The document had lots of information and pictures of To Huang standing outside the market. Then Chow Hop sighed again, getting ready to beat him up. The effect of that kind of fragrance was miraculous for post-war reconstruction. You could say it was a great achievement. Inside the records, To Huang had exchanged all his contribution points from defending the fortress, borrowed money from his brothers, and secretly bought ingredients from the Blood Forest ruins. Chow Hop imagined the scene of To Huang running around everywhere trying to borrow more money. In the end, he managed to gather a few tens of millions of ganks, but spent it all in 2 or 3 days at the market. In Chow Hop's mind, the image of To Huang spending money like water left him speechless, buying all kinds of strange stuff. He even wondered if he should call that kid over and give him a good scolding. He raised his hand to cover his face and sighed. But judging by this, maybe he knew I was injured and started acting already. Broke the family fortune, only managed to buy a little and sneaked into the kitchen to put it in my medicine. Chow Hop closed his eyes, folded the document in his hand. This idiot kid. How could anything involving the Black Lantern treasure slip past this treasure master's eyes? He stood up, began pacing back and forth, resting his chin on his hand, thinking, this kid To Huang is a bit off. The blood yan incense was already very mysterious, but it turns out it could also heal wounds that many professional healers couldn't. Chow Hop was startled, as if suddenly realizing something. How many more secrets does this kid have? Should I... He exhaled, picked up a pen, and slowly wrote, why bother writing so much? Even if it's wrong, he's still Chow Hop's disciple. Then he took a few steps, stood by the floor-to-ceiling window. Even if it means ruining the family fortune, even if his own secrets get exposed, he still wants to save his master. Meanwhile, elsewhere, To Huang smiled, took out the things he was holding in his backpack and laid them on the table, introducing, here's fire root, red lantern, ice lotus fruit, and also frozen dew fruit. Luke Ngu examined what he brought and commented, logically, we should go a bit to Tam Huin Mountain to check the harvest from the Blood Forest ruins, but since we need to handle the fortress defense first, looking at this backpack, this harvest doesn't seem very good. To Huang's face showed slight confusion as he explained to her, this is the first backpack. The other one's too big, it's on Long Saw Titch outside the door. Long Saw Titch was extremely excited, wearing a huge backpack on his chest. Luke Ngu choked slightly when she saw it. She frowned, thinking to herself, has this kid already moved the Blood Forest ruins? This place probably has more than the combined harvest of the 6 people who took the test before. Luke Ngu closed her eyes, bowed her head, thinking, this kid's performance is really good. I can't lose face in front of the treasure master. After a while, she smiled brightly, looked up, waved her hand, and said, well, this looks fine. The quantity is barely enough, not sure about the quality, though. To Huang brought a large red horn in front of her, making Luke Ngu scream twice in shock. Ah, you're holding that shiny horn close. I've seen this bloodline red dragon horn before. It even has the lingering soul of the imperial beast inside. Luke Ngu looked dumbfounded at the things he pulled out of the backpack. To Huang sat down and started taking out more items. This is dragon bone marrow. In one hand, he pulled out a bag, and in the other, he held a potted plant. This is the eyeball of a Shadow Clan giant dragon. And here is the 100-year-old rejuvenation herb. To Huang smiled as he introduced the crystal in his hand. This is the Void Fire Spirit Stone. With both hands, he hugged 2 huge red eggs. These are eggs of a high-level terror species. The other 2 remain. After examining everything To Huang brought out for a while, Lun Gu's body seemed to turn to stone right there. She silently recalled in her mind, before To Huang arrived, the Master Bao specifically instructed that whatever To Huang takes, he must pay 20,000 contribution points. Even though Chairman Tukak has managed the Grey Bear Forest for 3 years, he couldn't earn that much. At that time, I also objected since all disciples are my own, I can't favor To Huang like that. Lungu looked at the person in front of her already coming to a conclusion in her mind. Looks like little Prince Huang brought back stuff worth at least 100,000 contribution points. The Master Bao is really skilled. Across from her, To Huang eagerly asked, "How many contribution points can I exchange for the special training of the 6 divisions?" Lungu glanced away and raised 2 trembling fingers. Just then, his eyes lit up. To Huang and Long Sha Tich happily wanted to confirm 200,000 that many. Lungu covered her face with one hand and replied, "Not 20,000. To Huang scratched his face a little disappointed. That makes sense. This base where we gather isn't exactly rich. After who knows how long, To Huang and Long Sha Tich waved goodbye to Lungu and prepared to leave. She stood behind the desk, placed the items down, smiled silently, and waved back at them. The moment the wooden door fully closed, Lungu burst out in anger, knocking everything off the desk. "Don't bully people like this. No matter how good the kid is, he's still my disciple. How can I let someone like To Huang oppress him?" She stormed out, "No way! I'm going to find Master Bao to argue this." Facing Lungu's anger, Chow Hop thought she had stirred up jealousy when she gave To Huang the green light. Just as she was figuring out how to calm things down, she explained to Lungu, "The price of 20,000 is very reasonable. After all, we can't reveal the secret that To Huang healed me." Finally, Chow Hop hit his forehead, scolding, "It wasn't until Lungu laid out the ingredient list on my desk that I understood what was going on." Staring at the list, Chow Hop looked worried. How could I explain this to the owner of the Blood Forest relic? To Huang wasn't one of the 6 house guards before. In the end, to show his care for his beloved disciple, Chow Hop decided to personally ride his horse and take his treasured disciple into the warehouse. To Huang could take whatever he wanted. It would just deduct a symbolic small amount of contribution points. Even if someone really had 200,000 contribution points, that would be annoying and attract unwanted attention and dangers to Huang. As a master, I definitely have to protect my beloved disciple well. Then Chow Hop raised his hand and asked the person opposite him, "Tell Master, how did this arm suddenly recover?" To Huang hesitated and made up a reason. Master is a professional royal healer, so his recovery ability must be better than normal people." Chow Hop looked at his expression and silently thought, "Keep pretending. Keep pretending for me to see." He frowned and changed the subject. "I heard from the chief steward that the ingredients you need aren't in the warehouse." To Huang started explaining, I exchanged some items from the Blood Forest relic for contribution points. Originally, I wanted to find some ingredients in the warehouse, but they didn't fit. I want to see if I can exchange some suitable ingredients from Master's place." Chow Hop turned and stepped inside the family estate. "Follow me, I'll take you." To Huang looked around. This doesn't look like a treasure storage place. Chow Hop now stood in front of a painting and shouted, "Treasure painting, open the door to the treasure world." He reached out to touch the painting. Immediately, a beam of light shone from that spot. A face appeared in this painting and spoke softly, "At your command, Master." To Huang stood behind, feeling a bit confused by the situation. "Master, this is Chow Hop introducing you. The treasure painting is the only pet at the race level above Terror class. Unfortunately, it doesn't have much offensive power. It can only be used to store items." He stepped forward, his whole body slowly passing into the painting. "Let's go. Master will lead you inside to look around." To Huang followed him into the hidden space behind the painting. Chow Hop walked ahead while explaining, "Although the treasure painting doesn't have offensive ability, its defense and safety are excellent. Without permission, even if you destroy the treasure painting, you can't get into the space inside it." He raised his hand to demonstrate, "Of course you can destroy the treasure painting, but it has to be at least Terror class or higher." Chow Hop reminded To Huang, "This is all the Master's treasure. Take your time to choose. I'll wait outside." He turned and gave instructions. "When you're done choosing, just shout the name of the treasure painting, and it will naturally bring you out." Before leaving, Chow Hop glanced at him and pointed in one direction. "Right, Master suggests you look over there." To Huang looked a bit clueless as he followed the direction of the finger. On the other side, he saw a shelf filled with many different kinds of spirit stones. Tu Huang slowly walked closer, glanced and recognized that he could clearly arrange the beneficial ingredients for long saw tich together. Master, he nodded in thought. Although I want to take all these things, 20,000 contribution points might not be enough. Tu Huang looked up. Well, the goal this time is ingredients for long satich and the dragon energy-absorbing plant. He called out, "Come here, Bao Long Beast." Hearing the call, Malumaji the Bao Beast looked up and scanned the room carefully. Finally, it pointed to a tall shelf far away. Magi, on that shelf, there's a glass box. Inside is a mysterious black essence, and around the box bloom some red spider lilies. Tu Huang excitedly said, "Those black water stains aren't real water stains, but concentrated spatial energy. It can't be wrong. This is the crystallization of the Void Dragon bloodline descendants." He flew over to the box. He didn't expect there to be things like this in Master's treasure. The treasure-seeking beast pointed in another direction and called out again, "Magi, Magi!" Tu Huang followed its gaze and said, "Okay, you're flying over to another shelf," pointing at the rectangular box. "Is it this one?" The treasure-seeking beast nodded repeatedly. "Magi." Tu Huang's hand moved close to the box that was glowing green. He looked at his hand affected by the green light coming from the box. As expected of the dragon snake residue, it's the material needed to molt into a high-level terror type. Sweating, Tu Huang exclaimed, "Even a dead object can have such power." He asked again, "Does the treasure-seeking beast have any other materials?" It silently shook its head as if to answer. Seeing Tu Huang leave, it was a bit surprised. Did he really pick so quickly after asking so fast? He thought to himself, it seems this master really understands his disciple well. The stuff prepared for Tu Huang should all be usable. Otherwise, he wouldn't have picked so quickly. Chow Hop patted his shoulder. "Come here, let me take a look at what you picked." Tu Huang tilted his head and looked at him. "Yes, I picked 2 items. I don't know if I have enough contribution points to exchange them." Chow Hop rested his chin on his hand, examining the 2 items in front of him. Thunderstorm Essence and Void Dragon Crystals are both very dangerous materials. If not handled properly, they could cause big trouble. "Are you sure you want to exchange for these?" Tu Huang stammered a bit just now. It suddenly occurred to him, "Oh no, I came here just to exchange some items. Given my status, taking these items directly doesn't seem quite appropriate." But Chow Hop didn't press further. He just let out a breath. "That's right. This kid has always been careful, so surely there won't be any problems." "Right, are you sure you only want these 2? Tu Huang guessed yes, these 2 are enough. If I had more, I wouldn't have enough contribution points anyway. Chow Hop silently cursed in his head. Does the kid even know what not enough means? Just the Thunderstorm Essence alone is no less than 200,000 contribution points, not to mention the Void Dragon Crystals. This rotten kid sure is picky. I prepared several things, but didn't even look at them, only took the valuable ones. This already costs 800,000 contribution points. Tu Huang looked at his expression and asked worriedly, "Master, is it not enough?" Chow Hop's expression changed. He laughed a bit. "Ha ha ha ha, it's definitely not enough. There's still some left. Just take 2,000 from you." Hearing this, Tu Huang smiled and nodded. Let's do it that way then. So should we call Lan Chan and Sister Kuk to come exchange too?" Chow Hop next to him listened to your suggestion, then seemed to cough up a mouthful of blood. Chow Hop put his arm around the person beside him and said with concern, "These 2 items, I'll send someone to deliver them to your house shortly. Tu Huang, just take care of yourself, that's enough." He laughed heartily and reminded the Lan Chan people, "No need to worry about him anymore, just make good use of these 2 materials. Master is really looking forward to your performance." Tu Huang, full of determination, replied, "Yes, Master, don't worry. I will definitely do my best." Chow Hop tilted his head, looking at him. "Oh, right, I've already checked your 2 eggs. Tu Huang asked curiously, "Eggs?" He propped his chin and began to explain, "Yes, the 2 terror-type eggs. You brought them back from the Blood Forest ruins. Logically, you could have kept those 2 eggs yourself. But you casually handed them over to the gathering place of the 6th Special Training Command. They came looking for me, hoping to return those 2 eggs to you, but I kept them instead. The nourishment and normal development of the Blood Dragon Spring are different. It makes the war beasts carry a bit more ferocity. If you're not careful, it will cause irreversible damage to the spirit of the war mage. This is a situation only professional war mages encounter, and that's why I kept them." The vitality of these two dragon eggs far surpasses that of high-level terrors. You probably realize the owner of these two dragon eggs seems to have broken free from all restraints. Chow Hop pinched one side of To Huang's cheek. Kid, consider yourself lucky. At first, you didn't get caught by the owner of these two dragon eggs. Otherwise, not even 9 lives would be enough for you to run. He quickly stepped forward, but the current state of these two eggs isn't very optimistic. The nurturing process in the blood dragon spring has been interrupted for too long. The vitality of these two eggs is weakening. If nothing is done, they will die prematurely. Tu Huang closed his eyes, rubbed his head silently, lamenting, "That would be such a shame. I wonder if there's any way to save them in the giant sun dragon field." Chow Hop stood beside him, seeing that he said nothing, guessed, "Could it be this kid took too big a hit? That shouldn't be the case. But it's true this rotten kid probably saw terror eggs for the first time." Finally, he smiled brightly, put his arm around To Huang's shoulder. "You dummy, what concerns the disciple also concerns the master. Don't be upset anymore. As for those two eggs, master is already trying to save them. Follow me." Chow Hop led him to a room. He went up and pushed open a huge wooden door, black energy flowing out from inside. Inside the room, when Tu Huang looked up at the ceiling, he saw 2 eggs placed inside a glass box, surrounded by red spirit stones, continuously transmitting energy into the glass box. On the floor were many tall pillars, each with the corpse of a terror beast pierced by swords through their bodies. Chow Hop pointed and said, "We use these spirit objects to anchor the 4 directions," along with a large number of terror beast corpses simulating the effect of the blood dragon spring. This is to test helping the 2 eggs recover vitality. He explained the current situation to him. Results were 0 so far. Tu Huang was completely stunned by the scene, standing still staring at the glass box above. When he looked down, he saw Chow Hop standing in front of a gray cloth covering something on the ground. In a flash, he tugged the cloth strongly toward himself, revealing what was hidden inside. Inside was a high-level terror beast, a blood-claw dragon heart organ physical specimen. Immediately, Tu Huang's whole body radiated a burst of power, protecting himself from the terror beast's influence. Chow Hop glanced at him, praising good use of mental barriers. Suddenly, he grabbed Tu Huang's hand, 2 fingers gently sliding across, creating a cut into Huang's palm. A drop of blood flew into the air and enlarged in size. Chow Hop explained, "War mages tame war beasts either by directly overpowering them with mental strength to force obedience or by forming a high enough bond so they willingly sign a contract." Tu Huang and Chow Hop both watched the blood drop floating in the air. "Master uses your blood to suppress these 2 eggs, which may help with taming them later." Tu Huang watched the blood slowly merge into the glass box, thinking, "With my current power, forcing a terror beast to submit is just wishful thinking." He shook his head silently, thinking, "I didn't expect Master to spend so many materials to help me." They both fell silent, waiting for Tu Huang's blood to fully merge into the glass box. After an unknown amount of time, Chow Hop spoke, "These 2 dragon eggs are still far from hatching. At shortest 1 or 2 years, at longest 3 years. Master will come in periodically to replenish their energy. When the hatchlings emerge, they'll be handed over to you." Tu Huang offered his idea. "Master, if these 2 dragon eggs hatch, I only need 1 baby dragon. The 2 babies won't both be needed. I'll have someone else tame the leftover one." Hearing this, Chow Hop folded his arms. "You dummy, don't think this blood crystal beast hatchling is just some special terror beast." He tilted his head back, laughing loudly. "Even if it's a high-level terror, it only slightly boosts Master's power. Keep that good idea." Chow Hop showed him his fiery fist. "Who said you won't use both dragons?" He spread his arms and conjured images of 2 terror-type dragons. "Look closely here." Tu Huang's mouth dropped open, asking, "Is this the fire heat poison south from senior brother Lon Chan?" Chow Hop confidently introduced to him, "This isn't the fire extinguish poison south, but the second evolution of the fire extinguish poison south race. A special kind of terrorist. The Nam fire extinction type, but it has already broken through racial chains early on. Its current strength ranks high among elite terrorists. I summoned them to tell you that the 2 fellow beast riders can train their combo attack abilities. If trained properly, the 2 beast riders can merge their attack and defense into one, making their combined strength much greater than fighting alone." Tu Huang's eyes sparkled with admiration. "I didn't expect Master to have such a method." Chow Hop turned around and waved at him. Let's go, kid. Train steadily, and one day you'll become truly strong. Tu Huang excitedly followed behind. His disciple remembered Master's teaching. He opened the big wooden door and tilted his head, asking, "By the way, Master, do you know Nam Liet Valley?" Chow Hop clasped his hands behind his back, walking down the hallway while glancing sideways at Tu Huang. With your recent strength, you've probably reached a high-level beast rider. Honestly, your talent is rare for a master, but kid, even a high-level beast rider can only tame dangerous species. He rubbed his head with one hand. At most, you can start trying to contact the top-tier dangerous Nam Lok Tu Along, which is a super dangerous species. That step is too risky for you, not good. Chow Hop assessed that Nam Lok Tu Along might be a bit too much for him. He sat facing Tu Huang and began to analyze. I know you have high ambition. Your first beast is already a top dangerous species, but the path of a beastmaster can't be rushed. His face was dotted with sweat, and he raised his hand, saying, But I have a blood bond. I have many blood bonds. Chow Hop stroked his chin thoughtfully. Sounds like there's some chance. He propped his chin and slowly recounted, Nam Liet Valley is way more complicated than you think. Master went there to provoke them because of Nam Lok Tu Along. There are some extremely strong beast riders there. The strength of Hakdang Bao has also been boosted a notch. But up till now, only your 5 senior sisters and 6 senior brothers have successfully tamed Nam Lok Tu Along after incidents, because the guards of the Nam Lak Beast Dragon Clan have a rule. The large amount of spirit stones produced in Nam Dia Valley isn't created by the habitat of Nam Lok Tu Along, but by the existence of a frightening species. That's a very picky creature. If it weren't obedient by nature, it would surely cause a lot of trouble. And the rules also relate to protecting the clan species. There are 2 ways to tame young beasts from the Nam Lak Beast Dragon Place first. Like your 5 senior sisters, defeat their parents by controlling a single beast species. Second, make the young beast proficient in 3 of the 8 innate skills within 10 days, like your 6 senior brothers. After hearing all this, Tu Huang's face showed deep contemplation and confusion. Chow Hop concluded. So now you know why I want to suppress the Nam Lok Tu Along clan. He gestured. But Hakdang Bao, we have very few beastmasters who tame this kind of species. Suddenly, Tu Huang jumped up. Master, please give me 3 days. I still want to give it a try. Chow Hop looked at him and asked, Could it be that you have a new idea about the medicine like the blood bond? Tu Huang was startled by his complete trust without a hint of doubt in him. Chow Hop crossed his arms and agreed with his opinion. All right, if you're that determined, I'll agree to try it with you. For these 3 days, the herbal medicine room and the equipment in Bao City are at your disposal. Just don't waste anything. Tu Huang wanted to say more, Master, but he waved his hand to cut him off. No need to say more, just get ready. I have official business to attend to as well. Then Tu Huang left the room, closing the door behind him while thinking, Master is very thoughtful. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to manage this huge Ningtu palace. He turned around, tears streaming down the table, clenching his fists tightly. He had guessed I had a rare opportunity, but didn't mention a word. Instead, he opened the door wide to welcome me. What kind of trust is this? Tu Huang walked while silently calculating. The master's ability enhancement is important too. Returning from Nam Liet Valley this time, no matter the outcome, everything will be completely revealed. At 9 Sun Dragonfield, I have to teach the master how to tame beasts into dragons. The next 3 days, Tu Huang was extremely busy, barely resting. Nam Lak Tu Along belongs to 3 systems, Rock Dragon and Destruction. It's already skilled in 8 innate racial abilities, but training time was only a short 3 days. Tu Huang decided to train in the way he was most familiar with. Dragon Might and Dragon Power are the 2 dragon system skills Tu Huang knew best and had the highest priority. Second were the common rock system defense skill and the destruction system's stepping skill, together with the coordination of the 9 sun dragons. Tu Huang began experimenting with medicines to improve skill levels. Luckily, these skills were relatively basic, so the ingredients weren't expensive. That day, Tu Huang finally breathed a sigh of relief. Otherwise, he really felt like an old man chewing over his master's fur. After dealing with all the small troubles, Tu Huang finally had a training medicine. Of course, Tu Huang also prepared an extra portion to send to his master. After a while, Chow Hop was riding Tin Hong Nga Lang way ahead. He turned back to signal to Huang, who was riding the Long Sa Teach behind. "You're more than halfway there. Take a break." After getting off Tin Hong Nga Lang, he smiled and praised Long Sa Teach. So patient, didn't even get tired using skills along the way. Tu Huang laughed and replied, "It has no other abilities besides patience, ha ha ha." Then the two of them, along with their two mounts, found a flat rock to sit and rest. Chow Hop conjured up a piece of meat at his feet and ordered Tin Hong Na Lang to eat. He looked at To Huang. "I'm curious now, if you persist without bringing extra food, how will Long Sa Teach recover its strength?" To Huang crossed his arms and stuck out his tongue playfully at him. "Heh, I have a secret plan." He extended his hand forward, summoning an energy-sapping tree. To Huang confidently snapped his fingers. "Energy-sapping tree, let's eat." As soon as it heard the command, it immediately raised its head. On the banyan tree branches, many colorful, sparkling crystal fruits grew. Chow Hop looked a bit incredulous, wondering, "Is that it?" To Huang smirked and explained, "It's all right, Master, just over 10 crystal fruits, enough to cover Long Sa Teach's consumption." He nodded, rubbing his hands, and asked kindly, "Can I have one?" To Huang issued the command, and the energy-sapping tree swapped the crystal fruit for number 13, the food for wolf system mounts. Chow Hop was surprised. It can select different crystal fruits. To Huang gave him a crystal fruit and replied, "Yes, there are a few types for now." To Huang smiled. Maybe more types can be added later. In his mind, he was thinking, better not excite the master too much yet. If he finds out this thing can also produce energy crystal fruits, I wonder if he'll go crazy. Chow Hop knelt on one knee, stroking Tin Hong Nga Lang's head. "Your mount is really formidable. It's a top-level dangerous breed and already can produce such magical crystal fruits." After finishing a crystal fruit, Tin Hong Nga Lang lifted its head, wagging its tail continuously, looking at To Huang expectantly. Chow Hop turned to face him, exclaiming, "Even Tin Hong Nga Lang praises it. The pure nutrition and energy, as well as the amazing flavor, are incredible." To Huang said nothing, just went to the energy-sapping tree and picked more crystal fruits. Holding a bunch of crystal fruits, he smiled and offered them to Tin Hong Nga Lang. "Eat up. I've got plenty more." It perked up happily at this, but Chow Hop beside him was a bit speechless. He picked up a crystal fruit and examined it. "Innate beasts have become dependent on this food. Maybe your crystal fruits will do great things for Nam Liet Valley." This was at a deep crack on the top of a rocky mountain. This place was Nam Liet Valley. Below the mountain crack in front of the cave entrance to Nam Liet Valley, 3 Nam Liet rampage dragons were pacing back and forth as guards. Chow Hop sat on Tin Hong Nga Lang's back, looking down at the mountain crack. At first, it was a 1-against-3 fight with Nam Lok Tu Along handling these 3. He raised a hand, conjuring a red mist. Then the mist rose into the air, forming the image of a blood crystal rampage dragon. The 3 Nam Lok Tu Along standing at the entrance froze in shock when they saw the blood crystal rampage dragon. In the blink of an eye, all 3 turned and fled in a panic deep into the cave. Tu Huang covered his mouth, laughing with delight. "Running that fast, I wonder how much psychological trauma they've got." Suddenly sounds echoed from inside the cave, shaking the space itself. Tu Huang frowned, thinking to himself, "Is this the terrifying presence that Nam Kok Cheng Long caused? Last time I passed through here, I didn't feel any aura at all. When you tilted your head to one side, you saw Chow Hop had retracted the image of the Blood Star Fierce Dragon." He lifted his lips, smiled, and said, "I've already greeted the guardian of this tribe." Chow Hop bowed and instructed Tu Huang, who was standing on the ground, "When it's your turn later, just follow the rules and there won't be any danger. Your master can only help you this far. The rest depends on you." Then Tu Huang turned to face him, speaking firmly. "Yes." He strode straight toward the entrance of the Rocky Valley Dragon Cave. I arrived at a clearing full of spirit stones where a group of young Rocky Valley dragons were playing together. Tu Huang sat on the edge of a tall rock, resting his chin on his hand, watching them, and asked, "Treasure Seeker, tell me, if we cook all these larvae together and bring them back to the gathering place, is there a chance they won't die horribly?" His face showed hesitation. "Which one should we choose then?" "Forget it, I want them all." When Treasure Seeker heard this, he frowned and exclaimed, Malu Machi! Huang tilted his head looking at him. Do you have a plan? Treasure Seeker pointed at a young Rocky Valley dragon in the distance. Ma-Chi, the Rocky Valley dragon, was walking forward when it suddenly hit a rock, causing it to flip backward and fall. It got angry, stood up straight, and growled, staring fiercely at the rock blocking its path. Then the young Rocky Valley dragon shot a blast of power from its mouth, shattering the rock in front of it. Huang, standing far away, watching the whole process, concluded. No doubt about it. The heads of this Rocky Valley dragon species usually don't exceed 3 months old when born, but these young ones are so small and already learning to break through big stone barriers on their own. The rock the young Rocky Valley dragon shattered earlier was now broken into many fragments. He rested his chin on one hand, observing the scene and the cracks in the crystal stones, saying, Maybe they've also mastered the Dragon Might and Dragon Fist techniques. In his mind, he thought, I didn't expect Treasure Seeker's innate talent for finding treasures could also be used to assess potential. This time, I really found a genuine treasure. These young dragons have already grasped 3 of the 8 major innate skills of the Rocky Valley dragons. To pass the test, they have to learn 3 more skills within 10 days. Huang took out a vial. The difficulty level isn't just raised by 1 step. If that's the case with some medicine support, we can try a little. This breakthrough step also included the rock-type rockification defense skill, plus the dragon-type dragon movement speed boost. He stepped forward, standing in front of the young Rocky Valley dragon. Your parents agreed to let me be your teacher. In these 10 days, I'll have you learn 3 skills. How about that excited? The young Rocky Valley dragon saw. Huang's hand, reaching out, stepped back and bared its teeth in a defensive stance. He smiled and praised, It's got personality, not willing to listen. Right, senior brother? What should we do? I don't know, but we all have the plans of the mountain hermit. Huang reached out beside him and conjured the energy-sucking plant. He glanced over, then shouted, Energy-sucking plant, 2 harmful plants. F-01 magma-type creature of the dragon clan. As soon as it heard the command, its eyes quickly gleamed brightly. Then many colorful crystal fruits grew on the branches of the energy-sucking plant. Huang picked a red crystal fruit and said, Don't be scared. If you don't want to learn, that's fine. Let's just be friends. He handed the fruit to the young magma dragon Lok Thua Long. Try this. It sniffed the fruit curiously for a long moment. Finally, the young magma dragon hugged the fruit, sat down on the ground, and took a bite. Right after taking a bite, a satisfied and radiant look appeared on its face. After finishing the fruit, given the young dragon's attitude changed. It enthusiastically ran around Huang's legs. Huang quietly thought to himself, Ha ha, even the most terrifying creature can't resist a delicious flavor. Then he covered his face with both hands and sighed softly. Even though I prepared such a tasty reward, you still don't want to be my student. He turned around looking disappointed and took a few steps forward. Then I guess I'll just have to leave. The young magma dragon stood still, let out a few puzzled cries, and watched his back. Huang smiled and waved when he saw the young magma dragon rubbing its body against his legs. No, if you don't like me, I won't force you. But in his mind, he was secretly pleased. Got you, little brat. Huang and the young magma dragon were standing together inside Magma Gorge. He stood facing it and slowly rearranged his plan. The first step in training a dragon is to break down the young dragon's barriers and resistance so you can connect and teach it. Many trainers struggle with this step. Some even waste valuable time because of it. Huang looked at the time on his military watch. It hadn't been half an hour yet. He silently agonized. This process probably won't take longer than the 6 senior brothers, right? Of course, if the 6 senior brothers knew this, Huang thought they'd probably be furious. He glanced down at the young magma dragon. I know you're anxious, but don't be so impatient. Huang held up a red crystal fruit. You have to learn new skills to eat this kind of fruit. He seriously explained to it, That's why I need to train you to master skills like Dragon Fist and Dragon Strength first. The young magma dragon sat on the ground, frowned in discomfort, and raised a clawed leg that glowed. Then its eyes shone red as it gathered all its strength and slammed the ground hard. Huang was startled and widened his eyes secretly, wondering, Breaking Circle Earth Stomp, what kind of insane talent is this? Just by releasing this skill at will, it can grasp the Breaking Circle ability. So it just needs to learn 2 more skills and it'll succeed. He tossed the fruit to the young magma dragon. Here, this is for you. It happily sat down, licked its lips, and took the fruit. Huang had thought controlling the energy flow of the Breaking Circle skill and releasing Earth Stomp might be difficult. But for a magma creature of the dangerous type, mastering magma transformation skill should be as easy as drinking water. Yet the result was completely opposite to Huang's prediction. After a whole day passed, the young dragon had taken plenty of fruits from him, but the magma transformation skill showed no signs of progress. Even when Huang prepared and used the transformation potion beforehand, the skill had no effect. Huang felt very strange. What's going on here? He looked up toward the young magma dragon that was throwing itself into the magma rocks. Huang's expression collapsed. His lips twitched. Actually, training the magma transformation skill is very simple. The order for the young dragon to keep throwing itself into the magma is to grind its body, and because it hurts so much, it triggers an instinctive defense mechanism that activates magma transformation to avoid injury. That counts as learning the skill. He helplessly grabbed his head and shouted, "But it's been 6 days already. Does this kid not feel any pain?" At that moment, the young magma dragon excitedly approached Huang, making a few calls, "Eat, eat." He closed his eyes and pulled out a backpack full of crystal fruits. "Here, here. These are yours." Huang sighed in despair. "I told you I'd trade 50 stabs for 1 fruit. I suddenly feel like these 6 days with this kid have been for nothing." He was in a daze as he slowly walked toward the young magma dragon, and that's when his foot hit a crystal on the ground. He immediately fell face forward, the fruit in his hand slipped out and flew far away. Oh no, the young magma dragon's eyes lit up brightly as it looked up eagerly at the flying fruit heading toward it. But the fruit didn't stop where it was standing. It shot straight toward the cliff behind the young magma dragon. The young dragon immediately leapt up, opened its mouth wide, and accurately caught the magma fruit. It used its power to turn its body into a rock, so when it hit the hard mountain, it wasn't hurt at all. Huang stood up and looked at it, realizing it had learned the magma transformation skill. It seemed I finally figured out how to train this brat. He silently and carefully wrapped a rope tightly around the fruit. Huang lowered his head and said, "Listen carefully. As long as you can catch this fruit, it's yours. Want as many as you want to eat, I'll give you that many." He twirled the rope in his hand and asked it again. "Got it." The young rock dragon, Tuolong, eyes shining brightly, shouted twice, "Eat." Huang smiled at it. "All right, then let's go." The young rock dragon, Tuolong, with a serious expression, nodded. He twisted the rope in his hand tighter while silently calculating in his mind. The rope was 4.5 meters long. Based on this kid's stride length, without activating basic skills, it wouldn't catch up. Huang swung his arm forcefully, throwing the stone far ahead. The young rock dragon, Tuolong, also launched itself closely, chasing after it. In the end, it successfully caught the stone in its mouth and gently landed on all fours. Huang watched the whole process from behind and excitedly exclaimed, "All right." He grinned widely, loudly repeating, all right, finally succeeded. Suddenly, a voice came from the high cliff, startling Huang. "Congratulations, kid, you've passed the trial." He saw Hop jump down from above and called out, "Master." Huang nodded and asked curiously, "How did you get here so early?" Hop smiled and praised him. "Your performance was excellent, completely beyond my expectations. If we waited for the Rock Valley Battle Dragon trial to confirm, your test would have passed. So this young dragon belongs to you." Seeing all of Huang's achievements, Hop only tamed rare ancient dragons and felt even more at ease than if he had tamed them himself. This is the feeling of having a successor. That morning, 3 days after leaving Nam Liet Kok with Huang no longer supporting Huet Duin Hung, he successfully formed a contract with this young dragon. The backlash from the spiritual power during the contract formation also raised Huang's spiritual cultivation to the next level. The direct result was that the 9 Sun Dragon Codex opened up many new contents. Huang flipped open the glowing page of the 9 Sun Dragon Codex. He read the contents inside, amazed that the path of the star-seated dragon metamorphosis had more than 35 paths. Among many ways to become a dragon, Huang finally chose a terrifying and defense-focused dragon transformation path. The reason was simple. The intensity of this transformation method and the required materials were the most practical for To Huang to pursue. Star Rock-Seeded Dragon. Metamorphosis Article 19. Star Rock-Seeded Dragon plus the Heart of the Mountain Rock Beast plus Heavy Stone. Fracture Orb. Plus Stone Earth. Deep Spirit Blood. Dragon of the Rock. Element 500L. Plus Spirit Blood Dragon of the Fracture Orb element, plus Ritual Bug Rock Dragon Transformation by Bug Pillar Star Rock Dragon. On the next page of this book, To Huang found even more profound content about the Nightmare breed, covering all the knowledge about the Nightmare breed in the hard-to-see Black Lantern City. After lifting the book's restriction, there were 11 detailed records. To Huang began analyzing the situation with the information inside the book. In the current records of Black Lantern City, these two types of terrors with your strength, it shouldn't be hard to subdue them. Their transformation ritual is also relatively easy to achieve. Your eyes grew serious. The final decision is to start here so you can have a nightmare specimen. Inside the Black Lantern Tower in the City Lord's study, To Huang stood facing Chow Hop. He was reading the information on the paper and asked, "Do you really know what you're talking about, kid?" Although I really want a nightmare specimen, any evolution of a dangerous species is naturally the result of survival of the fittest. That's something everyone knows. Special energy or resources can enhance the strength of dangerous creatures. But to reach the kind of transformation you're talking about, that sounds a little exaggerated. To Huang smiled and asked him, "Have you ever heard of treasure-seeking beasts?" Chow Hop looked up and fixed his gaze on him, replying, "Mysterious system creatures capable of finding very rare treasures." As he finished, several loud cries came from nearby, startling him to freeze. "Demonic claws! Demonic claws!" To Huang began to explain, "Master, actually, this kid is a treasure-seeking beast that has transformed and evolved. The transformation method is exactly like what's written on this paper." He made a suggestion. "If you don't believe me, I can take you to the treasure realm for a test." "Master, I won't hide anything from you. Not only do I seek treasures, but originally my clan was the Keelan termite race. It was precisely through this method that my species achieved transformation and evolution." He bowed his head, resting his chin on one hand in thought. "So you want to rely on the treasure-seeking beast newly captured in the Blood Forest ruins, right?" He seemed to realize a detail in what To Huang said, and asked again. Research based on this kind of transformation is what can cure the Master's hand. To Huang reminded him about possible future events. "Master, the tide will keep coming. The frequency will only get denser. Last time the tide came seeing you injured, I wanted you to increase your strength as quickly as possible so I could handle the tide later. Please forgive me for not telling you the whole truth. But please, you must at least try once with me." His face showed worry as he repeated his plea. "Even just once is fine." Chow Hop frowned and recounted, "Foolish disciple, I only saw that there was a short time on the 15th. How could they appear continuously? If that were the case, the gathering place would have been destroyed long ago." He closed his eyes. "I'm afraid that even with many years left, the Master will hardly be lucky enough to face the tide a third time." Hearing this, To Huang called out to him, "Master." Chow Hop opened his eyes and looked directly at him. "You foolish kid. Even when entering the Master's door, you never once said no, right? You still show filial piety. Whether the tide comes again or not, the Master is willing to go with you on this journey. You just prepare yourself." To Huang looked up, staring blankly at the person in front of him for a long moment. After understanding the meaning behind his words, he placed a hand over his chest and bowed respectfully. "Yes, sir." Chow Hop watched To Huang's back and thought silently, "Every master trainer has secrets locked away deep inside. Even I'm no exception. Seeing that he can seize this opportunity must be very important." He assessed, "But usually the more serious the matter, the harder it is to see the truth. Just talking about transformation techniques, whether good or evil, blessing or curse, it's impossible to know in advance." To Huang said, "This kid is sincere. On this trip with you, Master, I want to help you get through this trial." Chow Hop's disciple replied, "I will do my best." Chow Hop said, "I will protect you." At night, the crescent moon shone faintly hiding behind clouds high in the sky, on the ground in an open area. To Huang and Chow Hop sat before a fire cooking food together. To Huang handed him a food container and smiled, asking, "Master, am I a bit too strict?" A short distance away from where they sat were the fully evolved Moon Bear Demon, the highest rank terror, and the Ice Passion Dragon Demon, a special rank terror. They sat silently in their spot, staring intently at the two men. Chow Hop reached out and reminded him, "Dangerous creatures have always respected those with power. The higher the status, the more so." He began to explain the meaning. "You must remember to respect. Respect actually comes from fear." To Huang bared his teeth, thinking to himself that these two guys are brutal. "At first I even prepared the blood fade incense, but in the end, Master never used it. These two have taken control of one side of Xianhe, becoming terrifying species feared in the region. Facing the Master's harsh training, they only get beaten. But it's the kind of beating that leaves injuries that heal, then they get beaten again. Beaten until you submit, then it stops." He glanced at Chow Hop, thinking, "Of course, to meet the Master's requirements, you need special materials that can strengthen yourself advantageously. These two dangerous creatures have already been completely caught by the Master." In the end, To Huang concluded that although it looks cruel, the Master is truly a formidable, strong figure. To Huang sighed and said, "Since we left Black Lantern City, it's been 2 weeks. The 6 types of dragon transform materials needed by the Ice Star Dragon Master have been collected. Only one type of the 2 Moon Bear demons was found." Hearing this, Chow Hop smiled softly to comfort his disciple. "The vast, stinky desert is so big, but the materials the Master knows are only this much. If you want to gather these quickly, you can't just look around the limits of this stinky desert. After all, in such a small place, even the nightmare species are hard to find traces of. The wild desert belongs to our Black Lantern City. It looks pretty big, but actually, it's just a wide stretch of land in a hidden corner where a meteorite fell. Tianfeng Ridge, Yunmeng Residence. Red Dragon, Fire Mountain, and Valley of the Dark Abyss. Among these 4 dangerous places, the wild desert lies right in the center. If you want to get to the outside world, you definitely have to get through one of these 4 hazards. When I was young, I also ventured to the border. Scenes from the past slowly come to life through Joe. He's stories. The outside world is incredibly vast. If I couldn't wait through long, endless days and risked going out for a stretch without any returns, I would have chosen to go back home. Of course, that process wasn't without any gains. All the well-trained beast companions were tamed in that short time I spent in the outside world. Remember when I helped you restore the dragon egg's life? I used that heart, didn't I? That was also something taken from outside the wild desert. This time, if we want to find the material for transformation, we'll have to go out to the outside world again. This is the map of the outside world that I got from traveling a few years back. Even though it's a pretty ordinary standard map, it always reminds me of how vast the world really is. It makes sure I never lose my respect for this world. Can you tell where the wild plain lies from this map? Looking at the map, Su Huang hesitated. Then Joe, he quickly pointed and explained, "It's right here in the Great Jade Earth area on the peninsula called a mountain. Our wild desert is on the mountain peninsula." This info immediately shocked him. He thought to himself, with the size of the wild plain on this 4-square-meter map, they couldn't even mark a spot as small as a sesame seed. Then Joe, he calmly said, "The place I want to take you to is the mountain peninsula. Son, almost every owner of a mountain in Tianfeng Ridge has traces of tribal overlords." After a while, white smoke rose between the dark forest where the two were staying. Turns out Joe, he had set off with Su Huang. Deep Chungfeng right in front of them is the bridge leading outside Tianfeng Ridge. It's the shortest route, and within Deep Chungfeng are traces of the Deep Am clan. As soon as he finished speaking, the Deep Am clan quickly swarmed in. They charged aggressively, clearly trying to attack the two. In an instant, Zhou Huang summoned and ordered the Ice Star Master Dragon. The Ice Star Master Dragon slowed down. They didn't back down. Su Huang also quickly counterattacked with Shadow Mirage Mask to put them to sleep. After wiping out the Spy Moth clan, Chow Hop gently explained, "Kid, killing a few spy moths isn't hard. But once the Spy Moth clan realizes their tribe is dying off unnaturally, they'll definitely send out the whole clan to hunt down the culprit. They'll kill round after round until they're all wiped out. Later, when you leave the Spy Moth fog, remember this well." He slowly nodded in response. "Got it." Under Chow Hop's guidance, To Huang continued moving forward. In half a month, Huang had crossed over 10 dangerous high peaks of the Heaven Wind Ridge, under Chow Hop's tutelage. Huang faced quite a few battles. Compared to before, Huang had slimmed down, his skin darkened noticeably, but his muscles gained definition, and the light in his eyes grew brighter. He looked like he'd been through a cleansing ritual completely transformed. The strength of the 4 giant dragons under Huang's training also increased significantly. Whether searching for treasure beasts or dragon beasts, all received guidance from Chow Hop. All showed clear results. But the biggest progress was Long Sa opening 6 levels of abilities. Long Ui Tree 2, a terrifying offensive and suppressive power of Long Ui, directly invades the enemy's brain, killing them instantly. Additionally, it continuously unlocked Evil Sharp Speed, Earth Wound Fierce Aid Dragon, Sting Force, Deep Pain, and Evil Thought. Earth Breath. 4 kinds of level, 5 evil speed abilities. As for Tin Nham Tua Long, it seemed to grow almost daily under the urge of battle and survival, Chow Hop said. In these long 60-plus years, I haven't seen a kid grow this fast. What surprised Huang most was that the large life form in Heaven Wind Ridge also gave the Absorb Energy Tree a clear evolution. The control skill of the Absorb Energy Tree's speed energy system and the root of that energy also opened up to level 2. The attribute the fruit itself carries extends to the root, creating a unique control effect unlike ice, steel, or solid barriers. It finally qualified to join combat. While resting by the fire, Huang spoke a bit uncertainly. Although its spiritual strength is still lower than Yuhan Leng's, like a wild animal, it can join battle as needed, which is already a luxury compared to yours. Chow Hop's hearty laugh sounded like he was teasing him. Kid, are you still lacking training? Don't worry, once we pass through Snow Fierce Wind, it basically means we've passed Heaven Wind Ridge. But at Snow Fierce Wind, I'm afraid we'll have to stay for a while. A mission assigned by the Master 2 years ago that he hadn't planned to fulfill suddenly fit perfectly as they passed Heaven Wind Ridge. He casually decided to complete the mission, which might bring some bonus points for the kid. Hearing this, Huang quickly caught the point and asked in surprise, "A mission at Snow Fierce Wind?" At that moment, the mission Chow Hop mentioned came from the Yu Master Association of Lu Kim Than. Lu Kim Tan is located in a land where many major Orthodox civilizations gather. It's a true city in the desert wilds. It uses circulating currency. Units of gold, silver, and iron all originate here. Unlike the desert wilds of Black Lantern City, the Asun Peninsula has no 4 great danger zones, separating it from the humid climate and warm coastal air, making the weather here easier to adapt to and the land more fertile. This also makes the Asun Peninsula wealthier. Soon after, the image of a beautiful young girl harvesting fruit gradually appeared through the narration. You masters here under 18 don't have to awaken to work other stressful jobs. Because all 4 seasons here can support farming, food pressure is greatly reduced. At the same time, the increase in you masters also boosts the defense power against dangerous creatures, thus forming a harmonious cycle. Of course, thanks to its advantages, Lu Kim Than has a specialized You Master Association. It's an organization that provides communication channels for you masters, doesn't limit membership too much, nor restrict members' actions heavily. Chow Hop's slow voice echoed across the snowy mountain. The You Master Association, besides mainly providing the Lu family's area, also evaluates You Master ranks. Visu also joined the You Master Association in Lu Kim Than. That mission was announced by the Lu Kim Than Association 2 years ago. Hearing this, Huang's face clearly showed curiosity. Master, this mission is 2 years old. Does it still count? Chow Hop seemed not to notice the teasing tone. He calmly replied, of course it's a special mission with no time limit or completion number limit. While the two were exchanging information, strange footprints suddenly appeared on the snow-covered ground. Then Chow Hop turned and asked, can you guess what the mission is? A thought flashed through Huang's mind. He hesitated but answered confidently, could it be a mission to catch a pet? Without hesitation, Chow Hop gently said, the association's mission requires catching a special, highly dangerous creature called Snow Spirit. This species is rare even outside the realm, but on the snow-fierce wind peak of Heaven Wind Ridge they are often encountered. Snow spirits are a terrifyingly powerful race, born from the natural ice energy. They can't reproduce in the realm, are extremely rare and highly coveted. They produce a special resource called Ice Heart Snow Essence. It's a miraculous resource for spiritual cultivation. In the Lu Kim Tan Yu Master Association, the price of one snow spirit equals that of a rare young creature with terrifying power and an insanely high value. Not stopping there, Tu Huang grew even more curious. With such high value and fighting power just below terrifying level, why hasn't this species been completely captured yet? To sum up, let me explain, of course not. The Mage Association won't completely kill those snow spirits. After extracting the frozen snow core, these dangerous creatures will be released back to the snowstorm peak. Later, we'll try to catch one. You can observe the bigger the snow spirit, the more frozen snow core it contains. As for the smaller ones, most are released shortly after. If we're going out to gather transformation materials, of course, we need to prepare plenty of valuable items for trade. Snow spirits are a good choice, just like after a shot of chicken blood. To Huang's eyes lit up brightly, repeating excitedly, "Catch a young terror level one, and it's a rare kind." Seeing him strangely excited, Cho Hop quickly tapped his head as if to snap To Huang out of it. The next moment, he quickly smashed his illusions. "You little brat, what are you thinking? Do you think snow spirits are like some weeds you want to pick some so you can just pick some?" Snow spirits are ice elemental born from the natural ice energy. They're natural beings closely tied to most natural element races. The relationship between snow spirits and powerful races is very close, including the dominant species of this snowstorm peak, the snow beast Han Lai, a high-level terror type, and its evolved form, the super terror, the fierce Han Snow. As soon as Han thought of the fierce Han Snow beast, Cho Hop explained, "If we dare to catch a snow spirit, we'll definitely attract the attention and attack of the fierce Han Snow beast. Even though a lone snow spirit is easy to handle, their nature is to gather in packs. Usually, many snow spirits live under the protection of a great snow spirit, which is a top-level terror species with some special natural elemental skills. Although not great at fighting, they're number one at escaping." Then Cho Hop spoke to To Huang like talking to a child. "You dumb kid, even if I'm the teacher, catching a snow spirit will take a lot of effort. Don't think this is so easy." Suddenly, his tone became serious. "Teacher, what I want to ask is, do we have this thing?" He was serious for 3 seconds before quickly running out of words when he saw To Huang pull out a treasure-seeking beast. "What?" A moment later, on top of Snowstorm Peak, while To Huang and Cho Hop watched from a distance, the treasure-seeking beast emitted a sound ma-chi ma-chi. Cho Hop's face showed surprise. No wonder this To Huang almost brought back the snow forest relic with the treasure-seeking beast truly outstanding. It's a rare mystic-type species. This sensing ability is truly amazing. At the same time, he happily asked, "Teacher, should we make a move?" After calming down, the teacher praised, "Not bad at all, kid. We caught one that was breaking away. The snow shadow natural skill is pretty good, but not too hard to catch." As he finished speaking, Cho Hop's power immediately surrounded the snow spirit. Turns out he had summoned the shadow phantom mask to catch the snow spirit. Cho Hop's move caught To Huang completely off guard. The phantom mask used top-tier terror to capture a top-tier threat. "Master, you're way too sneaky." Right when he realized his comment might be a bit much, Cho Hop turned around confused. "You didn't mean it like that. You meant experienced, right?" Hearing that he explained Phantom Mask's hunting skills basically won't harm the snow spirit, but the Mage Association also provides special tools to control the snow spirit. This metal thread has a calming effect. In the blink of an eye, the gentle power of the thread put the snow spirit to sleep. The next moment, everyone immediately went on guard as two suspicious figures appeared. To Huang was terrified when he recognized it was Cho Hop. He reacted incredibly fast, tightly holding the metal thread that had caught the snow spirit. He was stunned when he saw the great snow spirit appear. "Great snow spirit, it's already here. One great snow spirit is worth more than 10 snow spirits." Hearing that, To Huang got even more fired up. "Then we definitely can't let it get away." Their sudden excitement confused the great snow spirit completely. It quickly opened its mouth wide to roar, but neither To Huang nor Cho Hop paid any attention. Right after they snapped their fingers at the same time. Turns out To Huang had summoned the fire heat poison beast to handle the great snow spirit. Many minutes later, both To Huang and Cho Hop were calmly waiting for the outcome. After the great snow spirit was subdued, Cho Hop spoke up. Creatures that don't submit basically can't be stored in the space seal. And ordinary space can't hold highly active things, let alone living beings. Luckily, those two aren't as massive as the ones we caught earlier. Exactly, To Huang's cheerful voice rang out. Master, is there really no way to store living creatures? Looks like Cho Hop was all too familiar with his money-hungry ways. He calmly sipped his hot water and replied, "You brat, to store living creatures you at least need a nightmare-grade artifact. Even a Grandmaster Mage might not be able to capture them. Let's go while we have the treasure hunting support. Let's catch a few more." Scene shifts to a lush green forest where Chow Hop and To Huang are walking slowly under the cool canopy. Then he quickly became more excited than ever. "Kid, welcome to the Sun Peninsula, the southwest coast. Nice climate, make sure to enjoy the sea breeze." In stark contrast to his joyful mood, To Huang hesitated and interrupted Master. "Are you sure I stand a chance?" He quickly added, making Chow Hop suddenly realize enjoy the sea breeze. He laughed heartily and patted To Huang on the shoulder. Physical training is also a hugely important part of becoming a mage. While they were chatting, suddenly both noticed a strange object in the sky. To Huang stepped closer and discovered it was an unmanned reconnaissance drone. Cho Hop guessed it was from Kim Lu City's border patrol. Just as expected, the drone announced, "This is the Kim Lu City border checkpoint. Please present your identification. Without valid proof, please remain where you are and wait for border patrol to arrive." Seeing this, Chow Hop immediately showed his ID. "I am a professional-grade mage of the Kim Lu City Mage Association." After checking the documents, the drone responded, "Honored professional-grade mage, welcome to the inner city of Kim Lu City. Your destination is 70 kilometers southwest of here. We will accompany you along the way. If you have any requests, please contact us." As he put the token into his pocket, he exclaimed in amazement, "Since when has the defense level of Kim Lu Tun been so high?" 1036. Hearing this, To Huang curiously asked Han, "What's going on?" Kim Lu Tang is a region that gathers nearly 1 million people. It is the most important urban center of the southwestern Asian peninsula. It is more prosperous than any place To Huang has traveled through, like a giant beast lying sprawled across the vast land. Compared to Hakdang Tang, the defense techniques of Kim Lu Tang could only be described as terrifying. On the massive, thick, wide walls, there were sharp spikes everywhere. Every segment was equipped with stones and fortresses with great offensive power. But throughout the 70-kilometer journey, Cho Hop became increasingly astonished. Originally a prosperous Kim Lu Tang, yet there were no vehicles or mounts around. The plant gardens along the road were filled with traces of war toxins. Next, To Huang and Cho Hop moved into the city, causing the local people to be terrified and fearful. This is the terrifyingly perfected Crimson Wolf. It seems to be a face we have never seen in the Beast Tamer Association. What is that white flower on the back of the Crimson Wolf? Goodness, it's all pure snow, seeing the astonishment of everyone. To Huang quickly realized it seems that terrifying levels and professional beast tamers are not commonly encountered in Kim Lu Tun. The next moment, the guard of Kim Lu Tun stepped forward to greet them. "Sir, are you a beast tamer from our Kim Lu Tang?" Cho Hop quickly took out his token. "I am a professional beast tamer in the Kim Lu Tang Beast Tamer Association." However, the guard, with a very awkward tone, hesitantly replied, "Sir, if it were before based on the badge, you could enter the city. But currently, Kim Lu Tang has just experienced a major fire disaster." This information immediately surprised him. What? But fearing that Chow Hop would get angry, the guard tried to explain, "Sir, I apologize. We need a local professional beast tamer from Kim Lu Tang to guarantee your entry. Otherwise, I do not have the authority to let you in." Just as he finished speaking, a decisive voice rang out along with a gust of wind. "No need. I will be the guarantor." Get him from the sky, the sharp claws of a giant bird appeared. It turned out to be Then Ngok Fong Loan that had arrived. The surrounding people also recognized it as the Mount of Ngok Ki, the super-terrifying species Then Ngok Fong Loan. The sudden appearance of Lang Hong and Then Ngok Fong Loan made the guard rush over in a panic. Lang Hong slowly stepped forward and greeted, "Cho Hop, it's been a while, hasn't it?" Cho Hop quickly replied, "That's right." Lang Hong then turned to the guard and said, "I'm the guarantor. He should hurry and register to enter the city. Don't waste my time." As soon as he heard the order, he immediately responded, "Yes, Commander." This new title of commander made Chow Hop curious and asked, "Commander Ngok, aren't you still officially with the Mage Association? Why join the Lu Kim City Army?" Then she gently explained his question, "For the Tai Trio battle. Not just me, almost all professional mages in the Mage Association have been assigned to the army joining the Tai Trio defense line. I'm one of those in the Mage Association. Of course, it can't be avoided. Probably 2 months ago, a Tai Trio swept across the entire Nyason Peninsula. We in Lu Kim City stepped up to take all the attacks from the Tai Trio. Once in 100 years, surrounded by the Tai Trio for millions of years. Not even counting the terror species, just the nightmare species alone numbered more than 20. Saying this, Lang Hong's voice became emotional. "If I weren't lucky, you might not have met me at all." This news shocked Chow Hop. 2 months ago, the whole Nyason Peninsula was surrounded. He frowned silently, thinking, "On the wild plains far from the Nyason Peninsula, all the Tai Trio occurrences at the gathering grounds happened 2 months ago." Suddenly, Lang Hong shifted his attention to To Huang. New disciple. Hearing that, Chow Hop proudly introduced him, just recently joined the sect. A gifted kid. Just a quick glance and Lang Hong praised, "Not bad easier on the eyes than that young lady. Bring him along more often from now on. The Snow Crystal Association will count these internally under my name. They'll charge internal prices for the two of you. Once this job is done, no sneaking off quietly. Pay back everything you owe." Sounds like you just heard something interesting. To Huang eagerly asked his master, "Master, what do you owe them?" Just as he finished speaking, a painful sound rang out. It turned out Chow Hop had quickly punched To Huang. "Stop eavesdropping on other people's business." Not stopping there. Lang Hong added fuel to the fire. "Can you guess if it was before or after? Or maybe he really is a good kid." Then she sat on Then Ngok Fong Luan and left looking really cool. While Chow Hop was sweating bullets, To Huang was teasing. "Is she your master, sir? Every time I see you talking to Senior Ngok, you get so stiff. Isn't it or not?" Actually, I noticed the way the teacher acted when talking to Senior Ngok wasn't as cold as when he talked to others. Before you could say more, Chow Hop's face gradually grew serious, and he raised his hand to stop To Huang. "But you still don't understand the teacher's intention." Now the teacher waved, but Senior Ngok didn't see it either. The two of them can go after him. "I don't care. What's the teacher doing?" While Chow Hop's hand was already on his head, his voice darkened, sounding threatening. "Let me show you what a proper teacher's slap feels like." Without hesitation, To Huang's mix of threats and pleas echoed throughout Lu Kim Tun. "Don't hit me, I surrender. If you hit me, I'll tell on you to the master." "Teacher, I was wrong. Let Hop take To Huang to the Mage Guild." While To Huang was still amazed at meeting all kinds of geniuses, Chow Hop had already sold all the Tweet Tin. Sure enough, this time the two of them landed a great opportunity. After yesterday's afternoon, the Mage Guild suffered heavy losses. They needed Tweet Tin to recover spiritual strength temporarily, so the price skyrocketed. Plus, Ngok Lang Hong had already offered a good price. The two of them got a price that could only be called sky high. To Huang praised the master as a good person but got hit by Chow Hop at the same time. After gaining contribution points from the Mage Guild, Chow Hop took To Huang to exchange for the remaining materials needed for the Long Sa Tik evolution ritual. So they only lacked one main ingredient for the Long Sa Tik to evolve successfully. This made To Huang glow with excitement. But what surprised him wasn't over yet. Chow Hop actually had a huge manor in Lu Kim Tang. To Huang suddenly admired how rich his teacher really was. The warm voice of Lebak echoed, "This is the research room that your 6th senior brother left behind. He stayed in Lu Kim Tang for a very long time back then. Arranging this lab can meet your requirements." As soon as To Huang saw the tools on the lab table, his eyes lit up. Satisfied would be an understatement. It was perfect. Then Lebak took out a bunch of keys and reminded him, "I'll be busy now. These are the keys to the lab. From now on, the lab is yours." To Huang happily took them and replied, "Thank you very much." Everything in the lab sparkled and smelled like money. While experimenting, To Huang slowly thought, the evolution rituals for the terror species and dragon transformation are so different. In fact, a Long Sa Tik evolution only needs 2 main ingredients, Fong and Loy, to have a chance at success. But that method has a very low success rate. The old Sun Dragon Codex records other ingredients only used to brew a type of elixir. The reasoning is simple: to regulate the Long Sa Tik's body into a state suitable for absorbing ingredients, increasing the chance of success. Of course, brewing the elixir is much harder than the blood fate potion. But with this top-notch lab, To Huang felt he had a very high chance of success. Cut to outside the lab. Labak was reporting to Cho Hop, "The old master has done as you instructed." He handed the lab over to To Huang. Now it seems in terms of alchemy, he's not much less talented than the sixth senior brother. Hearing this, Cho Hop happily replied, "Let's just make use of the sixth senior brother. He'll definitely be happy too." Watching closely inside the lab, Cho Hop recounted, "When I took To Huang as my disciple, his performance was truly amazing, but I didn't understand him at all. I even doubted his talent, but still decided to accept him as a student. Do you know why Labak calmly shook his head and honestly said, 'I really don't know the old master's thoughts'?" Cho Hop quickly explained, "Because back then seeing him was like seeing myself and thinking of Sam Tan. Both are born geniuses, both endure hardships very much like me when I was young." Labak's voice gradually grew nostalgic. "That's right, the old master came to Lu Kim Thun alone back then, relying only on himself, making a name through combat beast taming, wealth, and property. Even the Mage Guild had to respect him. Samton really was very much like the old master, then also rising to fame in Lu Kim Thun, considered the old master's successor among his peers. It's just a pity that fate was jealous of talent." From Labak's story, the contrasting images of To Huang and Sam Tan gradually emerged. At this point, he was full of doubt, wondering if To Huang could reach Sam Tan's level. After a moment, Cho Hop slowly answered, "Compared to Sam Tan, probably not. Sometimes I even fear I can't persevere." Labak heard this, and quietly went into deep thought. He was probably the strongest among Cho Hop's subordinates and also the earliest follower. Though Cho Hop is a Grandmaster Mage thanks to breakthroughs with first and second tier species, his overall strength is not inferior at all to an ordinary Grandmaster Mage. Back then, when Sam Tan met with unexpected trouble, it was just as Cho Hop returned to Hoi Da Huang Dian, so he couldn't get there in time to save him. If he had been in Lu Kim Tun, then he probably could have saved Sam Tan and wouldn't regret it to this day. But now with this new disciple, Cho Hop fears he might not be able to persevere. After a while of sharing, Cho Hop turned and walked away. "Let's go. Us old folks need to take a break." Labak agreed. "That's true, please lead the way, old master." Cut to inside the laboratory. It looks like To Huang is experimenting with some kind of medicine. His face clearly shows doubt about the herbal substance inside the test tube. Then To Huang opens a glass vial and exclaims, "Luckily, Senior Brother Six's lab has a high-intensity grinder made of steel and glass. Otherwise, it really wouldn't be possible to activate this wind thunder essence." After saying that, he turns to look at the dragon blood strain next to him. To Huang studies it carefully and says, "Terrifying, this dragon blood strain. The dragon essence is very potent. Even if pressed, it couldn't unleash such strong power. If it weren't for the Spirit Masters Association, it seems this material would be nearly impossible to find." Having made up his mind, he starts casting a spell. He must use spiritual power to contain the dragon's might. Otherwise, if the dragon's power shatters it, it's game over. After finishing, To Huang quickly pours the dragon blood strain into the glass vial. The dragon blood strain's power immediately absorbs the strength of the glass. They gradually merge into one. As soon as it's done, To Huang happily shouts, "Success!" Outside, Labak is amazed and asks, not quite believing his eyes, "Sir, do you believe this? How is that possible?" Cho Hop's face is also full of surprise. "I didn't believe it at first either, but the facts can't be denied. Let's watch and see." He quickly regains his composure and observes the scene inside the lab. Inside the lab, To Huang summons the dragon snake. Essence outside. As soon as they meet, it happily clings affectionately to Huang. The next moment, he eagerly talks to the dragon snake essence. The evolution process might hurt a bit, but if you want to keep seeing the world with me, this step is necessary. Do you agree, understanding? To Huang's intention, it decisively grabs the vial. Then the dragon snake essence bites open the test vial and swallows the liquid inside. Its eyes widen and flash with a strange light. Next, the dragon snake essence lets out a loud, painful scream. Into Huang's astonished eyes, it trembles and falls to the ground. In the blink of an eye, the dragon snake essence stands up strong again. This scene makes To Huang extremely worried. The medicine's effect will force the power of the two wind and thunder systems into every corner of the dragon snake essence. This process is like crushing bones to suck out marrow. Dragon snake essence. This is the price of evolution. But don't be afraid, brother. Whatever pain you feel, I'll share it with you. Without hesitation, he waves his hand using his own power to envelop the dragon snake essence. The electric current rushes to Tu Huang's body, making him endure the pain alongside it. Seeing this, Lebak is horrified and shouts, "Crazy." He's sharing the pain with the spirit beast again. Once the spirit beast loses control, he will be seriously injured. No, we have to cut off the spiritual connection. Yet Chow Hop remained calm. Wait a moment. Since I've known the kid, he's never been reckless. Even if that potion really can make the long snake spirit evolve as long as it gets past To Huang's actions, it will definitely gain the absolute loyalty of the long snake spirit. A spirit master capable of this will become the world leader, no exceptions. In an instant, the entire room was filled with a blue glow from the electric sparks bursting out of the long snake spirit's body. Its eyes now were a deep, fierce red. The electric sparks continued to pierce through every layer of cells inside its body. The long snake spirit painfully opened its mouth wide. Then a powerful blue light shot out directly from its mouth cavity. Lebak witnessed the whole process. He immediately looked very excited. Master, that potion really made the long snake spirit react with such strong wind and thunder energy. Lebak thought logically the long snake spirit shouldn't be able to control wind and thunder energy. Chow Hop kept his eyes on Tu Huang and the long snake spirit. He continued observing and reminded, "Stay alert. No matter what, you have to help the boy hold on." Hearing this, Lebak turned to look into the room. An unimaginable scene unfolded before his eyes. Lebak exclaimed in surprise. It was the long snake spirit cutting its own spiritual connection. It's almost done. The long snake spirit didn't want its master to suffer anymore. Suddenly, many chains appeared around it, flickering in and out of sight. By now, the long snake spirit's eyes had changed. They were no longer a fierce red. They had turned blue. Its neck began to evolve. The electric sparks quickly moved through the neck of the long snake spirit. Its neck grew longer than before. The muscles around its arms also got bigger and stronger. Finally, the long snake spirit successfully completed its evolution smoothly. Tu Huang excitedly praised it non-stop. "Long snake spirit, you did great," Chow Hop softly whispered. It really worked. Lebak suddenly spoke up for a species unrelated to wind and thunder like the long snake spirit to master the skills of charging electricity and windblade. He was truly amazed at the achievement. It's like covering the sky with one hand. The spirit master community congratulated him unexpectedly. "Master, your new disciple is impressive." Chow Hop slowly replied, "Now I understand why I was worried I couldn't hold on to the boy. If this got out, I'm afraid." Lebak quickly responded, "Master Trin Lei will stand on your side. Even if I lose my life, I will protect the boy." Time passed. After helping the long snake spirit evolve, Tu Huang rested for 2 days to fully recover his spirit. Once fully recovered, he actively helped the long snake spirit get used to its new skills while training the fire rock seat. After what happened with the long snake spirit, Chow Hop completely trusted Tu Huang's method of evolution. He also seriously told Tu Huang that this must be kept secret, even if it means killing to keep quiet. Tu Huang felt quite confused inside, but he knew his teacher meant well. He was just worried that besides helping his teacher evolve the spirit beast, he also had to figure out how to connect his teacher with Senior Ngok. But Tu Huang didn't dare say this directly. Scene shifts to the Spirit Master Guild, where Tu Huang smoothly took part in the exam with others. At Chow Hop's recommendation, Tu Huang joined the Spirit Master Guild exam. He tried to join the guild because he was quite good at studying. After all, the long snake spirit hadn't blossomed for years. The only thing Tu Huang could do was study. When the exam ended, he slowly walked over to Lebak. Clearly, for top student Tu Huang, it was very easy. Lebak kindly opened the car door for Tu Huang. Both quickly got into the car. Lebak drove while asking him, "Little Huang, how did the exam go?" Tu Huang confidently answered, "I'm sure I got full marks. I reviewed everything already." While Lebak's white car was cruising down the street, suddenly a black car sped up from behind. The window rolled down slowly. Idong appeared waving and greeting Tu Huang. "Hey bro, thanks for just now. After the exam, I'll treat you to a meal." The window on Tu Huang's side also slowly rolled down. Tu Huang happily replied, "No big deal, I'm heading back to the exam hall now, see you later." Lebak curiously asked if Idong was a new friend. Tu Huang shrugged and jokingly said, "Not yet for now." Lebak laughed loudly. "Ha ha, looks like you're quite impressive." Then Lebak suddenly accelerated, overtaking the black car carrying Idong. He looked at the 5 numbers on the car's license plate. Then Dong gently pushed the window up, reasoning that 5 years ago, Lu Kim Auto Company made this to commemorate the golden era 9970. He thoughtfully considered that they produced a Lu Kim 9970 model, limited to only 12 cars. This guy's not simple. Plus, he responds faster than me. Dong suddenly ordered the driver, "Let's go head to the exam hall." The driver stepped on the gas, speeding quickly to the exam hall. The next exam started very quickly. The Spirit Master Guild's second exam was a battle test. The third exam room was located at the guild's competition arena. The competition stands gradually became clear in the sunlight. After all, many spirit beasts would have trouble performing in the summer heat. The contest rules were then announced. The location was divided into 5 parts by low-level terrorist monster species. This ensured that during the battles, the consequences in each arena wouldn't affect the others outside. In the competition stands, Tu Huang and Tu Bantu sat in the waiting room holding their admission papers waiting for the order. While waiting outside, Tu Huang and Dong talked with each other. At that time, Tu Huang just learned that Tu Bantu's real name was Dong, a few years younger than him. Tu Huang always felt something strange, but didn't understand why this guy was so interested in him. Because Tu Huang also sensed no ill intentions from the other, he played along. According to the opening announcement by the host, this competition was based not only on actual combat, but also on the condition of the tamed pets. He explained that the education level and skill training would be used to calculate the total score. Each contestant was allowed to use only one tamed beast. The host loudly announced the name of contestant Tu Huang. He stepped in with 3 judges seated high above to observe. Hua Fox sat in the middle, slowly saying top-tier Tamer at only 19 years old. Long Sha Tik, a dangerous top-tier species, highly trained and mature. Tu Huang appeared alongside Long Sha Tich. He carefully observed every detail on it. The scale color of Long Sha Tich was unusual, probably enhanced with some kind of stone. Moreover, Long Sha Tich's height and weight far exceeded the standard for a normal one. Looks like a lot of effort was put into it. Long Sha Tich seemed calm, looking toward the stands. Its eyes still glowed blue. Hua Fak smiled and said, "Another outsider." The host loudly announced Tu Huang's contestant number and his tamed beast. Contestant number K897613. Tu Huang paired with the tamed Long Sha Tich ready to battle. On the competition stage appeared an orange-furred leopard called Quang Jap Bao. The opponents were all present, Long Sha Tich, and the leopard faced each other on the field, locking eyes. Then the host shouted again to announce, "The battle begins." Tu Huang hesitated a bit nervously, looking at the Quang Jap Bao. Hui Da Huang, Nguyen not a Quang Jap Bao. This was a high-level, dangerous species, especially outside the realm light element type, beast type, perfectly combined with armor element. He then looked at his own tamed beast, Long Sha Tich. So both were high-level, dangerous species in the same tier. Tu Huang stood with arms crossed, thinking for a moment. Not an easy match. Long Sha Tik didn't hesitate, immediately charging forward and launched an attack called Fierce Pillar Defense. It swiftly dashed like an arrow toward Quang Jap Bao, who still stood silently to the side. Hua Fat at the judge's seat commented, "Facing a stronger, super high-level, dangerous species, yet still dares to strike first. The personality of this Long Sha Tik is so strong. This kind of beast-taming tactic reminds me of an old acquaintance." Then the Quang Jap Bao suddenly leapt at Long Sha Tik, catching it a bit off guard. Long Sha Tik quickly dodged to the side, successfully avoiding being caught. Though Quang Jap Bao missed its attack, it didn't stop there. It began to wag its long tail like a rope. Next, Quang Jap Bao used that tail as a weapon, whipping it fiercely to strike Long Sha Tik. Hua Fuk frowned, thinking, "Not good. The armor of this Long Sha Tik has some problem." The tail attack is Quang Jap Bao's most effective move. A solid octrue defense shouldn't be enough to stop the next strike. A blue light started to glow around Long Sha Tik's body. He stared at that light, filled with curiosity. That metallic glow, how many iron energy cores did this Long Sha Tik actually consume? Suddenly it got angry. The eyes of Long Sha Tik flared brightly. It opened its mouth and let out a roar, then used a move called Oktap Hao Tok. Long Sha Tik dashed toward Quang Jap Bao like a runaway plane. Despite that, it remained calm, just standing still in one spot. Quang Jap Bao stared straight at the sharp teeth rushing at it. Hua Fuk was highly focused on their battle. He looked quite worried. The simple thought that Quang Jap Bao's absolute armor attribute isn't something that can be easily defeated. Quang Jap Bao immediately summoned a shield around its body. Quangqi armor defense. Then the two beasts charged at each other. They fought fiercely. Quang Jap Bao used its sharp claws to strike first. Long Sa Tik was agile enough to quickly dodge to the side. Then it opened its mouth and quickly started gathering energy, forming a ball of electric lightning. Once the ball grew large enough, Long Sa Tik immediately unleashed all its power, knocking Quang Jap Bao far away. That move is called Ak Nien To, meaning this Quang Jap Bao is pretty tough. It still stood its ground after that critical hit. Still, Quang Jap Bao refused to give up and swung out a series of attacks in retaliation. Quang Nham Trum and Hua Fuck were quite surprised by Long Sa Tik's clever tactics. They kept praising it, feigning a clash, then using energy to attack the face. Very smart thinking. But Quang Jap Bao's complete armor system can tear through energy with just a slash. The tactic failed. It seemed like it had no intention of stopping. Long Sa Tik continued to open its mouth and release the energy blast like before. Quang Jap Bao paused briefly to observe, then gently raised its claws, swung out a strike aimed at blocking the energy Long Sa Tik was firing. Hua Fuck anxiously fidgeted in his seat, wanting to compare energy intensity with the complete system. Looks like today's test? While Quang Jap Bao wasn't paying attention, a sharp obsidian blade suddenly appeared behind it. Seeing that, he exclaimed in shock, "What? This Long Sa Tik can multitask at once, controlling two different skill systems at the same time. That requires extremely high elemental power and mental control. How could this be something a Long Sa Tik only hatched for half a year could do?" To Huang was still standing at the edge of the stands watching the battle between the two beasts. He stayed silent and didn't give any commands to Long Sa Tik. Hua Fuck looked over at To Huang, thinking silently. Not relying on the master's commands, but completely depending on its own fighting instinct. Planning its battle strategy like that, this will always be the most reliable backup a beast master can have. This kid just found a treasure. Meanwhile, he didn't notice Hua Fuck's gaze fixed on him. At this moment, To Huang could only feel helpless, thinking, using that trick again. Looks like ever since the fight with Hui Hong Lum last time, this guy has liked to stab people in the back with an obsidian spear. Sure enough, the obsidian blade stabbed straight into Quang Jap Bao's rear, causing it to bleed. It was in pain, immediately clutching its rear, then jumping up. By now, Long Sa Tik had successfully angered Quang Jap Bao. It opened its mouth and let out a roar that echoed across the arena. Then it slowly stepped toward Long Sa Tik, unleashing a move called Quang Chin Ki Num. Quang Jap Bao moved in front of it, then roared with all its might at Long Sa Tik's face. Its roar was accompanied by strange beams of light. Those lights repeatedly struck Long Sa Tik's body. Blood immediately poured out all over, causing Long Sa Tik to writhe in pain. It screamed in despair. It stood frozen despite the wounds bleeding non-stop. Blood dripped onto the arena floor. Quang Jap Bao was very aggressive. It ran forward again, ready to land another attack. Based on his experience, Hua Fuck began analyzing Long Sa Tik. An ordinary one wouldn't survive that hit yet. Its wounds were slowly healing. He wondered, bewildered, why is this Long Sa Tik's defense and healing ability so strange? Long Sa Tik gradually regained its fighting spirit. It roared a roar filled with great power, to the point that Quang Jap Bao hesitated and stepped back. Just as Long Sa Tik was about to strike back, Hua Fuck suddenly stood up and announced the end of the contest. The host immediately delivered the good news to To Huang, telling him that he passed the test. Thu Long Sa Tik went to the treatment room in the back to get healed. He put his hand over his chest and happily replied, "Yes, sir." Oloi Kap Mo lunged forward, licking Long Sa Tik's arm over and over. Seeing this, Long Sa Tik got goosebumps and his face darkened. To Huang observed for a moment and said, "That hit from Quang Jap Bao earlier could be avoided if you had the Wind Thunder attribute. If we ran into that in the wild, it would be no different than having him on our side." Long Sa Tik's whole body was now so shiny from the licking, you could see your reflection in it. He accepted his fate. Suddenly a bell rang, surprising To Huang. A voice came from inside the watch, fully charged with Power Battle Spirit, awakened -1 combat experience point. The final score of the contest was 99 points. Just then, from outside the door, Idung walked in and said, "Bro, congrats on the high score, you passed the test." Admiring him, he replied, "Just lucky to get through, didn't see you get hurt like that, huh?" Clearly just bullying people. The opponent had me completely flipped upside down. I'll head over there first, he thought to himself. Normally everyone's scores should be kept confidential. How did that kid Idung find out so fast? A little later on the main road outside, a fancy white car sped by. Inside, the driver said, losing just 1 point passing the test for sure was a done deal. To Huang, sitting in back, asked the bodyguard, "How's it going?" He replied, "The boss just informed me not long ago I've completed the assignment." Hearing this, he nodded slightly, thinking, "The master finally finished the assignment, huh? So he must have gotten the brain tissue from the Ice Demon gang right." The master finally collected some of the dragon transformation material. After a while, the car stopped in front of a huge, magnificent mansion. Inside, Chohop carried out a box filled with purple stones and said, "Here, take a look." To Huang was amazed and asked, "Isn't this the brain tissue from the Ice Demon gang?" He thought to himself, Huang Loi-Tak the master completed the reward assignment for Huang Loi-Tak. Thinking of the master's dragon transformation materials, he felt very grateful and said, "Master, thank you." But as soon as he finished, Chohop snapped his forehead hard, causing a sharp pain. He smiled and said, "You little brat, don't get all sentimental here. Hurry up and finish it. I still want to see what it's really like when Long Sa Tik transforms into a dragon." You asked in surprise. "Teacher, can't Huang Loi-Tak be bought in Lu Kim Tang? Does it have to be obtained through a special commission?" He explained Huang Loi-Tak is a very special material with relatively stable internal energy and almost no electrical power. It constantly flows in and can be used as a power source to generate electricity. It's used in power plants, and this is considered a strategic city-level resource that the Mage Association doesn't have. So it's not included in the Mage Association's point system. If it weren't for you stepping in, it really wouldn't be easy to get, To Huang added. "So what about the Hakdang concentration area? Can we use that?" "The electricity in this concentration area seems to come from burning fuel in a furnace." He slowly pulled out a chair and replied, "If you want to use Huang Loi-Tak to generate power, you can't rely on just one piece of stone. It requires a whole industrial generation setup that even Hakdang can't match. So kid, hurry up and transform into a dragon. I really want to see it." You laughed aloud and said, "If it's transforming, I think it still needs more time." He asked, puzzled, "Why isn't it only missing a piece of Huang Loi-Tak? Are you saying it's missing other materials?" You sat down and looked at the pile of stones in front of you, replying, "Teacher, you're so forgetful. Didn't you tell me to register for the mage competition? I've already passed 2 rounds, and the next day I have to go for the final practical combat trial." Hearing this, he suddenly remembered, scratching his head awkwardly. "My memory isn't what it used to be with age." "All right, kid. How did you do in the first 2 rounds?" "You answered written test 91, combat 99. If the final practical test goes well, my total score should be over 370. Getting an A+ rating shouldn't be difficult." Chohop smiled contentedly and said the Mage Association wouldn't dare mess with fighters like you. At least they aren't blind and don't misjudge your true strength. Go ahead and store the Huang Loi-Tak first. Get ready for the practical combat test and aim for a good result. That monster looks really disgusting. The Mage Association's practical trials in Lu Kim Tun are known to be tough. To put it like the locals say, it's really bizarre. Not to mention the tower the practical combat test in the last mage registration was held in a dangerous area. On Koang Island in Aho Sea, 5 people captured a high-level dangerous species called the Voandiu. The Voandiu is a bird just like its name suggests. Its attack power isn't strong, but its speed is terrifying. It can be called invisible and untouchable. Using ordinary strength or tricks, don't even think about catching it. Even pulling out a single feather isn't easy. This also made the difficulty of that trial much higher. In the end, only 1 person out of 33 passed the mage registration trial. To Huang flipped through the documents Lebac brought and saw that almost 35 trials had passed stage 6. Preparing more is always better. At the moment of receiving the trial assignment, To Huang was already heading towards the trial site at Thanhon Mountain. The trial mission involved the formation of a small hunting squad, tracking a small pack moving deep into Thanhon Mountain. Fewer than 30 dangerous high-level species in their mature stage participated in this mage trial. Under the leadership of 10 Mage Association judges, the trial was held at Thanhon Mountain. Each round used a squad formation called the Trial Squad. It was all about cooperation between mages in training. Each squad was led by 1 judge and supervised by an association monitor. The judge was responsible for scoring the squad members. The monitor recorded the entire process to ensure absolute fairness during the trial. What surprised To Huang was that after reading his name, the judge paused. Could it be that he wasn't assigned to a team? To Huang nervously asked the judge. "Excuse me, am I supposed to be the only one on my team?" Ai Dong suddenly stepped forward, smiling. No way we're all on the same team. What a coincidence. Such fate. Hearing this, you felt like your heart dropped on the spot. You exclaimed, "Clearly this was your setup. Can you pretend a little better?" Von Lam spoke up. "This trial mission is related to Teochew. Although the Mage Association's forces at the Western Front Line are directly fighting Teochew, it's hard to avoid some slipping through. Everything has to be handled carefully. This mission is to hunt down any mature, high-level, dangerous species. I will do my best to ensure your safety. But every year someone dies during these trials. Even judges aren't exempt. So remember not to be careless." To Huang thought that for Long Sa-tik now, not to mention a mature, high-level, dangerous species, even a juvenile stage wouldn't be a big deal. Still, he had to be careful not to reveal his wind and thunder attributes this time for sure. She added that the chief judge planned to assign different trial tasks to different people. They hunted special high-level dangerous species while you were assigned to hunt mature high-level dangerous species. Both of you darkened in expression and shouted loudly. "Oh my God, Sister Von Lam, isn't this bullying? We're carrying the Iron Speech Stone, you know." She laughed loudly and replied, "Who told you and To Huang to team up? Of course you two. Also call me Judge this time or I'll deduct a point to remind you." "I Dong," cried Wei Sin, "don't, please don't." "Yes, okay." The judge was messing around. As night fell, the convoy of vehicles lined up and moved out. Following the trail, Idung drove while grumbling. "This trial mission is a bit demanding," DM said as he turned to To Huang. "My brothers and I thought you were only a little stronger than me at most. Never expected you to be strong enough to raise the difficulty of the mission. If I'd known, I wouldn't have teamed up with you." He sat there staring outside, suddenly feeling uneasy. Not sure why. Just had a feeling that something disastrous was going to happen on this Than Han mountain trial. Even if it's a small disaster, it's full of unknowns. At the same time, from another vehicle, a voice rang out, "Don't you think this trial from your guild is a bit too harsh on the newbies?" Von Lam replied coldly. "There hasn't been a disaster on Asun Peninsula for hundreds of years. Based on our guesses, this disaster probably won't be easy to settle. You know the enchanters in the guild now are just cowards who won't step onto the battlefield. Starting now, even newbies have to face harsh realities. This trial includes inspections, and about a third of people might get injured or worse. If it's not harsh now, they won't even have a chance to survive later." Cho Hop asked, "Is it really that bad?" She sighed. "It can only get worse. But since you're here this time, at least we can make sure no large-scale killings happen during the exam. And that little junior brother of yours really reminds me of you back then. Brilliant talent, sharp tactics. Lu Kim City never trained anyone that young with such skills," he said proudly. "He'll surpass me in this trial." At first, everything went smoothly. But shortly after entering Than Han Mountain, most of the inspectors in the team were suddenly called by the chief inspector to surround and attack a large, scattered disaster deep inside the mountain. Orders were given not far from the battlefield. For a moment, many inspectors felt like they were being tricked. It seemed the trial supervision was just an excuse. The real goal was to send them to the battlefield. From then on, the accompanying inspectors left the team. Each small squad was left with only one Evil Eye supervisor, so much so that the trial teams had to be responsible for that supervisor's safety. As the trial went on, many disaster stragglers moved into the trial zones. Most of these dangerous creatures who slipped through were very powerful, much stronger than any single person in the trial teams could handle alone. Even 5 people working together had a hard time dealing with them. Trial squads started losing members. As the trial progressed, the frequency of high-level dangerous creatures appearing increased. Member losses became more and more serious. Normal live combat trials have less than a 1% chance of death, but suddenly that rate has skyrocketed. Even multiplied several times, like 10 times. On just the 4th day of the trial, To Huang encountered 3 squads that were completely wiped out. Limbs were chopped off, scattered all over the dry ground after a bloody battle. If it weren't for To Huang leading the way, this chubby guy would have died on Than Han Mountain already. That night, inside a large cave, To Huang sat beside a blazing fire. Right next to him, Ai Dong was carefully giving water to an unconscious girl. To Huang approached the flamingo and said, "If the 2 of us had been a little later, this flamingo, a high-level, dangerous creature in its final growth stage, you said it would have been killed too. I wonder how many people will be left at the end of this trial." Hearing this, Ai Dong's voice trembled as he added, I'm glad I risked my life on the same team as you. Otherwise, I'm afraid my body would be cold by now." He sadly asked, "Do you think we can make it back to Liu Yun City? Will the inspectors on the battlefield come back to pick us up?" He smiled, gently stroked the flamingo, and replied, "If no one comes, we'll just go back ourselves." Just then the girl woke up and coughed a few times. Idong exclaimed happily, "She's awake! She's awake!" The girl looked at both of them, smiling brightly, flailing her arms and legs, making strange, hard-to-understand sounds. Aba, aba. Both of them helplessly wondered, "Is she trying to say thank you?" He pouted and sighed. "A beautiful girl. Too bad she's mute." After calming down, the girl explained, "Thank you. After becoming a spirit master, I learned spiritual communication. It was so tense earlier I forgot. Sorry to your squad, this girl's name is Kung Tuyen." Except for her, everyone else in the trial was completely killed by a fully evolved, super dangerous creature. She was lucky to escape thanks to this weak combat flying spirit beast. But just after escaping the tiger's den, she ran into a wolf's nest. Because she used the flying spirit beast of Thanhon Mountain, she was quickly targeted and chased by a super dangerous flying creature from the city of Kitantuk. She ran all the way to the ambush spot where Tehuang was hiding. Little Mok couldn't bear it, so he begged Tehuang to have the dragon snake spirit ambush nearby and attack the super dangerous creature from Kitantuk. They completed the trial mission and conveniently saved this girl. For the next 3 days, Tehuang dodged left and right in Thanhon Mountain with two tails following him. He relied on the treasure-seeking dragon beast's senses to avoid dangerous creatures. Fortunately, up to now, they haven't encountered anything terrifying. The two crybabies were also very sensible, willing to give all their food and spirit beast feed to Tehuang, even if they were hungry. That's how the three of them developed a bond. This cave is the resting spot Tehuang found. After Kung Tuyen fainted from hunger, she said it was on a slope originally the den of a special dangerous bear species, but now it belongs to Tehuang. The previous owner was violently driven away by the dragon snake spirit. Tehuang looked at the two of them and smiled. "Next time, remember to replenish your stamina on time. Don't give me all your food. I've calculated it. The current supplies are enough for us to hold out for a while. If we're lucky, I can get you both back." Kung Tuyen felt very guilty, forcing a smile as she said, "Sorry I've caused trouble again." Just then a loud noise suddenly sounded outside, scattering the birds in all directions. Tehuang was startled too. He looked outside with a worried expression. Eyes wide open, Idong quickly hid behind a rock, trembling as he asked, "That noise isn't from something scary, is it?" To find out more, Tehuang decided to step outside and take a look. What he saw was a large, fierce dragon. He exclaimed happily, "No wonder that sound was familiar. It's the molten rock fierce dragon of my master." Before he could be happy for long, a barrage of fiery bullets rained down from the sky. Tehuang gasped, "So it's Master is fighting. This is the level 10 awakening of the molten rock fierce dragon, the terrifying molten rain skill." From a distance deep in the forest, Tehuang saw smoke and sparks blazing in the sky, watching the battle scene far away. Tehuang couldn't hide his worry. Though he knew he couldn't help his master, he still wanted to go see. Unable to hold his worry, Tehuang rushed into the deep mountain with Dragon Snake Spirit and Star Rock Dragon Beast to watch over Idong and Kung Tuyen. Tehuang hurried deep into Thanhon Mountain. Of course, this couldn't be avoided, surprising Idong and Kung Tuyen. They didn't expect Tehuang's spirit beast to be so high level already, passing through layer upon layer of forest. Tehuang finally observed the fierce battle ahead. Through the trees, Tehuang saw the fighting deep inside Thanhon Mountain. Through his telescope, Tehuang saw his master and a chief inspector. He saw his master standing next to the chief inspector with gray sideburns. Hovering in the air, the roar echoed through the mountain. Giant creatures charged at each other wildly. Below them, the giant beasts fighting were the center of this disaster. Suddenly, Tehuang noticed something through the binoculars. It was a cold creature like the embodiment of frost, attracting all eyes. A secondary nightmare species called the icebreaker. Agile and proud, the icebreaker stirred up dust and smoke wherever it flew. That truth shocked Tehuang so much he couldn't believe it. His master was facing such a brutal creature. This is a nightmare species. Master, yet he's fighting against something like this. But right after that, Tehuang recalled some old records. According to Long Dian's old notes, the spinal marrow and venom sac of Banghuan Jiao are key ingredients that support the transformation of Bang Tin into a dragon. A dragon master's smile appeared on Tehuang's face. This isn't just a battle. It's a once-in-a-thousand-years chance for his master to break through his limits. This fight is also his master's opportunity. Right then, Chow Hop's voice rang out, Lien Quan Rate, followed by a shock like the whole mountain range trembling. A giant monkey with red eyes charged forward, and its target was Bang Huan Jiao. The two beasts fought so fiercely that rocks and dirt flew everywhere. To Huang was surprised again and again. The mighty aura of Liet Dia Lien Quan rushed in, watching the fight between these two beasts. To Huang recognized his master's second strongest force. Liet Dia Lien Quan, a terrifying superclass species perfectly combining 5 systems, Earth Beast Force, Air, and Struggle. While observing the battle, To Huang thought this is the pinnacle of superclass species. It stood there like a living mountain carrying destruction, arguably the highest existence in terrifying superclass species. The fight got even more intense as Liet Dia Lien Quan unleashed its terrifying power. Purple light surrounded its body, it punched its hands together, and its eyes showed a dangerous glare. Immediately, Liet Dia Lien Quan gathered strength, creating a massive explosion that shattered rocks. It threw a punch into the air, generating swirling smoke, attacking Bang Huan Jiao, who was roaring fiercely mid-air. To Huang couldn't help but be shocked by the terrifying inner energy skill of the air system. The level 10 Grand Energy Awakening ability ripped through Bang Huan Jiao, who already had flying abilities. Will this move work? Janui turned to Chow Hop and said, "You want to get serious?" Chow Hop didn't answer, just snapped his fingers once. A giant black hand surrounded by red talisman seals rose from the ground and lunged to grab Bang Huan Jiao. At that moment, Bang Huan Jiao finally noticed the giant hand's presence. But by then, it was already caught and crushed by the giant hand. To Huang watched this through binoculars, stunned, killed in the blink of an eye. To Huang couldn't help but marvel at the rare scene he just witnessed. That terrifying mountain-like figure, could it be his master's top force Black Sin giant beast? What kind of freakish power could defeat that rigid nightmare species? Chow Hop got what he needed and was visibly more cheerful. The dark crime beast of Chow Hop instantly killed Bang Huan Jiao in the blink of an eye. Under To Huang's astonished eyes, the materials for transforming into a dragon were stored inside the mountain. This small disaster finally came to an end. With Bang Huan Jiao's disappearance, the bloody trial was finally closed, but the impact left on everyone's hearts wasn't easy to erase. Of course, this tragic trial also ended. At the same time, the number of deaths caused a wave of criticism in Lu Van City, but the chief examiner refused to explain. Disaster struck. Without the determination to face certain death, the only outcome would be death. Once again, To Huang surpassed everyone in front of their eyes. Then the results of this trial were announced. Without a doubt, To Huang stood at the top again, receiving the association's reward. Following him were Lu Fuangqi and then Ao Ni-an, because he was first place. To Huang didn't hesitate to get himself a new assistant helper with support abilities. It's foolish to have a lamb's fleece and not shear it. Holding the certificate, To Huang eagerly ran to Research Lab 6. He really wanted to get himself a level 6 support-type Imperial Beast. At the lab, as soon as they recognized him, curious eyes immediately focused on him. "You're To Huang, right?" he responded with a smile. "That's right, I am." To Huang. Right after he spoke, the man knocked on To Huang's head. This made To Huang almost cry in pain. "Hey, why are you hitting me?" That level 6 guy showed a completely innocent face and said, "Yeah, I like hitting people. I especially like hitting To Huang nya 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 nya." Then he put one leg up on the table and praised himself. "That's because I am the incarnation of the reader's strict dad." To Huang saw this and was both annoyed and a little sarcastic. It felt like dealing with a crazy person. The assistant in the room sighed and pulled To Huang away as if he was all too used to this. "Sometimes the doctor acts like this. Let's go just ignore him, it'll pass soon." The two walked through the pipes inside the research lab. They reached a place called the Imperial Beast Therapy Zone. Assistant Kim and To Huang went inside. He began to give a brief introduction about the current situation. His eyes scanned cages holding rare creatures. Currently, across the entire research lab, there are 7 immature, top-tier, dangerous therapy-type species. He continued. There are also 3 immature, super-dangerous species totaling 5 individuals. Assistant Kim lightly touched the glass. He pointed out 2 plant specimens with strange energy and golden blood color to To Huang. "Look, these 2 plants are super dangerous species. Only Lu Van City has the blood bronze golden jade herb." This is an imperial pet of the herb, blood, metal, and therapy types. Assistant Kim looked at the information on the paper and suggested to Tu Huang, blood, bronze, golden jade herb is a combination of blood and therapy types excellent at healing wounds from cuts and stabs, and can even partially regenerate lost limbs to some extent. He pointed over there. Of course, if this imperial beast doesn't fit your combat style, then the Han Bang Chi Lin spirit monkey over there is also a good choice. Suddenly, Tu Huang's eyes caught something. It was a little girl with bird wings, her gaze fixed straight on to Huang, making him exclaim, "That is..." Assistant Kim knelt down, looked into the cage, and sighed. He looked toward the light-dark creature with a tense voice. "This is a hybrid imperial pet. Moreover, it's a hybrid of two completely opposing systems, the light system and the dark system." Tu Huang was excited. His eyes gently asked to open the barrier for a better look. "Can you open the barrier on the light-dark hybrid so I can take a closer look?" Assistant Kim put a blue stone into the lock but warned, "Okay, but don't keep it open too long." The protective power around the gate gradually disappeared. Before Tu Huang was the fear and trembling of the little girl. Through her eyes, Assistant Kim clearly explained to Tu Huang its great potential, but also extreme risk. Even among hybrids of different imperial beasts, it's rare to get a strong hybrid imperial beast, especially since the light system and the dark system are two opposing energy systems. He continued analyzing and determined the girl's potential exceeded all imagination. Based on the energy intensity level, she is probably under the terrifying species. But what needs attention is her danger level is definitely no less than super dangerous species. In summary, Assistant Kim added that such a being has never been seen before. Even the original species of her parents are a mystery. Inside this child's body are the energies of the light and dark systems completely opposite. Once out of control, her power could nearly match that of a terrifying species. We've never seen a creature like this. It's as mysterious as an unknown organism. Even the species of her parents can't be identified. After hearing this, Tu Huang thought light and dark could it be? His face showed hope. If it really is that species, this is truly like finding a treasure. He determinedly asked about the girl's exact background. "Can I know her origin?" Assistant Kim began telling the mysterious story about where she was found. The origin of this child isn't really a secret. More than a month ago, she was discovered by an association's Imperial Beastmaster team in a mysterious natural place between white and black. While speaking, he used the stone in his hand to recreate the original seal of the gate. The scene shifted to an image of a mysterious place, a world between day and night. The boundary between day and night was very clear. One half was endless darkness, the other half eternal light. The danger level of that mysterious place isn't high, and the area isn't large, but because of the special environment. So about a month ago, after the association discovered it, the mages quickly formed a team to explore there. The little girl Kwang Am Ko was released, her eyes filled with a bit of curiosity. This child was brought out by the association's scout team from inside that secret place. He continued to say that later they found out she has the healing ability of the light element. Moreover, since life there is rapidly depleting, she was transferred to our Research Department 6 for related studies. Hearing this, Tu Huang seemed certain about his thoughts. No mistake, it's her Kwang Am Ko. According to detailed records in the ancient Dragon Chronicles, Kwang Am Ko is a hybrid of the terrifying top-tier light element species and the terrifying top-tier dark element species. Tu Huang recalled the records in the ancient documents. Later generations of hybrids were born at the border between day and night. Their racial potential is one level stronger than their parents. Tu Huang saw that Kwang Am Ko carries immense power, but also a life curse. Right from birth, she was already a terrifying super-tier species. Because she's a hybrid of the conflicting light and dark elements, she has a fatal weakness from birth. The terrifying energies of light and dark constantly rage inside her body. Their clash endlessly drains the already limited life force she has since birth. The image of red spider lilies appeared because her lifespan is so short. This prodigious pet beast is almost forgotten by the world, becoming a legend no one values. According to the Dragon Chronicles, on Kwang Am Ko's path to transformation before being discovered, they rarely lived more than half a year. This also caused Kwang Am Ko, this terrifyingly gifted species, to become like a night-blooming Sirius. Blooming early, but fading fast, not taken seriously by people. Tu Huang's thoughts appeared. Luckily, the ancient dragon chronicles have a way to save Kwang Am-ko. Without hesitation, To Huang looked firmly into the girl inside the energy cage. I've made up my mind. I choose this hybrid pet beast. Hearing this, Assistant Kim suddenly turned around and looked at To Huang in surprise. Assistant Kim immediately voiced his objection, giving a sharp warning. You might not fully understand because of the conflict between light and dark. Her life is being drained constantly. I advise you not to waste this precious opportunity you earned by being top of the trial. To Huang spoke calmly. I know you're thinking about me, but I still want to choose her. Since I was young, I didn't have parents. My older sister raised me. I understand this feeling of helplessness. He added that his sister had always taught him. If you become a mage, you have to love your pet beast like you love your own family. Every word felt like a soft blade cutting deep into the heart. To Huang's eyes flashed with determination as he looked at the little Kwang Am-ko. I'm a soft-hearted person. I can't bear to watch this poor little guardian beast suffer. She's so young and already close to losing her life, truly pitiful. I want to tame her and raise her with all my strength so she can escape a harsh fate. The more he spoke, the more helpless To Huang seemed. Even if I can't save her, at least taking her out to see the world is better than locking her in a cage forever. When To Huang turned around, he saw Assistant Kim with tears in his eyes. Assistant Kim rushed over and hugged To Huang, overwhelmed with emotion. That's right, your words moved me too. That little girl is really pitiful. Assistant Kim seemed convinced by To Huang's story and made up his mind immediately. To Huang, you can use your hard-earned top-tier status to exchange for the chance to take her out. Why can't I use my career as a guarantee for you? Because the Kwang Am energy system inside this guardian beast risks going out of control, she's not allowed to leave the research facility. Assistant Kim finished with a serious promise. Today I'll be your guarantor. Light shone on the cage where little Kwang Am-ko was locked up. It turned out To Huang was using a cart to take her somewhere. He opened the door calmly. To Huang had arrived. He sat down on the floor and looked at Kwang Am-ko, saying, Finally brought you home. According to what Longdian said, if Kwang Am-ko gets hit or scared by VA, she's very likely to lose control. To Huang leaned against the cabinet, eyes fixed on the ancient book in his hands. Based on what's written, a medicine called Hak Bak Tuan Oa needs to be formulated. The ingredients require 5 Tien Hua Lung Tun Tak. He continued reading. Also a small amount of blood from a level 2 guardian beast with the Kwang Am system, the rarest ingredient here. The more he read, the more surprised To Huang became. Oh man, what kind of genius came up with this formula? Even the rarest ingredient only costs 20,000 kun kak to buy. So wait a minute. To Huang looked at the ancient document tense. The final product is a 2-tone potion that might have black and white swirls. Reading through it, the info says it can only be made at the transition between day and night. Usually 1,000 doses yield one successful batch. To Huang was stunned and turned pale after reading this. Inside the lab, the scent of herbs mixed lightly with chemicals drifting in the air. To Huang carefully mixed the solution, combining all the elements. It was quite complicated. Just processing the ingredients took 2 hours. Sweat dotted To Huang's forehead as he adjusted the micro proportions down to the last unit. With the complicated mixing process and the 1 in 1,000 success rate. To Huang sighed, laying his face down on the table from exhaustion. Am I about to collapse from fatigue? At that moment, To Huang suddenly noticed something. His eyes fixed on a glass bottle containing a medicine. After looking for a while, he suddenly thought of the energy-absorbing plant. An idea sparked in To Huang's mind. His eyes lit up as he thought of a way to save effort. Right, the ingredients for this medicine aren't rare or high grade. Maybe I can have the energy-absorbing plant replicate it. Meanwhile, outside the base, Chow Hop and Lebak stood watching To Huang's lab. Lebak's eyes and voice showed some doubt. Boss, that kid To Huang inside just cried for a bit, then laughed. Isn't that a bit unusual? On the other hand, Chow Hop didn't seem surprised. Don't worry, that kid has always been like that. Lebak sighed, seeming thoughtful and helpless. But he clearly could have chosen the most dangerous guardian beast, yet picked a hybrid that doesn't live long. They say it's because he's soft-hearted. Looks like he's nothing like Old Six. Cho Hop then turned to Lebak and asked, Do you think Old Six can help Longsa integrate the lightning attribute? Instantly, Lebak seemed to realize something. Could it be that he has a way to cure hybrids that even the best researcher in Tunlu Kim couldn't? The scene shifts back to the lab. To Huang placed a specially made potion in front of Kwang Amko. Behind him were Team Bao Tu and the energy-absorbing plant, Kwang Amko. This potion can help heal your wounds. Kwang Amko didn't move, just curled up, looking very pitiful. Seeing this, To Huang hesitated a bit, unsure what to say. Mental communication felt like a stone sinking in the sea without a single ripple. Is it because you've been locked in the cage too long? To Huang looked at the potion in his hand and thought, with the energy-absorbing plant's help, making the potion isn't the problem. But it seems Kwang Amko doesn't want to take the medicine. Suddenly, Kwang Amko spread her wings, surprising To Huang and the two beasts beside him. She curled herself into an egg shape wrapped tightly in her wings. Seeing this form, To Huang was a bit doubtful. Is this self-isolation? He helplessly thought, if she refuses the medicine, the potion's power will start to fade. To Huang ordered the energy-absorbing plant, go energy absorber. Even if you have to force her, make her take it. As soon as he finished speaking, the energy-absorbing plant's scary red eye appeared. Its branches moved toward Kwang Amko, but no matter how hard it tried, there was no response from her. The plant tried its best. The energy absorber retreated, sending a feeling of helplessness to To Huang, but unable to do anything. To Huang's gaze was heavy as he realized that maybe the long captivity had drained Kwang Amko's will to survive. To Huang didn't force or scheme. I'll leave the medicine here. If you want to keep living, drink it all. To Huang's voice softened. I hope you can get better. At that moment, Kwang Amko stirred slightly. To Huang immediately noticed the change. However, Kwang Amko still stubbornly refused to drink. To Huang was stunned. After struggling for a while, did the girl not need to drink the medicine by mouth? A childish voice suddenly called out, Daddy! Kwang Amko asked, Are you my dad? To Huang was startled, flustered, and unsure how to respond. No, I'm not your dad. To Huang tried to explain their relationship. To be clear, I'm probably your mage. Kwang Amko asked again, her innocent tone making him even more awkward. Is a mage my mom? To Huang sighed. No, probably not. Seeing things getting complicated, he called Tam Bao Thu over to help. Tam Bao Thu teach her some basic knowledge. I have other things to do. To Huang stepped away, leaving Kwang Amko with Tam Bao Thu and the energy absorber. After thinking for a moment, Tu Huang came up with all kinds of strange ideas. Kwang Amko's spiritual communication sounded like a little girl's voice. That daddy call really threw me off. Her limbs matched the description from the ancient first dragon scroll, plus the mate attribute. Mate attribute, but I'm not that type of guy. Tu Huang took a deep breath. Call Long Sha Tich out. Come here, Long Sha Tich's eyes seemed drawn to something. Its gaze focused on where Kwang Amko was with Tam Bao Thu and the energy absorber. Tu Huang raised an eyebrow as Long Sha Tich kept staring at Kwang Amko. What's up? What are you looking at? Trying to get close to the girl, huh? Tu Huang pointed toward the lab table where the container of the solution he just made sat. You should be looking over here. Tu Huang's lips curled confidently like an artist showing off his masterpiece. How's that? Thanks to the energy absorber's copying ability, I made a main medicine to help you transform. Hearing this, Long Sha Tich looked at the solution bottle with eager, hungry eyes. Tu Huang shouted in panic, Wait! What do you want to do? Luckily, Tu Huang stopped Long Sha Tich just in time. Otherwise, it would have lunged like a starving tiger to grab the bottle. Hey, I said, look, not eat. Don't eat stuff from the lab. But because Long Sha Tich was so strong, Tu Huang couldn't stop it. So it broke the bottle and sucked up the specially formulated solution inside. Right before Tu Huang's eyes, as soon as it finished sucking the light in Long Sha Tich's eyes lit up. Tu Huang's panicked voice rang out, This is bad. The lab suddenly exploded, startling Cho Hop and Labak outside. Tu Huang stuck his head out onto the balcony, shouting for help. Cho Hop, teacher, come help me quickly! Tu Huang shouted, arms stretched out, calling for help. Long Sha Tich seems to have wrecked the place. Seeing this, Cho Hop was angry but had no words. At this moment, the scene shifted to the courtyard. Cho Hop's voice echoed, In front of you are Tu Huang and Long Sha Tich. Kid, is Long Sha Tich about to turn into a dragon? Didn't you say you wanted to find a special place? Tu Huang forced a smile, pointing at Long Sha Tich, who had just been hit and almost cried earlier. He drank the main potion of the secret formula that went bad, so it can't be counted as turning into a dragon yet. Just as he finished speaking, lightning bolts appeared in the sky, startling both Chow Hop and To Huang. Chow Hop frowned, his voice tinged with anger. Not even turned into a dragon and it's already like this. Chow Hop crossed his arms, eyes full of questioning. To Huang, do you want to wreck my house? To Huang was embarrassed and scratched his head. I just wanted Long Sa Tik to build up a little surprise. I just let it watch a bit, didn't expect it to go crazy and swallow all the medicine. I didn't want this to happen either. The lightning energy filling the sky over Long's mansion caused a commotion far beyond what To Huang expected. Luckily, Master Chow Hop's family is powerful, and with a strong guardian beast supporting, they managed to contain the strange phenomenon caused by Long Sa Tik. The lock on the sky didn't spread, which means the earlier scene must have alerted others. But even so, it still made Sister An Quan from Lu Kim Tun come to ask about it. All of Sister An Quan's questions were answered by the steward Lebac. But to a seasoned steward like Lebac, this was a minor matter. Long Sa Tik roared, lightning struck violently, and its powerful wings displayed mysterious and majestic power. It just meant that Chow Hop's guardian beast was unlocking a new skill. After a few words, everyone left, but the wind and electricity energy in the sky seemed to be attracted by the main potion. A huge pillar fell from the sky, enclosing Long Sa Tik inside. The intense light made it impossible for others to keep their eyes open. Amid the violent fireworks, the roar of Long Sa Tik could be heard. Long Sa Tik had to endure agonizing pain. It was obviously in great suffering. The strange lightning phenomenon lasted 3 hours before it started to fade. The lightning bolts disappeared too, leaving behind a large and still majestic Long Sa Tik. After the light faded, Long Sa Tik's figure appeared in the eager eyes of the three people. Its body was now over 10 meters long, originally rough and bulky, but now it looked more refined. The dragon scales now bore traces of the lightning wind cultivation. The scales all over its body seemed refined by lightning wind, with energy flowing that looked noble and elegant compared to before. However, the lightning wind energy also caused Long Sa Tik's entire body to be covered in blood, which made To Huang a bit heartbroken. To Huang's voice sounded low and sorrowful like a comfort. Long Sa Tik, are you okay? Long Sa Tik looked straight at To Huang. Electric sparks still surrounded it now. Long Sa Tik opened its mouth inside, gathering a strange energy that surprised the three people there. Its claws clenched a blue energy sphere surrounded by black light, which suddenly exploded. The energy burst and Long Sa Tik threw the sphere away. The sphere flew past To Huang's shoulder, scaring him. The sphere hit the ground, causing a big explosion with rocks flying everywhere. Chow Hop was also surprised to see this. The level 5 awakening energy of the electric shock sphere was unexpectedly upgraded after Long Sa Tik drank the potion. Suddenly, blood-red sparks flew all around Long Sa Tik, looking very painful. Seeing this, To Huang shouted loudly and went to Long Sa Tik's side. To Huang anxiously told Chow Hop, "Teacher Long Sa Tik is injured." Suddenly, Long Sa Tik's eyes lit up in surprise. It turned out Quang Amco was using her power to heal Long Sa Tik. A terrifying healing skill of the Quang Du system level 1 awakening. Thanks to Quang Amco's energy, Long Sa Tik was fully healed. The eyes of To Huang, Chow Hop, and Steward Lebac all showed surprise. Lebac looked amazed and said to Chow Hop, "Master, that was a terrifying healing skill of the Quang system level 1 awakening Quang Vu." Chow Hop only lightly replied, He muttered to himself with a gloomy face. Damn it, before this kid wanted to tame a hybrid guardian beast of unknown origin, I knew it wouldn't be easy. At the research center, that hybrid guardian beast couldn't even use the healer spirit technique. Chow Hop wondered in his mind how this kid already had it now. Not only that, but he also used the Quang Du healing skill, which is very powerful in the Quang healing system for guardian beasts. To Huang smiled when he saw this. He didn't expect Quang Amco to have mastered Quang Du and awakened it to level 1. To Huang smiled calmly, his eyes fixed on Long Sa Tik and Quang Amco. This at least means Long Sa Tik has reached the sealed world of Quang Amco. Chow Hop saw To Huang dazed and hit him again, laughing mockingly but also admiring him. What's so funny, stinky kid? Long Sa Tik has successfully regressed. But that's still not enough. To Huang was still a bit worried. It's not that easy. This lightning wind energy isn't enough. To let Long Sa Tik absorb enough Feng Lei energy, it takes some serious brain power. Lebac's voice rang out. "Little Huang, you have to know that the old man is very good to you. Last time you mentioned wanting to find a place where Feng Lei energy converges." Lebac continued talking to To Huang. The old man specializes in searching for Yu Li Su to investigate the association's documents. This is a big favor. Hearing this, To Huang turned and asked Trauhop, "Master, have you gone to find the master already?" Trauhop snapped angrily, "Get lost, To Huang, you just talk too much." His tone was firm. "You little brat, pack up, we leave tomorrow." Trauhop's eyes gazed into the distance. "I want to see what form Long Sa-tik will eventually revert to." Long Sa-tik roared amid the storm, its entire body covered in thunder and lightning radiating an extremely powerful aura. Long Sa-tik transformed back into Feng Lei. Long Sa must lie between two intersecting Feng Lei energy fields to grow strong through combined Feng Lei electricity. The marrow refining of Long Sa-tik causes it to consume the essence of the medicine. Thanks to his extensive connections, Trauhop was able to find the species. With Yu Li Su's help, Trauhop successfully located a species that terrorizes and belongs to the Feng Earth, Thunder, and Dragon types. Just like Feng Lei Long Sha, Feng Lei Long Ying. When a beast reaches the terror level, it affects their resting place to some extent. And the secret land Feng Lei Gorge, where the Feng Lei Long Ying group rests, is a special place that meets the needs of Long Sa-tik. The wind howled like it was tearing eardrums apart, and lightning continuously struck the rugged black rock floor. Feng Lei Gorge is a treacherous area surrounded by wind with thunder and lightning non-stop all year round. And deep inside Feng Lei Gorge, the resting place of the Feng Lei Giant Dragon Ying and Feng Lei Forest Ying, is where the Feng and electric types intersect most intensely. This is also the purpose of To Huang and Trauhop's trip. Because Long Sa-tik accidentally drank a special medicine, everything is more complicated. Since Long Sa-tik accidentally swallowed the medicine in the lab, all the planned actions had to be rushed. Before To Huang and Trauhop stood the Dream Butterfly Cave. To get there quickly, Trauhop even pulled out his beast to compete for the Dream Butterfly Cave. This is Trauhop's superpowered Terror-class flying pet, and also the strongest controlling pet. Its large but agile body shot up like a streak of light, its whole body covered in purple light. It's a super terror breed combining dream insect and spirit types. Its specialty isn't flying, but its speed is insanely fast, because it possesses a special dream-type power. The Dream Wing skill of Dream Butterfly was activated. Each wing flashed with a mysterious purple glow, creating hundreds of illusions in the air like a mesmerizing chorus that caught the eye. The Dream Feather skill can extend the distance each time the Dream Butterfly flies. In the air, you could see the illusion of the Dream Feather, but the real Dream Feather's body, empowered by the wing, spread skill flew very far. But that's not all. Even more terrifying is its ability to directly affect the enemy's mind. At the same time, the Dream Butterfly's specialty is freezing the target's thoughts. If the target creature is within the dream realm, it can even freeze the target's soul in the dream, causing it to be trapped forever in that dream, frozen until the body wastes away and dies. Trauhop and To Huang rode on the Dream Butterfly and took off. Trauhop suddenly said, "This must be the place after we arrive." But To Huang seemed doubtful. "No, recently I haven't sensed any Feng Lei energy at all." The Dream Butterfly carried the two of them to a snowy mountain. There was a lush, thriving pine tree there. Trauhop pointed at the pine and said, "No mistake, the Thunder Pine is the sign. Dream Butterfly, use your extreme dream beam to attack that spot." The Dream Butterfly immediately gathered a beam of pink-purple light between its two antennae. Then it shot the beam toward the pine tree on the mountain. The pine tree stood firm, but in front of it waves suddenly appeared as if hitting some kind of barrier. The Dream Butterfly kept attacking, opening a narrow path just wide enough to fly through. On its back, To Huang was stunned seeing the barrier open like a door, thinking to himself that natural secret realms like this always have their hidden tricks. Luckily, the master found documents in the guild. Otherwise, how would we have found this on our own? Just thinking that the Dream Butterfly flapped its wings and flew on. With a soft pop, it quickly carried the two inside the secret realm. Inside this secret realm was an incredibly tall and magnificent mountain. Except for this tall mountain, the whole secret realm was covered by black bone Feng Lei energy, along with wind and thunder. The mountain peak disappeared into the clouds, and shadows circling above the clouds were the owners of this realm, the Feng Lei Dragon Eagles. Note, every Feng Lei Dragon Eagle here is a terrifying level existence, and their leader is a nightmare species with intelligence rivaling humans. In the secret domain of the Feng-Lei dragon, Eagle's excellent in flight and summoning the dream butterfly was basically provoking the Feng-Lei dragon eagle tribe. To stay safe, Cho Hop called Tin Hung Ak Lang to carry the two of them, and they began climbing upward. Unlike the Feng-Lei energy wandering around the dragon transformation area, the ideal of the Dragon Snake clan was actually the Feng-Lei energy fusion point inside the secret realm filled with Feng-Lei energy. There were quite a few such points, but this mountain was just too big. They had to search slowly. But for To Huang, this didn't seem too difficult. Yu smiled confidently and called out, "Find the treasure beast. Find the obedient treasure beast to guide us." Maluma Chi walked ahead while turning back to chat quietly with To Huang. Maluma Chi and Cho Hop followed behind with crossed arms, feeling both reluctant and jealous inside. "It's really like hacking." He stroked his chin and exclaimed, "Luckily, it's this rotten kid. If it were someone else, even I wouldn't be able to resist grabbing it." Lost in thought, To Huang suddenly interrupted his dark musings. "Teacher, what are you thinking? Let's go find the treasure beast. The Feng-Lei point lies in that direction." He snapped his fingers and a deep sound echoed. Cho Hop was so annoyed he got angry, tapped To Huang on the head and shouted, "Shut up! Don't disturb my observation of the environment." Then they continued on to a place where lightning crisscrossed like a spider web. The intersections converged at a single point in the air. Looking up, Cho Hop marveled, "Is this the Feng-Lei energy point? This is the first time I've seen one." Then he turned to To Huang. "But kid, are you sure you want Long Sa Tik to go into that energy cluster?" He smiled wryly and replied, "How could I? With that destructive power, Long Sa Tik would probably turn into a pile of crispy roasted meat right away." Though he said that this was still a challenge Long Sa Tik had to face. To Huang immediately released it. He proudly patted it. "Buddy, you know what to do, right?" Long Sa Tik said nothing and immediately shot up toward the Feng-Lei point above. Its speed and danger made To Huang's heart jump. He was sweating for it, unable to do anything but shout, "Long Sa Tik, are you crazy? That energy cluster is something even a terror beast couldn't handle." Cho Hop patted his shoulder and advised calmly, "Stay calm. All guardian beasts have danger-sensing abilities far beyond humans. They won't rush to their deaths." No sooner had he finished than a huge bolt of lightning flashed from the Feng-Lei intersection. The two were shocked and terrified as the lightning struck straight at the flying Long Sa Tik. To Huang was frozen with fear, brow furrowed tightly, crying out in pain, "Long Sa Tik, Long Sa Tik." After taking medicine that gave it the ability to absorb Feng-Lei, the energy cluster originally at the Feng-Lei point slowly moved closer to Long Sa Tik. According to the records in the Old Sun Dragon Encyclopedia, for Long Sa Tik to evolve into a Feng-Lei Long Sa, it needs to use powerful Feng-Lei energy to rebuild its body. At the same time, it must eliminate the earth attribute in its body that doesn't belong to Feng-Lei. Long Sa Tik is just To Huang's companion. It's surprising how a simple note in the Old Sun Dragon Encyclopedia applied to reality could be so terrifying and painful. Training the body means directly using Feng-Lei energy to smash apart Long Sa Tik's old body, burning it black and causing it to fall off. At first, you could hear Long Sa Tik's painful roars coming from the Feng-Lei energy cluster, but over time it no longer made any sound. Long Sa Tik's current abnormalities and life aura kept weakening, throwing To Huang into a state of panic. He stood below, face pale, filled with worry. Seeing this, Cho Hop spoke up. "Kid, your spiritual cultivation isn't strong enough yet. I'll be blunt with you, Long Sa Tik's body is rapidly absorbing Feng-Lei energy at an astonishing speed." He analyzed seriously. If Long Sa Tik really dies, that energy will definitely dissipate and revert to its original state. Then the two men and the beast continued to wait. Suddenly, the Feng-Lei energy above began to fluctuate with crackling sounds that shocked the two. Strong winds blew up and a wave of life aura spread out. Cho Hop exclaimed, "It's here! This is the bloodline aura of the ancient dragon system." To Huang cheered happily. "I can feel it too." Long Sa Tik's life aura is recovering rapidly. From the sky, the silhouette of a gradually evolving dragon appeared. It let out a loud roar. Cho Hop didn't take his eyes off it and said, "Its voice sounds hoarse. Definitely the call has changed. Has Long Sa Tik successfully turned into a dragon?" He was deeply shaken inside. This kind of aura had surpassed the category of high-level dangerous species. It definitely wasn't just Long Sa-tik, the dangerous creature species it could be. Up until now, Long Sa-tik had only been incubated for half a year and already reached this level. A few drops of sweat rolled down Chow Hop's face as he worried. This kid really might make Long Sa-tik turn into a dragon. If this news spreads, I'm afraid the entire continent won't have a peaceful day again. Oh heavens, what exactly have I taken in? Long Sa-tik appeared with dragon horns now on its head, stronger paws, sharper claws, and dragon-like spines growing along its tail. Long Sa-tik let out a dragon's roar, officially changing its identity from this moment on. Chow Hop exclaimed in amazement, "A genuine Fenglei dragon serpent." To Huang happily ran over to pet the Fenglei dragon serpent, but was reminded by Chow Hop, "We're back now. Let's not bring up old stuff from before." Transforming into a dragon causes a big stir. It's not safe to stay here long. Hearing this, he understood it wasn't the right time. Ben nodded and followed Chow Hop's advice. To Huang hurriedly stored the Fenglei dragon serpent into the spiritual seal space. But the Fenglei dragon serpent made the others in the spiritual seal restless. To them, the Fenglei dragon serpent's aura was so unfamiliar, it felt like a stranger bursting into their home with terrifying, overwhelming energy making them tremble. Luckily, through To Huang and the spiritual bond with the Fenglei dragon serpent, the treasure beast and energy absorber quickly understood this stranger was their boss, Long Sa-tik. Then they all got excited and started asking To Huang and the Fenglei dragon serpent what had happened. But just as To Huang tried to use spiritual communication to share with them, a sudden intense headache struck, making him instinctively clutch his head. To Huang's head felt like it was about to split open. Immediately after he lost consciousness, a beam of yellow light radiated outward. Chow Hop saw this and couldn't help but worry. This is bad. It's a backlash of spiritual energy. The long snake evolved into a wind thunder long snake, which is like jumping directly from a dangerous species to a terror-level species. Catching To Huang, he sat down leaning against the rock eyes, alert and uneasy. This backlash of spiritual energy this time is probably from a high-level subordinate. Chow Hop angrily punched the rock wall hard, breaking it and sending shards flying. He blamed himself deeply. Before, I was just wondering if the dragon transformation was real, but I never considered the chain reaction after the transformation succeeded. Don't tell me this kid is going to turn into an idiot now. The spiritual storm had stirred up the whole sea. Waves rippled as To Huang suddenly wondered if he was really about to become an idiot. Then he found a book suddenly appeared in his hand, the Old Sun Dragon Codex containing techniques to strengthen the mind. To Huang realized the spiritual storm on the sea couldn't shake him at all. Instead, his mind began absorbing it rapidly. Very quickly, he broke through continuously from late-stage high-spirit master to early mid-stage high-spirit engineer. His spiritual cultivation rose, and the Old Sun Dragon Codex unlocked even more content. This time, the unlocks far exceeded the previous ones. What surprised To Huang was that it even showed a Super Terror class Liet Dia Vien Quan evolving into the nightmare-level Liet Dia Long Vien species that could transform into a dragon rider. The materials needed for dragon transformation rituals alone made his scalp tingle just looking at them. But this also marked a new turning point in his mentor's plan to strengthen him. Of course, through this training, To Huang also gained a deeper understanding of the wind thunder long snake. The long snake species is divided into three types, Ak Dia Long and Wind Thunder. Long snake are divided into four systems, Wind Thunder, Ak Long System, and Ak Insect Butterfly System. All five skill types of the two main species received different levels of enhancement. Previously drinking the tendon transformation herb awakened Jiao Fei and Jiao Fuk, and through the mighty power fruit, he got a major boost with all effects perfectly inherited. What excited him more was that this evolution allowed the Wind Thunder Long Snake to directly grasp two system skills. Wind Dragon U Thunder can channel lightning through the body to instinctively heal injuries. At the same time, it can form a layer of thunder electric defense outside the body, providing excellent protection. Silver Snake. Chaotic Storm is a rare electric thunder racial skill. Unless you're a prodigy born with it, it's very difficult to train. When speed is increased, it grants a terrifying evasion ability. After using it, it can also release a huge electric net that can both control and attack. Wind Flight is the Wind Thunder Long Snake's favorite flying skill. It can accelerate extremely fast with minimal energy consumption like a fish in water. The scary thing is that the wind attribute skill of the Wind Thunder Dragon Serpent increases its power with speed. As for the ability to harmonize wind and thunder, it takes some time to gradually grasp it. But because of the old Sun Dragon Classic, everything is as simple as reaching into your pocket and pulling it out. After a while, Huang slowly opened his eyes. Just waking up, he heard loud crashing sounds. In front of him now was a transparent barrier. Hearing the noise behind him, Chow Hop maintained the barrier while asking, "So how much has your spiritual cultivation increased?" Huang politely replied, "I've reached the peak of the late stage of spirit control, so I'm definitely about to break through to the professional level." Chow Hop was a bit surprised it was higher than expected. "Looks like the dragon serpent's evolution this time has benefited you a lot." He explained the current situation. Just now, the dragon serpent caused quite some commotion. The Wind Thunder Dragon Eagle was stunned to see you immersed in the sea of spiritual mind without fighting back. Huang looked at the barrier, silently evaluating. Just relying on spiritual energy to defend for so long, no wonder you could have such a large mansion in Lu Kim City. Compared to an ordinary spirit controller, the master is really frighteningly strong. Now that you're awake, Chow Hop is no longer hesitant. He proudly showed off, "Look closely, this is Laozi's first main force. If you can find a way to evolve it, the master can lead you to dominate the Asun Peninsula." After finishing, he summoned the black crime behemoth. The eerie red energy combined with a dark ghostly body. Its body radiated a strong aura, no one dared to underestimate it. Huang looked at it and silently assessed the black crime behemoth. "Is this the first main force's portrait?" Previously, just one skill from it managed to control the ice ring cross in a terrifying way. The black crime behemoth tilted its head to the sky and targeted several Wind Thunder Dragon Eagles. It let out a roar, and the eagle's energy emitted a wave that looked like invisible powerful chains restraining the enemies. Huang was extremely surprised it was that move again. The black crime behemoth's skill seemed to bypass racial distance. When facing Wind Thunder, Dragon Eagles, and the Ice Ring, the effectiveness of this skill was almost the same. No wonder it's one of the 4 great legendary lineages. However, Wind Thunder Dragon Eagles are not easy to bully either. They started linking together, forming a strange formation. Huang observed and began analyzing it was the racial ability of the Wind Thunder Dragon Eagle's swallow formation. They could link together through special points to unleash a powerful combined attack with terrifying power. But the black crime behemoth didn't show any fear. It even comfortably faced the challenge, and its attitude matched Chow Hop's. Seeing this, Huang wondered what his master meant. Could it be that he wants to resist? This is a combined skill of over 10 beasts of the terror race. In terms of power, it probably rivals the nightmare race. Suddenly, with a loud boom, the Wind Thunder Dragon Eagles launched their combined skill at the black crime behemoth, but it quickly shrank its body. So the Wind Thunder Dragon Eagle's attack completely hit empty air. Huang's eyes widened in astonishment. What kind of ability is this? After several attacks of varying sizes, the black crime behemoth was unharmed. It almost seemed able to nullify all attacks from the Wind Thunder Dragon Eagles. Up above, the leader of the Wind Thunder Dragon Eagles was extremely shocked. Below, Huang observed a bit and analyzed it's the nightmare race. The intelligence of the Wind Thunder Dragon Eagle's leader is definitely not inferior to humans. This one attack probably won't have a 4T mind anymore. Suddenly, the Wind Thunder Dragon Eagles flew away. He felt worried. Are they gathering their tribe? Then Chow Hop crossed his arms proudly and explained, "No. The master of this secret realm sent word for us to also quickly leave the tribe." Seeing his master smile confidently like that, Huang was helpless. Is this really the dignity of a grand spirit controller? Chow Hop turned and left. He recalled the black crime behemoth and signaled, "Huang, let's go. We should head back." Watching the black crime behemoth dissolve into mist, he suddenly remembered something. Mist, now I remember. It's the crime system representing ultimate evil called the black crime behemoth. According to the old Sun Dragon classic records, crime-type creatures are born with a bizarre power. The aura of crime can even affect certain laws within a certain range. It can ignore level differences. Just now, the black crime behemoth blocking the Wind Thunder Dragon Eagle's attack probably caused the attack to hit the essence transforming the laws, so the attack couldn't harm its essence. No wonder the master can make so much money in Lu Kim City. It's probably thanks to the black crime behemoth. But how did he get it? taking a few steps but seeing To Huang still standing dazed. Chow Hop turned back and bopped him on the head. "Hey, why are you spacing out? Let's go home! Hit on the head!" To Huang teared up, rubbed his head, following Master back home. After returning to the Lu Kim mansion, he looked back on the days training the spirit pets in the villa, especially the Wind Thunder Dragon Serpent just turning into a dragon and needing to get familiar with new skills. But this was hard on the Rock Spirit Toad Dragon. Training together even though that little guy under To Huang's care had officially entered late maturity. But even as a 4-meter-long, over 2-meter-tall creature covered in giant rock spirit armor, it couldn't stand the abuse from the Wind Thunder Dragon Serpent. But there was no way around it after all. Finding a treasure beast that absorbs energy and has light and dark traits isn't good at fighting. They're all support nests. So it's a common scene every day, especially Kwang Ko warming up the treasure beast under the energy-absorbing tree's canopy, eating energy fruit while watching the Crystal Rock Dragon take a beating. It's pretty rough, but the Crystal Rock Dragon's strength is definitely improving fast. It's gained a lot of experience. Experience plus 10, experience plus 10, experience plus 10. Now it can endure for 3 seconds. It's developing toward holding out for 10 seconds. Teacher Cho Hop has been constantly running errands outside, completing the Witcher Association's commissions and gathering dragon transformation materials from the Ice Crystal Dragon Master. To Huang also followed Uncle to the auction house in Lu Kim to buy a key material for the teacher. It cost quite a bit, but who told Elder Chow Hop to have money? After finishing, he returned home. But To Huang was extremely upset in his room. Watching the treasure beast eat, he angrily scolded it. "You've already eaten 3 in a row. I suspect you're tricking me. What do you mean you can't open the summoning museum without eating ice cream?" But all he got back was the treasure beast's indifferent attitude. This made To Huang even more furious, just wanting to curse. When pleading didn't work, he switched to threats. "If you like eating so much, I'll just throw you in the teacher's freezer. It's only minus 80-something degrees in there. Let's see when you can unlock the new skill then." The summoning museum is a skill To Huang hasn't tried using since the treasure beast got it. Anyway, the whole exchange and interaction with the museum to summon the treasure beast to find treasures at the museum wasn't clear yet. He didn't really believe it when he heard it, but it had been almost a month since To Huang and the teacher returned from the Thunderstorm realm. The final dragon transformation material from the Ice Crystal Dragon Master, the eyes of the Arctic Ice, Ancient Wolf, still hadn't surfaced. Seeing the daily hustle, he still decided to try the treasure beast's unreliable skill. But the treasure beast opened its mouth and said there weren't 3 boxes of ice cream, so the skill couldn't be activated. Judging by the treasure beast's personality, To Huang guessed he was being pranked, but he had no choice. In this situation, he could only try his luck. After a while of pleading, threatening, and offering ice cream, the treasure beast finally got to work. It closed its eyes and activated the summoning museum standing on 2 legs, tilting its head to the sky like it was performing a ritual. To Huang stroked his chin, thinking it actually looked pretty impressive. Then the treasure beast pointed to a spot on the map. He looked closely at that spot. "Found it, but life's not a dream." The treasure beast shook its finger and To Huang went pale, veins twitching. "You mean there's nothing there?" "You ruled out a place in the mansion," a furious shout rang out. The treasure beast, after a while, was frozen stiff, as To Huang grabbed the map and dragged it out to the garden where Chow Hop was sunbathing. Master, I found it. Poor Tiem Bao Thu was so stubborn it got locked in an ice cellar. Now it's shivering from the cold, no telling when it'll break free from this ice block." Chow Hop didn't care about Tiem Bao Thu. He took off his sunglasses and smiled at To Huang. Found something. He immediately spread the map on the table. Here, according to the museum's clues, the final evolution material of the Ice Spirit Dragon Master is here. Looking at the marked spot on the map, Chow Hop stroked his chin and pondered. That area is a wild zone on the A-Sun Peninsula. There are no large settlements, only a few scattered village-level clans. He was a bit puzzled, and not long ago that spot had been wiped out, no signs of life left. "Are you sure?" Could the eye of the extreme ice ancient wolf really be there? To Huang pointed him the frozen Tiem Bao Thu behind him. "It's not about being sure. If it doesn't answer, just freeze it a little longer. Look how cold that beast is, it's shaking." Chow Hop could only chuckle awkwardly, ha ha ha. Disciple To Huang followed the marks on the map, leaving Lu Kim City riding the dream butterfly. Along the way, Tiem Bao Thu kept using the museum's summoning skill to change their route. Finally, the destination on the map shifted a little north to Can City. That place used to be an ancient city, massive and far larger in scale than Lu Kim City. Unfortunately, thousands of years ago, back in the early era of the distant Radiance, the city was destroyed. From above, they heard growls of terrifying creatures never seen before. It's a relic site filled with ancient radiation energy. Now it's become a nest for dangerous ancient species. This makes the Can City ruins a famously dangerous area on the southwest coast of the Asun Peninsula. Even Grandmaster-level beast tamers dare not enter lightly. Luckily, based on Tiem Bao Thu's sensing the eye of the extreme ice, Ancient Wolf wasn't in the center of the Can City ruins, but at the border between the ruins and the cluster of villages near the marked spot on the map. Tiem Bao Thu suddenly made some clicking sounds. Its call name to communicate with To Huang was Malumachi. He understood what it meant, but hesitated before confirming. Below, looking from the sky down, it was very different than just going straight into the village cluster. Even though Tu Huang had been through many storms, he still felt unsettled by what lay before him. A village that was once warm now lay in ruins. Everywhere were streaks of black blood dried up long ago. The wind carried a faint, metallic smell of blood. Both master and disciple knew very well it was the stench of long-dead bodies. "Stay back, Chow Hop. Step forward. Let's go. Don't look back." Seeing his disciple still staring around bewildered, he explained, "Kid, do you really think a place where dangerous creatures hunt would leave human bodies behind?" Chow Hop smiled slightly, giving To Huang some knowledge. "Dangerous creatures never eat and leave the bones." He nodded gratefully. "Master, thank you." Chow Hop turned around, unused to such politeness. "You brat thanking me means nothing. Grow up already. The Black Lantern treasure needs you." The two embraced Tiem Bao Thu. It pointed in one direction. Malumachi To Huang looked at it. "You found it." To avoid hidden dangers, Chow Hop summoned his red wolf. The scarlet fallen wolf sniffed, "I smell something." Then it ran to dig through the rubble. Holding the map, Chow Hop sighed, "There really is a discovery. This place is thousands of miles from the manor." "Is this the museum summonings effect? If we really find it this time, you better treat it well later." Tiem Bao Thu understood and happily responded, "Ribbit, ribbit." Just then, the scarlet fallen wolf turned back, growling a few times, signaling Chow Hop to come check. It seemed that being buried under rubble saved it from being devoured by dangerous creatures. But what does this have to do with the eye of the extreme ice ancient wolf we're looking for? To Huang sat down to examine the area the scarlet fallen wolf had dug up. Suddenly he made a discovery. He shouted, "It's ice!" Chow Hop calmly commanded, "Scarlet fallen wolf." Instantly the wolf jumped up. It exhaled strongly, and the ice block covering the object appeared before the two. Inside the ice was a red eye. This was the evolution material they had been searching for, the eye of the extreme ice ancient wolf. Chow Hop happily said, "Let's take it. If the materials are enough, it's time to prepare for evolution. If the Black Lantern treasure gets destroyed, it might become a dead zone like this." Back in Lu Kim City, Tu Huang gave the evolution medicine to the Ice Spirit Dragon Master to drink. The Master took all the main materials and went to find the Dragon Transformation Land, along with the Taming, to start the Ice Spirit Dragon Master's transformation ritual. As for Tu Huang, Chow Hop asked him to do something important. Long Sa Tich has just evolved into the Wind Thunder Long Sa. Although trained a long time in the manor with the magma-seated dragon, a battle beast's combat strategy always needs real battles to gain experience. Following Chow Hop's suggestion, Tu Huang transformed into Mr. Huang in the Lu Kim skill arena. But this was tough for those competing in the skill battles among the new beast tamers. Except for the first few fights, due to unfamiliarity with skills, Tinko kept getting defeated. Tu Huang and Wind Thunder Longsaw won 12 times, once being mistaken for a Grandmaster-level beast tamer. They went to the skill arena for new tamers to train and tame beasts. However, no one expected that Mr. Huang with a mask in front had only been a beast tamer for less than 2 years. The Wind Thunder Long Saw in his hands was just an ordinary Long Saw Titch evolving step by step. Back at the manor, Chow Hop, the weather was cool and the sky clear. In the ceremony room, Uncle Lee reviewed the files and advised, "You've already won 12 rounds. If you keep going, the upgrade space won't be much." According to the old master, winning more than 12 times in a row would attract the attention of the Mage Association. That would actually be a disadvantage for you. Tu Huang understood this. He nodded. Yeah, lately I've been conserving my energy and making some new potions. Maybe they'll help increase the power of the Black Lantern Mage a bit. Uncle Lei continued. Little Huang. He put the stack of documents down on the table. To be honest, at first I didn't take you seriously, because you lacked a bit of the cold-bloodedness that Little Six had in the mage world. That's basic survival, saying that he stood up. But now I admit the old master was right. Compared to Little Six back then, you have more qualifications to be a leader, to be the old master's successor. Uncle Lee smiled and concluded that you have way more leader-like charisma than he did. To Huang was suddenly praised and became shy and embarrassed. I thought he wanted to forgive the debt. He quickly softened his tone to Uncle Lee, saying, although that's true, none of the Kimcac stones you lost earlier got recovered. Uncle Lee laughed. Kid, you talk better than Little Six. If he knew he had a little junior brother like you, he'd definitely be happy too. Not teasing to Huang anymore, Uncle Lee prepared to go out. Let's go today, we're doing something big together. If you want to be the successor in the future, you definitely need to learn this. The big thing Uncle Lei mentioned was actually the 300th anniversary celebration of the trade organization in Liujin City. Many gathering spots around Liujin City like Black Lantern choose to come to Liujin City to buy resources on this day. Black Lantern's target this time was the Earthfire Liujin. Earthfire. Liujin is a special kind of metal that can be used to build high-level terror artifacts. But it's not mined from ore. Instead, it's produced by middle-level terror beasts of the Earthfire Liujin species. The glyph tools in Taizhou are made from Earthfire Liujin. The extinction dimension is approaching, and he hopes to upgrade Black Lantern's equipment. Uncle Lee originally planned to take to Huang to learn how to bargain for big trade deals, but they ran into unexpected circumstances. Because of the extinction dimension's influence, other gathering areas nearby also wanted to upgrade like Black Lantern. The two of them were stunned when they found out everything was sold out. This caused the Earthfire Liujin to be completely out of stock. They could only get in the car and head back. Inside, a soft sigh was heard. Uncle Lee complained while driving, I didn't expect the extinction dimension's impact to be this big. Looks like this time we won't complete the mission the old master gave us. When the car drove out of the city, the Liujin City sign caught To Huang's eye. He sat in the car murmuring Earthfire Liujin City. Suddenly a thought flashed through his mind, eyes wide open. I get it now. To Huang immediately got off the car, telling Lebac to go ahead. I know what to do now. According to the records in the Ancient Dragon Codex, the Earth-Fire-Flowing Gold Beast is a mid-level terror species. In fact, there is an evolutionary path starting from the Iron Stillbird with the following evolution process. Iron Stillbird, Earth Metal Beast, Flowing Gold Beast, Fire-Flowing Gold Beast, Earth-Fire-Flowing Gold Beast, Earth-Fire-Flowing Gold Beast, King. So it seems that Liu Kim City must have discovered a secret method of evolution. At the same time, what's more to think about is the head of the Liu Kim City Mage Association, Mr. Ngai, that chubby guy. Soon after To Huang arrived at a large, magnificent villa. Entering the house, he saw Idong playing with a small crocodile. So To Huang greeted Idong, aren't you only supposed to be raising iron still birds? Why are you also raising a mage pet? Then he turned around and waved. Isn't this an iron... Idong scratched his face, hesitating slightly. It's an earth metal beast that the boss just arranged. He scratched his head, trying to hide his embarrassment. I have to listen to everything. According to him, Brother To. Why do you have time today? To Huang said nothing, just let out an impressed, oh. He smiled, confirming the thought in his mind. So it really is an earth metal beast. You little punk, just keep pretending. Idong was acting like a thief inside the house, looking around nervously as if afraid someone was eavesdropping. Then he stepped closer and whispered to To Huang, Brother To, I really didn't lie to you. Actually, this earth metal beast evolved from an iron stillbird. Every generation of the Liu Kim Grandmaster in Liu Kim City must capture an iron stillbird. And each generation of Liu Kim Grandmaster can nurture it up to the level of Earth Fire Flowing Gold Beast King, or even a nightmare species. As soon as he finished speaking, Idong froze as a hand grabbed him. To Huang choked him by the neck veins bulging on his face, giving him a scolding. Walls have ears, don't just say everything out loud. Aren't you afraid your uncle will beat you to death? Being choked almost suffocates him. Idong struggled to get his hand free, showing no sign of fear. Just saying anyway, if it wasn't for you in this trial, I'd have died long ago. To Huang patted his shoulder and asked, Can you help me with something? I want to meet your uncle. Idong smiled brightly and gestured, No problem, saying that he led the way. I'll show you. To Huang watched Idung's back, silently calculating the Mage Association's evolutionary method. It's still too primitive. In the Ancient Sun. Ancient Dragon Codex, there are at least 4 types of evolution rituals. This kid is so loyal, maybe I can find a chance to help him a bit. In a big mansion, Idung took To Huang by elevator up to his uncle's office. After hearing the story, Mr. Nai Trin, head of the Mage Association in Lu Kim City, angrily scolded his grandson. "You couldn't even pass the trial!" In his anger, he couldn't help but push Idung's head down on the table. "Still dare to come find me, kid!" Idung let his grandfather vent his anger, then pointed at To Huang. "Follow me. It's not me you want to see. It's him." Mr. Nai Trin looked at the newcomer with displeasure, judging him. To Huang, the disciple of that Cho-Hop brat. Was it him who guaranteed your success in the last trial? His whole aura was fierce and unfriendly. "So you think this kid has a connection with me, so you purposely came close, huh?" To Huang was a bit hesitant, but bravely spoke his guess. "Head of the association, you want to meet me because of your connection with my master Hakdang Bao, and buying the earth-fire flowing gold beast shouldn't be hard, right?" At this point, Ngai Trin suddenly froze. Then he laughed heartily. "Looks like not only my kid, but even an old man like me loses bets to that Chow-Hop brat." Idung looked up confused. "Grandpa, what's going on?" Mr. Trin looked fondly at his silly grandson, sighed tiredly. "You couldn't beat them in the trial. You can't even keep up with them mentally. Forget it with your intelligence, don't make things hard for yourself." To build rapport, To Huang decided to hit his weak spot. He put his arm around Idung's shoulder and smiled gently. "Head of the association, Ngai, actually Idung has a lot of strengths." Ngai Tring was surprised. "You're sure about that?" Without hesitation, To Huang said, "Of course, over time, Idung will definitely become a powerful mage." Idung was touched. Mr. Nai Trin was pleased and took out a key, handing it to his grandson. "Idung, take your brother to get the earth-fire-flowing gold beast from warehouse number 7. I've already set aside a share for him." Hearing this, Idung foolishly asked what he shouldn't. "Brother To, why did my grandfather save a share for you, but you still couldn't buy it?" Mr. Trin got angry and threw something at his grandson's head. "Kid scram!" To Huang was speechless with this chubby guy and just pushed Idung out. "Let's bounce, let's bounce." In his office, Ngai Trin pondered, having both courage and charm. Cho-Hop's disciple will be a talented figure. He stroked his chin. "Kid, I deliberately didn't sell the earth-fire-flowing gold beast to Hakdang Bao. Isn't it because I want you to get closer to that brat?" Mr. Trin was very pleased with his plan. "I can't protect you forever, but I can help you find a big shot." Under Idung's guidance, To Huang successfully found the earth-fire-flowing gold beast in warehouse number 7. Originally, Master Cho-Hop intended to buy a regular earth-fire-flowing gold beast, but it ended up evolving into a rare grade from the earth-fire-flowing gold beast king. The weight went from 300 kilos expected to become 1 ton. Lebak came to pick up the order so happy his eyes squinted into a line, constantly stroking his beard, thinking, To Huang really has his ways. This kid always surprises me. And from Lebak's mouth, To Huang also learned that part of the earth-fire-flowing gold beast was meant for him. According to Master Chow-Hop, 1/3 of this is for To Huang to build the artifact space. After thinking it over, To Huang finally decided to upgrade the Fireguard Gauntlet to version 2.0. Not following the old Sun Dragonfield formula, just producing an upgraded metal solution was enough. Cheap, high-quality saving time and effort. With Lebak's help, To Huang found a facility for artifact manufacturing called the Kim Trung Artifact Research Institute. This place was founded by Dr. Kim Trung, an expert in artifacts. Holding the Earthfire alloy, Dr. Kim Trung asked if To Huang had brought a construction plan. To Huang handed over the plan and shared his wish. "I need to use the semi-solid metal from the Earthfire alloy to make an alloy solution." Hearing this, Kim Trung nodded thoughtfully. She looked at the plan, and after reading it, she angrily crumpled it up and yelled, "Nonsense! What kind of artifact construction plan is this? It looks like a kid scribbled it." Lebak, standing nearby, couldn't hold back and spoke up. "Dr. Kim Trung, doesn't your Kim Trung Research Institute accept construction plans provided by clients? I don't remember it being otherwise. Or is the client just trying to give you a hard time?" Kim Trung raised the plan and shouted, Refining the semi-solid metal from earthfire alloy requires the highest level furnace, but the final product is an extremely dangerous explosive solution. Her next malicious suspicion shocked To Huang. I suspect you might be competitors sent to blow up the furnace. If you insist on trying this plan, I suggest you go to the weapons factory. They're better at making liquid bombs. Feeling his pride wounded, To Huang snatched back the plan and left under Kim Trung's surprised gaze. "Lebak, let's go." Lebak ran after him, advising, "Tu Huang, the master of the Earthfire City, still has certain privileges. Let's not let him finish speaking." To Huang smiled with a plan. "No, Lebak?" "I think her suggestion isn't bad. It's to prevent the upgrade formula from leaking from the old Sun Dragon field." To Huang intended to separate this upgrade plan, placing the components of the formula in different research institutes, with the alloy solution at Kim Trung Research Institute as the key for upgrading. The FireGuard Gauntlet's alloy solution does carry the risk of explosion, but as long as the refining time is precisely controlled, it can be avoided. At first, To Huang planned to intervene in the refining process to keep the formula secret, but Dr. Kim Trung's words helped him find a better solution. After all, the weapons factory has a higher refining rate and isn't afraid of explosions, so the security is even better. So To Huang went to find Idung for help borrowing the large refining equipment at the Earthfire City weapons factory. At the same time, he used the Earthfire alloy gold ore to complete the refining. 2 days to finish what would usually take half a month. Because he used scrap ore, To Huang didn't even have to pay. In the end, the only one who lost out was Dr. Kim Trung, missing out on a lucrative deal. Carefully placing the FireGuard Gauntlet into the alloy solution with tongs, To Huang was extremely focused, not daring to be rough or distracted at all. After placing it, he accidentally saw his 4 guardian beasts standing far away, cautiously watching. To Huang angrily shouted, "Hey, what's with those looks?" He had to admit they were right to be worried, since the process could cause an explosion. The beasts were standing 100 meters away from him. He reluctantly explained, "Are you mistaken? I'm upgrading your home, not trying to blow it up. If I wasn't afraid of scaring you, I wouldn't have even called you out here." Looking at Kwang Am Ko, who didn't care, she sat on Team Baotu's back, whistling, covering its eyes to keep it from seeing what was about to happen. This left To Huang speechless. Not to mention Team Baotu and the energy absorber were sneaking behind Fong Loi Long, which made To Huang want to scold them even more. Just then someone approached. "What's going on, Tu Huang? Let go." Lebak, wearing an explosion-proof mask, stood a distance away, cheerfully encouraging, "You can do it." Shaking off negative thoughts, To Huang put on protective goggles and smiled brightly. "All right, let's get started." The FireGuard Gauntlet was now firmly placed above the alloy solution. To Huang controlled a large welding machine, carefully inserting the welding tip into the solution container. A small blue flame touched the FireGuard Gauntlet and the alloy solution. When the moment was right, To Huang pressed a button on the control lever and boom, the explosion shook the whole house at exactly the right moment. Cho Hop just arrived, his face pale. After the smoke cleared, his expression didn't improve at all. At Cho Hop's feet, an ice-type guardian beast sniffed the scent lingering in the air. Its body looked like a beautiful ice sculpture with shiny ice horns and sharp, cold blue claws. This was Cho Hop's guardian beast, which had successfully evolved into a secondary species, the nightmare ice shock dragon lion. However, instead of reporting good news, his disciple had given him a much bigger surprise. Cho Hop was speechless, staring at a ruined corner of the house. "My house exploded. D." In the middle of the blast, To Huang turned pale and coughed dryly. Around him was a strong protective barrier shielding him from the shockwave, but the guardian beasts were not so lucky. Kwang Am Ko and Team Baotu were covered in black soot, their fur and hair messy, looking like they wanted to cry. Lebak struggled to stand up from the rubble. "That's a terrifying skill, Earthfire 3rd level awakening power, the Earthfire Curtain," he commented. Upgrading an artifact can even synchronize and upgrade the engraving's skills, making it that powerful. That kid To Huang. Right at that moment, Cho Hop descended from above, shouting angrily. To Huang, the protective barrier around you was ignored by him. He directly stomped on your head, making you cough up blood. This brat wants to demolish the house or what? Cho Hop grabbed his neck and hair. "There's no way to calm this anger." To Huang could only scream in tears. It hurts, my head's about to fall off. Teacher, let go. Teacher. His anger grew even stronger. His hand gripping To Huang's hair tightened. Damn it, today you're definitely going to fix this destructive habit of yours. To Huang was scared trembling as he held up the upgraded flame claw protector to show Cho Hop. No, demolition. Seeing this, Chow Hop finally let him go. Is this the flame claw protector I gave you? To Huang, once freed, coughed a bit. Catching his breath, he proudly said, I just got some semi-living metal from the Earth Fire Flow Golden Beast King from Mr. I Dung. I wanted to upgrade the Flame Claw Protector to increase its spatial capacity so it's more convenient to use later, plus to expand the house for the Wind Thunder Dragon clan a bit. Understanding the consequences, Chow Hop was surprised. You mean that big commotion earlier was actually you creating a magical item? When did you get this ability? Labak stepped forward to praise. Boss Little Huang's skills aren't just about expanding spatial capacity. He shared even more shocking news. The skill originally engraved on the Flame Claw Protector has also been upgraded to a layer of earth fire with power nearly equivalent to a terror beast in its mature stage. Cho Hop was stunned. What did you say? He immediately threw the Flame Claw Protector back to To Huang. Show me a demonstration. Receiving the ring back. To Huang nodded. Yes, sir. Right after he focused his mind preparing to use the new skill. Then 3 beams of light appeared in the sky. Cho Hop spoke up. Wait a minute. The 3 beams landed, revealing the President, Vice President, and Chief of Affairs with Mr. Trin stepping forward. Cho Hop, you've finally taken this step. He laughed heartily, very satisfied thanks to the President's blessing. To Huang hurried over to flatter him. Teacher, you succeeded. But Cho Hop pushed him away disdainfully. Their interaction left Mr. Trin a little speechless. Without hesitation, Chow Hop summoned his guardian beast. Come out. A majestic blue ice-type guardian beast appeared. The Ice Tremor Dragon Master. Mr. Trin was shocked watching it. When you entered Lu Kim City earlier, we detected the aura of the nightmare species, and it turned out to be the Ice Tremor Dragon Master. Seeing his teacher's Ice Tremor Dragon Master To Huang was pleased with the expression on Mr. Trin's group's faces. He secretly felt proud. Surprised? Yeah, you should be surprised. After successfully transforming into a dragon, besides the 3 major types Dragon, Ice, and Beast, the Ice Shock Dragon Master also has an Earth type with an Earth talent focused on destructive power. Its talent skills are Seismic Shock and the Ice Nightmare skill, which can pierce and shatter. Together, they form the fused skill Ice Wind, Great Earth capable of dealing damage, destruction control, and cutting through terrain. This is a divine skill to fight against invasive disasters. At first, when choosing the target Zhou, he did this well as planned. Given Liu Jincheng's current situation, they definitely want to keep the master here. As expected, Mr. Trin spoke up. Zhou He, on behalf of the Liu Jincheng Mages Association, I invite you to become the honorary president of the Liu Jincheng Mages Association, enjoying the highest privileges. Of course, if the Beastmasters Association faces danger, we also need you to step in and help. Su Huang stroked his chin, smiling knowingly as if he had predicted everything. Sure enough, he received an attractive invitation. Zhou. His eyes brightened. President, this is an important matter. I need some time to think it over. Then, without missing a beat, he pinched Su Huang's cheek and used his usual disciple neck grip move. Zhou Ha explained, This kid trains Beastmasters but blew up my manor. I also need time to fix up the house and teach this kid how to behave like a decent person. Nyai Trin watched the interaction between the master and disciple speechless. Then he laughed out loud, Ha ha ha, no problem. I'll find someone to help you repair the manor. You can focus on disciplining your disciple, then confirm becoming the honorary president. Zhou He's approach clearly had his own intentions. After all, something big just happened at the manor. Besides, Su Huang's ability to upgrade stamp skills must not be revealed to the outside. A beast. Master Grandmaster owns nightmare-level beasts. But since nightmare-level beasts are extremely rare and are as intelligent as humans and very dangerous, many beast masters cannot capture them. This is a high-level fighting force that any region wants to compete for, and Liu Jincheng is no exception. Sure enough, not long after Nyai Trin left various large and small military forces in the city, even people from neighboring cities came one after another to visit Su Huang. Seizing the chance to witness his master's ability to ride the wave and take a big catch, he couldn't help but say, Master, you really are cunning. Under such pressure, the strongest Beastmasters Association in Liujin Chung started to get anxious and increased benefits and privileges for Zhou He. The master just smiled at the two of them, wagged his foxtail, then took out bloodline incense, some low-level formulas, and an optimized evolution plan for the Earth Metal Beast. President Nytrin saw the plan and was as happy as a farmer at harvest. Finally, the agreement with Zhou He on the conditions to become honorary president was the plan to renovate Black Lantern Fort, upgrading the entire agricultural and industrial security system for Black Lantern Fort. A few days later, Su Huang was preparing to go train when Dong hurried out the city gate, calling loudly, "Brother Su, Brother Su!" He was surprised and turned around. "Dong Tongquan, why are you two here?" The two of them were carrying a lot of stuff. Dong scratched his head and said, "I heard Grandpa say Master Zhou he is going to Wild Gray Plains today. Brother Su, you're leaving, but didn't say a word to your friends." Kung Quan tossed all the gift boxes to Su Huang. Dong explained, "You gotta take these, they're from the two of us." Su Huang shyly took them. He scratched his head and smiled, "No need to be so polite. It's not like I won't come back." Dong replied sadly, "Of course you'll return. But knowing Master Zhou he's habits, it might be another 2-3 years before he comes back. We'll be apart for a long time again." Kung Quan nodded in agreement from behind. Su Huang smiled brightly and set a goal for himself. "Well, next time we meet, you have to be stronger than you are now." Dong laughed in agreement. "Of course." Zhou He on the back of the Ice Shock Dragon Master saw Su Huang dawdling and urged, "Let's go. It's time to leave." He packed up and set off, bidding farewell to Dong and Kung Quan. "Goodbye, you two." The Ice Shock Dragon Master carried the two master and disciple away. Su Huang promised himself he would definitely become even stronger.